Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Volume 2, Chapter 12, The Church's Underground. It was the morning of the third day after Shiomi and Esk arrived in Blackmoor village. The two of them met Lord Elmeloy too in the church chapel. "So, you're not planning to object after all?" Esk asked with a smile. Lord Elmeloy too's eye twitched. Though the pair in front of him appeared friendly, he felt as if he were staring down a pair of terrifying demons. "I could easily say I'm against this," citing the importance of not interfering with local customs, he sighed deeply. "But if I did, I'd probably find myself waking up back home in London the moment I finished saying it." "Smart man," Shiomi said, leaning against one of the chapel chairs. "It'd be a real pain to send you back. If you can at least keep quiet about it, that's good enough." Lord Elmeloy too sat up and looked at the two. "So, are we heading out now? Just the two of you should be enough to deal with things here, right?" "Not quite." A new voice cut in from behind the door. It was Sister Illumia, who slowly stepped out from the chapel, stopping beneath the black statue of the Virgin on the altar. "The Holy Church is keeping the building sealed during this time to avoid attracting the villagers' attention. After all, even magi can't go around slaughtering locals. That would make both the Mages Association and the Holy Church put a price on your heads, wouldn't it?" Shiomi gave a small smile and nodded. As a former sealing designation executor, he knew all too well how dangerous it was to violate the rule of secrecy. Unless the troublemaker was a full-blown menace to society, in which case, the rules were another story. "Besides, there's one more person who needs to come with us," Esk added. "The gravekeeper of Blackmoor isn't just someone who tends graves. He's the one who safeguarded King Arthur's tomb for generations." Just as she finished speaking, the chapel door creaked open, and a hooded girl stepped inside. "Mr. Berserker told me to come here," Gray said timidly. Sister Illumia's expression softened back to her usual demeanor. "The ones you're meeting are already here, Gray. No one from the village stopped you on the way, right?" "No, they didn't." Gray shook her head. The villagers had treated her with the same respectful attitude as always, greeting her politely and chatting with her. Still, she didn't really understand why Mr. Berserker had asked her to come to the church. He only said it was important, and that she had to bring Ad with her. The moment she saw Esk, Gray's anxiety eased. She had a faint idea that this had something to do with her, and quietly decided to trust the lady before her. "That's good. Close the door and come in," Illumia said. "There are traveling merchants in the village today, so no one will be paying attention to this side of town. If you're ready, you can head out." Even so, the fact that she had just asked Gray to shut the chapel door made her pause in confusion. "Leave the rest to me," Shiomi said. He walked toward a side door opposite the one he and Illumia had entered through. It was clear he had already mapped out the route, and Lord Elmeloy too followed closely behind. At that moment, Esk extended her hand to Gray. "Gray." "Yes." Realizing what was happening, Gray quickly took her arm, just as she had done the day before while showing Morgan around, and followed the two ahead of her. They passed through the side door, turned down a hallway, and arrived at a storeroom stocked with wine and bread, the church's supply for communion. Shiomi moved one of the shelves aside with practiced ease and lifted the carpet underneath. Pressing a specific spot on the floor, a section of it rose up and slid aside. Beneath it was an empty chamber and a flight of rough, unpaved steps leading down. "There's actually a secret passage under the church," Lord Elmeloy too murmured. "I really shouldn't underestimate your social skills. You managed to get this information so quickly." Leading the way, Shiomi replied, "You need different approaches with different people. When dealing with the Holy Church, it's best to be direct, make your intentions clear, and focus on the mutual benefits, especially those that favor the church. That's the fastest way to gain their cooperation." Even so. Lord Elmeloy too shook his head, unable to hide his admiration. The tunnel's dirt walls weren't reinforced, it looked like someone had dug it out and left it as is. The damp soil clinging to the walls added a sense of claustrophobia and pressure to the already narrow space. "Not exactly the most comfortable," Esk remarked from the rear. Then, as if a switch had flipped, the stagnant air began to circulate. A breeze brushed against them, replacing the musty staleness with a crisp, fresh scent. A single, casual phrase was all it took, no incantation, no chant. The air-purifying spell was complete. Fresh air alone isn't enough. Shiomi snapped his fingers. For glowing orbs of light floated beside each of them, lighting up the underground corridor. A pang of frustration hit Lord Elmeloy too. If he had cast such a basic spell, he would have needed a proper chant. If it were the person behind him, that was understandable, they played on a different level entirely. But Shiomi was a modern magus like him, and that made the difference harder to swallow. Still, there wasn't much time to wallow in self-pity. The illuminated path ahead revealed countless footprints worn into the earth. Seeing the marks left by generations of pilgrims, Gray couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Is this the real church? Or was the church built just to conceal this place? Her heart pounded. This was the true face of the village, but Gray had lived here for 15 years and never known. Don't be afraid, Gray's cool voice echoed through the tunnel. Beyond here lies only the abyss of death. If fear grips your heart, then take my hand. I will be your strength. The voice was gentle, calm, but carried an undeniable authority that reached straight into the soul. In that moment, Gray realized the woman holding her hand wasn't just some noble lady. She was more like a queen. In the past, many cultures believed the underworld was located underground, Lord Elmeloy too said, perhaps to ease the tension. Some called it the underworld, some the netherworld. Others referred to it as the realm of the dead or the land of shadows. Whatever the name, the realm of the dead borders our own. If you're willing, it's a place you can walk into. Shiomi let out a low, non-committal hum. I can't speak for the others. But the land of shadows, unlike the underworld, is more of a realm of death itself. Perpetually overcast, no day or night, devoid of all life, except for. Chapter 105, Volume 2, Chapter 13, The True Graveyard. Except for. Lord Elmeloy too caught Shiomi's abrupt pause and questioned him. Realizing he'd said too much, Shiomi simply smiled and shook his head. Nothing. There's nothing there, not the living, not the dead. It almost sounds like you've seen it for yourself, Lord Elmeloy too remarked casually. He still remembered the two red spears Shiomi wielded, clearly akin to the cursed spears of Celtic myth like the Gi Balg. Shiomi must have discovered them in some hidden place, known to no one. That, Lord Elmeloy too reasoned, might explain why Shiomi had such a distinct understanding of the land of shadows. Still, it was barely enough to count as a scholarly disagreement. Lord Elmeloy too had no intention of debating something so casually mentioned. But anyway, the spiritual density here is no joke, Shiomi said, changing the topic. And that's not all, the spirit's desires are overwhelmingly clear, that urge to ravage everything. He deliberately added that last comment. Gray, still holding Esk's hand, looked at his back in surprise. As the next gravekeeper trained by Berserker, Gray possessed exceptional talent when it came to spirits. She had sensed the ominous atmosphere of the underground space clearly. But she hadn't expected Shiomi to notice it too. And there's barely any magical resistance, Esk added. This must be the grave tied to Artoria. More or less, Shiomi replied. He and Lord Elmeloy too picked up their pace, while Esk and Gray trailed just behind at a more relaxed speed. Madam, what did you and my mother talk about yesterday? Gray finally had the chance to ask. Yesterday, after Esk had been invited into their home, Gray was sent out on an errand by her mother. Ever since Gray's appearance had changed, her once loving mother had grown fanatical, like the rest of the villagers, worshipful and distant. So when her mother ordered her around like she used to, Gray had felt strangely happy. Without thinking, she'd done exactly as she was told. But by the time she returned, Esk was already gone. Her mother had said nothing, her attitude back to how it was before, offering no explanation at all. You'll understand soon enough, Esk said calmly. It was another evasive answer, and Gray felt a little disheartened. But the warmth and smooth firmness of the hand holding hers told her she could still trust this lady. They weren't far behind Shiomi and Lord Elmeloy too. Together, the group reached the end of the underground passage and stepped into a massive subterranean chamber. Its size was comparable to the Great Grail's chamber in Fuyuki. Even more striking was the number of bones littering the area, not just one or two, but dozens, hundreds. Human remains lay everywhere, blanketing the floor to the point that there wasn't even a spot left to step. Just as Esk had said, this must be the true grave of Blackmore. No. Can this really be called a grave? Lord Elmeloy too muttered. Even the clock towers underground hold special properties. The subterranean world differs from the surface, crystallized remnants of mystery still linger. If the same applies here. He clutched his chin, swallowing hard as he mumbled to himself. Unfortunately, there's no time for further analysis, Lord Elmeloy, Shiomi suddenly cut in. He looked up, just in time to see the atmosphere change. Bones across the chamber began to rise, as if lifted by invisible threads. One after another, they floated upward and assembled into skeletal warriors. They stood tall, grasping weapons made from bone, swords, spears, bows. Like soldiers from an ancient battlefield. No wonder there was no trace of mana. These things have devoured it all, Shiomi said. One of the skeletal soldiers lunged at him, slashing with a sword. Gray hurriedly reached under her cloak for the cage, ready to summon Ad, but what she saw next froze her in place. Tenkei Shiomi casually produced a black spear out of thin air, and with a single sweep, shattered the skeletal warrior into pieces that scattered across the floor. "Oh my, such a warm welcome," Shiomi said with complete composure. "Too bad I'm more than familiar with skeleton soldiers by now." The magical spear in his hand belonged to Esk. Since Esk had consistently advised against using the soaring spear of piercing death, the two had established a new contract. With just a thought, the weapon would appear in his grasp. Still as terrifyingly efficient as ever, Lord Elmeloy too muttered, lips tightening. Skeleton soldiers continued to swarm them. Concerned, Gray summoned Ad, which transformed into a massive scythe to assist in battle. But when she blocked an incoming strike, the force of the blow sent a painful numbness through her arms. These skeletons were nothing like they looked, far from fragile, and not something that would fall in a single hit. As she watched Shiomi mow through them effortlessly, Gray silently moved to the front of the remaining two, focusing on defending against any who tried to slip past. But the relentless onslaught quickly wore her down. Just as a skeleton soldier found an opening and lunged for her life, a bolt of light flew past her back and blasted the creature apart. Startled, Gray turned to see Esk raising her hand effortlessly, as if lifting a teacup. From her fingertips, tiny bursts of light, each no larger than a grain of wheat, shot out like bullets from an automatic weapon. The skeletal soldiers closing in were all torn apart. Gray flushed and pulled her hood lower, burying her face in embarrassment. Maybe she really was the weakest one here. These people didn't need her protection. Perhaps Mr. Berserker had brought her along for reasons other than being a bodyguard. So these are the rejects, failures that never became proper servants. With enough of them, even defective spirit origins become a nuisance, Esk said, lowering her hand slowly. Yeah, but it looks like the one in charge here wasn't planning to sit back and let me clean them all up, Shiomi replied. As he spoke, his spear swept out, the force of the swing sending a blast of air that cut down a row of skeleton soldiers in one stroke. He had already noticed a figure behind the wave of undead. A girl stood there, like a queen overseeing her flawed army of pseudo-servants. Her face was hidden behind a golden mask. "Why have you come here?" she asked quietly. "The time is not yet right. The future king has yet to awaken. You walk the surface. I remain below. We should each wait in our rightful place." She ignored Shiomi and Esk entirely, speaking directly to Gray. After delivering what sounded like a warning, the masked girl turned and began walking deeper into the cavern. "Go back." Those were her final words. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Volume 2, Chapter 14, The Resurrection Ritual. "Wait." Gray instinctively called out, trying to stop the masked girl and ask more, but before she could, another wave of skeleton soldiers surged forward, surrounding the group. They were deep in an underground cavern. While it had held steady for centuries, that durability depended on normal conditions. Neither Shiomi nor Esk would have trouble wiping out the undead, but using Grand Magecraft here would trigger a collapse, bringing down not just this chamber but the entire church above it. The aftermath would expose everything. The whole village would be thrown into chaos. So Esk focused on holding the undead at bay with precise, defensive spells, while Shiomi handled the rest from the opposite side. "Esk!" Shiomi suddenly shouted. "I'm sending these broken souls back to their world." Esk hesitated, then pulled Gray close. The girl stumbled back, leaning against her. At the same time, Lord Elmeloy too also retreated behind Esk, now enveloped within the barrier she had cast. The skeleton soldiers struck with their weapons, but their blows hit the barrier like steel against invisible glass, ringing out with dull, useless impacts. On the other side, Shiomi lifted his spear overhead, spun it once, and slammed it into the ground. "Open, gate." A shimmering, spectral door began to materialize. As it opened, a blinding white light burst forth, too intense to look at directly. A cold wind laced with death swept through. Gray and Lord Elmeloy too both felt it. Without Esk's protection, their life force would have been stripped away in an instant, leaving them as fresh corpses on the floor. When the light finally faded, Gray slowly opened her eyes. The ground was still covered in bones, just as before, no room even to step. But this time, she was sure, these bones would never rise again. No more waves. No more attacks. In the vast silence of the cavern, only Shiomi remained standing. He leaned on his spear, silent. After a brief pause, he finally lifted the weapon and walked toward them. "What was that just now?" Lord Elmeloy too asked, curiosity unmistakable. He had always thought of Tenkei Shiomi as a walking grimoire, always able to pull out some impossible magecraft when least expected. "Just a large-scale anti-spirit spell," Shiomi said, brushing dust from his clothes like it was nothing. Lord Elmeloy too rubbed his chin. "You've even mastered spirit-based magecraft." "No, I suppose that was to be expected." He wasn't surprised. Talented Magus always had more than one specialty, and Shiomi was no exception. Esk snapped her fingers, and the protective barrier slowly faded away. Not bad, she said quietly. It's all right, Shiomi replied, resisting the urge to scratch his head. Strictly speaking, what he'd done wasn't proper magecraft. It was more like tearing open a small rift between the shadow realm and the real world, just enough to suck in wandering undead. It wouldn't work on servants. It couldn't affect anything but the dead. And anyone alive caught in it without protection would have their mana and life drained in seconds. Most importantly, it only worked in places with a connection to the shadow realm. This underground crypt, for example, had been constructed as a replica of the underworld. Only after centuries of accumulation did it begin to mirror that realm's properties. In short, it was a crude magical imitation of another noble phantasm held by his master. Shiomi wasn't the true master of that domain. This was the best he could do. Once he realized that during the battle, he acted immediately. Esk didn't comment on his choice. She knew better than to ask him to abandon something he'd spent years mastering. Just feeling a small twinge of jealousy was enough. She had no interest in being laughed at someday by a woman who might not even be that much older than her. But really, I didn't expect to run into Artoria's spirit, Esk sighed. What a well-laid plan. Lord Elmeloy II's eyes widened in realization. So it's King Arthur's spirit, that explains everything. He looked down at Grey. Her hood had been blown back by the wind, and she hadn't had a chance to pull it up again. Now, he finally understood the meaning behind that face, identical to Artoria's. This girl, raised as the next gravekeeper, was the body. The three components that make up a person: body, spirit, and soul. Any two alone aren't enough to form a complete human being, Shiomi nodded. And that's especially true for legendary heroes. But at that moment, he stole a glance at Esk. As a familiar bound by a renewed contract to remain in the world, Esk could maintain a physical form, but it wasn't a true body, only a temporary construct held together by magical energy. When that energy ran dry, the form would vanish. The thought that he had spent years sharing a bed with her made Shiomi feel awkwardly self-conscious. It was enough to make it difficult to meet Esk's gaze while talking about such things. Grey, you should already know this, your clan was raised as vessels for King Arthur's body, Shiomi continued. But only you resonated with the soul of the manifested King Arthur during the Holy Grail War 9 years ago. That's what caused the transformation of your body and appearance. Grey pressed her lips together and gave a quiet nod. She didn't know much about this so-called Holy Grail War, but she understood what the changes in her meant. But just a few days later, King Arthur's soul disappeared with the end of the war, Shiomi went on. The Holy Church didn't have time to confirm anything. That's why your face mirrors hers, but your hair stayed the same. A replicated spirit of King Arthur. A flawless body, prepared to house that spirit. And finally, the summoned soul of King Arthur. With all three, body, spirit, and soul, combined. The resurrection of King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, would be complete. But if Artoria ever found out about this, Shiomi said, shaking his head, she'd definitely be the first to reject it. That king never cared about herself. Her only concern was Britannia, and this world. At that, Lord Elmeloy too remembered something else. Even if all three components are gathered, Grey still has her own soul and spirit inside her. If we can't extract them without harming the body, this is probably what we'd need. Esk extended her hand, revealing a golden dagger. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Volume 2, Chapter 15, Erosion, Penetrating Blade of Gold. It was a sharp dagger with a curved blade, and in the dim light of the underground cavern, illuminated only by a few illumination spells, it gleamed with a dazzling golden brilliance. If one had to compare it, it resembled the kind of exquisite artifact you'd expect to find in the treasury of the heroic king, Gilgamesh. What is that? Asked Lord Elmeloy too. Esk twirled the golden dagger lightly in her hand. Erosion, penetrating blade of gold. Though it's not the one kept by this village. Lord Elmeloy too could tell at a glance, the magical energy radiating from Erosion, Golden Fong was unmistakably that of a noble phantasm. Judging by Esk's demeanor, it must have been something that hadn't seen much use in the Holy Grail War, likely because it wasn't suited for battlefield deployment. Each time she turned the blade, light refracted off it with a blinding flash. The sight sent a chill down Grey's spine. Something deep inside her warned her to keep her distance from that dagger. Even knowing that Esk had no intention of pointing it at the vessel meant for King Arthur, Grey couldn't suppress the instinctive fear. To be honest, when I spoke with Berserker Blackmore today about what we were planning to do, he told me something rather shocking, Shiomi said flatly. This village has secretly been divided into two factions for a very long time. Huh. Grey blinked, stunned. These two sides hold completely different beliefs and missions, Shiomi continued, crouching to examine the bones scattered across the floor. One side is the Blackmore family, descended from Berserker himself. They're Magus whose role is to guide souls. They've lived here since before the Common Era. That's also where the village's name comes from. He turned to Gray and offered a bitter smile. The other faction has long prayed for the resurrection of King Arthur. They worship both King Arthur and the Black Madonna. Gray's heart sank a little. She had lived in this village for 15 years. The villagers had always been kind to her. She'd never imagined that this place, with fewer than 100 people, wasn't unified. Ah, but don't let it get to you, Gray, Shiomi added. While there are two factions, most villagers don't belong to either. Even though many are now working toward reviving King Arthur, the Gravekeepers still choose successors from among them. And there are also devout believers in the Black Madonna within the village. The goals of the Gravekeepers and those who seek Arthur's return aren't fundamentally opposed. That's why the two sides have coexisted, distant, suspicious of each other, but living side by side. He let out a sigh. As for the Holy Church, once they discovered the Black Madonna's worship here, they connected her with their own Virgin Mary and used that link to establish a presence in the village. So, in truth, there weren't just two sides, but three. Three factions, each watching the others, each using that balance to remain embedded in the village. Impressive that you managed to gain the support of two of them, Lord Elmeloy too said with a sigh. Political maneuvering wasn't his strength, those responsibilities had always fallen to Rhaenys, despite her youth. Compared to him, Cannith, who could handle multiple disciplines and navigate politics, was someone he couldn't help but admire more and more. At its core, politics is just building allies and reducing enemies, Shiomi said with a small smile. Given our current objective, the Gravekeepers and the Church are both willing to let it happen. Only that last faction won't accept it under any circumstances. He glanced back at the dagger in Esk's hand. Still, nothing I heard from Berserker or the Church ever mentioned that dagger, Shiomi added. Esk pulled back her hood and slipped the blade beneath her cloak. I learned of it from someone else. As she said this, she cast a glance at Gray, and Shiomi immediately understood. Earlier that day, Esk had stopped by Gray's house. Whatever she'd learned, it must have come from there. In truth, the village elder, head of the community, did keep a similar dagger, one left by the Black Madonna for use in the resurrection ritual when the time came. But the one in Esk's hand was her own. Perhaps it was a relic that mirrored its counterpart, two versions of the same thing, passed down in different hands by two people who were alike, but not the same. No matter the side, they each held something nearly identical. Erosion was originally forged to sever mistletoe. It can cut not just flesh, but the very seams between body, spirit, and soul, Esk explained. The dagger kept in the village is meant to be used once Gray's body fully synchronizes with Artoria's, stab it into her, and forcibly extract the soul and spirit. That way, only an empty vessel would remain, ready to receive the artificial spirit already prepared. Once Artoria's soul came into contact with that vessel, incarnation would occur naturally, revival, complete. But at that moment, the girl named Gray would vanish from the world. What a twisted plan. Honestly, they'd be better off just using the Holy Grail to wish Arthur back to life, Shiomi muttered, clicking his tongue. I really wonder how Artoria would react if she saw this. She'd reject it outright, of course. That woman gave up on saving Britannia and walked away quietly to Avalon, Esk said, lifting the hem of her cloak to check for any dirt. Why would she want such a hollow second life? As Gray listened to the exchange, she felt something strange. Whenever they spoke of King Arthur, they referred to her directly as Artoria. True, there had always been rumors in the village that King Arthur was actually a woman. But, the way these two spoke of her, it wasn't like a historical legend. It was like they were talking about someone they'd fought beside, an old comrade. It was surreal. Gray couldn't help but think so. Still, now that things have come this far, it's up to you to bring it to an end, Shiomi said, rising to his feet and looking at Esk. The only thing we know for certain is that the Black Madonna legend passed down in this village is about the witch Morgan. And since she's the one who started this, it falls to her to end it. Esk let out a quiet sigh. That was always the plan. The masked girl who bears Artoria's spirit has gone deeper inside. Once we move forward, there's no turning back without settling this. Gray, are you ready to end it? Gray took a deep breath. By now, she had a clear sense of why Mr. Berserker had asked her to follow these guests. They were here to bring closure, to end something that had been passed down in this village for 1,000 years. Which meant, I'll do my best, and see it through to the end. And with that, Gray gave her answer. Chapter 108, Volume 2, Chapter 16, The Underground Temple. On the surface, in the village. Although today marked the arrival of traveling merchants, bringing unusual bustle to Blackmore village, only one person sensed the disturbance underground. The village elder, revered by the villagers as grandmother and custodian of the erosion, heard the rumble below. This hunched old woman, who had lived for more than a century, immediately recognized it not as ordinary noise, but as a shift from the temple. Under her lead, a group of fanatical believers, unmoved by the market festivities, rushed into the holy church. Though Sister Illumia had vowed to stop anyone from intruding, the sheer force of numbers overwhelmed the resistance. The executor, the priests, and the messengers had already vanished from the church interior. The elder paid no mind to the church personnel hiding in the shadows to observe. Her focus was on the temple's tremor. "Where is Magdalena?" Her voice rang clear. The crowd surrounding her parted in response. Gray's mother, Magdalena, was brought forward. "Grandmother." Magdalena knelt. "Where is Gray?" asked the old woman. Though pinned down by village women, Magdalena remained composed. She went where she was meant to go. "You betrayed your duty, letting the vessel of the king roam freely," the old woman said, slamming her cane into the floor with fury. "Confess now, and there may still be mercy." Magdalena kept her head low, eyes on the floor just before her, and spoke softly. "The Black Madonna will descend upon this village again and deliver a new revelation." The villagers erupted in murmurs and gasps. The Black Madonna, an ancient legend none had ever witnessed firsthand. They had only passed down ancestral teachings, protecting the true secret buried beneath the temple. "You speak of the Black Madonna." The elder's sunken eyes gleamed with fanatic light. "If that is true." She turned, lifting both arms high as she gazed up at the statue of the Black Madonna. "If the Black Madonna is truly here, then the time has come. From this moment on, the Holy Church is our enemy. Cast them out, as we once fought for our independence. Roar, for this land is our sacred ground, untouchable. Yes. Now we may sing without restraint, we who, since the age of legend, have awaited the return of the king." Her voice then softened, reverent. "Swear before the Black Madonna. Please, guide us once more." The villagers responded with a unified chant. Only the statue of the Black Madonna watched them, expression unchanged. Following the trail left by the girl in the golden mask, the group pressed forward. Beyond the far end of the great cavern lay a twisting path of forked roads and illusionary barriers meant to disorient. But neither Shiomi nor Esk faltered. After turning through those maze-like tunnels, an even more expansive space came into view. Faint silhouettes of structures loomed ahead. Shiomi raised his hand, summoning several lights that soared to the cavern ceiling, casting a radiant glow. Before them stood a stone temple, ancient and imposing. "There's a tomb underground." Lord Elmeloy too was stunned by the scene before him. He muttered as he stepped forward, "Or, is this the real graveyard?" Everything before had just been a defense mechanism. The skeletal army, the labyrinthine tunnels, none of it was real. It was all just a deterrent to keep intruders out. Berserker mentioned an underground shrine too, but he'd never seen it himself, Shiomi said. Then he noticed something odd about Esk and lowered his voice. "What is it?" "It's strange. My mana affinity is rising," Esk replied, staring at her hand. "Is this a blessing granted through faith?" From the moment Esk entered the village, she could sense a deep affinity with the greater source here. The reason was simple, the villagers worshipped the Black Madonna, Morgan. No matter her origin, Esk was undeniably Morgan. Naturally, the villagers' faith would unconsciously channel back to her, as long as they continued to worship the Black Madonna. However, this sudden and intense surge in mana was abnormal. Could it be? Shiomi looked up toward the ceiling of the vast cavern. They couldn't see the outside, but they could feel the flow of the greater source. The villagers are praying to the Black Madonna, Esk concluded as well. Gray turned around in surprise. But today isn't Sunday. The church should be closed. What puzzled her even more was what Esk had said, that the villagers' faith had been passed to her. She was just an outsider. Why would she benefit from their faith? That can only mean, Shiomi suddenly extended his hand. A rope of mana shot out, wrapping around Lord Elmeloy II's waist. "The village knows we're here." With a pull, he yanked Lord Elmeloy II backward. Before he could even ask why, a skeleton soldier crashed down from above, its long sword slamming into the ground and carving a deep gash into the stone. "What is that?" Despite being dragged, Lord Elmeloy II didn't tumble. He flipped mid-air and landed steadily. It wasn't his own doing, but Shiomi's technique. Behind the skeleton, dozens more emerged from the temple. At the top of the steps stood a girl in a golden mask, clad in solid armor and gripping a spear wreathed in dark mana, its shaft bristling with jagged spikes. "The Black Rangaminiad," Gray murmured. She knew exactly what that spear was. Suddenly, Esk spoke. "Hold my coat. I'm the one best suited for this." She reached out, unfastened her cloak, and tossed it cleanly to Shiomi. A glow of mana wrapped around her body. As the magic spear returned to her hand, Morgan's attire transformed. She reappeared in the world for the first time in 9 years, her presence both regal and cold. There are 3 who wield Rangaminiad, yet none of them are the original, Esk said, aiming the spear at the masked girl. Quite the clever trick. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 109, Volume 2, Chapter 17, Spirit. The moment the words left her mouth, Esk vanished. A split second later, a sonic boom rang out, making Gray's ears throb. In the blink of an eye, Esk had already broken through the skeletal formation and charged straight at the masked girl. The skeletons in her way were flung into the air, shattering apart. Her magic spear clashed with the masked girl's pitch-black Rangaminiad. The 2 weapons locked in a deadlock. Skeleton soldiers not hit in the initial assault rushed in to flank Esk and support the masked girl, but were instantly skewered by mana spikes erupting from the ground. "Why have you come?" the masked girl growled, her voice tight with tension. "To see you," Esk answered calmly. "And now, what do you intend to do?" "Put an end to this." "I can't allow that. I am the pointing wool of the once-existent king, her remnants, her afterimage, and the sequence preserved for the future." Her voice grew louder, sounding eerily like Artoria's. "Even you, Morgan, have no right to end this of your own accord." Her voice carried through the revived ranks of skeletons and reached Gray's ears. Stunned, Gray clutched Ad, now in scythe form, and stood speechless. Morgan. Morgan Le Fay. The Witch of Britain. The Dark Queen of Legends. It was real. The Black Madonna will come to us and undo the fate she once set in motion. That was what her mother had said yesterday, after Gray came home to find Esk gone. At the time, Gray thought it was just another one of the village's old prophecies. She'd grown tired and numb from hearing so many of them, and hadn't thought much of it. "Do you truly believe that?" Esk suddenly asked softly. The masked girl's attacks weakened. "Artoria has already returned to Avalon, taking the scabbard with her," Esk repeated. "No matter how perfectly you prepare body and mind, her soul will never come back." With those words, Morgan's voice hardened. She swung her magic spear, and the masked girl was blown backward. The blast from the swing cleared everything around her. This time, Shiomi leapt into action, one hand gripping Esk's cloak, the other carrying Lord Elmeloy too, as he soared upward to avoid the shockwave. Gray, though not as strong as the others, still far outmatched Elmeloy too. She followed Shiomi's lead, jumping to evade the attack. 10 years ago, Artoria Pendragon responded to the Holy Grail War's call and appeared in the Far East, Esk said, almost like she was giving a sermon, her spear moving in rhythmic arcs that kept the masked girl completely on the defensive. With her soul's descent came not only the awakening of her body, but her spirit as well. Esk laid out the facts, and the masked girl had no rebuttal. But when a faith passed down for 1,000 years finally bore fruit, not everyone greeted it with joy. Her tone turned cold as she raised her spear high and brought it crashing down. The masked girl barely blocked with her armored hands. At that moment, someone who couldn't accept it interfered with the ritual. Gray and Elmeloy too were both stunned. Someone had interfered with a 1,000-year-old ritual. Just how many secrets did this village hold? "So you really think you're the spirit prepared for Artoria's resurrection?" Esk's voice dripped with scorn. The entire ritual went off course from the very beginning. Even if Artoria Pendragon appeared here and now, she wouldn't be able to use the body and spirit you've prepared. Her resurrection is impossible. Like a herald of final judgment, Esk coldly delivered the harsh truth. The masked girl's defenses began to falter. Gray couldn't tell if it was because she was reeling from the truth, or if she was simply overwhelmed by Esk's power. "It's time you showed your true face." With a final, decisive blow, the black Rangaminiad was knocked away. A strange spell briefly appeared over the masked girl's body before vanishing. She dropped to her knees, powerless, while the surrounding skeletons crumbled into dust. Shiomi, Gray, and Elmeloy too approached Esk as she reached out and grasped the golden mask. Slowly, she removed it. Instinctively, Gray braced herself to see a face identical to her own. But what she saw made her gasp and cover her mouth in shock. Mother. The face beneath the mask was neither Artoria nor Gray, it was Magdalena. "This is your answer," Esk said, gazing at the now lifeless girl. 9 years ago, when Artoria's manifestation triggered your transformation, she found a way to interfere with the ritual. Through the resonance of bloodline and daily habits, she synchronized the spirit here to herself. That was the truth Magdalena had confessed to Esk. To that mother, as long as her wish could be fulfilled, Esk was the Black Madonna. No, it had to be the Black Madonna. She was fortunate to encounter Esk before taking the final step. She laid bare everything she had done and left the decision to Esk. If even the Black Madonna refused to show mercy, then Magdalena was prepared to end it all with her own life. "Your mother already possessed traits similar to Artoria," Esk explained to Gray. "She was not only your mother, but also one of many outcomes cultivated through the village's legacy." The method of interference was actually simple, since you were the one most compatible with the village's rituals and the first successful case, it only had to begin with you. Gray suddenly remembered. After her father passed away, her mother became obsessively involved in every aspect of her life. Not just bedtime and prayer, she even dictated the order she ate her meals and how she dressed. Everyone around them gradually accepted it as part of the ritual. And now, Gray finally realized, it had all been a disguise. Her mother had pretended to be the most devoted follower while secretly preparing a way to save her beloved daughter from becoming a vessel. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Gray broke down in tears, kneeling before the spirit that bore her mother's face. Her mother had never stopped loving her. In fact, she loved her even more than before. No one could persist for 9 years, repeating the same actions, day after day, without immense love and unwavering resolve. The spirit's face and body began to blur, its form starting to fade. But then, the great cavern in the temple began to tremble. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 110, Volume 2, Chapter 18, Rampage. Is this really okay? Inside the windmill cottage, Zepia Eltnamatlasia muttered to himself as his fingers moved rapidly, manipulating the floating crystal balls in the room like a keyboard, collecting data, then carefully adjusting countless parameters. Okay, he was wondering whether this would violate the Atlas Institute's contract. After all, until it was certain that King Arthur could never be revived, the Institute was to keep lending out the Logos React. Yet every one of his parallel thoughts concluded there was no issue. Even the usually strict Number 6 only gave a warning, this could lead to severe damage to the Logos React. Zepia hadn't done anything, just kept watching, mentioned something about the village, and silently allowed it all to happen. The Witch of Britannia. The Sage of the Land of Shadows. How marvelous, how exquisite. His words flowed like a song. There could be no more joyous a combination than this. Then he gazed deeply into what hadn't yet occurred, what was just about to begin. I offer my deepest gratitude for your foolish, yet noble, actions. Before Shiomi and the others could react. A strange voice echoed through their minds. Code, Logos React. Abnormal activation. Distortion constant, B. Extraction time. Anti-rationality system initializing. Commencing target conversion. Full procedure complete, clear. Commencing Atlas's experiment. The clear voice was interwoven with static and garbled noise. The masked girl with Gray's mother's face suddenly stood up. Morgan, reacting instinctively, swung her magical spear in an attempt to kill her. But the girl's body turned fluid. The weapon passed straight through her harmlessly, and her form reassembled in midair before soaring above the temple. This is cleansing. This is disappearance. This is death. The girl spoke mechanically. Then, her blurred body collapsed in an instant, transforming into a blindingly bright crimson sand. And not just her, the surrounding skeleton soldiers also turned to red sand in an instant. The sand spread rapidly, swelling in quantity to the point where it would soon engulf the entire temple. How is this possible? The Philosopher's Stone from the Atlas Institute has undergone a red transmutation. El Meloy too immediately grasped the situation. Why is one of the 7 great weapons of the Atlas Institute, Logos React, here? Oh, sorry. I guess I forgot to tell you. Shiomi finally scratched his head. The director asked me to keep it under wraps, so I didn't say anything. El Meloy II's expression twisted, and he spat out a crude word. Shit. The Philosopher's Stone was one of the Atlas Institute's most revered research achievements, an ideal, ultimate memory medium capable of recording information virtually without limit. It was called the Supreme Tome. And the Logos React was a weapon crafted by shaping the Philosopher's Stone into a specific form. Crimson Sand. A boundless red world. Looks like the Logos React understood the meaning of death when Esk tried to erase Artoria's consciousness, Shiomi said, wrapping Esk's cloak around his shoulders, then giving El Meloy II and Gray a pat. If you two stay in contact with this sand for too long, the data pool accumulated over thousands of years will tear you apart. The two began to float slowly into the air, heading toward the temple's rooftop. Flight Magecraft. At least up there, they could avoid it for a while. You could have just taken them and retreated. I'll handle things here, Esk said. It's not that difficult. Shiomi stood beside her and summoned his crimson spear. Even if the chance of failure is nearly 0, I'm not letting you face an unknown enemy alone. The Black Holy Grail really left its mark on you, Esk said with a soft laugh. 9 years ago, in the final moments, Esk had almost been consumed by the Black Holy Grail. Even if Shiomi had managed to resolve everything with Artoria and the others afterward, losing Esk would have haunted him with endless regret. From that moment on, Shiomi had resolved never to fight without her again. As the two spoke, a massive shadow burst forth from the crimson sand. It was Logos React in a new form. Once, it had been a tool used by the village to extract and replicate King Arthur's spirit. Now, it had formed a new body, spread its enormous wings, and loomed overhead, gazing down at Shiomi and Esk. That's... Esk couldn't help but whisper in awe. No doubt about it. That's the bird of Hermes, Shiomi said. Hermes, the name of the messenger god who protected merchants and travelers in Greek mythology. Over time, that name became fused with Thoth from Egyptian mythology and the alchemist Mercury, eventually becoming a symbol of alchemy itself. It is both a man and a bird named Hermes, appearing in many different forms. And now, it suited this moment perfectly. Having grasped the law of Logos reaction, of death, it took the form of the bird of Hermes, a fitting image for a guide to the underworld. You are my death, fairy queen Morgan. The red sacred bird, Hermes, projected its voice directly into the minds of everyone present. So I must kill you. In order to escape death, my actions are justified. I define them as right. The sacred bird spread its massive crimson wings. A deluge of red sand feathers poured down, each one brimming with overwhelming mana, potent enough to trigger explosions fiercer than any bomb. After the bombardment, the ground buried under the red sand was left full of craters, every stone pillar had been obliterated. Only the temple remained untouched. Grey, who had raised her arms to shield herself from the impact, lowered them alongside El Meloy too, and both looked downward. Shiomi stood in front of Esk, extending a hand to intercept the attack. Water materialized out of thin air, halting the spread of destruction. The 13th primordial rune, the rune of protection. Looks like it can't launch continuous attacks without pause. Even a weapon needs time to cool down, Esk murmured as she slowly crouched. Since my husband is defending, then the attack is up to the wife. Mana gathered at her feet, and a magical spear formed from 13 streams of concentrated mana appeared above them. She fired without hesitation, but if it missed, the resulting explosions could collapse the entire cavern. Directly above them was the swamp beside the village's northern cemetery. They had to prevent seawater from flooding in at all costs. Shiomi placed his hand on her shoulder, casting an acceleration spell on Esk. Then, let's bring this journey to a proper end. With those words, Esk launched herself at the red sacred bird. It unfurled its wings again, ready to release another storm of sand feathers. Chapter 111, Volume 2, Chapter 19, The Fall of Hermes. The sacred bird had just shown the sheer destructive power of its sand feathers. The bombardment alone could rival anti-fortress noble phantasms, capable of leveling a castle or wiping out a mid-sized army. The Great Cave had withstood the test of time for centuries, its structure validated countless times. Even with the occasional tremor or shifts in the mountain, the barrier's constant maintenance ensured there was never any real risk of collapse. But this time was different. The sustaining barrier had been breached. What erupted below was an unprecedented explosion. Shiomi couldn't begin to imagine what would happen to the village above if the cave collapsed. Blackmoor village might be erased from the map entirely. Maybe that was the fate destined for a ritual aimed at reviving King Arthur, but that didn't mean the villagers had to be buried with it. At the very least, not all of them. He activated the primordial runes, layering a fresh barrier over the damaged one surrounding the underground temple. The shockwaves from the bombardment were gradually restrained and contained, preventing them from affecting the mountain any further. Maintaining the barrier, Shiomi looked up at Esk in the sky. Hermes' crimson sand feathers were intercepted one after another by small, azure magic spears, each intercept triggering an explosion. The great cave was lit up like day, resembling a modern missile interception. When the chain of blasts finally ended, scorched dust drifted slowly downward. Hermes let out a piercing shriek, like an enraged falcon. Its trump card had been nullified, and that disruption threw off the calculations of the Logos react. It needed more data, more analysis, to figure out how to break through Esk's defenses and bring her down. The sacred bird spread its wings wide. Each beat stirred a gale. Screeching like a released arrow, it shot straight toward Esk. The barrage of blue projectiles struck its body and exploded, but none of them slowed it down. So you've already gauged the strength of my attacks from our earlier exchange. Esk moved with casual ease, dodging the charge at the last moment like someone sidestepping a passerby. The hard clash between the bird's wings and the magic spear in her hand sparked violently. She couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness. As one of the 7 great weapons of the Atlas Institute, the sacred bird, incarnation of the Logos react, was a living weapon. Its wings were blades. Its talons, crushing pincers. Its feathers, anti-fortress noble phantasms. Then how about this? Esk flicked her hand. From a vortex in the void emerged a pale blue spiral spear. Unable to halt its charge, the sacred bird collided head-on with the newly summoned weapon. A dense cloud of dust engulfed its form. Esk hovered just beneath the great cave ceiling, watching the scene unfold from above. If that was all it took, then perhaps the 7 great weapons of the Atlas Institute weren't so impressive after all. The next instant, the sacred bird burst from the cloud, wings spread as if to soar into the heavens, if only this weren't underground. Though it looked unharmed, the intense surge of mana radiating from it betrayed the truth. Esk's strike had dealt it heavy damage, enough to nearly bring it crashing down. But regeneration was also part of the logo's react. A weapon born of death understood instinctively, Esk was its death. So it ramped up its output, drawing on even more mana to face her. Its feathers, formed of crimson sand, began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic bird transformed into a monstrous beast, its body bristling with grotesque feathers and vicious talons. Its color darkened like fresh blood, reeking of death. No good. Shiomi leaned on his red spear, using it as a staff. While continuing to supply mana to Esk, he reinforced the barrier anchoring the structure of the underground temple. A flicker of regret crossed his mind. If only he could deploy a reality marble like the King of Conqueror's second noble phantasm, he wouldn't need to exhaust himself maintaining the battlefield. He could be up there, fighting alongside Esk. He shook his head, brushing off the thought. He already had more than enough power. Wanting even more felt greedy. Then he looked up and nodded toward Esk in the distance. He knew she'd see it. Fight without hesitation. Don't worry about anything else. Well, since my husband says so. Esk's eyes flashed sharply as she fixed her gaze on the now grotesque form of the bird of Hermes. Then I won't hold back anymore. She opened her palm, and from afar, it was as if she cradled the sacred bird in her hand. As a weapon forged of pure logic, the logo's react felt no offense. It simply raised its head and let out a long, piercing cry. Sensing danger, it suddenly beat its wings and began to spiral upward around Esk. Darkness reclaimed the cavern as it rose. From the shadows, countless mana-forged chains burst forth, weaving together behind the bird. The chains flew faster and faster, gradually grazing its tail feathers. The sacred bird twisted and spun midair, dodging the tightening web. The pale blue chains that mist dissolved as they hit the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the sacred bird had ascended to Esk's position. But its beak, talons, even its wings, none could reach her. It had finally closed the distance, but so had Esk's chains. The bird of Hermes flared with blinding light. It was preparing to unleash a point-blank bombardment. Boundary record tape, eliminate. Came a mechanical voice from within. But Esk had already stepped back, vanishing into the shadows. Brace for a noble phantasm impact, El Meloy 2. Gray. Shiomi shouted from beneath the temple. Reflexively, El Meloy 2 pulled Gray down, both of them taking cover atop the shrine roof. Esk stood between them and the threat. The sacred bird twisted its body with everything it had. Radiant light began to envelop it, like a sun burning for eons. Gray forced her head up and caught sight of Esk. Or rather, Morgan Le Fay. She held a weapon that was both a magic spear and a staff, raising her hand with grace, palm open toward the sacred bird blazing with limitless light. As that light reached its zenith, crimson sand feathers saturated with tremendous mana rained down from the ceiling, aiming to consume the temple and everything within its reach. Fall, roadless Camelot, the utopia no longer within reach. A massive magic spear erupted into view, enclosing the sacred bird. Its burst of mana surpassed even the birds, slowly consuming the crimson light. And in the end, only one hue remained in the vast underground cavern. That overwhelming light devoured the bird of Hermes, erasing both it and the replicated spirit of King Arthur completely from this world. 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Volume 2, Chapter 20, The End of Faith. Oh. Our Black Madonna. Why would you? As the great cave fell silent once more, Shiomi stopped reinforcing the barrier and steadied himself. A frail, sorrowful voice pierced the stillness. An elderly woman with sunken eyes led a group of villagers to the underground temple, arriving just in time to witness Esk's final battle with the sacred bird. The brilliance and might of roadless Camelot left no doubt. Her identity was clear to the villagers. The Black Madonna. Morgan Le Fay, the half-sister of King Arthur. Shiomi seized the moment, bowing his head and dropping to one knee, leaning on his spear like a mysterious knight concealing his identity, paying homage to his queen. Tap, tap, tap. She stepped down from the temple's rooftop, not falling, but descending on invisible steps, each one sparking with a faint glow. The Black Madonna has arrived. Kneel at once. Shiomi commanded, his voice low and forceful. They watched Esk descend along the unseen staircase. The rushing villagers fell to their knees in reverence. This is to bring it all to an end. Esk paused midair, gazing down at the kneeling crowd. Among them, only the old woman looked up at her with a mixture of piety and confusion. During her prayers, she had sensed something. King Arthur's spiritual vessel was destabilizing. In haste, she led the churchgoers underground, rushing to the grand temple. But they had still arrived too late. The old woman mourned silently. Magdalena had been right. The Black Madonna had come to end it all. The one who had hidden beyond the currents of time had returned, now rejecting the ancient mission she had once entrusted to the village. She was here to reclaim everything she had set in motion. Your long years of devotion are appreciated, Esk said quietly, her tone flat. But this ends here. The old woman's eyes brimmed with desperation and yearning. Please, please, Black Madonna, grant us your guidance, those of us who have faithfully carried out the mission you gave us. Her voice quivered. The ritual has already been corrupted. It's no longer what it was meant to be, Esk declared coldly. Her face was hidden behind the veil she had donned before descending. This was her visage as the Queen of Winter. Now, as the Black Madonna commanding the villagers to relinquish their sacred duty, it was a role she wore perfectly. Corrupted. No, that can't be. It's not possible. The old woman clung to denial, unable to refute the Black Madonna's words, her resistance no more than a fragile murmur. I've always upheld the ritual, always, and our ancestors, too. We followed it faithfully. It can't be. Black Madonna, please, have mercy. Could there have been a mistake? But Esk gave no reply. She simply gazed down at them in silence. No reply was the answer. No questions. No doubts. No suspicion permitted. The Black Madonna's word was law. Her will, absolute. Kneeling with his face obscured beneath his hood, Shiomi allowed himself a quiet smile at Esk's flawless response. In addition, King Arthur's soul has already passed on to Avalon. He will no longer remain in this world. Esk raised her hand, gazing into the darkness above the great cave, her voice distant and ethereal as she delivered the second revelation. You have spent 1,000 years, yet the king no longer intends to answer. He chooses instead to watch over the world from the ideal land until its end. A wave of unrest rippled through the villagers, voices trembling with despair and helplessness. Esk continued her descent, stopping before the gathered crowd. The unseen pressure in the air pushed the villagers even lower to the ground. Even the old woman, full of grief and unanswered questions, lowered her head, too afraid to glimpse the expression hidden behind the Black Madonna's veil. Shiomi then slowly rose and stepped forward to stand beside Esk, bowing deeply. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his red spear, the dull thud drawing the villagers' gaze upward, only to see a black crow appear from thin air. In Blackmoor village, crows were sacred symbols tied to the gravekeeper. Yet not a single person dared question the Black Madonna's authority in that moment. A swarm of crows enveloped her, shrouding her form from view. Moments later, both she and the crows vanished. Just as the villagers assumed the Black Madonna had delivered her divine message and departed, the old woman lifted her head in surprise. Outside. The villagers quickly supported her, hastening their steps as they exited the underground temple, following the Black Madonna's path back into the village. She's gone. Still crouched behind the temple's rooftop, Gray hadn't recovered from the surreal battle. And now, before she could process it all, something even more unbelievable unfolded. There was no doubt. The Black Madonna had come to the village, and had spoken directly to her. So she wasn't some wandering guest. The Black Madonna had come to end the girl's mission. Was that why the lady had shown her such concern? Looks like that was the final step, El Meloy too said, rising and sitting atop the shrine roof. Even if the villagers don't understand everything that happened, they'll make their way back into the village and dismantle every spell placed within it. Gray held Ad, now returned to his cube form, and placed him back inside his cage. So, she really was the Black Madonna. Gray still felt like she was dreaming. El Meloy too pulled a cigar from his pocket, trimmed the end with a small knife, lit it, took a puff, and finally replied. Hard to believe or not, she's the very same Black Madonna those villagers revere, the witch of Arthurian legend, Morgan Le Fay. I see. Gray nodded slowly. But I have no idea why she did it. Maybe she saw King Arthur after death, and realized the whole thing was meaningless. So she chose to walk away, he speculated. Huh? She saw King Arthur after he died. Gray's instincts told her, it wasn't the spirit of King Arthur from here. Exactly what I said. El Meloy too wasn't in the mood to explain the Holy Grail War to the young gravekeeper. Still, he had to admit, it was a brilliant move. For villagers so deeply rooted in faith, the only way to break them free was to let their faith undo itself. Even if ordered to stop, some villagers would likely persist, those who had given their entire lives to the resurrection ritual. Huh. Gray looked down to find her body glowing. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, she vanished into the portal behind her. El Meloy too thought to himself, so that's how they're taking her out of the village. Then immediately shouted. Shit. I'm still up here, damn it. How the hell am I supposed to get down from this height? 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Volume 2, Chapter 21, Departure. What a splendid show. Zephia, standing in the shade to avoid the sunlight, spoke to Shiomi and his group. They were now at the foot of a mountain, far from Blackmoor village. The sun had already sunk about 80% below the horizon. Even so, the remaining light still caused considerable trouble for the director of the Atlas Institute. He wore the same cloak from the windmill and had pulled up a hood that covered most of his face. Don't make it sound like we were just following a script. Even if things did go more or less the way you expected. Shiomi voiced his displeasure in a half-joking tone. Zephia smiled. No, I meant the final revelation in the village. Surrounded by a flock of crows, Shiomi and Esk had teleported from the underground temple to the surface village. There, Esk unleashed a grand magecraft, lifting the enchantments carved across the entire village. Those enchantments had been left by the Black Madonna to facilitate King Arthur's resurrection. No one had ever attempted to undo them, and no one in the village was capable of doing so. The Holy Church, which had monitored the place for years, was no different. After all, the Black Madonna wasn't purely a matter of faith, and no one knew if Morgan, the Witch of Britannia, still existed. If they recklessly took action and ended up provoking her, it would be just as troublesome for the Church. Of course, after the fabricated divine revelation ended, everything Shiomi told the Holy Church's executor, Sister Illumia, was a complete performance. Naturally, Sister Illumia had no concern about what might happen to the clock tower's Magus if the witch were to come knocking. They had done the work, and the Church merely benefited. Of course, in her report, the nun would surely describe the Church as having exercised restraint and rationality, but that was another matter entirely. As I said before, the one who tied the bell must untie it, Shiomi simply remarked. Esk, too, was a bit surprised that lifting the spell hadn't triggered any backlash, and Morgan hadn't shown up at all. She had braced herself for a confrontation with her other self, but in the end, it wasn't necessary. More importantly, how's Logos React holding up? Shiomi casually asked Zephia while glancing at Esk, who was sitting on a roadside stone talking with Gray. It took a direct hit from a noble phantasm, it must have taken serious damage, right? Zephia closed his eyes, answering calmly, no need to worry. This level of damage will heal on its own with some time. It just won't be able to activate again for a few years. But more than the damage to Logos React, what truly mattered was that the ritual to resurrect King Arthur had been completely nullified. Unless the real Black Madonna returned, no one could ever reconstruct that complex Age of Gods magecraft ritual. As a result, Arthur's resurrection was now impossible. The Atlas Institute's contract at this site was finished. Zephia would be able to retrieve the contract as planned and leave with Logos React. Perhaps he would return to Blackmoor Village someday, but whatever purpose he had then would likely have nothing to do with the recent events. In any case, allow me to thank you on behalf of the Atlas Institute, Zephia said, giving Shiomi a deeply formal bow. Though we cannot say so publicly, the Atlas Institute owes you a debt. Your actions helped us move forward with a task that has spanned 2,000 years. The Atlas Institute couldn't unilaterally terminate the contract, which was why Zephia had gone to such lengths to collect data on the village and ensure everything was under his control, giving him a way to. Don't worry about it. Just remember what you promised me. Shiomi shook his head. Zephia nodded deeply. Of course. Whether it's what happened here or Lady Esk's identity, the Atlas Institute won't say a word to outsiders. With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows at the base of the mountain. Shiomi glanced back. Esk and Gray were still talking, then looked over at El Meloy too. After everything in the village was settled, Shiomi had remembered that El Meloy too was still on the roof of the temple. He'd quietly returned to bring him down. His belongings had been packed by members of the church and secretly smuggled out by Berserker, who then reunited with the group at the foot of the mountain. How did it go? Is Mr. Berserker willing to leave the village and help you in the 5th Holy Grail War? Shiomi asked. El Meloy too lit a cigar, took a drag, and shook his head. Berserker stepped forward to explain. I'm the gravekeeper here. I can't just leave the village. Besides, everything that happened has completely changed this place. I have a duty to stay and keep an eye on what follows. Fair enough. Shiomi looked helplessly at El Meloy too, indicating there was nothing he could do either. Not that El Meloy too expected much, he hadn't come to Blackmoor Village with high hopes of persuading the gravekeeper. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you both, Berserker said. Gray can no longer stay here. Please take her away from the village. Before Shiomi could react, Gray had already run over, visibly anxious. I really have to leave. You don't have a choice, Berserker replied. At the end of the ritual that lifted the village's enchantment, Gray had been taken away by the Black Madonna in front of everyone. Whatever the intent behind it, that kind of power, far beyond anything the villagers could comprehend, made it clear that it was the Black Madonna's decision. And the sudden end of a 1,000-year-old faith, just as it was about to bear fruit, wasn't something the villagers could easily accept. There were surely still those who wanted to carry on with the resurrection ritual. If Grey returned, she'd only be turned into a vessel and a sacrifice all over again. I told you before, you'd have to leave the village one day and see the world, said Berserker. That day is today. You've spent 15 years in a place with barely 100 people. It's time to open your eyes to the world outside. Mr. Berserker. Grey was filled with gratitude and sorrow. She remembered what her teacher had told her and understood his intentions. This wasn't just about finding refuge, it was about stepping out into the world of her own accord. I understand. Grey gripped the latch of the cage tightly. Berserker didn't take Ed back, another sign of how much this decision meant. Chapter 114, Volume 2, Chapter 22, Return Journey. After bidding farewell to Berserker, the group left the foothills of Blackmoor village and boarded a bus back to Cardiff. By the time they arrived, it was already midnight. After a day of fighting, Shiomi was utterly drained and had no intention of traveling any further. The group decided to stay in Cardiff for the night and catch a train back to London the next day. But once Grey gets to London, what's the plan? El Meloy too asked over dinner at a restaurant near the hotel. He was referring to her living situation. As someone trained to be the next gravekeeper, Grey clearly had the aptitude to become a magus. Entering the clock tower wouldn't be difficult for her. That said, joining the clock tower involved a mountain of paperwork and procedures. Leaving her at a hotel in London until everything was sorted out didn't sit right, it felt irresponsible. More than that, she had never left the village before and was extremely shy. It was hard to imagine her surviving alone in the clock tower. Especially surrounded by magus who, compared to the villagers who revered her for her appearance, would be even more unnerving in their own way. She can stay at my place for now, Esk offered. Those words instantly brightened Grey's expression. Her eyes lit up beneath the hood, her unease fading. She couldn't deny that she'd been hoping to spend more time with Esk once they reached London. Even knowing Esk was the Black Madonna didn't scare her. Maybe it was because they looked alike, whatever the reason, she felt at ease. Works for me, Shiomi said. He didn't really have an opinion either way. The house in London was big enough that one more girl staying there was just one more set of tableware. Besides, Sakura and Caren were already living there, and they were all around the same age. They'd probably get along well. Then, thank you for having me, Grey said, nodding politely. Shiomi smiled and shook his head. Once you've settled in, be sure to send a message to your mother. After all, the final decision about what to do had been made by Esk, after hearing Magdalena's plea. Initially, Esk only planned to tamper with the village's ritual, just enough to ensure the resurrection would ultimately fail. It was meant as a subtle message to the side's Morgan. My mother, she knows everything, doesn't she? Grey asked quietly. Esk nodded. She does. That's why she remained so calm when I took you away in front of everyone. It was something I'd promised her. But even with the spell lifted, Grey's appearance won't go back to how it was, will it? El Meloy too said, glancing at her. There's nothing we can do about that, Shiomi said, pushing the side dishes on his plate with a fork. The dead can't be brought back, and what's lost can't be reclaimed. Human power only affects the present. If you really can't accept the way you look now. He trailed off, then added with a faint smile, maybe the Holy Grail could grant your wish. The Holy Grail. Grey's voice trembled with surprise. Earlier that afternoon, she had learned a little about the Holy Grail War from Esk. Her altered appearance had been caused by the Fourth Holy Grail War, after all. But until now, it had never crossed her mind that she might become a participant herself. You're encouraging something reckless again, El Meloy too said, looking at Shiomi with exasperation. I'm not encouraging anything. I'm just telling her it's a possibility, Shiomi replied. Even though Mr. Berserker ultimately couldn't leave the village with you to help prepare for the Holy Grail War, Grey, as the next gravekeeper and bearer of the Holy Lance's shadow, should be able to make up for your shortcomings as a master. Don't say irresponsible things like that. El Meloy too snapped, then quickly caught himself. Sorry. I only mentioned it as a possibility, Shiomi said with a shake of his head. And it's the most dangerous one. Think of it as a warning not to jump into something like that recklessly. He wasn't even sure why he said it. Was he trying to nudge Grey toward the Holy Grail War just to take the spot that Sakura hadn't secured yet? Maybe he was. Shiomi admitted it to himself. Considering how the Fourth Holy Grail War ended in chaos with no clear resolution, it was hard to imagine how a 16-year-old like Sakura would handle such a conflict. Raw power with no combat experience, never a good combination. I thought so, something like the Holy Grail. Grey softly declined the idea. She'd never been in a real fight and couldn't imagine what the Holy Grail War would even be like. If everyone there was on Esk's level, she wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, chasing after something you were never guaranteed to obtain, it was dangerous and naive. Mr. Berserker had taught her that too. Don't worry, I was just talking, Shiomi said with a smile. It may have happened by chance, but since Mr. Berserker entrusted you to us, we'll at least do our best to help you settle down in London, whether as a magus or just a girl starting life in a new place. Esk looked at Grey with gentle eyes. You haven't met them yet, but we actually have 2 girls around your age at home. They're our daughters. Okay. Grey nodded shyly. She felt a bit nervous, but also excited about the thought of meeting new friends in London. She wondered what kind of people they'd be. As for your studies, Shiomi turned to Elmeloy too. I'm not sure what kind of magus Grey will become, but let's start by having her attend your classes. Elmeloy 2's hand twitched. Are you serious? Is that a problem? Putting Grey in a room with those troublemakers. That's a huge problem, Elmeloy 2 muttered. Shiomi looked confused. Isn't Caren in that class too? The moment those words left his mouth, Elmeloy 2 wanted to say the biggest problem was exactly that, Shiomi's own daughter. She'd never technically done anything wrong, but every time one of the students started having unstable thoughts, she'd subtly stir things up and then sit back with a satisfied smile as Elmeloy 2 got dragged into another mess, his stomach in knots. Whatever. If it doesn't work out, I'll recommend her to another class. Elmeloy 2 shrugged. His classroom was half empty anyway, one more student wouldn't make a difference. Most of his students came from unusual backgrounds, each with eccentric personalities and exceptional talent. All right, we'll go with that for now. I'll call home in London first thing in the morning, Shiomi said, setting down his utensils, having finished his meal. Since we'll have a guest staying over, I'll ask Sakura and Caren to help prepare a room tonight, save us the rush tomorrow. 90 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 115, Volume 2, Chapter 23, Grey's First Arrival. For Grey, being watched in the village was nothing new. But back then, the villagers stared because of her altered face, one that was identical to the legendary King Arthur's. Now, it was different. She found herself being examined up close by 2 girls her own age. While it was still because of her appearance, the reasoning felt even more absurd. Does she look like her? Asked Caren, the silver-haired one, peering at her seriously. She does. Way too much, Sakura, with her dark hair, gave a small nod. On the way from Wales to London, at Shiomi's request, Lord Elmeloy too had given Grey a crash course on the basics of Magus society. There were many eccentric Magus whose ways of thinking and behavior were completely detached from normal standards. Compared to them, Shiomi and Elmeloy too were practically outliers in the opposite sense, relatively grounded. So Grey hadn't expected to be stared at like this the moment she arrived, especially not by the 2 daughters Shiomi had mentioned. She had to fight the urge to pull her hood up again. All right, that's enough. Don't just keep staring at her face, it's rude, Shiomi said from the other end of the couch. The girls listened. At his single remark, they backed away from Grey. As Sakura sat back down, she gently pulled Grey's hood up for her. Huh. Grey blinked at her in confusion. You're not used to people seeing your face, right? Sakura smiled warmly. She had seen straight through Grey's discomfort without a word of explanation. That small, thoughtful gesture earned Grey's initial trust. So, where exactly are you from, Miss Grey? Caren slid over next to Morgan, watching her sip tea. You look just like Mother. Don't tell me you're some long-lost illegitimate child she abandoned years ago. Morgan remained unfazed, but Shiomi nearly burned himself on his tea. What kind of nonsense is that? How the hell did you reach that conclusion, he asked, dabbing his mouth in frustration. And are you 2 seriously still pretending to know nothing? Well, it's not impossible, Sakura said with mock seriousness, sitting up straighter. I mean, sure, Dad says he's not even 30, but who really knows his actual age? One quip after another, they sounded like they were dead set on turning Grey into Morgan's and Shiomi's secret love child. Strangely, Grey understood they were joking. Not a single one of them actually believed it. They were parent and children, yet somehow, they didn't feel restrained by the usual formalities. You've got a point, Shiomi sighed, admitting defeat with that one line. Sakura placed a slice of cake in front of Grey, signaling her to dig in. You're staying here from today. That makes you part of the family. It's always just been me and Sakura, Caren said, leaning back on the couch and swinging her legs idly. Sometimes it gets boring. Still can't believe there are people in this day and age who want to revive ancient heroes from the age of gods. You've had it rough. Grey shook her head, her voice soft. I don't really think I've had it rough. It's just, ever since my face changed, the people and things around me changed too. A lot of the time, I just feel a little lonely. He. Even little Grey has made some friends, how smug. If there's an opportunity, I'd love to join too. Genderless as I may be, I'll go with whatever suits the mood. Pajama party. Swimsuit shopping trip. I'm in. And if you can bring along some beauties that match my taste, even bet. The sharp voice of Ad shattered the peaceful mood in the living room. Gray quickly grabbed the cage on the table and gave it a good shake. A high-pitched screech rang out from inside, like a bug being squashed. But the usual punishment was cut short. Sakura gracefully reached over, took the cage from Gray's hands, and began inspecting Ad, who now looked thoroughly dazed and cross-eyed. Is this really the anchor that holds the world together, the shadow of the Holy Lance Rangamini Ad? Sakura examined it closely. It looks more like a replica, probably made from something else. It only seems usable as a weapon. Caren, licking some cream off her cake, wrinkled her nose at the sweetness. It's probably a copy of that, Logos React, from the Atlas Institute. From what the director said, that's likely the case, Shiomi shrugged. It's modeled after the personality of Sir Kay, King Arthur's older brother among the Knights of the Round Table. Apparently, he was the only one not interested in fame or mystery. Sakura looked troubled. A legendary Knight of the Round Table, with such a frivolous personality. She still remembered that winter 9 years ago, the one and only time she met the King of Knights at home. The impression left was that of a gallant and dignified older sister, perfectly matching the knightly presence from the stories. But if her Round Table Knights were all like this, Sakura couldn't help feeling a faint sense of disillusionment. After all, she'd heard those bedtime stories about King Arthur from her father many times. It's just a simulated personality, Morgan explained to Sakura. The real personality of Sir Kay should still be dormant inside that vessel. Unless a special method is used, or an accident occurs, it generally won't awaken. Gray recalled that moment at the hunter's hut. With just a brief interaction, Morgan had directly spoken with the true dormant personality within Ad. Even if it's not a proper holy relic, it still holds noble phantasm-level power, Morgan commented with a smile. If it were to fully unleash its true form, even I would have to take it seriously. Of course, that still depended on how much of Ad's power was actually released. Holy relic. Shiomi muttered under his breath. Sakura hadn't told him her idea yet, and it seemed only Morgan was in the know. He decided not to press it for now. I see. Then you should really take good care of it, Sakura said, returning Ad to Gray, showing no interest in claiming the weapon's power for herself. That gesture earned a subtle look of approval from Morgan. Sakura, when you're free, come by the study, Shiomi said as he set down his teacup. There's something I want to talk to you about. Sakura blinked in surprise, not quite catching on at first, but nodded. I'll come in a bit. I want to show Gray her room first. No need to rush. Take care of things here first, Morgan said, giving her a reassuring glance. Shiomi smiled. I never said it had to be right now. I'll be waiting in the study. Settle Gray in first. It's all set up just like we planned. Sakura said proudly, balling her fists in excitement. Caren and I spent the whole morning getting it ready. Gray lowered her head even more, her embarrassment growing. You've all done so much for me. 90 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 116, Volume 2, Chapter 24, Sakura's Wish. An hour later, in the study. Have you found a suitable holy relic yet? As soon as Sakura sat down, Shiomi asked from behind the desk. Clearly, her father already knew she was planning to participate in the Holy Grail War and wanted to have a proper talk with her. No, not yet, Sakura shook her head uneasily. Considering what you said about the Fourth Holy Grail War, excluding Mother, several of the remaining servants were way beyond standard. Preparing an appropriate holy relic isn't easy. King of Knights, Artoria. King of Conquerors, Iskandar. King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Even putting those three aside, from a more rational perspective, the other three servants weren't lacking either. That included Hassan of the 100 Faces. For a faction focused on intelligence gathering, a servant capable of acting like dozens of agents, combined with presence concealment, was already an exceptional asset. D'Armuid was also a top-tier servant. If summoned in the Saber class with both Moral Tack and Beagle Tack, he would likely be even stronger. As for Gillis de Rice, his noble phantasm could operate independently as a magical energy reactor. In a one-on-one fight rather than a free-for-all, he could pose a serious threat. So although Sakura was set on joining the Fifth Holy Grail War, she still hadn't settled on a relic. After all, her father hadn't prepared a holy relic back then either. He'd intended to summon the most compatible Berserker, but ended up finding himself a wife and giving both her and Caren a mother. It sounded absurd, and thinking about it only made it more absurd. I see. Then you'd better get a move on, Shiomi said, looking at Sakura. I won't oppose you. As long as this is your own will, you have every right to pursue the Holy Grail as a magus. You're okay with it? Sakura was so surprised, she couldn't close her mouth. Though she knew her father was open-minded, the Holy Grail War hadn't left him with pleasant memories. That instantly put her at ease. Sakura gave a small, sheepish smile, realizing she could now talk things over calmly with her father. She'd been holding back all this time out of fear that Shiomi would be against it. But there's some bad news concerning the participants in this Holy Grail War, Shiomi continued. Unlike last time, the clock tower has 2 seats this time. One of them has already been decided. Your intel's right on time, Dad. Sakura straightened up and listened closely. Shiomi chuckled and shook his head. The confirmed seat belongs to the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisperi Animosphere. The Department of Astromancy? Sakura was mildly surprised. The last lord from the clock tower to join the Holy Grail War was the former El Meloi, who belonged to 2 departments. But he ended up facing her father and got caught in the conflict between the democratic and aristocratic factions. He was doomed from the start. The Lord of Astromancy also belonged to the aristocratic faction, but based on Shiomi's intel, that side wasn't particularly interested in political power plays. Marisperi rarely showed up at major clock tower events, leaving those responsibilities to his daughter, Olga Marie Animosphere. So Sakura knew almost nothing about the opponent she'd soon be facing. In my view, if there's only one spot left, Sakura needs to find a way to claim it first. Shiomi rested his chin on one hand, calmly analyzing the situation for her. But right now, all the factions aware of the Holy Grail War are maneuvering to secure that final slot. Besides Lord El Meloi too, the Sofieri family, a branch of the Department of Spiritual Evocation, is also contending for it. On top of that, some higher-ups have proposed dispatching a sealing designation executor. The implication was clear: Sakura might have to return to Fuyuki City early and in secret, waiting for the Holy Grail's summons to receive a command spell. After all, even if the original seats granted to the 3 great families and the Mages Association were accounted for, 2 slots still remained. Those positions were typically left for unaffiliated magus, those without backing or support, unable to prepare a proper holy relic, and most often destined to become cannon fodder in the war. That had always been part of the 3 families' hidden agenda when establishing the Holy Grail ritual. Still, the benefit was that their identities remained concealed until the war began. Don't worry about the number of spots, I already have a good idea, Sakura said confidently, hands clasped together. Shiomi was curious but held back from asking more, not wanting to accidentally expose any secrets. That just leaves the holy relic. I'll leverage my connections at the clock tower and do everything I can to find something suitable for you. Can't my mother help me with that? Sakura suddenly asked. If that's what you want, she could serve as a hidden trump card, appearing mid-battle to help you eliminate your opponents, Shiomi said with a chuckle, not finding the idea unreasonable. No, I was just kidding. Sakura waved her hands quickly. If she helped, then there'd be no point in me entering the Holy Grail War. I don't want her to burden herself with this. Your wish. Shiomi began, but caught himself. Forget it, I won't ask. That kind of thing is personal. You're 16 already. If you were in a regular school, you'd be in high school. I should give you some privacy. Sakura paused for a moment, then shook her head. No, I can tell you. It's a small wish, but one only the Holy Grail can grant. Seeing this, Shiomi gave her a subtle nod to go on. I want the Holy Grail to give my mother a real life, not just keep her in this world as a familiar, Sakura said, gazing into Shiomi's eyes. Her voice was soft, but filled with heartfelt sincerity. Shiomi Tenkei was stunned by the simplicity of her wish. For a long moment, he was speechless. Also, your talent in magecraft is exceptional. As a magus, you've already reached the highest level. Choosing not to comment on her wish, Shiomi shifted the topic. But you understand what joining the Holy Grail War really means. The next head of the Tosaka family is bound to participate. Which meant Sakura would eventually have to face her biological sister, Rin. Even if they allied at first, once only the 2 of them were left, they'd have no choice but to fight. I'm ready for that. Sakura placed a hand over her chest, her tone quiet and resolute. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't risk my life. I believe Tosaka-senpai would feel the same. That's the best outcome. Even so, Shiomi felt a storm of emotion stir within him as he heard those words, but all he could do was say that much. Chapter 117, Volume 2, Interlude of the Land of Shadows 2, Flesh, 1. Once something becomes a habit, stopping can feel strangely uncomfortable, even if that habit is grueling training that feels like hell. So when Tenkei Shiomi realized his master was nowhere near their usual training grounds, he thought he could sneak in some rest. But with nothing to do, he quickly found himself unexpectedly bored. This was the realm of the dead, there was nothing to kill time with. No records, no books, no objects. Without training, there wasn't even anyone to talk to. After zoning out on the castle wall for a long time, staring into the endless wastelands and mountains, Shiomi finally got up, bored out of his mind, and went to look for his master. That said, the castle was big, but not exactly full of mysteries. All it took was a brief sensing of the surrounding mana to figure out where his master was. It led him to a garden. Or rather, a grove might be the better word. Ever since Shiomi had planted the first tree, a corner of the castle had slowly turned into this grove. Aside from that one tree, the others were all fruitless. The reason wasn't complicated. Scáthach had warned him not to grow too many fruit-bearing trees. Shiomi didn't understand the reasoning, but since his master said so, he complied. Master. You're here, right? If you can hear me, say something. Shiomi walked through the grass-covered grove, calling out at a normal volume. He noticed the grass had grown past his ankles. Instinctively, he wondered if it was time to trim it, or maybe use magecraft to suppress its growth. What had started out as a small experiment had, over time, become a proper grove. In this cold, gray land of death, it added a small splash of life. Don't be so loud. As he reached the first tree he had cultivated, a lazy, teasing voice came from above. I'm not so old that I can't hear you. Shiomi had already spotted her after his last call. A pair of dark purple metal boots lay under the tree. Scáthach's. Looking up, he saw her sitting on a thick branch midway up the tree, holding an apple she'd already eaten halfway through, lazily gazing toward the far side of the castle. It's not like you, master, to skip supervising my training, Shiomi said, leaning against the tree, half joking. Taking a break once in a while isn't a bad thing. If all you remember about this place someday is endless suffering, even I wouldn't feel good about it. Scáthach smiled as she spoke. Shiomi shook his head. Too late for that. Is that so? Then nothing can be done. She added, just rest for now. With your current skill level, you don't need to train day and night anymore. So, does that mean I'm almost ready to graduate? Shiomi asked. You wish. When you actually manage to defeat me, we'll talk about that, Scáthach replied with a condition that was practically impossible. Shiomi felt a chill down his spine. But since time here stretched endlessly, he didn't really care how long it took. And here I thought you weren't interested in food, Shiomi said, glancing at her taking bite after bite of the apple. Not like you need it anyway. Maybe because the tree had been nourished by magic, it never had a full flowering season. It was always full of fruit. How could I pass on something my disciple worked so hard to grow? Scáthach said nonchalantly. Besides, this tree's still drawing mana from you. In a way, these fruits are like your flesh and blood. Seems worth a taste. Shiomi's expression darkened. That sounds so wrong. Not going to eat any? I was planning to, but after what you just said, I'm kind of not in the mood anymore. Shiomi rubbed the back of his neck, feeling oddly conflicted. The grove could only exist because he acted as a conduit, channeling the mana of the land of shadows through his magic circuits and turning it into nourishment for the plants. He had always thought of it as a form of irrigation. But after what his master said, the whole thing just felt weird now. What master would treat his disciples' flesh as food? Are you some devil from hell? Shiomi muttered, unable to hold back a complaint. Scáthach smiled and responded cheerfully, don't take it so seriously. Just think of it as your master's not-so-funny joke. So, what exactly are you doing here? Shiomi asked. Just resting, Scáthach replied. I mean, why are you sitting in a tree? Isn't the grass more comfortable? He asked again. If you're so curious, why not climb up and see for yourself? Scáthach patted the branch beside her. The view from up here isn't bad. Without hesitation, Shiomi accepted her invitation. He jumped up and landed next to her on the branch. In truth, the view from the treetop wasn't much better than from the castle walls. With other trees partially blocking the sightline, most of what he could see was the magecraft-grown grove below. Ah, isn't this pretty much the same? Shiomi said, unable to understand the appeal. It was somewhat pleasant to look at, sure, but was it really worth skipping training for? You stupid disciple. Scáthach leaned back against the trunk, holding an almost finished apple core in one hand. You've cultivated life in a barren place like this. As your master, I can't help but feel proud. It's no surprise you don't get it. Shiomi gave her a sidelong glance. So when did I go from just a disciple to a beloved disciple? Is this a sign that my training's about to get even worse? Just saying it isn't enough for you to understand. Scáthach smiled and waved the apple stem in front of his face. Before Shiomi could make sense of her action, she casually flicked the apple core away. It landed clearly on a patch of grass not far off. I'm not your pet, Shiomi said, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Scáthach let out a tired-sounding sigh. Just watch. Huh. Shiomi turned to look at the apple core. He noticed that the mana around it suddenly surged. It looked like it was dissolving, and before long, the core vanished into the grass. This was the first time Shiomi had seen that happen. He'd grown the fruit and often tossed the cores into the grass as fertilizer, but he'd never actually watched what happened afterward. What on earth is this? He murmured, covering his face and staring at the spot where the apple core had disappeared. 90 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Volume 2, Interlude of the Land of Shadows 2, Flesh 2. Don't be so nervous, you idiot disciple. Scáthach's usual calm tone carried a trace of indulgence. There's nothing wrong with this garden. It's just that when you created these things, you unconsciously gave them qualities they originally didn't possess. Her words put Shiomi somewhat at ease, and he listened quietly as Scáthach continued. Magecraft that creates life borders on taboo, but it isn't impossible, she said. What you've done is even more unusual, bringing life into a place that had none to begin with. Life like that is, by its nature, exceptional. She pointed toward the far end of the lawn. At the end of the day, even though they look like plants, all of these are born from your mana. No matter how real they appear, they're ultimately just mana made manifest in physical form. Mana made manifest. Shiomi nodded, still not fully grasping it. Scáthach gave an example. There's a Magus like that, isn't there? A half-human, half-incubus with clairvoyance that sees through everything. He's called the Magus of Flowers. Merlin, right? Shiomi replied. His master clearly knew things beyond the land of shadows. Sharing such knowledge was also part of her teachings. It was wisdom drawn from the abyss, attained by transcending humanity, slaying gods, and existing outside the world itself. That man merely passes by, and flowers bloom. If he intervenes, he can make even this place blossom with beautiful things, Scáthach said calmly. Shiomi turned away slightly. So what are you trying to tell me? As if answering the unease stirring in his heart, white blossoms began to bloom along the tree's branches, mirroring his hidden thoughts. Don't be so petty. I'm comparing you to the Magus of Flowers, Scáthach said, gently brushing one of the nearest blossoms. In that sense, even if you don't have clairvoyance, you already rival that Magus. I guess I really let you down, master, not having clairvoyance, Shiomi muttered. What a childish response. Scáthach found it amusing and didn't press the matter further. This boy was even more resilient than he looked. Judging from everything he'd done here, even Kuchulain would fall short. Who would have thought that in an age where mystery was fading, someone like her, cut off from the world, would end up with a disciple so endearing? The more fond she grew of him, the more she wanted to teach him everything, and the less she could bring herself to go easy on him. Shiomi almost said, I'm just a kid, so what? But his sharp sense of danger warned him that saying that might strike a nerve. It wouldn't be fatal, but it definitely wouldn't end well. There's one more thing, Scáthach said. Merlin only ever made flowers that looked good. But your magic turns into nourishment. For me, it's just mana, but for humans, that's something that can sustain life. As she said this, she gave Shiomi a pat on the shoulder in recognition. Okay, if you keep praising me, I won't be able to take it anymore. Shiomi looked a little embarrassed. The flowers on the tree were still in full bloom. It would take some time before they bore new fruit. He jumped down from the branch and landed on the grass. Since we're not training today, I'm going to get some rest. Are you coming down, master? He asked, half in jest. Scáthach leaned against the tree trunk. Yes. I've seen enough of the view, time to come down. She descended lightly from the branch. Though it wasn't necessary, Shiomi instinctively reached out to catch her. As he held her silk-covered left hand and watched her land gracefully, his gaze dropped, and he noticed her feet, bare, but not exposed. Let me help you put on your shoes, he said, as if the words slipped out on their own. It's fine. To this strange, even questionable offer, Scáthach responded without a hint of hesitation. Matching Shiomi's slow crouch as he reached for her boots, she sat down on the grass and naturally extended her legs toward him. Shiomi's hand paused briefly, then he took hold of her foot, also wrapped in that smooth, silk-like material. I thought you'd think I was being weird. That wouldn't be wrong. But even though I'm a queen, as you can see, I have nothing in this domain. Let alone servants, Scáthach said casually. Even if it doesn't really matter, there's still a natural curiosity. But asking a disciple to do this is not the easiest thing to say out loud. While fitting on one of the boots, Shiomi asked, no one's ever done it before. Satanta wasn't the type for this sort of thing. Neither is his son. They were both excellent students, but that's all. Scáthach met Shiomi's gaze. Maybe it's because you come from a different era and country than the others that you're prone to such odd behavior. It just crossed my mind. After all, I've been training here, but I've never found a way to repay you. Shiomi shrugged. I'm just glad you don't mind. Scáthach nodded in thought. I see. No need to be bothered by it. The moment you survived in this place, it was already certain I'd accept you as a disciple. This is the realm of the dead. The mana concentration in the air is so high that if a normal person ended up here, a single breath would cause them to rupture from the inside. In a sense, it's no different from a vacuum. As she spoke, Shiomi finished helping her into her short boots. He was about to say something else when he suddenly sensed an unusual flicker of life. "What's that?" Shiomi asked. "Oh. You're already able to detect such things." Scáthach took his hand and stood up from the ground. "You guessed right. Another unfortunate soul has, for some reason, fallen into this realm. Humanity's numbers were vast. 1 or 2 disappearances rarely caused a stir, just another local tragedy. There's no saving them." Shiomi frowned, feeling a pang of pity. Scáthach confirmed, the moment they fell into this place, they were already dead. "I want to see for myself." "Is that all right?" Shiomi asked suddenly. "It is." Scáthach didn't release his hand. "Think of it as a test. Use your magecraft to teleport us there. Let's see if you can reach the location of the deceased within 3 tries." Shiomi nodded firmly. "All right then, Master, please watch me closely." Chapter 119, Volume 2, Chapter 25, Tea Party. To be honest, Caren had always known her personality was awful. She'd realized it early on, how she couldn't help but smirk when others were suffering, especially if they were upright, respectable people. Watching someone who was supposed to walk a shining path spiral into depression over something trivial and eventually fall off course gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. It felt like finding an oasis after wandering 3 days and nights through the desert. If that mindset had come from trauma or a bad home environment, she might have had an excuse. But the truth was, she'd been like this since birth. As for who she inherited it from, whether it was her mother or father, Caren didn't really know. Her father, or rather, her current father, had always kept quiet about it, and Caren had tactfully chosen not to dig deeper. Whether it was Caren Hortensia or Caren Kodomine, those were names of the past. Now, she was Shiomi Caren, or Caren Shiomi, if written Western style. Our innate nature can't be changed, that's a given. But who we become, we can shape through the choices we make in life. That was what he always told her. But once she stepped into the world of Magus and began to understand things through magecraft, Caren came to realize, it wasn't that she had a bad personality. It was that her origin was bad. Maybe her origin was something like Schadenfreude, that would explain a lot. In ordinary society, a personality like that would be a problem. But among Magus, it was nothing unusual. In fact, bad personalities were basically a default trait among Magus. Be too normal, too kind, and you wouldn't survive long in that world. Take the blonde girl sitting across from her, for example, she had the same kind of badness. Rhaenys Elmeloy Archizort. Lecturer in the Elmeloy classroom, and younger sister of Lord Elmeloy II. Of course, Rhaenys and Lord Elmeloy II weren't related by blood, much like how Caren wasn't blood-related to Tenkei Shiomi. That parallel made Caren feel an odd sort of kinship. "Oh, what a pity you didn't go to Adra Castle, Caren. My brother's reaction would have been priceless." Rhaenys sipped her tea, clearly delighted as she recounted the incident at the Separation Castle. Caren stirred her cup slowly, sugar cubes still clinking faintly at the bottom. "I already heard about that from Gray. It's a shame, Father told Gray to go out and get some experience, so he arranged for her to accompany my sister. Didn't expect they'd run into the professor there." Rhaenys turned toward Gray, who was sitting with them. "So why did your sister take Gray to the Adra Castle?" That direct stare made Gray squirm slightly. She lowered her head and answered quietly. "Money." "Huh." Rhaenys blinked. "You're not exactly strapped for cash, are you? Father says money is a good thing. No one ever complains about having too much. Since the city's owner claimed the inheritance would go to anyone who solved the puzzle." Caren raised her eyes. "In that sense, my views align with his. To be precise, it was to buy high-quality holy relics for Sakura to use in the Holy Grail War. But Shiomi insisted they should rely on their own efforts, so Sakura had gone to investigate the Adra Castle herself. In the end, they didn't gain anything, just witnessed a revenge story that left them at a loss for words. It really was for the Holy Grail War, wasn't it? Rhaenys saw through the Shiomi family's intentions immediately and called it out without hesitation. "That's right," Caren replied without denial. There was no need to keep that kind of thing a secret. If they secured a position through the clock tower, it would be official. If they joined by other means, they'd start with less support, but their identities would be exposed eventually anyway. It was now October. If they followed the timeline of the Fourth Holy Grail War, the next one should be held in the final 2 months of the year. However, the previous war had ended irregularly, and the ley lines hadn't accumulated mana according to the normal cycle. According to a joint report sent to the Mages Association by the Fuyuki Magi and the land's caretakers, the Tosaka family, the Fifth Holy Grail War wouldn't begin until early next year at the earliest. A conservative estimate placed it between late January and early February. Your father's been coming by less often to give me lessons lately. Could it be that? Rhaenys narrowed her eyes at Caren, her tone sly. Just as Miss Rhaenys predicted. Karen's tone was calm and composed. Since the decision had already been made, Shiomi had no intention of stopping them. To maximize Sakura's real-world experience, her magecraft training at home had gradually shifted toward practical combat. It was tough, but Sakura never gave up, and Shiomi never once tried to dissuade her. Oh ho, how ambitious. Rhaenys grew more intrigued. But aren't you jealous, Caren? I mean, your parents are focused entirely on your sister these days. Doesn't it bother you that you're getting less attention? Caren took a sip of her tea. Not in the slightest. If anything, it's exactly what I wanted. In truth, the situation was a win-win. Sakura was being forged through intense training, while Caren got to sit back and watch her suffer. Everyone came away with something. Besides, Rhaenys had gotten one thing wrong: Shiomi's focus was strictly on magecraft. In their day-to-day life, things hadn't changed at all. If anything, ever since Grey moved in, Caren had found herself being more considerate toward the girl. So, Miss Rhaenys invited Grey and me for tea today just to chat about the Aedra Castle, and casually probe into how our family is preparing for the Holy Grail War. Karen's golden eyes flashed with sharp insight. Rhaenys raised an eyebrow and cheerfully shifted the topic. Actually, I received an invitation from the Trambelio faction. Normally, I'd turn it down, but they extended it through Norwich, who handles our funding. I can't ignore that. Trambelio, currently led by MacDonald Trambelio Elrod, was one of the 3 great noble families of the Clock Tower. He was also the leading figure of the Democratic faction and the head of the First Department of General Fundamentals. I'm sure your father received the same invitation, Rhaenys added. There was no way Tenkei Shiomi, now rising in prominence and regarded as a key talent by the Democratic faction, would be left out of such high-profile social affairs. Even if he had no desire to attend, an invitation would definitely reach him. No need to worry about that, Caren said, producing the invitation. I'll be accompanying father. You won't be left bored, Miss Rhaenys. Well, that's wonderful news. 90 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 120, Volume 2, Chapter 26, Invitation. In truth, Rhaenys sought out Caren to talk not only because they got along due to their similar personalities, but also for a much simpler reason. She felt uneasy about attending the social gathering alone. Depending solely on the autonomous humanoid formal wear, Trimmao, wasn't nearly enough. With so many Magus in attendance, any unexpected incident would leave her helpless. She needed someone trustworthy to serve as her escort. Naturally, her first choice was her current tutor, Tenkei Shiomi. Having him around might be an exaggeration to say that not even half the clock tower could stop her, but it wouldn't be far off. However, Shiomi had never been particularly fond of such events. Sometimes he'd show up, sometimes he wouldn't, no one could be sure. If he chose not to go, Rhaenys figured she'd have to ask him for an alternative form of protection. For instance, there was Grey, the young gravekeeper who moved into Shiomi's house 3 months ago. She had once demonstrated the shadow of the Holy Lance's power at the Separation Castle. In terms of strength, she was more than capable of serving as a bodyguard. Though she had formally joined the Clock Tower and became part of El Meloy II's class, she showed no intention of moving out. She practically looked like she'd already been taken in by Shiomi. Thanks to the precedent set by Sakura and Caren, rumors had begun to circulate that Grey had been adopted as his 3rd daughter. Of course, it was Flat, a student of El Meloy II, who spread the rumor, so no one really took it seriously. Only Flat continued trying to confirm it. In return, let me share a little intel I picked up from Trambelio, Rhaenys offered, returning the favor. It's about the 5th Holy Grail War. Oh. Caren perked up, listening closely. Regardless of the content, intel was still intel. You had to hear it first to judge its value. The association still hasn't finalized a plan. Due to interference from the Department of Astromancy, several factions are now vying for the remaining slot, said Rhaenys. Caren nodded. I know. One side is the association itself. They're planning to send one of the most powerful current sealing designation executors, Bazet Fraga McRemitz. The other is Soleui Nuatari Sophiari, who joined the last Holy Grail War with your brother, Cannith. Shiomi had already looked into Soleiui's intentions for participating again, for various reasons. Apparently, she was hoping to use the Holy Grail in Fuyuki to revive Cannith, who had died in battle. After all, his body was still magically preserved in the Sophiari household, neither cremated nor buried. Shiomi had once thought the two had little affection for each other. But perhaps Cannith's self-sacrifice had finally made the young lady realize something she'd long ignored. After all, at the time, Shiomi had considered sending both of them off together, so neither would be left behind to suffer. It's not just those two, Rhaenys added. Apparently, there are also newcomers offering money to buy the selected Magus' spot. That doesn't sound very realistic, right, Gray? Caren turned to the girl who had been quietly eating. Gray quickly looked up. Ah. I suppose so. She wasn't familiar with the details and had simply been listening with a learner's mindset. As Caren pointed out, Ui would never accept such a deal. After all, only the Holy Grail could grant the wish of resurrecting the dead. Because the last Holy Grail War had nearly cost her life, Ui's brother had been firmly against her participating again. As for the sealing designation executors, they were even harder to pin down. According to Shiomi, they were like mission machines, each one a powerhouse in battle, but completely lacking in basic common sense outside of it. Even a slight disruption in their logistics could seriously hinder their operations. Oh dear, just thinking about the Holy Grail War makes me feel like my brother doesn't stand a chance, Rhaenys said, entirely unbothered. Hopefully, all the contenders will fight over the remaining slots, and he'll give up on participating altogether. Father feels the same, Caren replied bluntly. He said the professor is better suited to teaching from the sidelines than charging into battle. If he hadn't summoned Iskandar, the king of conquerors, last time, he probably would have died in the war. After all, until Shiomi discovered the Greater Grail had issues, his plan had been to eliminate the other masters and servants one by one, at most sparing Tokiomi, with whom he'd made a gentleman's agreement. Then I'll have to trouble your father to help persuade my brother. Now that the El Meloy faction has splintered, I'm the only one left trying to uphold the name, and it's hanging by a thread, Rhaenys said, resting her chin on one hand. It'd be quite a hassle for me if talented people like him were lost to the Holy Grail War. Rhaenys spoke in a half-serious, half-joking tone, and Caren didn't take it seriously. Though she, like Rhaenys, enjoyed watching others suffer, Caren had her limits, one of which was never persuading others from the sidelines to step onto a battlefield where death was all but certain. A line she wouldn't cross. Or maybe, Caren thought, it wasn't really her own boundary, but one she inherited from her father, just following it as if it were second nature. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to live a normal life. Shiomi struggled with this too. But Caren couldn't bear to see him suffer. Perhaps that was what they called favoritism. After more than 10 years, she had indeed gained a lot. After giving a half-hearted agreement to Rhaenys' final not-quite request, Caren and Gray wrapped up their tea party and left the Archazord household on Sura Street. Do I really have to go too, Caren? Walking home, Gray looked at Caren beside her. Didn't Blackmore's gravekeeper tell you to go out and see the world? Caren replied with a calm smile. Now that you've entered the clock tower and are a registered Magus, it's important to understand the Magus society a bit more. Well, that may be true. Gray looked uncertain. She knew full well that even if Caren said nothing, Shiomi would end up taking both of them to the gathering anyway. Sakura was too busy to care about these superficial events, and Morgan had zero interest in mingling with ordinary Magus. So this outcome was only natural. What Gray didn't notice, though, was that as she fretted, the corners of Karen's mouth subtly curled upward. A shy and introverted gravekeeper, forced to attend an extravagant social gathering. Caren never got tired of that reaction. It only made her more eager to see what amusing things might unfold at the event. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Volume 2, Chapter 27, Rank. Wow, you're really dressed up. The next morning, at the train platform departing from London, Rhaenys, dragging her suitcase behind her, blurted this out the moment she saw Caren. Is it not appropriate? Caren turned in place, inspecting her outfit. She wore a deep crimson dress, its neckline adorned with a sapphire-studded ribbon. A round beret rested atop her long silver hair. Amid a group clad mostly in muted grays and cool tones, she definitely stood out. No, it's perfect, almost too perfect. You startled me, Rhaenys said cheerfully. You usually dress elegantly, sure, but your colors and patterns are usually so plain you could pass for someone from the Holy Church. Caren gave a knowing smile. I do share some of the Church's teachings. Unfortunately, Father never supported my baptism, so I tend to lean that way subconsciously. In truth, Karen's understanding of the Holy Church now surpassed even Shiomi's. If she ever needed to pass as a nun or run a church, no one would question her qualifications or abilities. Still, she chose the world of Magus over a life of faith, and she didn't feel that was any sort of loss. My father picked the outfit. As long as others think it suits me, that's what matters most, Caren added plainly. Shiomi, standing nearby, spread his hands. You looked like you were thinking, has my dad lost his mind, when you first saw the outfit? What's with the sudden change of heart? I should have acted more displeased, just to make him second-guess himself a bit longer, Caren replied, unabashedly pleased. There was nothing more entertaining than teasing someone like Shiomi. Since it didn't always work, the timing had to be just right. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue. Keep that up and I'm not carrying your luggage anymore. Handle your own suitcase. Caren actually reached for it, but Shiomi dodged. Rhaenys couldn't stop laughing. You're hopeless against girls, teacher. That kind of softness will cost you. I've never really paid for it. No point butting heads with your own people, Shiomi replied casually. The group laughed and boarded the train, settling into a set of 4 seats facing each other. May I ask what this trip is about? Gray, who had stayed quietly observant until now, finally gathered the courage to ask. The event they were attending was said to be the debut of this generation's Princess of Gold and Princess of Silver. That was all Gray knew, and she was deeply curious. Well, I could explain, Rhaenys began as she unwrapped a liquor chocolate and offered it to Caren and Gray, but since this is about the Department of Creation, it's better if teacher explains. Savoring the rich wine aroma and sweetness spreading through her mouth, Caren nodded in agreement. After all, my father's a talent personally recognized by the Lord of the Department of Creation, so of course we've had close ties. Shiomi had planned to stay out of the discussion, but seeing the topic land squarely on him, he leaned back in his seat and gave it some thought. Simply put, it's like the factions within El Meloy's camp, Archibald and Arcazort. It's the same with Lady Inarai's Valuelita faction. She herself comes from the Atrahome family, which leads the Valuelita faction, but this time the social invitation came from the Iselma branch. Crossing his arms, Shiomi continued calmly. As you know, Magus of the Department of Creation are usually artists of some kind. Lady Inarai, for instance, specializes in sand painting. While the forms of artistic pursuit vary widely, the Iselma family has always been obsessed with crafting the most beautiful humans. And their results are the generations of princesses of gold and silver, Caren added. But I doubt my father accepted the invitation just out of respect for Valuelita. Faced with Karen's remark, Shiomi shrugged. I heard Tuko will be there too. It's been years, I should ask if she's ready to pay back what she owes me. Oh, right. I forgot she was your teacher back when she held the grand title, Rhaenys said slyly. This wasn't a secret within the clock tower. Shiomi, known more for combat than theory, had never published anything. Just being Tuko's student wasn't enough to get him a sealing designation, instead, he became the one enforcing them. Still, because it was such a well-known fact, Rhaenys found it all the more baffling. Is Tenkei Shiomi really a student of Tuko Aozaki? El Meloy's young protégé often found herself doubting it, guided by instinct. Grand, is that the highest rank for a magus? Gray asked. Grand. Brand. Pride. Phase. Cause. Count. Frame. These were the 7 primary ranks within the clock tower. In theory, yes. But in practice, the highest functioning rank is Brand. Even most lords stop there, like the Lord of Valuelita we just mentioned. Caren glanced at Shiomi. As for my father, he's 1 rank below, at Pride. Rhaenys let out a sigh. Wow, for a magus with no backing to rise to Pride, that's impressive. He's one of the top sealing designation enforcers today. Honestly, calling him the strongest wouldn't be far off. I always thought I'd top out at Phase, Shiomi said, pursing his lips as if it weren't a big deal. The Democratic faction probably just needed someone to be their banner, so they pushed a no-name like me up the ladder. Only Caren truly understood, his actual strength had long since surpassed what the clock tower's ranking system could measure. But I heard the higher-ups have been trying to promote you to Brand in recent years. Gray asked. Rhaenys looked even more delighted. That's right. But because it's so unprecedented, it's met resistance from all sides. They haven't been able to make it official. That's just the higher-ups playing their usual games. Nothing to do with me, Shiomi said indifferently, even cracking a joke. Besides, hardly anyone reaches Grand. And when you do, it probably just means you're next in line for a sealing designation. Did father ever take part in a sealing designation mission against Tuko Aozaki? Nope. By the time I was active, she'd already taken out several squads of sealing designation agents. Shiomi spread his hands in a mock gesture of regret. 90 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Volume 2, Chapter 28, Twin Towers of Iselma. Their destination was the Lake District in Western England, one of the few well-known resort areas in the UK. It was also the birthplace of the beloved children's story, Peter Rabbit. When Caren was a child, Peter Rabbit had been one of her bedtime stories. Still, compared to Andersen's and the Grimm brothers' tales, Beatrix's stories ranked just a bit lower in her heart. After getting off the train, they were immediately greeted by a horse-drawn carriage. The driver, recognizing the group, removed his hat and bowed. Even in this modern age of advanced transportation, the tradition of horse-drawn carriages remained stubbornly alive. The Iselma family had deliberately arranged for such a carriage, a clear symbol of a Magus family's resistance to modern science. The carriage, large enough for 4, was drawn by 4 horses. Outside of royal events, it was an uncommon sight. The Iselma family, though merely a branch, clearly wished to flaunt their heritage as traditional Magus nobility. Surprisingly, the ride was incredibly smooth. Even on the rough mountain road, it was more comfortable than a car, with almost no jostling. It was likely enchanted with some form of levitation magecraft. Intrigued, Caren asked Shiomi about the rune formula behind it during the ride. Shiomi casually explained, turning the carriage into an impromptu lesson in magecraft. Rhaenys was stunned, watching the two hold a full-blown magic lesson without a care for their surroundings. But it was exactly this kind of uninhibited Magus style that had led her to accept her brother's request and invite Shiomi to be her private tutor. By the time the twin towers by the lake came into view, Caren had more or less mastered the technique. That must be the twin towers. Caren gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear as she looked out at the lakeside buildings. They weren't particularly tall by modern standards, maybe 4 stories at most, but their oddly tilted, symmetrical structures gave them a striking resemblance, hence the name. Sometimes the family that managed the land was added to the name, making them the Twin Towers of Iselma. The one to the east is the Tower of the Sun. The one to the west is the Tower of the Moon. Shiomi remained laid back as ever. So was Caren. Their composure only made Rhaenys and Grey seem more on edge. Of course, Grey's tension came from the anxiety of being in unfamiliar territory, completely different from Rhaenys's concerns. After all, a Magus's home is their stronghold. Their workshop, naturally, even more so. And when it came to the outer grounds, they could be just as fortified. There was no telling if a handful of dust or a breath of air might turn hostile toward uninvited guests over the slightest provocation. That was exactly why Rhaenys had confirmed Shiomi's travel plans and chosen to accompany him. The carriage came to a halt in front of the western tower, the Tower of the Moon. After everyone disembarked and collected their luggage, the carriage and coachman vanished before their eyes like something out of a fairy tale, leaving behind only a small toy soldier and a toy carriage. Impressive magecraft. No doubt a creation of the Department of Creation, Shiomi praised without reservation. Your compliment honors me, came a deep, composed voice. A well-groomed gentleman, likely in his 40s or 50s, stood at the tower's entrance and gave a respectful bow. He had a full head of gray-streaked hair and wore a vermilion suit. A cane supported his hand, perhaps due to difficulty walking. Byron Valuelita Iselma, Shiomi said, stating the man's name. It is an honor that you still remember me, Mr. Shiomi, Byron replied with sincere courtesy. Even as a branch family member, and even if Shiomi was merely associated with Inurai, Byron treated him with utmost respect. He turned and bowed to Rhaenys as well. Welcome, Miss Elmeloy. So it's the head of the Iselma family. My apologies for not greeting you sooner, Rhaenys replied with as much formality as she could manage. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Byron smiled and gestured toward the tower's entrance. Please, come in. The banquet has already begun. Following Byron's lead, they entered the banquet hall. The hall's high ceiling radiated a solemn brilliance. Plush carpets softened every step, thick enough to sink into. The cold air was crisp, yet pleasant. The mingling shadows of guests chatting and laughing painted a scene straight out of a dream. Everyone here was a Magus, truly, a gathering that felt like a fantasy come to life. You're free to do as you like, Shiomi said before being immediately surrounded by several Magus looking to strike up a conversation. Someone even handed him a glass of red wine. Caren sighed. It was clear they'd have to move about on their own. She turned to Grey. If you're not comfortable, just stick with me. I don't really know anyone here, Rhaenys murmured as she let Trimmau follow beside her, scanning the crowd. Most of the attendees were from the Trambelio and Meluastia factions, with barely anyone from Bartholomew. Roughly 60% belonged to the democratic-aligned Trambelio, 10% to the aristocratic Bartholomew, and the remaining 30% to the neutral Meluastia. For someone like Elmeloy, still formally part of the aristocratic faction, this was practically enemy territory. What a shame. I thought Elmeloy was still aristocratic, Caren teased. Why not take this chance, now that you're studying under my father, to cut ties with them? I'll consider it, if your father ever manages to wipe out the entire aristocratic faction, Rhaenys replied, naming a condition that was practically absurd. After all, breaking from a faction wasn't something that could be done on a whim. Leaving would invite retaliation from her original faction, and the others wouldn't necessarily offer support. They might even sit back and profit from the chaos. At its core, the divide between the aristocratic and democratic factions lay in how they believed the clock tower should be governed, by noble bloodlines or by talented individuals regardless of lineage. Elmeloy's faction had long been criticized by Bartholomew, especially due to the influence of the classroom established by Elmeloy II, which aligned more closely with democratic ideals. There was also the matter of Inurai once intending to bring Shiomi into the Valuelita family by marrying him to a young woman in the clan. Instead, Shiomi ended up adopting Caren and Sakura, and when he returned to the clock tower years later, he brought a wife back to London with him. Faced with that outcome, even someone as politically savvy as Inurai had no choice but to abandon the plan. Now that's a dangerous thing to say. What if my father suddenly gets suspicious? Caren raised an eyebrow. Rhaenys, are you trying to throw the entire clock tower into chaos? Then I can only pray the flames of war don't reach me, Rhaenys replied with a wicked grin. As they joked, a venomous voice cut through the air. Oh. Do you really think that with such shallow bloodlines, you can leave any mark on the noble history of magecraft? An old, scheming magus from the aristocratic faction had begun hurling insults at the group surrounding Shiomi. 90 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Volume 2, Chapter 29, Noble Slayer, Major Misunderstanding. Generally, seasoned and cunning magus tend to be more discreet when debating or sharing their opinions, often masking sharp words with a veneer of politeness. But younger magus are far less restrained, especially when drunk. And most of the guests invited to Iselma's social gatherings were on the younger side. From the sound of it, are you saying the clock tower can manage just fine without the younger generation? Shiomi smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. The clock tower was built for lords. You lot get a few scraps and suddenly think you're something special. The alcohol was clearly fueling the magus's growing hostility. Shiomi responded with a casual shrug. If all nobles are like you, it's better to toss the whole lot into history's trash bin. What did you just say? It was clear Shiomi had pushed things too far. The young aristocratic faction magus was visibly provoked. In the world of magecraft, strength speaks louder than anything else. If you look down on grassroots magus like us, why not demonstrate your family's legacy and power right here? Shiomi dramatically looked around, and others nearby nodded, echoing their agreement with murmurs of, yeah, exactly. Then, without warning, his tone shifted as he delivered a bombshell. I've met plenty of nobles, but how do you measure up against the clock tower's child prodigy, the former Lord Elmeloy? The crowd of magus who had been drawn in by the commotion immediately broke into hushed whispers. Tenkei Shiomi wasn't exactly a towering figure, but among the younger generation, especially those from the democratic faction, many were familiar with him. Those from the aristocratic faction had mostly only heard the name, with few chances to meet him. But the moment he mentioned the former Lord Elmeloy, even those who hadn't known who he was immediately caught on. Back when Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald was still alive, the aristocratic faction he belonged to had been one of the clock tower's premier noble houses. They were part of the Bartholomew faction led by the current wizard marshal and one of the few noble groups that maintained ties with the larger aristocratic faction. Now, that once proud noble house had fallen apart, reduced to little more than a name, and the cause was standing right here, an Eastern man. The men from the East. The former Elmeloy. Those two sentences combined were enough to make most aristocratic faction magus shudder. The once lively hall plunged into a chilling silence. While it wouldn't escalate into a full-blown magecraft duel, a few younger magus from the democratic faction couldn't help but secretly hope Shiomi would decapitate a few more of the aristocratic faction's inflated egos. Ow, ow, ow. Pft, pft, I'm sorry. A staggering figure stumbled through, slurring his words and lurching between Shiomi and the aristocratic magus. A wine glass arced through the air. Shiomi reached out and deftly caught the falling glass with his champagne flute, steady, not a drop spilled. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to his smooth move. The drunken young man who had broken the tension lay sprawled on the floor, reeking of alcohol, his presence making everyone uneasy. The banquet had barely started, and he was already hopelessly drunk. The unpleasant scene instantly killed the mood. The antagonistic noble magus turned and walked away. The democratic faction magus who had gathered around Shiomi quickly dispersed as well, not wanting to be near the drunkard. Only Shiomi remained, holding two different wine glasses, gazing indifferently down at the pale-faced young man. How drunk are you really? Did you drink that much, or is it magecraft? Shiomi smiled. I'm guessing it's the latter. Ah, nothing escapes your eyes, does it? The young man got to his feet and pulled two pills from his suit pocket. This one makes you instantly drunk, and this one's the sobering pill. As he spoke, he swallowed one of them. In less than 10 seconds, the reeking stench of alcohol that seemed to ooze from every pore vanished completely. Yamina? Shiomi asked. Brishison. My name is Myo Brishison Kleinex. Oh. Shiomi let out a soft sound of interest. Brishison was a prestigious name. While they didn't hold the top-tier authority of the Bartholomew, their lineage stood tall in both historical significance and research achievements, a textbook example of the neutral faction. Given the Brishison name as his middle name, it meant Myo was either a direct member or under their patronage. Shiomi figured he was most likely from a branch family, but just the presence of someone from Brishison made it clear how significant this Twin Towers gathering really was. But I didn't expect to run into the infamous Noble Slayer here. What an honor. Mayo's complexion remained pale, apparently naturally so. He wore a smile as he flattered Shiomi, but when he reached for the wine glass, his hand missed. Where did that ridiculous nickname come from? Shiomi's eye twitched. Even a blind man could tell he was annoyed. But, you really did kill the previous El Meloy in a direct one-on-one fight during the Holy Grail War 9 years ago, no, almost 10. Mayo fumbled his explanation. Before he could finish, a new voice gently interrupted. Mayo. The voice was soft and familiar. If you know you're facing the noble slayer, maybe keep quiet. Otherwise, you might end up another notch on his belt. Shiomi handed the wine glass back to Mayo, then turned and smiled at the newcomer. So the rumors were true. You really did come, Tuko. His tone shifted to a familiar warmth, completely different from the polite distance he'd kept with Mayo. Your sealing designation's been lifted. It's been a few years now, Tuko Aozaki replied with a smile. Well, that's good news. Shiomi shrugged. Your teacher once said if losses on the front lines kept up, she'd have to send me back to deal with sealing you again. Tuko chuckled. That would have been awful. I'd hate to run into a rune magus like you. What kind of teacher's scared of their own student? Shiomi teased. That only made Tuko more amused. She played along with his banter. Isn't that exactly what they mean by, the student surpasses the teacher? Though both knew the truth, Tuko kept up the act, continuing to play the role of Shiomi's rune magecraft mentor. At that moment, cheers erupted from the back of the hall, drawing the three of them to look. At the far end stood a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. On the terrace-like upper level stood a pair of maids who looked exactly alike, as if they were twins. Their flawless features could easily lead one to mistake them for the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver. It was clear, the real Princess of Gold and Princess of Silver were about to make their entrance. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Volume 2, Chapter 30, Reunion with Tuko Aozaki. After the two maids lifted their skirts and curtsied, they each called out in unison behind them. Miss Diadra. Miss Estella. The figures in purple gowns emerged from the shadows. Time shattered. In that moment, all sensation vanished, so completely that even the concept of an instant felt meaningless. Shiomi watched the two women with quiet detachment. He understood perfectly why the hall had fallen completely silent. Their eyes, gazing down from above, shimmered like gemstones from ancient myths, their noses seemed sculpted by an artist who had staked their soul on perfection, their lips carried the unaging light of youth, evoking petals from a long-lost paradise. And yet, even such praise paled before these two. The Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver. Shiomi looked around. Some magus were so stunned they'd forgotten to grip their wine glasses, red wine spilled across their shoes. Others held their breath so tightly they were nearly suffocating. A few had already dropped to their knees in tears. So this is their method of reaching the root, Shiomi said, casting a glance at Tuko beside him. She took off her glasses. That was the trigger she had designed to switch between the two personas she created for herself. Without the glasses, Tuko Aozaki became a magus cold to the core, stripped of all humanity. Iselma does have a deep legacy, but I didn't expect even you, a grand, to be this shocked, Shiomi said, lips curling slightly. Looking at the glasses in her hand, Tuko turned away, ignoring the self-introductions from Diadra and Estella. If you put it like that, you seem completely unfazed. At that, she put her glasses back on. This isn't a great place to talk. Shall we go somewhere else? After you. Shiomi caught sight of Inurai and realized Tuko was deliberately avoiding her. After exchanging a brief word with Mayo, she and Shiomi quietly turned and left the venue, leaving the others still mesmerized by the presence of Diadra and Estella. They arrived at the lake beside the Twin Towers. The setting sun cast a richer glow over Tuko's red hair. Iselma went to great lengths to prepare Diadra and Estella, but they didn't impress you at all. If Mr. Byron found out, I bet he'd be heartbroken, Tuko said with a chuckle. I'm not interested in the root, Shiomi replied casually, words that amounted to heresy in the world of Magus. Then why did you enter the Holy Grail War? Tuko asked again. You asked me that 5 years ago, Shiomi replied, smirking. What I wanted was the Grail's wish-granting power. Wealth, fame, influence, it's all convenient. Unfortunately, it got corrupted, so I had to play the good guy and clean the Greater Grail. Tuko nodded in understanding. It's been a few years, but looks like you've picked up another daughter. Don't tell me you've got a thing for adopting little girls. Don't be ridiculous, Shiomi clicked his tongue. I was asked to take care of her. She's about the same age as my own, so having her live with us is better than keeping her in the Clock Tower's dorms. He paused, giving her a once-over. You've settled down too, I see. A little later than you, Tuko replied. What Shiomi meant by settled down was her current appearance. Though she'd been a grand for over a decade, she still looked like a vibrant woman in her early 20s. Many Magus were skilled at maintaining youth, but that wasn't the case for either of them. They were fixed. Not just in appearance, but in presence, in every conceivable way. Anyone who saw Tuko would assume she was in her early 20s. Likewise, anyone who met Shiomi would instinctively take him for a greenhorn barely 20, or not even that. Like the noble-aligned Magus earlier, who tried to provoke Shiomi at the gathering, assuming he was younger and therefore not worth the effort. But their fixed points in time were different, as were the means. Shiomi figured Tuko had locked her time around when they'd first met formally, likely due to her own level of magecraft. As for him, his time had probably frozen long ago, back in the land of shadows. Just like his master, Scáthach. To be honest, it's a headache for me too. Shiomi rubbed his head. Because I've been fixed like this, Sakura's respect now comes purely from the bond we've built over more than a decade. As for Caren, she basically treats me like I'm just a few years older than her. Ha ha ha, looks like your life isn't so easy either, Tuko said with a grin. At that moment, Shiomi extended his hand, palm up, in front of her, just as a famous jazz tune drifted out from within the Twin Towers. Dancing by the lake is definitely rare, but if it's your invitation, I suppose, Tuko said playfully, reaching out her hand. But Shiomi lightly slapped it away. Cut it out. I came to collect the money you owe me. He shot her a fierce glare. You had enough to run off to England. Paying back a bit of your debt shouldn't be impossible, right? Tuko withdrew her hand with mock regret. Sorry, I'm broke at the moment. Her blunt reply made Shiomi withdraw his hand with a sulk. But Tuko's tone suddenly shifted. If you can show me a few more primordial runes I haven't managed to decode yet, I might consider scraping some money together. You're not seriously saying that right now, are you? Shiomi shot her a sideways glance. Half joking, half serious. Tuko was utterly casual. I mean, rebuilding the Rune Magecraft Foundation and decoding several lost primordial runes. I didn't think much of it at the time, just sold the rights to the clock tower. Still, they're accomplishments I can be proud of. But then one day, a Magus claiming to be her student, someone who had learned Age of Gods Rune Magecraft from her, appeared. Naturally, Tuko went to check him out. What she discovered was that he hadn't acquired the patents she sold to the clock tower. Instead, he possessed all 18 authentic primordial runes. More precisely, he held a genuine foundation of Age of Gods magecraft. To cover that up, Shiomi had always deliberately suppressed the power behind his magecraft during battle, presenting everything in the form of high-level spells. Tuko's interest in his complete set of primordial runes wasn't anything new. But before Shiomi could respond, someone came running out of the venue toward them. It was Rhaenys. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, something's happened. Rhaenys looked at Shiomi. Caren isn't doing well. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Volume 2, Chapter 31, Caren's Ordeal. The Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver left the terrace after only a fleeting appearance. There was no interaction between them and the other Magus. After all, if they stayed any longer, some of the younger ones might lose their minds just from sensing something so close to the root. Take Caren, for instance. She wasn't a top-tier Magus, and her troublesome, masochistic spiritualist constitution didn't help. Under the protective runes cast by Shiomi, that condition had been suppressed as much as possible, externally, at least. I didn't expect them to break through from the inside. I underestimated the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, Shiomi muttered as he gently brushed aside Caren's bangs to reveal the bruising beneath. Caren lay with her head on Shiomi's lap, several similar marks visible on her cheeks and body. The bruises at the corners of her eyes and mouth looked so real that anyone unfamiliar might have thought she'd been beaten. But these weren't wounds, they were stigmata. In a sense, they were proof of her qualifications to be baptized by the Holy Church. I'm fine, Caren said softly. She had collapsed not long after Shiomi had left the hall. Fortunately, Gray had been nearby, and she was quickly brought to a guest room in the Tower of the Sun. The Tower of the Moon, by contrast, was reserved for the Iselma family. Now lying on a bed so soft it felt almost weightless, Caren didn't feel too bad, especially with Shiomi still at her side. The overwhelming beauty of the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver had delivered a shock akin to the swirl of the root itself. Without meaning to, it had placed a burden on her body. I misjudged how deeply Iselma's results could affect Magus, Shiomi said as he placed his hand on her head, channeling the gentlest magic to ease the strain from her condition. I'm sorry you had to go through this. It would take some time for the deeper marks to fade completely. It's all right. I was a child who should have been abandoned, but father kept me by his side. Caren shook her head gently. You did everything he could for me. If even a small oversight like this deserves blame, how many parents in this world could be considered praiseworthy? Still, it was unexpected. The first time her masochistic spiritualist constitution had flared up wasn't from a spiritual source, but from the sheer beauty of the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver. It's fine. I'll stay here with you, Shiomi said, taking her hand. I'll leave after you fall asleep. Caren shifted a little closer into his arms. Even though I'm already this old, let me be spoiled just this once. Shiomi chuckled. You've got a lot of nerve. You've never acted spoiled, not once growing up. Because. Caren smiled too. There was never any need. People act spoiled to get things they normally wouldn't have. But back then, neither Sakura nor I ever had to. She turned her head to glance at Gray, who was sitting nervously on the sofa. The gravekeeper was fidgeting with his hands, anxiously clasping and shifting them in patterns that looked like Buddhist mudras or intricate string figures. Don't just focus on me, there's still a child who needs your attention, Caren murmured. Wrapped in the gentle flow of mana surrounding her body, the heaviness eased, and the pain began to feel like nothing more than a fleeting dream. No, really, I'm fine, Gray said quickly, shaking her head. It's just, ever since I saw the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, I've been feeling unsettled. Why would anyone create people so beautiful? The beauty of the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver was obviously unnatural, anyone could tell it was something only achievable through magecraft. Because beauty is the domain of magecraft, Shiomi replied. Mathematical harmony is essential for magic circles and workshops. But Iselma, or rather, Valuelita, approaches it from a more fundamental perspective. Caren added, in the end, magecraft is just a byproduct of the pursuit of the root. The joy of touching the supernatural, of becoming something beyond human, is its own reward. It's because humanity is so weak that we yearn for things beyond reason. But that's not where the ultimate goal lies. Most modern magus understand the root is out of reach. Magecraft has been in decline since the Age of Gods, and those who move backward in time find no reward. Today, even the fifth magician, perhaps the last, has emerged in the Far East, and the door to the root is all but closed. But Mr. Shiomi seems completely unaffected, Gray remarked. Well. Shiomi opened his mouth to answer, then hesitated. The Land of Shadows. A place that existed outside the world itself, different from the Throne of Heroes and the Counter-Force, yet still capable of reaching the root. To Shiomi, the root was as natural and close as the air he breathed. As someone whose essence belonged to the Age of Gods, he simply couldn't be interested in something always within reach. It's just not something he could care about, Caren said with a knowing smile. Or rather, if he were interested, that would make him a fraud. Gray nodded, not quite grasping the meaning. As for Valuelita, they believe that by pursuing ultimate beauty, one's soul can be elevated instantly to a higher dimension, Shiomi continued, returning to the earlier topic. It's a magus's way of expressing the idea that the appreciation of beauty can elevate the soul. Even something incomplete, beauty approaching perfection, can stir a magus's soul with overwhelming intensity. Karen's masochistic spiritualist constitution had been triggered by just such a stimulus. Her soul had been touched, and the reaction came from within. Just as Shiomi was about to explain more to Gray about the aesthetics of magecraft, he sensed two unfamiliar presences drawing near from outside the room. May I come in? A vaguely familiar voice called out. Come in, Shiomi replied, recognizing it as the voice of one of the maids who had introduced the princesses earlier. The door opened a crack, revealing the hallway. One of the maids who had accompanied the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver stood there. My name is Karina, she said, holding a lantern in one hand and offering a polite curtsy. No need for formality. Please, come in. Shiomi looked past her toward the shadow behind and extended the invitation. He assumed it was the head of the Iselma family come to pay a visit and thought little of it. But when that figure stepped out of the darkness, even Shiomi was caught off guard. For a moment, he couldn't think of a reason for the visit. The Princess of Gold. To what do I owe the honor? 90 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 126, Volume 2, Chapter 32, Request for Escape. Facing the Princess of Gold at such close range, Tenkei Shiomi finally understood why the magus at the banquet had lost their composure so completely. In the flickering candlelight, her beauty felt almost detached from reality. Good evening. I apologize for the late visit, said the Princess of Gold. Even her voice seemed to carry a magic that could stir the brain. This was the extreme beauty that the Iselma family had pursued for generations, vividly proving what it meant for beauty to become a form of violence. Miss Diadra wishes to speak with you, said the maid, Karina. With us? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Caren had already closed her eyes, relying on sound to gather information. She knew full well that if she kept looking at the Princess of Gold, even her magic circuits would begin to fall out of sync. But shutting her eyes only sharpened her hearing, and even that was enough to make her feel uneasy. Thankfully, the gentle magic enveloping her hadn't ceased, keeping her from suffering any serious effects. I'm sorry, but could this young lady step out for a while? Karina asked, turning to Gray. Gray stood up at once, ready to leave. Gray is someone we trust, Shiomi said. If she leaves, then Caren would have to leave too. Since the Iselma family already knew who Caren was, and Shiomi had made his stance clear, the Princess of Gold didn't press the issue. In that case, Karina, please step out for now. As you wish. Without hesitation, the maid bowed and left the room quietly, even masking her presence so well that even Shiomi felt she was barely noticeable. After Grey closed the door, she stepped aside and offered the sofa to the Princess of Gold. She too preferred not to be too close to Deirdre. Forgive me for intruding so suddenly, Deirdre said politely. It's no trouble, Shiomi replied. He had only been here taking care of Caren, and would have received any visitor, let alone the host of tonight's event. But more importantly, your hearing, is it impaired? So you noticed. The Princess of Gold touched her ear gently. Due to a genetic condition, I was born without hearing. I learned to read lips to follow conversations. As for speaking, that came through magecraft. Modern science had made many things once achievable only through magecraft more accessible. But even as the 21st century began, direct communication with the brain remained something still outside scientific reach. For Valuelita, however, high-level magecraft of that kind was far from difficult. Shiomi nodded, no longer surprised. We were invited to Iselma today and had planned to leave by evening, but Caren suddenly fell ill. He offered his thanks. I'm grateful your house provided such a comfortable room for her to rest. The Princess of Gold remained gracious, showing no arrogance despite her flawless appearance. Not at all. My father has spoken of your close ties with the Lord of Valuelita. Everyone in our house agrees, it's thanks to talents like you that we've gained more influence against those outdated aristocrats. Of course, it wasn't just influence. Bartholomew, who controlled the Department of Policies, held more power than both Trumbellio and Valuelita factions combined. But at this point, the Democratic faction had gained a slight edge in influence, largely because the aristocratic faction had failed to produce a Magus capable of matching Shiomi. Shiomi, used to such praise, found himself growing wary. He feared being placed too high on a pedestal, worried he might one day forget to keep his feet on the ground. I have a favor to ask. After the formalities, the Princess of Gold went straight to the point. Please, go ahead. If it's within my power, I'd be glad to help, Shiomi replied without hesitation. Maintaining good relations with Valuelita was a necessary move. I want to ask you. Mr. Shiomi, will you help us escape? Escape? From the Iselma family. Shiomi narrowed his eyes, making no attempt to conceal his suspicion. Don't forget, I'm with Valuelita. I don't make decisions like betrayal on a whim. I expected you to be doubtful. A shadow crossed the Princess of Gold's expression. But we have our reasons. Oh. I want to protect my younger sister, Estella, the one who inherited the title of Princess of Silver, Deirdre said plainly. Her sincerity softened Shiomi's caution, if only slightly. Protect her? As the treasured heir of the Iselma family, you're asking an outsider for help. The question hit too close. Deirdre fell silent, not because she didn't want to answer, but because something heavier had gripped her words. Shiomi lowered his gaze, checking on Caren, and quietly waited for Deirdre to gather herself. We're just tired. She raised her hand and placed it over the chest of her gown, embroidered with purple rose thorns. Mr. Shiomi, you're one of the leading magus of your generation. You should understand how much pain went into creating these bodies. This time, Shiomi said nothing. For magus, reshaping the body was routine. Among ancient noble magus families like Iselma, drug therapies, magic crest transplants, even organ and brain modifications were common, all in pursuit of the ultimate magecraft. In a way, Shiomi was no different. Training in the Land of Shadows was its own form of transformation. Ordinary humans lost their qualification to endure it the moment they stepped in. If there was any real difference, it was this: while Shiomi often griped about how grueling the Land of Shadows was, he had never once hated a moment of it. Looking at the flawless results that were Deirdre and Estella, most magus would accept any price. Iselma was, after all, part of Valuelita, nothing about it was out of place. That's why Shiomi remained silent. Not because the cruelty of the magecraft world was hard to put into words, but because. Please don't misunderstand. We are magus too. We're prepared to offer ourselves for the cause. But our father's methods, they're no longer efficient. No, he's long since passed the point of efficiency. So we have the right to protect ourselves. Clearly, the Princess of Gold understood what Shiomi was thinking, and for the sake of her goal, she didn't bother to hide the truth. 90 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Volume 2, Chapter 33, Truth and Falsehood Indistinguishable. What the Princess of Gold said was indeed true. When magecraft reaches a certain stage, its underlying theories can suddenly break down. Many magus families that had endured for centuries were wiped out simply because they failed to anticipate the exact moment their techniques would become obsolete. Then it's no surprise, Shiomi said, looking at the Princess of Gold. Iselma's ritual has become dangerous enough that you've had to consider self-defense. But Mr. Byron won't listen to your warnings. You're absolutely right, the Princess of Gold nodded deeply. At this rate, either my sister or I will surely die when the ritual fails. To devote oneself to magecraft, that was the resolve shared by the noble Magus of the Clock Tower. But the fact that the Princess of Gold had come to an outsider for help, simply because she didn't want to die pursuing magic, meant that Iselma's magecraft had already crossed the line. It was no longer refined and efficient, but a fuse waiting to ignite, destroying generations of accumulated achievements. Still, instead of going to Ms. Inurai, the head of your household, you came to me. Shiomi trailed off, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Because you're different from other Magus, Mr. Shiomi, the Princess of Gold said plainly. Among Magus, moral virtue wasn't a prerequisite. Those who claimed that humanity should transcend magecraft had no place as leaders. Yet Tenkei Shiomi was well known within the Clock Tower, partly because he was one of those rare individuals who consistently placed humanity above all else. If that were all, he would have been mocked. But the Magus he had trained, like Caren and Sakura, were among the most gifted of their generation. So while most Magus disagreed with his ideals, they found it hard to argue against the results. Shiomi had never expected that, one day, someone would come to him seeking help precisely because of that reputation. Clearly, the Princess of Gold had done her research. She understood Shiomi's principles well. If someone in danger, who posed no threat, appeared before him, he wouldn't just stand by and watch them die. I'm busy, but helping you isn't out of the question. Hiding a few people isn't hard for me, Shiomi said, slouching his shoulders. But like I said earlier, I'm aligned with Valuelita. If Lady Inurai comes asking why I did this, I can't exactly say I was swayed by your beauty. It was a practical concern, but even the Princess of Gold didn't believe that excuse. A Magus who wasn't interested in the Iselma family's magecraft, nor moved by the sister's overwhelming beauty, wouldn't be able to face Lord Valuelita with such a flimsy justification. Of course. I'm not coming empty-handed, the Princess of Gold said. To get a Magus like Mr. Shiomi to act, naturally we've prepared a fitting reward. What kind of reward? Shiomi asked with interest. A reward that can resolve your most pressing concern, she replied, rising from the sofa. I know your daughter is going to participate in the upcoming 5th Holy Grail War, and I also know some things haven't been properly prepared. Then she added, please come to my room tomorrow morning. The tower's back door will be open, and the room is sealed with a magical lock. No one else will be able to enter. We'll talk about the Princess of Silver then. With that, Deirdre left the room. Shiomi couldn't help but chuckle. She had clearly come prepared. What surprised him most was that she even knew Sakura's holy relic hadn't been fully arranged yet. She'd certainly done her homework. Father really knows how to charm the ladies. The Princess of Gold, whom none of the guests had ever seen before, actually came to visit us. Help her escape, won't you? Caren opened her eyes and glanced slyly at Shiomi. In another situation, this would sound like a cue to elope. I wonder what Mother would think if she found out. What are you even saying? Don't be ridiculous. Shiomi smiled as he gently ruffled Karen's soft, slightly wavy silver hair. I have no interest in artificial constructs. The Iselma family's achievements don't even compare to a single strand of your hair. Caren gave a quiet smile. I hope you say that in front of the Magus of the Clock Tower next time. You just want to watch the drama unfold, don't you? Shiomi smirked. At that moment, Gray spoke up. So, do you think the Princess of Gold genuinely wants your help to escape? That's a good question. You can't judge things by appearances alone. Even if her reasoning and logic are sound, I can't completely dismiss the idea that this is Valuelita testing me. After all, I've been Rhaenys's tutor for quite some time. It's only natural that voices within the faction might question my position, which could have prompted Lord Valuelita to orchestrate something like this, Shiomi said, praising Gray's insight. But the Princess of Gold said she had prepared something very important for Sakura, Caren added. It must be a holy relic, something that meets her needs. I heard that Iselma acquired a particularly valuable magecraft tool at an underground auction. She even clashed with a new magecraft noble from the Middle East who was planning to join the 5th Holy Grail War, Shiomi analyzed slowly. If that's the item in question, then it's definitely suspicious. It was purchased under the Iselma family's name, so it's hard to believe the Princess of Gold would be allowed to use it for personal purposes. Gray looked a bit concerned. So, it's a trap after all. And if it is? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. I've faced worse. If Valuelita really wants to test me, so be it. And if the Princess of Gold is telling the truth, then securing the relic for Sakura as soon as possible isn't a bad outcome either. Especially in the former case, if Valuelita was beginning to show signs of distrust, there was no longer any need for Shiomi to uphold noble pretense or remain loyal to their side. After all, Bartholomew had made more than one attempt to recruit him. He wouldn't even need to take action himself. If he were ousted from the Democratic faction, the banner he'd helped raise would naturally collapse. Shiomi hadn't responded to Bartholomew because his footing in the Democratic faction had always been solid, and Lord Valuelita had always placed great trust in him. He had no intention of betraying his allies for a petty gain. But all splits begin with the tiniest cracks in trust. It was Inurai who had introduced Shiomi to Rhaenys, a member of the aristocratic faction, as her tutor, and now it was Inurai who was testing him. That alone meant Shiomi had more than enough ways to handle whatever trials might come. Things might not end up that bad. Seeing Shiomi get serious, Caren had no choice but to temper the mood with a slightly more cautious tone. Chapter 128, Volume 2, Chapter 34, Suspicion. After that, Grey returned to her room to get some rest, while Shiomi stayed behind to look after Caren. The two chatted idly from time to time, and before long, Caren dozed off under the influence of her masochistic spiritualist constitution. When she opened her eyes again, there was a sharp knock at the door. Grey was knocking urgently from outside. Caren crawled out from under the covers and opened the door, only to find the gravekeeper girl visibly flustered. It wasn't the usual awkwardness she showed when dealing with strangers. This time, it felt like something serious had happened. "What's going on?" Caren asked. Grey hesitated, looking like she didn't know where to begin. "I'm not sure where to start." "Then just start with the outcome." Caren yawned, turned around, and headed into the washroom to freshen up, leaving Grey waiting at the door. "You're right." Grey lowered her head. "I'll start with the outcome. This morning, the Princess of Gold was found dead in her room. The one from last night." Caren checked her reflection in the mirror, making sure the holy stigmata had faded. What a coincidence. Just said she was going to flee, and now the next day she's found dead in her room. Did someone from the Iselma family find her? She calmly pieced together the information. If that was the case, then the Princess of Gold hadn't been lying last night. "It's more than that," Grey said, her face clouded with worry. "Teacher Shiomi is the prime suspect. He's being interrogated right now." Caren went quiet for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. "So they finally decided to make their move." "Make their move?" Grey asked, confused. "Don't mind me. Just thinking out loud." Caren brushed her hair back. "Looks like something unexpected happened while I was asleep. Fill me in with the details on the way." Once she had finished washing up, Caren followed Grey toward the Tower of the Moon. The Princess of Gold's room was located there. Everyone who had stayed behind after yesterday's social gathering had now gathered at the tower. According to Grey, Shiomi had gone to the Princess of Gold's room early in the morning as scheduled, but no one answered the door. When he picked up the scent of blood behind it, he opened it by himself. And that's precisely why he was suspected. Just like the Princess of Gold had said the night before, the sisters' rooms were secured with magecraft locks. Magecraft locks are a type of ceremonial equipment. They come in various forms but typically use the user's mana wavelength as a key. These locks are expensive, exclusive to Magus, and difficult to reassign to a different user. However, their high reliability has made them a common choice among Magus. Even the Clock Tower's treasury uses this kind of lock. By that logic, only the Princess of Gold should have been able to unlock her door. But Shiomi was an exception. He could use a type of magecraft called the knock spell, which allowed him to simulate the owner's wavelength without damaging the magecraft lock, thus unlocking it while leaving the lock functional. So, even though the Iselma family had been notified immediately after the discovery, Inurai, who was still there and served as the head of the Valuelita family, couldn't deny Shiomi's potential involvement. That lord knew of some of Shiomi's unique magecraft. In the past, when Valuelita had been unable to investigate a missing treasure vault keeper, Inurai had entrusted Shiomi with the matter. Shiomi had unlocked the vault and demonstrated the existence of the knock spell at that time. Ultimately, because the magecraft was deemed too difficult to teach, lacking a formal theoretical foundation, and not valuable enough, the clock tower had simply documented it and filed it away. It's just like how locksmiths have to register with the local police department. I miscalculated. When I smelled blood, my first thought wasn't to call for help, but to open the door. Shiomi sat in the reception room next to the Princess of Gold's quarters, facing Inurai across from him and Byron standing behind the sofa. No. Even if I hadn't done anything, I'd still be the prime suspect. When Caren arrived, Shiomi appeared entirely unfazed by his situation, casually facing one of the three great noble lords of the clock tower, along with the head of their branch family. "Don't act like that, Shiomi," Inurai said with a composed smile. "You are indeed the most suspicious, but I still trust you. To me, if you were the real killer, the scene wouldn't have been so gruesome." The Princess of Gold had died on her bed, her body savagely dismembered into 12 parts. That kind of murder didn't match Shiomi's methods. As a former sealing designation executor, Inurai knew Shiomi's style well, clean and efficient, ending the enemy in a single blow. The most recent case was the previous Lord, El Meloy. Though the autopsy confirmed that Caren had sustained injuries during the Magecraft duel, Shiomi had even turned Caren's own technique against him, creating symptoms of mercury poisoning. The fatal strike had been the one that pierced his heart. Had it been an assassination rather than a head-on battle, the Princess of Gold would have either been found lying peacefully on the bed, breathless, or there wouldn't have been a body left at all. That's why, even though Inurai didn't exclude Shiomi as the primary suspect, she still believed he wasn't the one who killed the Princess of Gold. It's reassuring that Lady Inurai understands where I'm coming from, Shiomi said with a faint smile. He had already explained to Inurai about his final meeting with the Princess of Gold the night before, what they talked about and what had happened. Even her father, Byron, couldn't help but believe she had planned to escape. If Shiomi had truly gone through with their original plan to flee with both the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, then not just Valuelita, but even Bartholomew would have had a hard time tracking them down. I understand. But I'm afraid I can't let you return as scheduled today, Inurai said. You're placing me under house arrest? Shiomi asked. Inurai's eyes glinted shrewdly. No need for the sarcasm, Shiomi. You're not staying because Valuelita can detain you. You're staying because you don't want to leave. So in other words. Shiomi glanced at the other guests in the room. They had all stayed behind after the gathering, each for their own reasons. They were suspects too, but none more suspicious than Shiomi. Iselma won't mistreat you or your companions while the investigation continues, Inurai said, turning to Caren and Gray at the door. Please remain at the Twin Tower until everything is cleared up. Since I was the one who invited you here, I bear some responsibility. Of course. It's not like I can just walk away after being turned from guest to murder suspect overnight. Sitting in a relaxed posture, Shiomi slowly smiled, his teeth flashing with a cold glint. 90 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Volume 2, Chapter 35, Investigation. I never thought the day would come when I'd be the one assigned to keep an eye on you. An hour later, outside the Tower of the Moon. The one who followed Tenkei Shiomi out was Tuko Aozaki. As Shiomi crouched to inspect the densely packed footprints on the grass, Tuko spoke from behind. Back then, it would have been me, the sealing designation executor, sent to investigate your movements. Shiomi let out a small laugh. They say the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be blown down by the wind. I finally understand what that really means. Tuko flicked open a lighter and lit a cigarette. You're just too far outside the norm. Magecraft locks, refined through generations of Magus, are now designed to be unbreakable except through brute force. But you bypassed all of that, unlocked it perfectly without even damaging the lock. Just some preliminary application of the primordial runes. Shiomi stayed crouched, studying the ground closely. You know as well as I do, of the first 18 runes ever discovered, the last one's true purpose was known only to the great god Odin. But the other 17 already cover virtually every aspect of existence. Used properly, there's practically no situation rune Magecraft can't handle. Tuko couldn't help but chuckle. So why did you agree to help the Princess of Gold escape? As one of Lady Inurai's favored talents, you had no reason to offend Valuelita. At first, I thought it was Lady Inurai testing my loyalties. It wasn't until I found the princess dead that I realized she genuinely wanted to run. Shiomi sighed. And I keep wondering, if I hadn't agreed to help her, would she still be alive? All this sentimentality, are you mourning a lost life, or regretting that Iselma's Magecraft masterpiece has gone to waste? Tuko asked. The former, Shiomi said as he stood. Though it does mean the reward she promised me has vanished too. What kind of reward? Tuko sounded intrigued. A holy relic, Shiomi answered without hesitation. The Princess of Gold apparently knew our eldest daughter wanted to enter the 5th Holy Grail War, and knew we still lacked a relic. I also heard Iselma had recently acquired a valuable Magecraft artifact, something that could serve as a holy relic. I see, Tuko nodded thoughtfully. That child, her name was Sakura, wasn't it? Yeah. The one adopted from the Tosaka family. Shiomi smiled faintly. The second daughter of Tokiomi Tosaka, the one who asked me to find you for help with his prosthetic. Tuko nodded, dropping the subject. Any progress with the investigation? Hard to say. Shiomi pointed toward the forest by the lakeshore behind the Tower of the Moon. But the Princess of Gold's trail definitely leads that way. I'm just here to observe. If you're heading in, go ahead, just don't pull one of your clever tricks and vanish from my view, Tuko said, spreading her hands. Today, she was dressed casually in the same kind of outfit she wore when she opened the Garland Hall in Tokyo, shirt and jeans. Her relaxed demeanor made her seem like a completely different person from the one who had attended last night's formal gathering. Then again, from a certain perspective, maybe she really was a different person. Shiomi would rank it as the second best entry in the Tuko joke archives. The first was something that couldn't be mentioned at all. He waved a hand, and runes shimmered into existence, transforming into glowing powder before fading into the grass. In their place, a trail of faint footprints appeared, glowing as they stretched deeper into the forest. Shiomi and Tuko followed them in, one after the other. Lady Inurai really has a twisted sense of humor, making me your minder, Tuko remarked. Not just one suspect watching another, but an old acquaintance tailing a familiar face. It was even more outrageous than assigning Caren to keep tabs on Shiomi. You mean she's not worried I might bribe you and forge an alibi? Shiomi laughed. It's definitely possible. If you casually show me a primordial rune I can't decipher, I'll be on your side. Tuko nodded. How much grudge are you holding over this? Is it more than the one you've got over your sister stealing your chance to inherit the family? Shiomi asked. That was Tuko's third most joked about topic. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Tuko shot back cheerfully, if I could get all the primordial runes, the fifth magic can go to hell. What are you even saying? Shiomi clicked his tongue at her wild ambition. But Inurai's move really was ruthless. Whether or not Tuko covered for Shiomi during the surveillance, if things went south afterward, suspicion would only deepen for both of them. Even though she'd claimed to trust Shiomi, Inurai was still testing him, and even her own student. As they ventured deeper into the forest, thick fog clouded their vision, cutting visibility to a ridiculous degree. This wasn't natural weather, but a barrier set by the forest's owners, the Iselma family. An even more elaborate barrier than the Einsburn forest in Fuyuki. Shiomi stepped over a rugged gully filled with decaying branches and animal waste, then turned and offered his hand to Tuko, only to recall she was a grand magus, unlikely to be tripped up by the forest's deliberately untamed terrain. Thanks. Tuko took his hand naturally before he could pull it back, stepping over the meter-wide ditch with ease. Shiomi nodded in response and glanced around at the fog-drenched forest. Quite the magical ground. No wonder the Iselma family built the twin towers here. If it weren't for this murder case, I'd have invited you to stroll through the forest, Tuko joked. Hey, come on, you know I already. Before Shiomi could finish, he suddenly turned and raised his hand. A barrier of mana instantly formed, shielding them from a sudden attack. After a violent impact, Shiomi dropped the shield and took a few steps in the direction the assailant had fallen. Releasing Tuko's hand, he prepared his next spell. An automata. Don't tell me it's yours, Tuko. Shiomi's voice sharpened. Tuko removed her glasses. That thing's clearly an antique, better than anything I've made. Just as magecraft accumulates mystery with age, so does puppetcraft. The older the automata, the better its craftsmanship, surpassing even Tuko's own work. Clearly, the automatons lurking in this forest, likely property of the Iselma family, belong to that category. Oh, by the way. One of the reasons I was invited to Iselma was to repair these antiques. Even in her cold, detached tone, Tuko felt the need to explain. We'll settle this later. Shiomi said through gritted teeth. Chapter 130, Volume 2, Chapter 36, Manifestation. As soon as Shiomi finished speaking, the automata that had collapsed onto the ground stood up from the grass with a grotesque, twisting motion. Not even a human could rise like that. Tuko, step back. Shiomi launched himself forward, charging at the blade-wielding automata barehanded. They clashed 3 times. His hands moved like forged weapons, tracing the arc of a sword swing, colliding with the automata's linear strikes at incredible speed. Tuko watched silently from where she stood. After years apart, she was once again convinced Shiomi had grown even stronger. To engage a weapon-wielding automata in close combat with nothing but bare hands, it was already a feat that placed him above most magus. After a brief exchange, the automata crouched low in silence. It had recognized that Shiomi wasn't a target it could easily eliminate and began transitioning to its next phase. What came next defied imagination. Its limbs split further, sprouting sharp blades. Even its previously refined face suddenly cracked open, revealing multiple new eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms. Shiomi muttered, watching the transformation as he slowly drew a golden dagger from his coat. It was the erosion. After returning from Blackmore village, Morgan had entrusted it to Shiomi, telling him to keep it on hand for self-defense. The term, 3 heads and 6 arms, symbolized a divine attribute, omniscience and omnipresence. The most famous legend was that of Neza, the third Lotus Prince. Of course, Neza also had a more advanced form with 3 heads and 8 arms, but that had nothing to do with this situation. Seems like this one won't go down easily. Want me to jump in? Tuko asked, arms crossed, calmly watching Shiomi. Can you keep up with me, or with that thing? Shiomi reversed his grip on the erosion and leapt forward, just as the automata sprang up. The automata's speed had clearly increased, but Shiomi adjusted instantly to match it. Taking down this automata wouldn't be difficult. What filled Shiomi's mind now was suspicion. Was this thing part of the forest's automatic defense system? Or had someone connected to Iselma secretly activated it to launch an attack on him and Tuko? He needed to uncover the truth behind it. From the moment the Princess of Gold arrived, Shiomi had sensed something off about the Twin Tower. And when he discovered her corpse earlier that morning, that uneasy feeling solidified. It felt like his invitation to Iselma's social event had been part of a scheme from the very beginning. Now, Shiomi's biggest question was this conspiracy aimed at him personally, or at Valuelita, the force backing him? In the span of just a few seconds, he and the automata clashed 17 times, golden dagger against blades. Even with 6 blades, it wasn't enough to trouble Shiomi. After all, even the King of Heroes, who had once opened dozens of treasure vaults and unleashed countless noble phantasms at him, had failed to bring him down. The clash with the automata shook the entire forest. Wind blades tore through the dense mist, slicing leaves from the trees. Even the falling leaves were cut apart midair. It seems that this alone is not enough to lure out the mastermind behind this, Shiomi said as he returned to Tuko. Tuko's cigarette was less than half smoked, and she tapped the ash off it. Go ahead. If anything goes wrong, I'll help you fix it as compensation. That's what I wanted to hear. Shiomi replied cheerfully, then rushed out. Okay, that's it. In the thick fog, a soft clapping sound rang out. Shiomi abruptly stopped, and the automata froze. He looked ahead into the dense fog, where a figure about 1.6 meters tall spoke those words. The mist concealed the person's appearance, but Shiomi could make out that they wore a robe that reached below the knees, with hair even longer, almost trailing to the ankles. It was a petite young girl. In an instant, Shiomi's internal alarm hit its highest level. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. The tone, though, that was even more familiar. Before Shiomi could turn back to warn Tuko to retreat, a boundless darkness spread out from the figure, and in the blink of an eye, Shiomi was engulfed in it. The feeling of grass and soil beneath his feet vanished, replaced by the sensation of drifting in an endless sea. Who are you? Shiomi tensed, every muscle in his body tightening. He couldn't move, as if something had locked him in place, rendering him unable to react. It's been 9 years since we last greeted each other like this. No, almost 10 now. The petite voice came from behind him, but the next moment, it came from above. As expected of a Magus from the land of shadows. You completed the task I assigned without a hitch. Then, she suddenly appeared before Shiomi. Even in the pitch-black void, he could vaguely make out her silhouette. She wore a white blouse and black skirt, with a red ribbon tied in a bow at the collar, a wide-sleeved trench coat, and knee-high socks. Her purple hair was impossibly long, cascading like a waterfall. Cute and dangerous. That was the first description that came to Shiomi's mind. Shiomi forced himself to speak. You don't seem like a system. Who are you? Good question. But let me correct you, I am indeed a system, just one that's more advanced and exceptional than humans. Don't get it wrong next time. This time, the girl appeared behind Shiomi, and something like a pointer landed near his shoulder. With every sentence she spoke, her position shifted. It was as if she were casually strolling through this space, freely changing her location at will. In that moment, Shiomi understood why he was immobilized. Authority. Something beyond the miracles a human could wield. It had dragged him out from the forest's fog barrier and sealed all his movements. What do you want? Shiomi asked. To be honest, I don't want anything, the girl said in a voice that sounded pouty. Then why did you show up? Isn't sending messages directly into my mind like before enough? Shiomi asked. Of course I came to check on our Magus. To see whether he's been slacking off and letting his combat skills rust while staying off the front lines, the girl said, lightly tapping her palm with her pointer. As for meeting in person like this, that's because none of your enemies are strong enough. Our Magus has zero sense of urgency right now. Her tone shifted constantly, one moment arrogant, the next pitiful, then like a troublesome neighbor girl. But there was no doubt she was putting on an act, and thoroughly enjoying it. 90 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 131, Volume 2, Chapter 37, I could call you Daddy if you want. Who are you? Shiomi asked again. Are you the one who threw me into the land of shadows and brought me before my master? The girl let out a soft laugh. Oh my, I'm terribly sorry, but I can't answer that just yet. It's classified under a higher level of encryption. So don't even think about using something like the Holy Grail to solve the mystery. She knew things Shiomi had never spoken aloud, and it was hard not to suspect his thoughts were being completely monitored. Ah, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not spying on your brain. The girl leaned in. Her face remained hidden in the darkness, and Shiomi couldn't make out her features, just the mischievous smile at her lips. Your thoughts are just too predictable. Anyone who knows your background could easily deduce them with a little calculation, don't you think? It was true. For someone aware of Shiomi's circumstances, figuring out what he planned to do with the Holy Grail wasn't exactly a mystery. Now, back to your question, the girl said as she turned around. Unfortunately, it's still not time for introductions. So, you don't need to know who I am. Suddenly, she spun around and said to Shiomi, but since you've taken in 2 girls, I suppose I could call you Daddy if you'd like. What kind of joke is that? Shiomi clenched his fists, clearly unimpressed. The girl looked like her pride had been wounded and lightly tapped him on the head with her pointer. Honestly. Ignoring a girl's attempt to be affectionate, is that how you take care of kids? I've never seen any girl hit an adult on the head, Shiomi muttered, the corner of his eye twitching. Realizing she might have gone a bit far, the girl cleared her throat. Ahem, right then. Back to the main topic. The Magus is in deep trouble. Shiomi, still unable to move in the space that felt locked in place, could only move his mouth. I'm starting to suspect you're the one who killed the Princess of Gold. Pfft, completely wrong. The girl crossed her arms. I'm just a delicate young lady who couldn't hurt a fly. How could I do something so horrifying? Shiomi couldn't help scoffing inwardly. A weak little girl, huh? So you just use your authority to mess with people instead? But the Princess of Gold's death is only the beginning, the girl suddenly said, her tone turning cold. More blood will be on your hands. Struggle as hard as you want, if this minor crisis is enough to stop you, then your journey ends here. What does that mean? Shiomi's heart jumped. He remembered something Gilgamesh had said before being defeated in the final battle of the Holy Grail War. A question he still had no answer to. He hurried to press the girl for more. All right, let's stop here. The girl's tone became sweet and innocent again. But just separating you from the puppeteer like this feels a bit boring. So, I've prepared a little gift for you. Enjoy it. Before Shiomi could ask anything else, the sensation of being paralyzed and trapped in that space vanished all at once. The sudden freedom made him feel as if he'd come back from the dead. The darkness faded. He was back in the forest, shrouded in thick fog. The girl was nowhere to be seen. Shiomi turned around and saw Tuko. She was holding her head, clearly also caught up in that mysterious girl's domain just moments ago. What was that just now? Tuko looked at Shiomi, as if about to ask something. But Shiomi moved first, flipping the dagger in his hand and throwing it at her. Tuko had no time to dodge. For a moment, she thought Shiomi was attacking her. But the dagger whistled past her cheek. Behind her ear came the sound of something being pierced, followed by a mechanical whine of something breaking. She turned slightly, and saw the automata's head impaled by the golden dagger, its body collapsing backward in defeat. Shiomi walked over and pulled the dagger free. Isn't it 3-headed and 6-armed? Tuko also noticed something was off. The 3-headed, 6-armed automata was still standing in the woods about 10 meters away, its shape obscured by the thick fog. Then came the creaking and groaning of metal from deeper in the forest. Figures identical to that automata emerged from the mist. All of them were built to the same specifications, and they quickly encircled Shiomi and Tuko. Not only that, each automata began vibrating at the same frequency. Their limbs split apart, revealing sharpened blades. In the end, more than a dozen 3-headed, 6-armed automata had surrounded them. Shiomi spun the erosion in his hand. Oh dear, oh dear. Looks like I won't be able to leave the rest of the fight to you after all, Tuko said coldly as she took stock of each automata's position. She had helped Iselma repair her dolls before, but as far as she knew, Iselma didn't have this many automata. Just the sheer number of them exceeded the financial capacity of a Magus family branch like hers. Each of these ancient automata was worth a fortune. Considering Iselma had invested everything into the pursuit of aesthetic perfection, it was hard to imagine they could afford this many. So this is what she meant by a little gift, huh? Shiomi murmured. He stood back to back with Tuko. Iselma must have detected them as soon as they entered the forest. Shiomi hadn't planned to make much of a scene, but given how things were playing out, he couldn't confidently say how overspec the automata left behind by that girl truly were. Who is that girl? Tuko asked. I wish I knew, Shiomi said with a bitter smile. Probably someone who holds a grudge against me. I'll handle the first wave. You take the offensive. No problem. Even if it meant dying, Tuko had no intention of letting a body go to waste, especially not when they still had a way to cleanly resolve the crisis at hand. Then let's go. As if signaling the start of the battle, Shiomi's voice dropped, and the automata surged in from all directions, moving with an eerie, coordinated rhythm as they closed in on the two. The 11th of the primordial runes, the rune of the shield. Unlike the 13 that governed protection, this rune granted warriors safe return from the battlefield. If the wielder was powerful enough, it could even overturn certain death. Shiomi activated his magecraft. The automata came rushing in like a net closing from all sides. They tightened the encirclement. Beams of light burst from between their shifting forms as crystal mayflies materialized around Tuko. They assembled into several cannon-like structures and fired powerful magic bullets at the advancing automata. The dolls were bombarded in a blast of explosions, flung apart uncontrollably. Several were struck head-on, pierced through, and crashed lifelessly to the ground. With an opening torn through their ranks, Shiomi dashed out, charging straight at the nearest automata. 90 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Volume 2, Chapter 38, The Death of Another Princess. In the end, these automata were still just antiques, older, and shrouded in deeper mystery. Their combat capabilities were indeed excellent, whether serving as guardians of the forest or as frontline attackers. That is, if they hadn't picked the wrong opponents. With Shiomi and Tuko working together, they managed to tear open a breach in the encirclement of over a dozen automata. The magic bullets fired at point-blank range by Aozaki Tuko's mystic code, Crystal Mayfly, destroyed several of the machines outright. The first automata had been an automated defense unit embedded in the barrier of the Iselma forest. The rest were left behind by that mysterious, elusive girl of unknown origin. Whatever her motives, Shiomi had no reason to hold back. He darted through the forest, slashing with the erosion, severing necks, cleaving off heads, or driving the blade straight into the mana cores in their chests. The automata that hadn't been destroyed by the magic bombardment were quickly reduced to just a few. These remaining units also possessed battlefield assessment functions. Realizing the tide had turned, they rapidly retreated into the depths of the fog-veiled forest. Shiomi's instincts screamed that he couldn't let them go. Especially when the first unit had already been indistinguishable from those the girl had left behind, even he couldn't tell them apart. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and gave chase deeper into the woods. Tuko, who had just finished stowing away her mystic code, was momentarily stunned but quickly followed. Whether it was due to the so-called surveillance or simply because they were old friends, she couldn't bring herself to abandon Shiomi at a moment like this. Shiomi hadn't gotten far. By tracing his magical energy, Tuko soon found him in a clearing nestled within the forest. Among the dense, verdant woods, this spot stood out, an unmistakably special space. Judging by the spring bubbling up from the earth, this had to be the spiritual wellspring of the Iselma family's sacred land. In Western traditions, springs that gushed forth from the ground had long been regarded as divine miracles, signs of sainthood. "We've been played," Shiomi muttered, arms hanging at his sides, addressing Tuko as she approached from behind. "Tenkei." Tuko was surprised by the tone in his voice. But she already had a rough idea. At some point when she wasn't looking, Shiomi had clearly attracted the attention of someone or something that defied Magus logic. Back in the darkness, when she and Shiomi had been separated, she too had spoken with that mysterious girl. And her instincts, honed over years of experience, told her the girl was no ordinary existence. Shiomi slowly turned around and let out a scornful laugh. Tuko's gaze dropped. She saw the golden dagger in his hand. Its blade was stained with fresh crimson. A heavy metallic scent lingered in the mist, the unmistakable scent of blood. Human blood. A dagger, of course, was a tool for killing, and it wasn't strange for one to be blood-stained. But their opponents had just been automata, purely mechanical constructs. Even when shattered by magic, they never bled. Her eyes shifted to the other figure floating in the spring. Was this another of the gifts the nameless girl had left behind? That's what Tuko was thinking. That's what Shiomi was thinking too. The more pressing question now, how were they supposed to face Iselma? Floating in the spring was a woman. She was the mirror image, or perhaps the other half, of the corpse they had found that morning, the Princess of Gold. The Princess of Silver. This really is. Even with her colder persona, Tuko couldn't help but give a troubled smile. She slowly put on her glasses. Unlike the Princess of Gold, who had been dismembered, the Princess of Silver's body was almost entirely intact. She lay still with her eyes closed, as if simply bathing in the spring. But the water around her had long been stained deep red. The blood soaking the once clear spring came from a slender, precise wound just below her neck, a single strike that ended her life, sending her to the same place as her sister. Could it be, from the very beginning? Tuko began to analyze the situation. But time gave them no room to reflect. "Ah, please wait. Don't move, Shiomi-kun, Tuko." A voice called out from behind them, in Orai. The elderly woman in a green formal gown stood at the edge of the leafy forest, looking straight at the two of them. "I didn't expect to run into you at the scene of the crime. Or should I say, am I catching you in the act?" Her tone wasn't casual, it carried the weight of severity. Shiomi didn't move. "This is Valuelita's domain. You already knew when Tuko and I were sealed inside this barrier, didn't you, Lady Inurai?" "Indeed. I didn't restrict your movements, and since this forest is veiled in a barrier, I simply came to see what you two were up to," Inurai replied directly. "But judging by what's in front of me, your actions might have been a little too much." Toko adjusted her glasses, ready to explain. Wait, teacher. We were just. Don't bother, Toko, Shiomi said in a low voice. Look around. Where's the wreckage of the automata? That shut Toko up, she was genuinely stunned. Earlier, on her way here, she had clearly seen the scattered remains of automata nearby. But now, there was nothing. Not a trace. It was as if the nameless girl had never been here at all, and Inurai had no idea she ever had. A dagger through the throat. Quick and clean. Not really a Magus' style, but definitely something a sealing designation executor would do, Inurai said as she slowly stepped forward, looking at the Princess of Silver lying in the spring. So, this is what you call being caught red-handed. Shiomi raised his hand, the golden dagger was still in his grip, stained with blood. Whether it was the Princess of Silver's blood or not was something any Magus could easily determine. No, that's exactly why I have to question it, Inurai said, her expression like ice. If the Princess of Gold's death was still within the bounds of suspicion, then here, with the Princess of Silver dead, and you standing at the scene holding the murder weapon. She gave a faint smile, but it carried no warmth. And all this while my own student was shadowing you. Not to mention, this was a forest enclosed by a barrier, where every action was being monitored. A scene this sloppily staged, this blatant, only made Inurai's suspicion pivot in the opposite direction. So, the truth starting to show itself. Toko took out a fresh cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Inurai nodded at her thought. That's right. At this point, there's no doubt, someone is trying to remove Shiomi from Valuelita, to weaken them from within. Chapter 133, Volume 2, Chapter 39, House Arrest. Following the death of the Princess of Gold, the Princess of Silver was also found dead in the forest of Iselma. Upon hearing the news, Karina, one of the twin maids, collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The task of tending to the Princess of Silver's body fell to her sister, Regina. Though they were twins, the two sisters displayed completely different levels of composure when faced with the deaths of the mistresses they served. Shiomi couldn't help but think, twins really are different, after all. Looking back, it was grimly ironic, just the night before, the Princess of Gold had wanted to escape with her sister. The next day, both were dead within hours of each other. A situation too miserable to even laugh at, said Rhaenys. Due to financial constraints, she hadn't been able to return immediately after attending the social gathering and ended up staying overnight in Iselma's Tower of the Sun. Shiomi glanced up slightly at Rhaenys, whose lips curled in a smile. You talk like you care, but you're grinning more than anyone. Not quite, Rhaenys said with a teasing smile. I'm just amused that the always composed Shiomi-sensei could get caught up in something this messy. I'm very curious to see how you'll get out of this. It doesn't exactly count as a predicament, Shiomi sighed. The sudden deaths of the current generation's Princess of Gold and Princess of Silver meant that Iselma's painstaking achievements in magecraft had been undone in an instant. In light of that, Byron Valuelita Iselma nearly lost his composure, intent on holding Shiomi accountable and sending him to the clock tower to be judged by the Department of Policies. In the world of magi, not only murder but also the destruction of a generation's magical legacy was a grave crime, especially when the family in question wasn't some third-rate lineage. Yet with Lord Valuelita personally guaranteeing Shiomi's safety, Byron had no choice but to hold back. Shiomi remained the prime suspect, and perhaps it was precisely because the suspicion fell so squarely on him that Inurai had taken a conservative stance, opting to wait rather than act. For now, Shiomi was simply confined to his room and forbidden from leaving. As for the potential murder weapon, erosion, he had publicly sealed it inside a crystal and placed it in his room for all to see. Besides Caren and Grey, Rhaenys had also come by to visit, hence her commentary just now. But how did it happen? Grey asked, clearly puzzled. Sensei said he fought only automata in the forest. So why was the Princess of Silver's blood on his dagger? Caren shook her head. I know you enjoy detective stories, but for magi, the how often doesn't matter. The more skilled the magus, the more outrageous the means they can use to kill. As for transferring wounds. As she spoke, she reached out and took Grey's hand. After exposing both their forearms, Caren released her and, without warning, poked her own arm with a pen from the table. Ow. Grey winced in pain. Karen's arm remained completely unharmed, no dent, no mark, but a faint bloody line appeared on Grey's arm. With just that brief touch, Caren had used a spell to connect herself to Grey and transfer the damage to her. Of course, for more severe injuries, the ritual would need to be more complex and take more time. In other words, among the automata that Shiomi and Tuko had fought in the forest, at least one had been altered with a damage-transferring spell. Automata won't stop unless dealt a fatal blow. So Shiomi had no choice, he had to strike with precision to neutralize them. Erosion wasn't just a mystic code on the level of a noble phantasm, it was also an exceptional magical medium. In the 2 or 3 months since returning from Blackmoor Village, Shiomi had already come to rely on the dagger as a dependable magical weapon. To stab through an automaton's neck or heart and render it immobile was nothing to him. But that was exactly what led him into the trap. If one of the automata had been linked to the Princess of Silver through a wound-transferring spell, then even Shiomi, unable to distinguish it, would inevitably kill her amid the chaos, whether with erosion or by some other means. So, for this plan to work, someone had to have access to both the Princess of Silver and the automata in the forest, Caren said. But now, all traces of the automata had vanished, most likely the handiwork of that nameless girl. Her interference was practically cheating, leaving even Shiomi at a complete loss. Caren continued her analysis. Whether it's the automata or the Princess of Silver, both belong to Iselma. And the only ones who could have had access to both. Rhaena snapped her fingers. Obviously, someone from the Iselma family. But that raises two big questions, Gray added nervously. Who did it, and why? Shiomi gave a helpless laugh. If the answer could be reached just by discussing it here with you, I wouldn't be locked up in this room, cooperating with an investigation over a frame-up. Then we should go investigate, Caren said. Why are there so many guests still staying here? And why, of all people, did the blame conveniently fall on you, father? Shiomi was, by any logic, one of the least likely people to be framed, same with Tuko Aozaki. In contrast, younger girls would have been far easier scapegoats. Shiomi fell silent. He was certain this was all part of a play orchestrated by the nameless girl. But the one always pulling the strings from behind the curtain would never step into the spotlight to join the performance. Which meant someone else, perhaps without realizing it, had been manipulated, steered toward setting up this entire sequence of events for some hidden agenda. But Sensei can't go outside, right? Rhaena said, then suddenly caught on. Wait, Caren, don't tell me you're planning to. Caren raised a finger to her lips. Empty eyes, empty thoughts, empty hands. And that's exactly why we must open our hollow eyes as wide as we can, work our vacant minds as hard as we can, and even if we can't grasp anything, we must still reach out with our hands. Caren. Gray murmured softly. Caren rose from her seat. Father's always been the one taking care of us. Just this once, let me switch roles and do what I can to support him. Honestly, I don't think things are very safe right now. Don't act recklessly, Shiomi warned. This body bears the rune you engraved, father. It won't fall so easily, Caren said with a smile. Shiomi gave a nod. There were still too many things he didn't know. He needed to find a way to uncover the deeper motives behind the other's presence here. Just like his own. 90 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 134, Volume 2, Chapter 40, The Assailant. The sunset vanished without warning. Shiomi, passing time reading in his room while waiting for the situation to evolve, noticed the evening sky suddenly dimming. Before the sun could be completely swallowed by the clouds drifting in from the east, what caught his attention first was the overwhelming number of small magical sources approaching. Magi. Around 20, no, 30 of them. He closed the book in his hands. Being framed as a murderer didn't particularly rattle him. His plan was simple, cooperate for now, wait until the real culprit got frustrated at his persistence and slipped up, then act. But for an army of magi to appear just as Iselma's generation of magical achievements was being snuffed out one after another. That couldn't be a coincidence. These people were coming regardless of the murders. Rising from the sofa, he moved to the window. In mere moments, dark clouds had swept over the land surrounding Iselma's lakeside estate. A deep rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. Then lightning tore through the clouds, slamming into the forest, its flash illuminating the darkened air in a sudden blaze of brilliance. A weather-based magecraft launched precisely at dusk, clearly meant to sever Iselma's connection to its land. When the land was damaged, the mana flow from the ley lines became more unstable than usual. Under normal circumstances, magi guarding their territory would reinforce the land with defensive magecraft. Naturally, the attackers would begin by disrupting those defenses. Would Iselma simply sit back and wait to be crushed? Just as Shiomi pondered this, a knock came at the door. When it opened slowly, Lady Inurai, dressed in her signature green gown, stood there. Lady Inurai. Shiomi greeted her with a smile. Now's hardly the time to be calling me in for questioning, is it? No. I figured you wouldn't be able to sit still, after all, your daughter went to check the perimeter of the forest, Inurai replied calmly, the look on her face one of complete control. I've come to lift your house arrest. Judging by your tone, you already know who's behind this attack on Iselma. Shiomi stepped toward the door. The moment he learned Caren was near the forest, there was no way he could stay still. The Galliasta family, Inurai said as she turned and began walking away. Shiomi's brow twitched. Galliasta. He'd heard the name before, a newly emerged Magus family from the Middle East, descended from oil tycoons. Backed by vast wealth, they specialized in seizing the achievements of others, even other magi. So they'd set their sights on the current generation of Iselma's magical accomplishments, and launched an assault. Shiomi exited the Tower of the Sun and made his way toward the edge of the forest. Rain had already begun to fall, a heavy downpour slamming against the earth and soaking the entire Windermere Lake district. Weather-altering magecraft on this scale was immense, but not unheard of. Rain-making rituals, or those like it, had long circulated across cultures worldwide. Yet for modern magi, executing such a feat was far from easy. One major obstacle, the fading of mysteries. The reason this invading force of magi could pull it off was simple: they were exploiting the terrain. Iselma's twin towers stood in a region notorious for its volatile weather. The natural conditions already lent themselves to climatic shifts, magecraft merely accelerated the process. Several kilometers away, perched on a slope overlooking Iselma's lands, a young man watched with pride. Atram Galliasta, the newly appointed head of the Garista family, clung to a scantily clad maid, whispering smug boasts of his success into her ear. The spell work had been of his own design. The surprise attack was being carried out by over a dozen magi from his family, all following his lead. Come, plunder. Usurp. Do it efficiently. Atram laughed heartily as he declared war, but his voice abruptly cut off, the final word hanging unfinished. Begin. A light flared near the twin towers. Unlike the sharpness of lightning, it resembled a lighthouse glimpsed by ships during a stormy night at sea. The light shot swiftly into the sky, vanishing into the dense clouds above. In an instant, the rain ceased, the storm clouds scattered, and the sunset with its crimson sky returned. Atram raised the antique telescope in his hand to see who had done it. The shock in his heart quickly gave way to fury. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the maid at his side, leaving red marks on her flawless, wheat-toned skin. The ninth of the primordial runes, the rune of seafaring. Originally used to calm the seas during violent storms, its true essence lay in the complete control over weather. Not only could it pacify wind and wave, but also conjure tidal forces powerful enough to level a city. The forest, once capable of forming barriers, now stood bare and exposed after the damage to its land. Bathed in the evening glow, it was little more than a pristine nature reserve. Iselma is under my control. Do whatever you want with the attackers. That was the last thing Inurai said to Shiomi before leaving. Whether it was to make someone else do the dirty work, or to confirm something, Shiomi didn't really care. In his field of vision, he already saw the Magi squad confronting Caren and the others. They were the vanguard of the Magus army that had assaulted Iselma. Without exception, they wore green hoods and cloaks, concealing both their bodies and faces, like a demonic army from ages past. Just moments ago, they had been riding high on the weather support from their allies behind them. Now, they were thrown into bewilderment. Several of them already lay on the ground, pierced by glowing mana arrows. Leave this to me. What's coming next isn't something you can handle, Shiomi said, placing a hand on Karen's shoulder. She gripped two hand crossbows etched with rune script, weapons Shiomi had prepared for her self-defense. Unable to wield offensive magecraft effectively, Caren relied on magical tools to support her attacks. The crossbows fired arrows whose power adapted to the user's intent. The embedded spell work automatically converted ambient mana to fuel them. To put it simply, they were like automatic pistols with perfect accuracy. Just earlier, Karen's group had encountered an advancing Magus squad. With Grey spearheading the front and her and Reyna supporting from the rear, they managed to stop several enemies. The torrential rain created by magecraft had heavily disrupted their movements, but just as quickly, that interference vanished. When I saw the rain stop, I knew Father had arrived. Caren lowered her crossbow. We're pulling back for now. With that, she retreated behind Shiomi, taking Reynas and Grey with her. Shiomi now stood alone in the forest, facing the Magi hidden among the trees. 90 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Volume 2, Chapter 41, Close Quarters Clash. None of the attackers dared to act recklessly. The coordinated weather magecraft cast by their comrades had been unraveled in an instant. All of them felt the extraordinary mana radiating from the light that had just risen. Could Iselma also possess a spell of such scale capable of controlling the weather? That thought ran through the minds of several attackers. Honestly, I'm pretty pissed right now, Shiomi said, brushing back his hair. I was planning to see what kind of game value Alita was playing, and then you people show up and pull this stunt. Nouveau riche are still nouveau riche. Leopards don't change their spots. As he ran his hand through his hair, Shiomi's rain-soaked body and clothes dried in the blink of an eye, as if he'd never been caught in the storm at all. But that wasn't what drew their attention. One after another, glowing rune characters began to materialize in the forest, floating midair. Rune magecraft. Every one of them had at least basic Magus training, and they could instantly recognize the nature of this magic. You're not worth my time. Send your leader. Shiomi lowered his hand and spoke with a cold detachment, as if already looking at corpses. The rune symbols flared with blinding brilliance. Screams erupted from the attackers, and those with quicker reflexes scrambled to cast defensive spells. Modern rune magecraft had long declined. Although Toko Aozaki had reconstructed the system, even deciphering several lost primordial runes, those reconstructed ones were now patented by the clock tower and sealed away. And the revived techniques had only resurfaced in the last decade or two. Magus who had truly mastered them were exceedingly rare. So, when the floating runes activated on their own, most of the Magus in the vanguard hadn't been on high alert. They figured their opponent was just one person, wielding an outdated and obscure system like rune magecraft. Nothing to fear. That assumption quickly got them killed. Magus after Magus fell one by one. Those who hadn't underestimated their enemy managed to block most of the damage with protective spells, but even they were left in a miserable state. They collapsed into the thick underbrush, hidden beneath the greenery. Ignoring their groans, Shiomi stepped forward, slowly making his way deeper into the forest, toward the location, several kilometers away, where the weather magecraft had originated. But as the vanguard unit, these attackers weren't going to surrender that easily. The still conscious Magus leaned against tree trunks, preparing to cast thunder spells. Without the weather support from their allies in the rear, these spells reverted to their base power, no longer enhanced by the previous amplification. Still, with enough attackers, they might be able to wound the strange Magus standing before them. Didn't I already say you're not up to the task? Shiomi raised his hand. Before the lightning, fire, and ice arrows formed by mana could even be released, a strange wind swept through the forest. It whipped at the Magus' hoods and cloaks with an eerie intensity. Before they could even grasp what was happening, the flow of their mana was violently disrupted, followed by a wave of searing pain. The arms used to cast spells, those embedded with magic circuits, were severed at the root. Blood sprayed through the forest, staining the green bushes and leaves a vivid red. Cries of agony rang out, but Shiomi didn't even flinch. He simply watched as a young man with blonde hair and brown skin stepped from the shadows between the trees. My, what a spectacle! I never thought Iselma would hire such a powerful bodyguard, Atram said, his tone mockingly polite. Even the weather magecraft I personally designed was broken in an instant. Is that catalyst really so precious to you? Though his words feigned admiration, his clenched teeth and bloodthirsty gaze betrayed the rage simmering beneath the surface, as if he were ready to tear apart anyone standing in his way. A curse. Oh. Shiomi let out a quiet sound of realization. He had initially assumed these attackers were linked to those who killed the Princess of Gold and Princess of Silver, but in fact, it was the opposite. So, Galliasta was the rival who had his auction item snatched away by Iselma at that underground auction. In hindsight, it seemed Iselma had picked the wrong opponent to provoke. You're not one of Iselma's hired Magus, are you? Atram quickly deduced Shiomi's stance from those few words. Why not lend me a hand instead? Galliasta's willing to pay even more, to someone like you, noble slayer of the clock tower. Atram had already identified Shiomi from the intelligence he'd gathered, so he made no effort to hide his recruitment attempt. You brought this many people to seize the catalyst, aiming to take part in the upcoming 5th Holy Grail War, right? Shiomi asked. Naturally. That's why I'd be honored to invite you, Mr. Shiomi, a seasoned veteran of the Holy Grail War, to join us, Atram replied, his tone coated in false politeness. Shiomi remained indifferent. So that means you'll be Sakura's enemy. That won't do. Sakura could probably handle this group, but their sheer numbers made the situation dangerous. If she underestimated them or reacted poorly due to her lack of battlefield experience, she could face serious consequences in the Holy Grail War. This, however, was the perfect opportunity. What? Atram caught the rising wave of bloodlust in the air. He sensed a shift in Shiomi's demeanor. My apologies, but since the time, place, and circumstances are all just right, please die here, Mr. Galliasta. Shiomi raised his hand, and the sky that had just cleared was once again swallowed by dark clouds. Atram's expression twisted. It wasn't the Magus he'd stationed in the rear who had restored the spell, someone else was altering the weather. Could it be those same Magus who had dismantled the previous weather spell? That thought excited Atram, and the Magus behind him stirred in anticipation, awaiting their master's command. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Death, death, death. As expected of the infamous noble slayer, you kill nobles indiscriminately, don't you? Atram feigned admiration, but a vulgar grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He didn't take Shiomi's declaration of death seriously at all. So what if the vanguard was repelled? Atram was confident that not even a lord of the clock tower could stop the elite Magus army he had so carefully prepared. Unlike those willing to gamble their lives, Atram favored clean, overwhelming victories. He had already spoken with Lord Valuelita stationed here. The Lord had told him, do as you please, which gave Atram the boldness to attack Valuelita with no restraint. From the pocket of his immaculate suit, Atram took out a small, flask-like object. You know what this is? This is a primeval battery. A Magus with no lineage or connections, like you wouldn't understand its history or its value, would you? Chapter 136, Volume 2, Chapter 42, Thunder Rain. Primeval Battery. The world's oldest battery was unearthed in the Karahan Teep ruins, on the outskirts of the Middle East. It's widely believed that its creator didn't truly understand its principles, perhaps it was made by chance, merely as a gilding tool. Yet this same structure was passed down through generations of Magus, developing along a path utterly separate from science. When one of the Magus families studying the primeval battery fell into decline, Galeasta bought both the battery and its legacy with money. Specializing in ore magecraft and price magecraft, Galeasta found the primeval battery exceptionally convenient. With it, they mastered natural phenomena once seen as divine power and heavenly thunder across the world, ushering in a golden age for their family. They even adapted the technique to manipulate the weather. Gush out. As Atram spoke, electricity surged into the form of a giant hand and lunged at Shiomi faster than the blink of an eye. Fighting lightning with lightning, Shiomi countered with the same element. A bolt of blue lightning tore through the rain, intercepting the golden hand. Two powerful magecrafts, both brimming with mana, collided. Only a stronger mystery can overwhelm another. The clashing bolts exploded into a mana-charged shockwave, scattering raindrops into a spiraling vortex before fading together into the downpour. That's impressive, Atram muttered through clenched teeth. Shiomi brushed the raindrops from his bangs. I should be the one saying that. The spell fueled by the primeval battery had performed better than expected, powerful enough to cancel out ordinary magecraft. If that's all your precious primeval battery can do, you're dead. Shiomi lowered his hand and stared at Atram with cold indifference. The calm tone struck as a sharp provocation, bruising Atram's pride. No one had ever dared speak to him that way. Born into privilege, no one, not his parents, siblings, or clansmen, had ever shown such blatant disrespect to the Galeasta family. His eyes widened in fury. Burning with rage, he conjured mana several times stronger than before, activating his magic crest and pouring it into the primeval battery spell. The magecraft Galeasta had acquired converted that mana with perfect efficiency into thunder in the shape of a dragon. Everyone there saw it, a massive dragon bearing its fangs, giving Shiomi no room to retreat, ready to tear him apart. Shiomi saw it too, and the smug curl of Atram's lips. How capable Atram was as a Magus was hard to say. But this ruthless, practiced spellcasting spoke of hard-earned combat experience. Guess I'll take this a bit more seriously, Shiomi thought. Normally, he would only use grand magecraft in a fight against a servant. Thunder rain. With those brief words, lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the storm-darkened lake as if it were midday. In that instant, Atram realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent. He'd missed so much. From breaking the cooperative magecraft of multiple Magus to altering the weather instantly and slipping control from his army's grasp, all of it had been the work of one man, Tenkei Shiomi. And most of all, not a single word of chant. That was a feat only possible in a time long before the Common Era, when the Age of Gods still thrived and humanity lived entwined with magecraft. In other words, from the beginning, Tenkei Shiomi had been using Age of Gods magecraft. It was irrational. Impossible. Atram might boast to his maids and subordinates that the magecraft he used in the assault on Iselma Forest rivaled Medea, the Witch of Kalkas. But he knew better than anyone, this was on a whole other level. Not even a short chant spell could bridge that kind of power gap, let alone something that rivaled a military airstrike. Precisely because he was a skilled Magus, he could recognize the danger instantly. But it was already too late. Blue lightning swallowed Atram's spell with ease, absorbed it, and surged into the forest. The cries that followed were drowned by the roar of grand magecraft. Then came the explosion. The torrential rain was slashed away by a violent gust, only returning to the earth a few seconds later. Ugh, maybe I went a little overboard. Shiomi looked at Atram, his body charred black and torn, barely clinging to life as he leaned against a broken tree, struggling to breathe. Each breath made Atram feel death creeping ever closer. The slow crunch of footsteps through the muddy grass sounded, to him, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. He stared at Shiomi, terrified and confused, unable to comprehend how such a monster could exist in this world. He used to think the previous lord, El Meloi, had died in Fuyuki just because he took things too lightly. Now, Atram realized he had misunderstood the cause and effect entirely. I know about the primeval battery. It's definitely ancient, Shiomi crouched in front of Atram. But the rune magecraft I use is older than anything you've ever known. When it comes to mystery, you were already outmatched. Even so, getting results like this from just one rune, isn't that a bit much? At that moment, Tuko Aozaki's voice came from behind. Primordial runes are miracles of that caliber, you know that better than anyone. Shiomi stood up, ignoring the near corpse that Atram had become, and turned to face Tuko. Did Lady Inorai send you to tell me not to kill him? You're a little late. At this point, not even the clock tower's best Magus could save him. Even if he could be saved, The near-total destruction of his magic circuits and magic crest spelled the end of Atrum's career as a magus. Toko slowly removed her glasses and looked at Shiomi with a bright, cheerful expression. Fighting someone like him wasn't much, was it? There's no reason for me to fight you. Shiomi frowned. He had never considered Toko an enemy, and she had never treated him as one either. I don't want to fight you either, but I don't have a choice, Toko said. For the same reason you don't. That nameless girl. Shiomi clicked his tongue in frustration. He had no idea what sort of deal Toko had made with her. As fellow rune magicians, let's call this a friendly match. Toko, rarely seen like this, seemed eager for a fight. Seriously, this world is always soaked in blood. Even you're taking a swing at me now. As the words left his mouth, glowing rune characters lit up in the air around them. 90 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Volume 2, Chapter 43, Thaumaturgical Foundation. I lost in the end, huh? Toko, slung lazily over Shiomi's back, sighed. She was filthy too, but definitely in better shape than Atrum, who was left to await death. She looked more like someone who had just rolled around in the mud on a rainy day. If I'd let you win, I might as well crawl back to my old master now, Shiomi muttered. Besides, your outfit was way too bare. You didn't bring anything at all. As expected, their match had ended in Toko's defeat. Since their duel was meant to be a rune magecraft contest from the start, Toko hadn't brought any familiars or mystic codes. The only familiar that might have helped wouldn't appear unless Toko died. Of course, she knew full well that the creature sealed in her box couldn't do anything against Shiomi. Bringing it would have made no difference. Toko pushed her glasses up. Still, experiencing it firsthand wasn't enough to grasp the essence of the primordial runes. Shiomi pursed his lips and stated plainly, we both base our magecraft on runes, but we're not using the same foundation. Magecraft functions by channeling mana through a thaumaturgical foundation to trigger supernatural phenomena. In theory, a foundation can even be improvised on the spot. But in such cases, the performance would be affected by a range of variable factors. Using her genius, Toko reconstructed the decaying rune system and sold it to the clock tower. These days, rune magecraft is so widespread there that most magi can perform at least the basic techniques. But Shiomi was different. The foundation he used for his rune magecraft was tied to a far older mystery. If I'm right, it's the foundation first discovered by Odin himself, Toko said, her innate talent and sharp instincts letting her see its true nature clearly. I can't believe you actually got your hands on something like that. Wouldn't go that far, Shiomi replied vaguely. He trudged forward through the forest, uneven terrain underfoot. The Twin Towers was still out of sight, there was more walking to do. I should have brought you along when I went back to Misaki, Toko said, resting on his shoulder and speaking idly by his ear. She had fought with everything she had. So had Shiomi. But the gap in their foundations ensured Toko's defeat. If he hadn't held back, her body would have ended up just like Atrum's. We didn't even know each other back then, Shiomi said, exasperated. Besides, going up against a magician who inherited the fifth magic. Win or lose, it wouldn't have ended well for me. If he lost, who knew what kind of curse Ayako Aozaki might have thrown his way? Toko had already been hit with one, returned to Misaki City and she'd turn into a frog. And if he won, that would be an even bigger problem. A magus defeating a magician would shake the entire magical world, and draw the attention of the other still living magicians. That was a risk with no reward. Shiomi just wanted to quietly continue his deep dive into what his master had passed down to him. Even now, he hadn't fully grasped the power of the 18 primordial runes discovered by Odin. Every time he came up with a new idea, the system would naturally unfold further, as if it had no end. As for the true power of the final primordial rune, Shiomi still had no idea. You actually thought you could win? Toko smiled, not mocking Shiomi's reaction, just amused. So, what did that mysterious girl promise you? What made you jump in at a time like this? Shiomi asked. The foundation of the primordial runes, Toko replied bluntly. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. The girl had told her to challenge Shiomi, and either way, she had nothing to lose. Normally, Shiomi would never agree to a fight with Toko, not even a friendly one, unless forced by circumstance. Apparently, that nameless girl had given him just the kind of push he couldn't ignore. Seriously, you're the textbook definition of a magus, Shiomi said, exasperated. So obsessed it's almost impressive. At its core, magecraft is obsession. It's about turning yourself into a cog in the machinery of mystery, Toko said matter-of-factly. Still, if any of my old classmates saw me now, they'd say I've completely lost my way. They're all dead. If they could see you, that'd be a whole different problem, Shiomi muttered. He kept walking, then came to a sudden stop. There are actually two others who share the same rune foundation as me, Shiomi said. Let me guess, your two daughters. Toko didn't seem the least bit surprised. Shiomi said, the one who taught me the primordial runes didn't set any conditions. It was like she handed them to me and said, do whatever you want with these. Don't tell me you're thinking of giving me that foundation, Toko said, feeling that she was already pretty free-spirited, but Shiomi clearly took it to another level. If you don't want it, forget it, Shiomi said as he started walking again. It was just a whim. That's kind of a heavy gift to accept on the spot. Let me think it over. For once, Toko wasn't entirely composed. Somewhere in the lineage of Magi, something buried deep, a reaction to touching the core of mystery, had begun to stir inside her. Excitement. Anticipation. Whatever. Your call, Shiomi said without concern. That reminds me, what was Atram Galliasta trying to steal from Iselma? I forgot to ask. Feels weird to go back now just to check. Oh. Toko's voice took on a note of dry surprise. So you didn't even know why he came after you, you just killed him. Lady Inorai didn't tell me not to, so I figured it was fine, Shiomi said with a chuckle. Toko nodded in agreement, then explained, Galliasta was after a blood-stained Bodhi leaf that Iselma recently picked up at an auction. A Bodhi leaf. Blood-stained, wait, don't tell me. The one that blocked Siegfried's back when he bathed in dragon blood. Exactly, Toko confirmed. How do you even know that? Iselma never made it public, right? Because that was my reward, Toko continued. I came to Iselma for a social event, but I was actually working a commission for them. It was definitely a significant deal, something that should have been kept under wraps. But compared to what Shiomi had offered her on a whim, Toko figured telling him this much was no big deal. 90 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 138, Volume 2, Chapter 44, Revelation. Inside the walled workshop, alongside essentials like the philosopher's egg and distillers, were countless materials and tools specific to Iselma's magecraft. At that moment, Byron Valuelita Iselma stood within, using a magical reagent to destroy something. The items tossed into the fireplace burned slowly in flames imbued with magical energy. Iselma's magecraft prized aesthetic expression, and as a result, often fell short in more practical applications. Even an act as straightforward as destroying materials required the help of magical potions, only then could one ensure the remains couldn't be reconstructed, even by the most skilled magus. How impatient. A voice spoke behind him, prompting Byron to whirl around. Tenkei Shiomi stood at the workshop doorway, a gentle smile on his lips. Mr. Shiomi, this is Iselma's magical workshop. You shouldn't just barge in like this, Byron said, quickly regaining his composure as he stood to rebuke the intrusion. Generally speaking, no, a guest shouldn't be this rude, Shiomi replied, unfazed. But I don't think our relationship is as simple as host and guest, is it? Byron's expression stiffened. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Mr. Shiomi. Right now, I'm under suspicion for killing your two daughters, the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, Shiomi said as he slowly approached. Ordinarily, a workshop was a magus's home base, a fortress by nature. Any reckless intruder would meet with fierce resistance, regardless of who they were. That's how it should have been. But though Byron clutched his cane, he didn't dare to move. Had this happened before the Galliasta forces attacked, he might have responded decisively. But now, after Shiomi single-handedly crushed the Galliasta Magus army, after Atram Galliasta had fallen in battle, after Byron had watched everything from within the Twin Towers, he knew the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. Shiomi walked past him, crouched at the fireplace, and pulled out a half-burned document. Runes encircled the surviving parchment, rapidly restoring it before his eyes. Restorative Rune Magecraft. Oh, a damage-transferring curse. Used on the right target, it could even shift fatal wounds. Normally, a spell like this is too dangerous, there's no way to control where the damage goes, Shiomi remarked. But if you bind it to an automata, surprisingly, it works perfectly. He turned his head toward Byron. And that detail alone feels completely out of character for Iselma's magecraft. All this setup must have taken quite the effort, just to frame me, and cover up the truth about Iselma. Why would I frame you for something like this? Byron, still composed, asked in indignation. Because Lord Valuelita found it odd, how Iselma's long-stagnant research suddenly made a leap forward. But she couldn't investigate it through internal channels, so she sent me to this little social gathering to look into it discreetly, Shiomi said, meeting Byron's gaze. That alone should have put you on alert, don't you think? Byron was speechless. As he had suspected all along, Shiomi had come to this event with a hidden agenda. Well then, care to explain, Byron? At some point, Inorai had appeared at the workshop entrance. Her voice was flat and emotionless. Later, in the hall of the Tower of the Moon. The remaining guests, along with Iselma's twin maids who had served the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, had all gathered. I won't deny it, when I accepted Iselma's invitation to attend the debut of the Princess of Gold and the Princess of Silver, I didn't come with pure intentions, Shiomi declared in front of everyone. The reason's simple. Before Iselma even decided to host this gathering, Lord Valuelita came to see me. He glanced toward Lady Inurai. She had already given silent approval for him to reveal the truth. From this moment, the incident had fully turned into a scandal. Even if Inurai chose to cover it up for Valuelita's sake, it would inevitably put Shiomi at odds with the democratic faction. A rising magus whose potential rivaled even the current Marshal of Magecraft, Lorelei Bartholomew, someone like that couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of the opposition, even if they couldn't be fully brought under control. The reason he came to me is simple. Although Iselma's research had been progressing steadily, by Lady Inurai's estimate, it should have taken several more generations before reaching any breakthroughs. But not long ago, Iselma suddenly claimed to have made dramatic progress, Shiomi said, arms crossed as he coolly eyed Byron seated among the crowd. Such an unexpected leap, Lady Inurai wasn't going to take it at face value. But launching a formal investigation would have caused unrest within the faction. So, she devised another approach. That approach was to send Tenkei Shiomi. The rest might not have known, but Lord Valuelita was well aware, no one was more suited to working behind the scenes and uncovering the truth than Shiomi. That was why he had accepted the invitation to the social gathering in the first place. But for some reason, this supposedly top-secret matter made its way to Mr. Byron, Shiomi added, turning to Lady Inurai with open suspicion. Yet Inurai remained composed as she responded, I didn't leak a word. I didn't even discuss it within Valuelita before your investigation yielded results. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. The answer clicked into place in his mind. He didn't press further and continued. Shortly before this gathering began, the Princess of Gold died during a shaping adjustment due to flaws in Iselma's technique. In other words, by the time she was found this morning, she'd already been dead for several days. For a magus, applying basic preservation magecraft was a trivial task. And for a necromancer, even making a years-dead corpse appear lifelike was within reach. As he finished speaking, Caren entered the hall, holding something wrapped in a blanket. With calm precision, she laid it down and opened it. Many in the room immediately turned pale. The dismembered Princess of Gold, her face still flawless, exuded a bloody, tragic beauty too terrible to behold. Chapter 139, Volume 2, Chapter 45, The Truth. Unlike the state she was found in that morning, dismembered and horrifying, the Princess of Gold's body had now been fully reassembled. Yet every joint was lined with rune-marked seams. Even if preservation and time-concealment magecraft were applied, once the body is restored and runes are inscribed on the deceased, it's possible to determine the exact time of death, Caren said, crouched beside the Princess of Gold's remains. If necessary, we could even make her speak. Conversation with the dead, Lady Inurai murmured. No wonder you went this far. She knew the spell. As long as the caster wasn't the one who killed the deceased, the spell could be used to question the dead. The timing and integrity of the corpse would determine how much could be asked. That was exactly why Caren had helped reconstruct the Princess of Gold's body through magecraft. But since the Princess of Gold was already dead, Byron needed to do more than hide that fact. He needed to drag me, the one sent to verify Iselma's supposed achievements, into it too, Shiomi said. So he devised a plan to make me the first person to witness her corpse. But even that wasn't enough. So you did something even crueler. He had killed his other daughter, the Princess of Silver, the second half of Iselma's achievement. Of course, you didn't kill her right away. You approached her like any other day, caught her off guard, knocked her out, and placed her in the forest spring. Then you linked her to one of Iselma's automata using a curse that transferred damage, Shiomi continued, anger flashing in his eyes. As for when, probably last night, around the time the Princess of Gold came to see me. His fury wasn't over being framed, it was at Byron, who as a father, was willing to sacrifice his own daughters for personal gain. If Iselma's falsified results were confirmed by Shiomi and reported to Inurai, their future in Valuelita, and their pursuit of the root, would be thrown into doubt. For a research-focused magus to fabricate results at such a critical stage would be a scandal serious enough to shake the very foundations of Valuelita. So instead, he destroyed the data from the start and pinned everything on someone guaranteed to interact with both princesses. As for a motive, that could be pinned on the aristocratic faction later, turning the whole thing into a political mess. But that still leaves one problem, Rhaenys spoke up. Who exactly was the Princess of Gold who showed up at the social gathering? You can't fake something like that, can you? Oh, it's possible. After all, isn't there someone here who specializes in transforming the human body? Shiomi turned to Tuko. Until just recently, I thought you came purely out of interest in Iselma's research. Tuko, for once, looked faintly apologetic. She hadn't been able to explain the crucial point in time, which was why Shiomi had remained silent when he was framed, waiting for the situation to evolve. But trust is fragile. It doesn't take much to shake it. Still, Toko had always planned to talk with Shiomi once everything was over. Seeing him being set up, she had already begun to consider revealing her real reason for coming. The thaumaturgical foundation of the primordial runes was a weighty enough revelation to tip the entire balance. With Toko's confession, Shiomi finally placed the last missing piece in the puzzle. Iselma had faked their results. And Byron's fury, his calculated calm even after the deaths of his daughters, only solidified Shiomi's conclusion. The only thing left unanswered had been the mystery of the Princess of Gold who appeared at the gathering. So then, what exactly? Rhaenys pressed on, brimming with curiosity. Shiomi suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the ceiling. Everyone instinctively followed his gesture and looked up. A moment later, a thunderclap roared out, so deafening it seemed to shake even the twin towers itself, as if the heavens were collapsing. Caught completely off guard, even magi as powerful as Lady Inurai and Toko had to cover their ears to shield themselves from the blast's physical force. But amid the chaos, one person reacted a beat too late. You can feel the tremors, but you can't hear the thunder, can you, Miss Karina? Shiomi slowly lowered his hand. Outside, the downpour hadn't let up. His weather-based magecraft was still in effect, allowing him to influence any part of the lake region at will. For instance, he could summon thunder, harmless in substance but overwhelming in force, enough to rattle even top-tier magi. You've lost your hearing, just like the Princess of Gold you served, Shiomi said, stepping up to Karina. And more than that, perhaps from a very young age, you were attuned to her wavelength. Maybe it was a requirement of Iselma's ritual formula, but that attunement also made you the perfect candidate to temporarily take her place. From there, all it took was a subtle transformation, one no one could detect, some careful adjustments, and the right catalyst. That would be enough to reconstruct the Princess of Gold's appearance, using Karina as the base. And no, it wasn't a lie when you came to me last night, asking for help to escape. But after you and your sister returned, you realized the crucial piece, Princess of Silver, was missing. That's when your plan fell apart. Which explained why Karina, unable to locate Princess of Silver and unwilling to raise suspicion, had been so devastated when she later witnessed her death, so much so that she nearly fainted. Maybe, at that moment, she even believed it was her desire to run away that had gotten the princess killed. Shiomi turned his gaze away, fixing it sharply on Byron Valuelita Iselma. Because at that very moment, the Princess of Silver, left alone in her room, met with her father, completely unaware of his true intentions. She had become a sacrifice to protect her father's status and preserve Iselma's prestige. Well then, I suppose my task here is done, Lady Inurai, Shiomi said, glancing toward her as she poured herself a glass of champagne. What happens next is up to Valuelita. Whether you cast them out or handle it according to your own laws, it's your internal affair. He turned to leave. Next time, don't ask me for this kind of job. I'm much better at brawling than I am at digging up secrets. But you already stepped down from the sealing designation unit, Inurai quipped. Fair point. Shiomi gave a faint, careless smile, then walked out of the hall, heading back to his room. 90 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 140, Volume 2, Chapter 46, Farewell. In the end, Iselma's grandly publicized magecraft exhibition turned into a full-blown scandal. With both fraud and murder on display during the event, the clock tower froze all of Iselma's territory. But what really set the clock tower buzzing wasn't the blow dealt to the democratic faction's Valuelita. It was the sudden fall of the upstart Galeasta family's newly appointed head. The one responsible. Tenkei Shiomi. Only a handful had witnessed the battle firsthand, so as the story spread, it grew increasingly exaggerated, eventually becoming one of the clock tower's enduring legends. Looks like that Noble Slayer nickname is going to stick, no matter what, Toko remarked. If those magi had a shred of sense, they wouldn't believe nonsense like that, Shiomi replied. The two of them sat at an open-air cafe in front of Oxenholm Station, sharing a final coffee before parting ways. When Toko teased him about the rumors, Shiomi could only sigh in exasperation. Still, you never exposed me, Toko said. I guess I owe you for not damaging my reputation. She glanced at the smoking sign on the table, reached into her pocket for a cigarette, and found the case empty. Ah. Without a word, Shiomi pulled a golden, unopened cigarette pack from his bag and placed it in front of her. Take it, he said. Toko looked at the box. You actually kept this. I remember I was short on money and said I'd pay you back with cigarettes. She'd just been bluffing, she really didn't have the cash at the time. I don't smoke, Shiomi said, leaning back with a shrug. Just use some moisture-proofing magecraft. It'll last 10, maybe 20 years, no problem. I tend to hold on to things. Even though I've adapted pretty well at the clock tower, there aren't many people I can actually trust. Toko tore open the wrapper with practiced ease, lit a cigarette, and took a slow draw. Makes me miss Tokyo. Then why did you leave? Shiomi raised a brow. You seemed comfortable enough. I thought you cared about how things would turn out for those two. Because no matter what, they'll end up together, Toko said with a faint smile. She didn't explain further. Shiomi didn't need her to. Toko Aozaki's attribute was wind. And like the wind, she never stayed in one place for long. He knew that well. In the end, we still didn't find the holy relic, Shiomi murmured, looking out past the cafe's fence. Beyond the stone-paved road, elegant carriages drawn by immaculate horses rolled off slowly into the distance. A Magus family like Galliasta would normally have to join the democratic faction to rise within the clock tower, Toko said. But the professor let you go after them. She had to know that if Atram Galliasta ran into you, he was finished. Call it a form of selection, Shiomi replied. I hate to admit it, but I've made quite a name for myself at the clock tower. There hadn't been any fighting yet, but that was only because Shiomi still played by the clock tower's rules. If they met on a battlefield outside its jurisdiction, he would become the most dangerous enemy imaginable. The fall of the previous El Meloy had already proven that, and Shiomi wasn't worried about repeating history. From the moment that incident began, Atram had already disqualified himself as a Magus. Besides, the Galliasta family's methods were far too savage. Letting someone like that operate freely in the clock tower would have spelled trouble sooner or later. Inorai's silent approval for Shiomi to face him was likely a calculated move, a chance to eliminate a dangerous element under the guise of legitimacy. And since it was Galliasta who made the first move, the moment he started the conflict, he'd already staked his life as a Magus on the outcome. No wonder people say you're Lady Inorai's hidden blade, Toko said with a teasing smile, her eyes narrowing slightly. When it comes to killing magi, you might be more efficient than the so-called Magus killer. Maybe, Shiomi replied with a faint smile. But that guy's been retired for a while now, probably spending his days playing house with his wife and kids. He may not have left the world of magecraft entirely, but I'm sure it's more peaceful than being a Magus. What about you? Planning to keep stirring up trouble in the Clock Tower's faction wars? Toko asked. I wouldn't call it stirring trouble. It just makes things easier for me, Shiomi mused. It's not that I need Valuelita, it's that Valuelita needs me. Let's not confuse the order. Considering even the professor's sand painting didn't work on you, I suppose you're right, the order does matter. Toko nodded, accepting his words without question. She stubbed out her cigarette and handed the case back to Shiomi. Take it. I don't smoke. Just hang on to it for me. That way, the next time I see you, I can bum one off you, Shiomi said as Toko picked up her suitcase. Just then, Shiomi noticed Caren and the others waiting across the street in a carriage. All right then. He resealed the case and slipped it back into his bag. After settling the bill, they both walked to the roadside. Where to next, he asked. No idea. But I'll probably stay in the UK for a while, Toko replied vaguely. She often traveled wherever whim carried her. I see. Then take care of yourself. Shiomi embraced her naturally. Toko, as if used to it, returned the hug just as casually. You too. As for the primordial runes, I'll leave them to you. You've got the foundation already. With your talent, mastering the rest shouldn't be a problem. Shiomi spoke quietly. Let's make it a wager. Let's see who discovers it first, the true purpose of the primordial rune known only to Odin. Getting expectations from someone like you, that's real pressure, Toko murmured, not pulling away as their cheeks brushed. After the brief hug, Shiomi crossed the street toward the carriage. Toko strolled off at an unhurried pace, soon disappearing among the crowd. Her dull red hair faded into the sea of people, vanishing like the wind into the sky. His father, maybe a bit too close to that grand puppeteer? Caren said softly to Shiomi once he stepped into the carriage. Don't tell me you two used to be involved. Shiomi paused, then gave a troubled smile as memories surfaced. Maybe. Honestly, even I'm not sure if we were dating back then. And don't bother tattling, she already knows. TCH. Caren clicked her tongue in disappointment. 90 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 141, Volume 2, Chapter 47, Holy Relic. In the end, although the Valuelita faction lost one of its most powerful families, Inorai had clearly anticipated it. Thanks to her efforts to steady the situation, the overall damage to the faction was kept within acceptable limits. However, to maintain the faction's influence, Lord Valuelita could no longer afford to monopolize someone like Shiomi. As a result, the previous restrictions that required going through Valuelita to contact Shiomi were lifted, and Trumbellio, one of the three major noble houses within the Democratic faction, began to increase their contact with him. There was no split within the Democratic faction, but Valuelita's previous handling of internal matters had led to some underlying disagreements. Shiomi understood that this wasn't something Lord Valuelita could control alone. Even so, he had still underestimated just how much attention he had drawn, and so. Sigh. Shiomi sat slouched on the study sofa, feeling the weight of it all. Especially in matters related to Iselma, he had essentially been the central figure. Thanks to coordination between the two democratic lords, the clock tower hadn't investigated him directly, but had instead invited him under various pretenses to help with the aftermath. Because of that, Shiomi had been swamped with official business throughout October and November. He didn't even have time to assist El Meloy II in retrieving the stolen relic of Iskandar. He had to leave that to Sakura and Gray. "You look exhausted, my husband," Morgan said, placing her hand gently on his forehead. "Not really," Shiomi opened his eyes. "I just realized, my life as a magus had been too simple. I never really confronted the realities of the magecraft world." Morgan looked intrigued. "Go on." "We often say that magi have values completely different from ordinary people, and can't be judged by common standards of good and evil," Shiomi reflected. "But if you dig deeper, as long as we still consider ourselves human, we inevitably carry all the traits of humanity." He opened his eyes and met Morgan's gaze. "Have you ever heard of Buddhism's 5 aggregates and 8 sufferings?" "I know a little," Morgan replied. "But I'm no Buddha, I can't have a profound discussion with you about that." "I don't know much either," Shiomi admitted with a wry smile. "But I've come to understand at least this: no matter how lofty their ideals, even magi who chase the root are still bound by the same suffering. That's why, in the end, they're human." He looked at her again, eyes searching. "So? I've always wondered. You're a fairy. Even though you look like us, the world you see, it must be completely different from ours, right? Like Gray's village, or the Atlas Institute, or the perfect beauty Iselma sought. Like ripples disturbing a still lake," Morgan smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting his face. "Don't make fairies out to be so mysterious. When I first came to this world, I was just a child." "I see." Shiomi smiled, finally understanding. He figured the recent mess with the clock tower had really worn him down, hence why he suddenly started rambling like this to Morgan. "Sakura's back." "Gray too," Morgan said. Most Magus residences were protected by boundary fields, so the moment someone crossed them, those inside would immediately notice. "They're back already, huh?" Shiomi sat up. "Ah, that reminds me, the holy relic. Are we really going to have Sakura go down the same road I did?" There had been a deeper reason why Shiomi hadn't prepared a holy relic for the Holy Grail War. Those things were expensive, and there was no guarantee the summoned servant would even be a good match. After weighing everything, he'd found the cost too high for the potential return, which was why he'd made the choice he had. So when he went downstairs and brought it up with Sakura, she didn't seem too concerned. She said El Meloy too had offered to lend her the relic as thanks, but she wasn't very fond of Iskandar. She felt she wouldn't mesh well with such a bold, domineering figure. So, even though he was a top-tier servant, Sakura considered him more of a backup plan than a first choice. So, El Meloy too finally decided to withdraw from the 5th Holy Grail War. Shiomi rubbed his temples. "Yes," Sakura nodded. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Shiomi stood up to answer it. It was the local mail carrier with a delivery. What he received, however, was a package about the size of a household first aid kit, which struck Shiomi as odd. He examined the sender and recipient information. The recipient's name was written in English, his own, and the sender's was written in the same way. "Ah. Ayoko Aozaki." Shiomi scratched his head. It was Ayoko Aozaki. But he had never actually met Ayoko herself, only heard a few remarks about her from Tuko. Which meant there was no chance the 5th magician would randomly send him something. That left only one likely possibility. It was from Tuko. He'd heard she often used her sister's name to borrow money, so mailing something under the same alias to avoid being tracked made perfect sense. There were several other victims of Tuko's name-swapping antics, some even her old classmates. Even now, with her sealing designation lifted, she still clung to this habit, if it could be called that. While stepping back inside, Shiomi untied the string around the package and peeled back the carefully wrapped paper. Inside was a plain but remarkably sturdy box. "Dad, was that mail for you?" Sakura asked as he returned to the living room. It was forwarded through the clock tower. Shiomi set the box on the table in front of her. "It's addressed to me, but it's actually for you." "Huh? For me?" Sakura looked surprised. Shiomi unlocked the rune-sealed box and slowly lifted the lid. Resting on a deep blue cushion inside was a fragment of ancient wood, carved with a time-worn pattern. Even a single glance was enough to feel the centuries embedded in it. The more options you have, the better, including holy relics. That was all Shiomi said. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Epilogue. January 31, 2004. After arranging Sakura's return procedures, she had departed for Fuyuki 7 days earlier, on January 24, London time. Shiomi had originally hoped that both he and his family could stay far away from the carnage of the 5th Holy Grail War. But Sakura made a choice that went completely against his expectations. Shiomi couldn't say whether Sakura would emerge victorious or if something unforeseen might occur during the war. What he was certain of, however, was that among the current Magus, whether they walked the righteous or twisted path, those capable of killing Sakura were extremely few. According to the intelligence Shiomi had gathered, these top-tier Magus had no real interest in the Holy Grail War ritual. He gazed out at the snow-covered courtyard. In this moment of stillness, Shiomi felt an unusual sense of unrest. Was it because this was the first time he had let Sakura go so far away, embarking alone on such an unknown journey? Maybe this was what people called a parent's heart, he thought. He had wanted to go with her. But the clock tower was about to hold the grand roll, which involved the excavation of the spiritual tomb of Albion. It was said that the spiritual tomb of Albion served as a physical passage to the inner sea of the planet. But with guardians so formidable that even dragons would collapse from exhaustion, modern Magus could only reach depths of about 80 kilometers. Beyond that lay a realm no human could tread, the fairy realm. Shiomi wasn't particularly interested in Albion itself. What intrigued him more was the fairy realm. A place unreachable by humans. But as someone born in the land of shadows, and with Morgan, the rightful fairy queen, as his bride, perhaps he could catch a glimpse of things no Magus of this era had ever seen. Moreover, the very ones who recommended him for the grand role were the two lords of the democratic faction. Given such earnest support, Shiomi had no choice but to leave himself some leeway. He chose to believe Sakura would handle the Holy Grail War and return safely. "Dad, have some tea." A familiar voice called out from behind. Thanks. You go ahead and finish what you were doing." Shiomi answered reflexively, but the moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. He turned around abruptly, and saw a girl with long purple hair sitting on the sofa. She wore the exact same outfit as the girl who had appeared in the forest of Iselma a few months ago. But this time, she made no effort to conceal her face and appeared in Shiomi's study openly and without shame. Shiomi was filled with shock and confusion. After returning from the Mystic Eye Collection train, Sakura had decided to change her appearance. Under Morgan's guidance, she learned to use magecraft to alter and fix her features. Back then, she had changed her hair and eye color to purple. Shiomi had found it novel at the time but couldn't shake the feeling that it looked oddly familiar. Now he finally realized. From a certain angle, Sakura had come to resemble that nameless girl more and more. The two looked exactly alike, distinguished only by the length of their hair. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Sakura?" Shiomi's guard was up to the highest level. "I am both Sakura and not Sakura," the nameless girl said casually. "You can call me BB. As for whether it stands for BB or baby, I'll leave that up to you, Daddy. What are you scheming this time? Trying to throw me into even more trouble at the upcoming grand role?" Shiomi demanded. For Byron Iselma, the head of Iselma, to pull off such a blatantly flawed setup to that extent, it couldn't have happened without your help behind the scenes. The girl calling herself BB gave a confident smile. "No, I merely slipped some useful information into Iselma's intelligence network while Mr. Byron was at his wit's end." In the end, the choice was his. Magus are all the same, really. TSK. Shiomi itched to act, but he could sense it, BB was both physically present and not. Such a paradoxical form was the very embodiment of the imaginary number attribute at its peak. Even Sakura couldn't achieve this yet. If he made a move, BB would likely vanish into the sea of imaginary numbers, only to reappear elsewhere the next time. But don't get the wrong idea. Whether human Magus seek the root or try to uncover mysteries, that's not my concern. BB raised her teacup and took a refined sip. What I care about is you, Daddy. Gee, thanks. Shiomi's mouth twitched. Her tone and way of speaking were exactly like Sakura's. Or rather, it was a perfect reflection of Sakura's Magus side, strong-willed, unwavering, impossible to manipulate. That was the core Sakura had forged for herself as she matured. But are you really okay with this? Sending your daughter into the battlefield of the Fifth Holy Grail War. Even with a holy relic capable of summoning a Knight of the Round Table, there's no guarantee it'll all go smoothly, right? BB pointed out the cold truth. Shiomi pressed a hand to his desk, keeping a close eye on BB's every move. If you claim to be Sakura and yet not Sakura, then you should know better than anyone just how capable that child is as my daughter, BB. Yes, as a Magus, she was first taught by a rune Magus from the Land of Shadows, and after her initiation, she received personal instruction from the renowned fairy queen Morgan. In terms of personal talent, as a Magus, she's unrivaled among her generation. BB set down her teacup and lightly clapped her hands in praise. She really is the epitome of a perfect woman. With that, she stood up, and in the next instant, appeared beside Shiomi. But no matter how brilliant a Magus may be, they are still just a Magus. The power of magecraft has its limits. Even if the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, were to manifest again, he still couldn't kill Sakura, Shiomi said. You, who are now using the sea of imaginary numbers to blur the boundary of existence itself, should understand just how vast the potential of imaginary numbers magecraft truly is. BB didn't deny it. You're right. But that's precisely why, because it's magecraft, no matter how skilled a magus may be, there will always be a natural enemy. No, it would be more accurate to call it an insurmountable existence. Her words struck directly at the unease Shiomi had been unable to dispel. You're serious? Shiomi was still cautious, but for the first time, he truly looked at the girl, one who shared Sakura's face, her very temperament, and yet was not Sakura. BB. Whoever she really was, Shiomi could no longer ignore what she said. Then, the girl leaned in and whispered a name into Shiomi's ear. That name completely changed his view of the Fifth Holy Grail War. He had to leave for Fuyuki immediately. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Prologue, Sakura's Servant Summoning. Prologue, Sakura's Servant Summoning. 2.5 years later, boarding a passenger plane from England and returning to Fuyuki City, Japan, Sakura Shiomi found she felt little of the typical homesickness that came with returning to one's homeland. Perhaps it was because, ever since the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, her father had made it a point to take the whole family traveling around the world during every long holiday. Egypt, South America, Northern Europe, North America, Australia, even the rarely visited Antarctic continent. Sakura had seen it all during the Southern Hemisphere's summer. Maybe that's why she felt little attachment to the country of her birth. Whether as a magus or as the eldest daughter of the Shiomi family, it was the same. Besides, her days at the clock tower had been pleasant. She frequently audited magecraft lessons in El Meloy's classroom, which was always livelier than any other classroom in the tower. After picking up her checked luggage, Sakura stepped onto the airport's moving walkway and advanced slowly. It was January 24th, 7 days remained until the scheduled start of the Holy Grail War. But based on past records, heroic spirit summoning had likely already begun. The assassin class, for example, could be summoned in advance. At that thought, Sakura reached over her shoulder bag and felt for the box tucked in a corner of her backpack. It was a holy relic specially prepared by her father for the Fifth Holy Grail War. A fragment from the Round Table used by the Knights of the Round Table, once presided over by King Arthur. Though the relic was somewhat broad in nature, it meant she could potentially summon a servant from among the Round Table knights who would be best suited to her. Servants from the Round Table generally possessed A-rank stats or higher and often manifested in one of the 3 strongest knight classes. Confident in her own strength, Sakura was filled with determination. It's all your fault, Shiro. We almost missed the plane because you were dawdling. Dawdling. Come on, Ilya, there's no way to hurry with so much stuff. All right, no more fighting. If you keep arguing, Mama's going to have to give you both a lesson. Voices rang out cheerfully from beyond the moving walkway. Sakura lifted her head slightly and, through the narrow space between her cap and sunglasses, glanced at the source of the voices. It was a family outing, like a small tour group. They chatted and laughed about their trip as they hurried past, crossing paths with her on the moving walkway. And Sakura recognized them, or more accurately, the men at the center and the beautiful woman beside him. Kiritsugu Amiya and Irisfeel von Einsburn. They had settled in Fuyuki after the previous Holy Grail War. Moreover, Tenkei Shiomi had once helped Kiritsugu Amiya retrieve his and Irisfeel's daughter from the Einsburn family in Germany. Because of that, Sakura knew a little about their family. But since moving to England, she hadn't paid them much attention. For them to go on an overseas trip right after New Year's, when spring break was still far off, was a bit perplexing. Sakura could only come to one conclusion. The Amiya family was intentionally avoiding the Fifth Holy Grail War. After all, according to the intel Rhaenys had gathered, the Einsburn family hadn't given up hope just because Ilya, who was meant to be the next Lesser Grail, had been taken away. No matter the means, the Einsburn had prepared another Lesser Grail. That was a prerequisite for the Fifth Holy Grail War to even begin. It was possible the Tosaka and Matu families had also played a role in making it happen. In any case, learning that potential participating magus had already left Fuyuki before she even arrived was useful information indeed. Stepping out of the airport, Sakura hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Shiomi residence in Fuyuki. At times like this, she couldn't help but marvel at how convenient magecraft was compared to science. Thanks to a specific enchantment, there wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone cobwebs, inside the house. The entire mansion was exactly as it had been when the family moved to London. Only the overgrown weeds and branches in the garden hinted at the passage of time. As she unpacked her things, Sakura casually cast a few spells over the garden. In this way, while making various preparations for the Holy Grail War, the days passed quickly. She opened the secret door to the magecraft workshop. Cold fluorescent light flickered on as the hidden chamber came into view. 10 years ago, her father, Tenkei Shiomi, had held his own summoning ritual for the Holy Grail War right here. Sakura crouched down and inspected the lingering traces of the summoning circle she had drawn with her own hands. A strange sense of time slipping by washed over her. It was February 1st. As night fell, Sakura could feel her mana wavelength gradually growing more active. Magecraft, by its very nature, was tied to mystery. Most magus would find their mana resonate more strongly at night, an equally mystical time. That was why summoning rituals for the Holy Grail War were typically held at night, to increase the chances of summoning a servant with a strong class and high capabilities. She scattered a dusting of magical powder across the floor, and the previously faint summoning circle quickly lit up, becoming clearly visible. Placing the prepared holy relic on the altar, Sakura stood before the circle. She took a deep breath to calm her slightly racing heart, extended the command spell that had formed with markings resembling her own name, and slowly began chanting the incantation. As she recited the summoning spell, stanza by stanza, she could feel her magic circuits begin to stir throughout her body. But she wasn't like most. Having trained under a system of magecraft completely different from the norm, and having run countless simulations of the mana requirements involved in summoning, her circuits surged without strain. Her body felt no pressure at all. I hereby declare. You are under my protection. My fate rests with your blade. Heed the call of the Holy Grail. If you accept this path and this principle, then respond. I make this vow. I am the one who performs all good in this world. I am the one who commits all evil in this world. You, clad in the 3 great words across 7 days. Come forth from the circle of restraint, guardian of the scales. The chant was crisp and clean. At the exact moment her magical wavelength peaked, Sakura completed the summoning spell. Wind and smoke erupted from the center of the summoning circle, and from within stepped a small knight clad in armor. Judging by stature alone, the figure seemed even shorter than Sakura, causing a flicker of doubt in her heart. Had the summoning failed? Had she not called forth a knight of the Round Table? Then the knight's armor gave a slight shudder, emitting a series of clanks and clicks. Just like the mech transformations she'd watched in childhood anime, the helmet disassembled into separate parts, merging into other sections of the armor, and revealed a face framed by a golden ponytail. In that instant, Sakura, who had previously been unable to discern the servant's true name or noble phantasm, suddenly recognized the identity standing before her. More than the name itself, it was the face that truly caught her off guard. She had encountered that face once before, but the person now before her was not the king she had once known. My name is Mordred. As the only legitimate heir to Arthur Pendragon, the King of Knights, I have manifested in the saber class. Though the face was that of a young girl, the voice rang out with the bright, clear tone of a spirited young boy. I ask you, are you my master? 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Volume 3, Chapter 1, Visit to the Church. Sakura didn't have a very good impression of the Fuyuki Church. In her 16 years of life, she had only been there once. That time, she was left with no choice but to be adopted by a stranger as his daughter. Though her initial fear and unease gradually gave way to peace and happiness, Sakura still couldn't bring herself to like the place. Crossing the Fuyuki Bridge into the city's outskirts, she passed through the old district, climbed the long sloping road, and finally reached a high platform overlooking the sea. There, beside a foreign cemetery, stood the church. Phew, now that's impressive. Saber, materialized beside Sakura, let out a whistle and grinned as she sized up the Fuyuki Church. A broad, level plaza stretched out in front of the building, leading to a chapel that, while not especially tall, carried a surprising sense of presence. So why are we coming to a church? Shouldn't we be out looking for other masters and servants? Saber asked, clearly puzzled. Sakura pushed open the church doors and explained patiently, I didn't officially register for the Holy Grail War through the Mages Association, so I thought I should stop by the church to greet the people here. If the intel she had gathered was accurate, the one assigned to oversee the church and the ritual this time around was someone quite familiar with her father. As she crossed the plaza, she stole a glance at the servant following behind her, Mordred, the Knight of Rebellion. When she acquired the catalyst, Sakura had anticipated a number of possible outcomes. To be safe, she had even added her mother's name to the summoning incantation, hoping to narrow the options to the knights raised by Morgan in legend. Gawain, Gareth, Agravain, and Mordred. Supposedly, the Lady of the Lake was also a facet of Morgan, so Lancelot might have been a possibility too. As fate would have it, she summoned Mordred. Sakura couldn't help but wonder if this was karmic irony, her involvement in the Holy Grail War, going against her father's wish to keep the family away from it, might have been a kind of rebellion. Maybe that's why Mordred came. She sighed inwardly. So much for being a good daughter. You're really by the book. Maybe I should start calling you Lady from now on, Master, Saber joked as they walked. I'm not exactly a rough girl, but being called Lady reminds me of my teachers at school. Better not, Sakura replied with a gentle smile. Still, I'll be counting on your strength in the coming Holy Grail War, Sir Knight. Her choice of words seemed to please Saber, who thumped her armored chest with a metallic clang. Leave it to me, Master. Doesn't matter who the enemy is, I'll wipe them all out for you. That's reassuring, Sakura said with a bright smile. When they reached the church doors, Sakura pushed them open and stepped inside. It was after hours, so the lights were off, but moonlight spilled in through the windows, revealing a figure standing at the altar. It was a short-haired nun, just slightly taller than Sakura, and looking only a few years older. I didn't expect anyone to visit the church at this hour. When I saw the final spot on the spirit board had been filled, I thought maybe a master had already dropped out, the nun said kindly. I didn't expect the last master to be you. When I received the list from the Mages Association, I thought you wouldn't be taking part this time. Not at all. I just thought it best to drop by and say hello, wouldn't want to be mistaken for someone who accidentally stumbled into the Holy Grail War. Sakura gave a polite bow. It's been a while, Sister Seal. I hope you've been well. Standing before her was Seal, an executor of the burial agency and current overseer for the Holy Church. During the previous Holy Grail War, the overseer had been assassinated. Though it was eventually revealed that his own son had killed him, the church revised its policy on appointments. This time, they dispatched an executor from the burial agency, a group infamous even within church headquarters, to Fuyuki to serve as overseer. Everything is fine. Seal nodded. So, you're the master of Saber in this Holy Grail War, Sakura. Yes. I came here mainly to inform the church of my identity. Considering what happened in the last Holy Grail War, I don't want to be treated as a suspicious individual and end up being targeted by all sides if something goes wrong. Sakura explained with a pleasant smile. Saber, standing nearby, couldn't help but complain via telepathy, "Hey now, master, that's a bit too cautious, isn't it? In that case, I suppose I can now officially confirm you as one of the two masters whose identities were previously unverified," Seal said. "I happen to know your father, so let's treat this as a precaution. If you happen to lose, I'll do everything I can to ensure your personal safety." Just as Sakura was about to thank her, Saber cut in. "That won't be necessary. As long as I'm here, my master won't lose. Such a confident servant. I'm sure you'll achieve outstanding results." Seal didn't press further, offering only a polite compliment. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sakura turned and left the church. What a pointless trip. Total waste of time, Saber grumbled. Not satisfied. Not really. But now I get a better sense of what kind of person you are, master, Saber said. When I first saw my master was a woman, I was a little uneasy, thought you might be like mother. I see. Sakura didn't respond further. She was always extremely cautious when dealing with servants. Until she fully understood their character, she would never speak unnecessarily. Even when dealing with Mordred, who was raised by Morgan, she acted the same. After all, unlike her father, she didn't possess overwhelming combat prowess, but she could still manage top-tier servants with ease. Right, master. Once we get back, I want to ask you something, Saber said. This outfit's fine for battle, but I'd like to wear something different when we're not fighting. Her voice abruptly stopped. Sakura didn't press her. Standing at the top of the slope outside the church, both of them spotted a figure halfway down. A master and a servant wearing matching colored coats. A servant of the archer class. After confirming the servant's class, Sakura looked toward the master staring straight at her. I knew coming out was the right call. I didn't even need to go to you, here you are already, sis. She smiled as she greeted the person on the slope. That master was none other than her biological sister. Rin Tosaka. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Volume 3, Chapter 2, Sister's First Battle, 1. Rin had summoned her servant a day earlier than Sakura. After the last Holy Grail War, their father, Tokiomi Tosaka, had his magic circuits completely destroyed by the core of the Grail, leaving his capabilities as a magus barely above that of an ordinary person. As a result, under the supervision of the Mages Association, Rin inherited the Tosaka family's magic crest through a transplant from her father. Before this Holy Grail War began, just like her father had once done, she sent their parents to take shelter at her mother's family home, the Zenjo household. Everything concerning the relics and the summoning rituals was handled by Rin alone. Watching his daughter grow at a pace far beyond his own, Tokiomi was pleased. Knowing he could no longer offer any meaningful assistance, he chose not to interfere. That evening, Rin took Archer on a patrol around Fuyuki City. The goal was to help her servant get familiar with the area in preparation for the war, but she ended up running into someone she didn't expect. Sakura. After her younger sister had been adopted out, Rin had been taught to treat it as if she no longer had a sister. However, after Tokiomi lost most of his power as a magus, Rin had been forced to go learn the basics of magecraft from the very household that adopted Sakura, Shiomi's home. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, Tenkei Shiomi never allowed Sakura to attend lessons with Rin. The two sisters only saw each other during breaks and played together then. 2.5 years ago, Sakura moved with her family to London, where the clock tower was located. Rin missed her deeply, but she knew Sakura must be living a better life than she was. In any case, Rin believed that Tenkei Shiomi was definitely a good father. That much was clear from how he behaved while teaching her magecraft. Still, she never imagined that Sakura would return to Fuyuki during the Holy Grail War, let alone that she'd summon a saber-class servant. Rin had followed her all the way here and arrived just outside the church in Fuyuki, bringing them to this perfectly timed reunion. The church itself was a neutral zone. But once you stepped outside the gate, that neutrality no longer applied. From the way you're talking, it's almost like you were waiting for me to show up, Rin said with a grin, though there was a hint of tension in her smile. Facing her own sister like this, Rin still felt some hesitation. Worse yet, she had no knowledge of Sakura's magecraft or her skill level, an absolute blind spot in the coming war. Not exactly, Sakura said, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. But from the moment I decided to join the Holy Grail War, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect my first opponent to be you. Yeah, I'm just as surprised. The Holy Grail War isn't a game, Sakura. You should go back to the church, renounce your rights as a master to the overseer, and leave Fuyuki while you still can. Rin pointed toward the church behind her. Oh, so that's your sister. What a brutal world, Saber remarked, eyes locked on the archer whose origins and region remained a mystery. That her master and another master were sisters didn't bother Mordred in the slightest. If her master said they were going to fight, then she would fight, no hesitation. She might refrain from landing the first blow, just as a courtesy to her master. Sakura let out a light sigh. Honestly, sis. You've never even been to the clock tower, and you've never had a proper duel with a real magus. You're the one who should be giving up your master rights. Huh. Rin's voice rose in disbelief. Separation Castle, the Mystic Eye Collection train. Sakura smiled flawlessly. Life at the clock tower is full of twists and turns. You really should have gone there to study, like I did. The implication was clear, Rin was just a countryside magus, training alone on her family's ley line out in the Far East, untouched by the true world of magecraft. Sakura, on the other hand, had fully immersed herself in the magus world and developed a far deeper understanding of the magical arts. So, are you going to give up your right to participate and seek refuge in the church now? Sakura echoed Rin's earlier words right back at her. A vein twitched at Rin's temple, and she forced a strained smile. You've gotten sharp-tongued, haven't you, Sakura? Where's that sweet little sister of mine gone? And what's with the purple hair? This isn't dyed, Sakura replied casually, running her fingers through the ends of her hair. A first-rate magus can change their hair and eye color just by using mana. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she gave a surprised look. Wait, don't tell me you can't even do that. No way, right? The sisters might have been at odds on the surface, but their playful squabbling showed how close they still were. Saber listened in with amusement, while Archer beside Rin turned his face away, trying to hide his smirk. Fine then. Let's settle this. It's my duty as the older sister. Archer. Rin shouted. Archer immediately dropped his smile, his expression turning serious. Are you sure you want to go through with this, Rin? Of course. Sakura has a servant too, right? And not just any servant, Saber, the strongest class. If we take out her servant, she's out of the Holy Grail War. Rin pointed at Saber, clearly frustrated, and more than a little envious. She'd done everything by the book to summon a powerful servant, and yet, it was her sister who summoned Saber. That twinge of insecurity was impossible to ignore. Understood, master. But I don't fight other masters. Especially not women. That part's on you. Even as he spoke, Archer released a surge of powerful fighting spirit, entering a battle-ready stance. Saber grinned, matching his intensity with a fierce aura of her own. The wind howled as Archer vanished from sight. Idiot. She'd expected him to draw a bow, but instead, he charged head-on. Saber, fully armored, met him like a runaway horse. Her silver blade flashed as she launched a high-speed strike. A piercing metallic clash rang out. Archer blocked the attack with a black dagger. After the first clash, the two servants stood in front of their respective masters once again. Saber's sword had a far longer reach than Archer's dagger, and the gap in attack range was obvious. For Archer, initiating the fight was a clear disadvantage. Saber could simply wait for him to step into her range and strike. Heh, so you're going with close combat instead of a bow. Mordred bared her teeth in a wide grin. Then don't blame me for not holding back. With burning intensity, Saber charged. She swung her long sword in both hands, pressing in like a tidal wave, closing the distance step by step, even giving up her range advantage to push harder. It was the kind of reckless move that should have opened her to a fatal counter, but it didn't go as one might expect. Forehead, throat, chest, shoulders, even clad in armor, Saber didn't let a single one of Archer's strikes land. With strikes too fast to leave even after images, Saber's relentless slashes forced Archer to retreat to the wide lawn at the side of the slope, pulling the battlefield away from Rin. If he didn't back off quickly enough, he'd be caught within the reach of her blade. If he tried to dodge and counterattack, the silver sword would slice into his abdomen. Worse yet, even if he tried to press forward recklessly, the range where he could actually land a hit was incredibly limited. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Volume 3, Chapter 3, Sister's First Battle, 2. Saber was clad in full armor, with only her head exposed, making her a small and difficult target for Archer's short sword. The difference in their physiques was stark. Saber was a full 2 or 3 heads shorter, yet she drove Archer back again and again, even seeming to overpower him. Despite wielding a long sword that was only about half her height, Saber's attacks only grew more intense, showing no sign of fatigue. "Oh, come on. What's wrong? Is that all you've got, Archer?" Caught up in the heat of battle, Saber even had the energy to mock him. With her words, she leapt high into the air, raising her sword with both hands and bringing it down at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Archer grunted as he struggled to block the blow. But then, something worse happened. The weapon in his hand, possibly a noble phantasm, couldn't withstand the strike. The blade shattered at the center, breaking apart like fragile glass. Die. Saber's tone turned cold, brimming with lethal intent. It was as if her strength knew no bounds. Even after her strike had reached its lowest point, she still found the power to drive upward. Her long sword was set to cut through Archer from the hip to the shoulder in a single slash. Crack. But instead of the sound of flesh being cleaved, there was only the clamor of metal colliding. The force sent Archer stumbling back several meters. His feet dug twin gouges into the lawn as he braced against the impact. "So you're dual-wielding," Saber muttered, resting her sword on her shoulder with one hand, her brow furrowing. No wonder his swordplay had seemed off. He'd deliberately hidden a second weapon, hoping to catch her off guard. But in the end, all it did was help him survive. What struck Saber as even stranger was how the black short sword that had just broken was now back in Archer's hand. In the other, he held a white short sword clearly meant to form a matching pair. Thinking of backing down, Archer stood there as if he hadn't even warmed up, his dual blades at the ready. As if. A crimson flash lit up the scene, and in the next moment, Saber was already on him. Her long sword clashed repeatedly with Archer's twin blades. Now that she'd realized the fragility of Archer's weapons, Saber attacked with even greater ferocity. As expected, Archer's swords couldn't withstand her barrage. They shattered like porcelain, knocked away with ease. But that was the problem. No matter how many times Saber destroyed them, identical blades instantly reappeared in Archer's hands. There was no opening, no chance to exploit a moment of weakness. The battle between the two servants continued like a relentless tide. From halfway up the slope, Rin could barely follow the flurry of exchanges. She was undeniably spellbound. Rin wanted to help with her magecraft, but she feared it might not only be useless, it could actually drag Archer down. A magus could never match a servant. Rin had been taught that truth since she was a child. Listen carefully, Rin. There are beings of immense power in the world of magecraft, but we are not among them. So never even think of taking on a servant one-on-one. Watching the battle unfold, Rin was once again convinced that everything her father, Tokiomi, had said was absolutely right. "Aren't you going to do anything, sister?" Sakura's voice called out from the top of the slope, and Rin snapped her head around. Unlike Rin, who had been captivated by the battle, Sakura had produced a staff, or rather, a wand, from somewhere. It was a high-grade mystic code. Rin could tell at a glance. The gemstone set into the top of the simple wooden shaft shimmered with extraordinary power. Magi often used mystic codes to amplify their spells. Tokiomi, for instance, had a staff embedded with a ruby that greatly enhanced his flame-based magecraft. He had originally intended to pass that wand down to Rin, but she'd asked him to keep it to protect himself. Then, "I won't hold back," Sakura said, raising the wand slightly and softly transmitting her thoughts to Saber. "Fall back, Saber." Sensing the mana, Saber deftly avoided Archer's strike and stepped back a few paces. Before Archer could reset his stance, a barrage of icicles rained down from above. Though they didn't cause real damage, they still posed a significant nuisance. His combat instincts, honed through experience, kicked in instantly. He dodged Saber's next strike just in time, breaking through the frozen ground with brute force. Ice magecraft. No way. Isn't your attribute imaginary? How can you use large-scale elemental magecraft? Rin shouted in disbelief. Sakura smiled proudly and held up her wand. "This is a mystic code father made for me. As long as I channel mana into it, I can use any elemental magecraft, except for the basic 4. It was my birthday present last year. What? You can cast magecraft outside your own attribute just by having mana. That's totally unfair. Then let's switch to fire. Saber, coordinate with my attack. Sakura ignored Rin's reaction, intent on backing up her servant. Unlike Rin, who was facing a servant for the first time, Sakura had studied magecraft under Morgan from an early age, and just last summer, she'd even begun simulating Holy Grail Wars alongside their parents. She might not be able to match a servant in direct combat, but she was more than capable of reading the battlefield and supporting her servant's offense without hesitation. Not that easy. Rin shot back. A black magical bullet flew at Sakura, colliding with the fire arrow she'd loosed. The impact cancelled both out midair. Rin stood with her left arm extended, fingers tight together, and her right hand bracing her left elbow, forming a makeshift magecraft cannon. I remember your magic crest is engraved on your left arm. You can cast spells without chanting, can't you? Sakura said, holding her wand in both hands with a pout. Isn't that a little unfair? You're getting better at being infuriating, Sakura. Rin wore a big smile, but she was close to boiling over. You've turned into a proper little devil. It was fine that her younger sister had a better life and even surpassed her in skill. But that personality, there was something subtle about it, a mischievous edge. Like a miniature demon. She remembered when they used to play at the Shiomi house a few years back. Sakura had been way cuter back then. Now she was starting to resemble Caren. I'm only repeating what you've said before. It's all true, so what's so annoying about it? Sakura tilted her head and blinked sweetly. Ugh. That's it. Don't blame me if you end up crying later. Fuming, Rin shouted and fired a lead ball-sized gander from her palm. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Volume 3, Chapter 4, Magecraft Battle, for real. Gander was a spell known for being both easy to control and highly effective. Even at minimal output, it could knock out an ordinary person. With the caster's fingers pressed together like a cannon barrel, it fired a magic bullet powerful enough to punch through reinforced concrete. For a regular person, it could be lethal. Even a magus would be in serious trouble if hit directly. But that was under ideal conditions. If the target was a top-tier magus, fully prepared, it was a different story. Rin didn't expect Gander alone to take down Sakura. She had already prepared a gem, intending to launch a true attack with gem magecraft the moment Gander disrupted Sakura's defense. But just as she reached for the gem, she saw something that stunned her. The Gander began to slow midair, finally halting in front of Sakura's wand. It hovered gently, like a stabilized bubble, as her wand guided its motion. Sigh. Did you forget, sister? What kind of magecraft is father best at? Sakura looked at the magic bullet. Gander is a curse passed down from Norse tradition. It's a type of rune magecraft. Using rune magecraft on a rune magus, isn't that a little careless? What? How? Rin was dumbfounded. She never imagined her spell would be hijacked. Once fired, Gander was like a bullet leaving a gun, unstoppable unless it hit its target or faded from distance. It wasn't something that could be intercepted mid-flight. And yet, Sakura had caught her spell as casually as catching a ball. Unfortunately for you, unlike the common rune magecraft that anyone can learn, I've been studying a more special kind, Sakura said with an embarrassed smile. Though honestly, I haven't mastered much of it yet. Most of her studies had been under her mother's guidance, the Great Witch herself, who had helped Sakura build her own unique magecraft system. Still, even without full mastery, just 1 or 2 of the primordial runes were enough. This was the 6th of the primordial runes, the rune of curse reversal. It returned damage inflicted by curses back to the caster, doubled. And since Gander was, at its core, a curse-type magecraft, it was the perfect target. Rin could only watch as the Gander she had fired was twisted by Sakura's wand, growing to twice its original size. Sis, better catch this one, Sakura said cheerfully, waving her wand. Her tone was light, like back when she, Rin, and Caren used to play catch together as kids. Cold sweat beating on her forehead, Rin didn't hesitate. She pulled a green gem from her pocket. Bought. Mana surged from the gem, forming a rectangular shield that intercepted the rebounded, empowered Gander. Before the barrier gave way, Rin swiftly pulled out several more gems. Sex. Ein Flub, Ein Halt. 2 green gems curved sharply around the mana shield, each splitting into 2. 4 magic bullets struck from different angles, converging on Sakura. Their aim was to completely restrict Sakura's movement and take her down. Even if someone got hurt, they could always heal afterward. A magus on the battlefield had to have at least that much resolve. A violent explosion erupted at the top of the slope, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. Rin dashed forward, preparing her next spell as she charged in, aiming to launch a second attack at close range. But no one. As the smoke cleared on the slope above, Rin saw nothing. Not even a trace of Sakura's presence, not a shadow, not a single strand of hair. There was no way her magecraft could have done this. And there was no chance her sister had been obliterated like that. "Looking for me, sister?" A sweet voice rang out from behind her, and Rin jumped in shock. She spun around, instantly flinging a gem to detonate, and reinforced her legs to leap away from the spot. But again, the explosion hit nothing. As she landed, her peripheral vision caught sight of Sakura, now several meters to her left. "That won't do, sister. I heard from Dad that the Tosaka family's magecraft is different from ours, yours especially needs money, right? Even with a huge inheritance, those high-quality gems aren't exactly easy to come by," Sakura said playfully, feigning concern. Every word was carefully aimed to get under Rin's skin. Without a doubt, this was one of Sakura's tactics. Taunting her opponent mid-battle, disrupting their focus to provoke a fatal mistake. And because they were sisters who knew each other inside and out, it worked even better. Of course, that only worked when one had the upper hand. And right now, Sakura clearly did. She hadn't even launched a serious attack, yet Rin already felt like she was being run ragged. Teleportation. Rin forced a smile. She realized she might have underestimated Sakura's potential. Back when they were still both Tosaka, before being separated, whether it was cards or any kind of game, Sakura had rarely won. Whenever Sakura pulled a good hand, Rin would always have a better one, like she was naturally more favored by fate. But Rin knew better than anyone, her sister wasn't weak. This was simply the difference between two people with talent, and what became of it over time. However. "No, this is my magecraft, imaginary numbers," Sakura said, tucking her wand behind her back. "Right now, I can only teleport within a limited range, but Dad says that's more than enough." "Yeah, it really is," Rin muttered, finally grasping it, unable to hold back a wave of emotion. Sakura had already learned how to exploit the gap between imaginary space and the real world to move herself freely. That's why every single one of Rin's attacks had failed to connect. Even that wand she'd pulled out of nowhere, it was probably stored in imaginary space. So even if there was a slight gap in innate talent, differences in the training they'd received could easily turn that gap into a chasm. After all, Rin had to study the Tosaka family's magecraft. She couldn't very well blame the person who'd helped lay her foundation for playing favorites. But that's still not enough. Second, reinforcement. Stark Grossvi. A gem Rin had left nearby suddenly flared to life, flooding the area with blinding light. By the time the flash faded, Rin was already right in front of her. "Brace yourself, I'll heal you later." Without hesitation, Rin drove a punch into Sakura's abdomen. She'd learned her fundamentals under Tenkei Shiomi. In less than 6 months, she'd already mastered everything he needed to teach. But Rin hadn't wanted to lose the excuse to visit her sister, so she'd begged to learn something else. Left with no choice, Shiomi taught her hand-to-hand combat. With proper training and body enhancement through magecraft, any magus could do it. Rin wasn't stuck in her ways. As long as it meant she could visit Shiomi's house each month, and see Sakura, she was fine with it. She'd gone on to train in close combat for another 3 years. "You really are Father's star student." Rin froze. Her punch had been caught. Sakura seized Rin's arm and, with a fluid motion, threw her over her shoulder. Rin couldn't resist at all. Chapter 148, Volume 3, Chapter 5, No Spectating Allowed. The battle between Saber and Archer was still raging. In just a few minutes, Saber had already shattered an uncountable number of daggers, 26 white, 27 black. They seemed endless, which only irritated the rebellious knight even more. "What the hell is that weapon of yours? It's so damn annoying." Saber snapped. "You're such a clingy bastard. Just die already." "That's a strange thing to say. Would you obey your enemy and kill yourself?" Archer replied, raising both blades in a flawless stance, ready to engage again. Saber's initial excitement had gradually faded into boredom. Fighting Archer any longer would just lead to the same outcome. She was starting to think about asking her master if they should just call it a day and retreat. With so many enemies in the Holy Grail War, there was no reason to waste time on such a dull opponent. "What's wrong?" "Not attacking." "Then I guess it's my turn." Waya. Before Archer could finish, a red figure flew overhead, soaring between the two servants. Huh. Both of them froze, watching Rin tumble across the grass in her red coat, getting up with a dirt-covered face. Then, a white figure followed the same arc, leaping over the pair. Celtic flying kick. Gah. With her mana-enhanced legs, Sakura's kick came crashing down on Rin. Rin crossed her arms to block, but still let out a pained cry as she stumbled backward several steps. Sakura landed lightly on the grass. Apparently, while the servants were clashing, their masters had also started fighting. And it was clear that Rin was being overpowered. Sakura had even thrown her off a small platform several meters high at the edge of the lawn. As a magus, Rin's body was reinforced with mana, so she didn't suffer any real injury. But the humiliation was unbearable. Why? Why the hell would you learn something like that? Rin shouted furiously. If my sister can learn it, then of course father would teach me too, Sakura said as she struck a textbook fighting pose and charged at Rin Tosaka. Though both were magus, their fight had almost nothing to do with magecraft. The two girls exchanged standard martial arts moves, punches, kicks, each strike matching the other in intensity. Rin had been thrown earlier simply because she let her guard down, still treating her little sister like a typical magus. Their brawl was so intense it instantly drew all the heat out of Saber and Archer's standoff. The servants slowly loosened their grips on their weapons. Before long, the two had switched to spectator mode. No, Rin. Go for her lower half. Archer barked like a seasoned coach. Move. Dodge. Saber, on the other hand, was far more relaxed, casually cheering from the sidelines. Nice grab. That's it. Sakura ducked under Rin's roundhouse kick with fluid grace. Twisting her body mid-maneuver, she caught Rin's ankle and yanked her forward, trying to throw her off balance. But Rin wouldn't back down. Using the grip on her ankle as leverage, she launched herself forward and kicked out with her other leg. Unfortunately, that foot was also caught. Sakura planted her stance and spun on the spot, swinging her sister around several times before flinging her into the air. Es ist groß. Es ist klein. Vox, got es Atlas. Rin silently invoked her spell, altering her magecraft reinforcement to help her land with agility and control. No, Rin, don't go for a one-hit win, you need to. Archer's tactical advice was cut short. Because Rin, having landed on her feet, didn't go after Sakura. Instead, she charged straight at Archer and punched her own servant in the face, following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Hey! Ow! Ow! Don't take it out on me just because you lost. Saber looked on, dumbfounded, as a supposedly unshakable servant was beaten up by his human master, howling in an embarrassingly pitiful voice. She couldn't help but wonder if that steely-hearted Archer from earlier was just an illusion. The chaotic turn of events completely defused the tense atmosphere. Saber, who had been eager for battle, lost all motivation and simply stood by, waiting for her master to make the next move. Well, after watching a brawl between the masters, she figured she'd gotten her entertainment's worth anyway. My master's really something. Never mind magecraft, she's this good at close combat too. She's practically flawless, Mordred laughed, brushing off the dirt as she walked up to Sakura. It's just family tradition, Sakura replied. She turned to look at Rin and Archer, now finished with their scuffle. Rin looked flustered, a far cry from her earlier bravado when she said, I won't care if you cry. Archer had a rather awkward smile on his face. So, do you still want to keep going, sister? Without support from your servant, you don't stand a chance against me, Sakura said plainly, stating the harsh truth. Rin looked away, sighing. Forget it. I just wanted you to understand what the Holy Grail War is really like and go back to London to focus on school. But it turns out you've got way more talent than I expected. I was worried for nothing. I'm happy you were worried about me, Sakura replied with a bright smile. Saying that after winning is a little unfair, don't you think? Rin muttered, clearly pleased but too proud to admit it, responding with a tsundere awkwardness. Sakura then turned to Saber, as if asking for her take. If the fight were to continue, they'd probably have to coordinate again. Saber's high magic resistance was a factor. Sakura didn't mind using her skills to keep Saber off Rin, but if it could be avoided, all the better. I'm fine either way. We've only just started. Deciding at the end works too, Saber said, tapping her sword against her armor with a metallic clang. With that, the two sisters and their servants started heading away from the Fuyuki church. It's a bit of a walk to Miyama town. Let's go together, sister, Sakura suggested. Yeah, why not? But as soon as they stepped off the grass, a sudden chill made Rin shiver. She turned instinctively to check the source, only to find Sakura already stepping in front of her, wand at the ready, saber beside her in a combat stance. At the top of the slope Sakura had just stood on, a silver-haired girl who looked no older than 12 or 13 appeared, flanked by a towering giant easily over 2 meters tall. Iliasville von Einsburn. Sakura asked, uncertain. That's not right. Don't call me by that traitor's name. I don't have a name. Just call me Einsburn, the homunculus girl replied, her voice cold as ice. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Volume 3, Chapter 6, Berserker Attacks. The clouds had cleared at some point, and moonlight now bathed the church grounds. Like creatures dragged from the pages of a storybook, their long shadows stretched across the earth, like demons torn from a fairy tale. In the eerie, bluish glow of the dim city, stood something cruel, something that shouldn't exist. Berserker. Cold sweat formed on Rin's cheek. While Sakura was speaking with Ainsburn's master, Rin had already identified the towering figure. He was a servant of the Berserker class. Sister, take your servant and fall back. Saber and I will hold the line, Sakura said, her eyes trembling slightly. Ainsburn's Berserker, his stats are off the charts. In the Holy Grail War, masters were granted the privilege of viewing their servant's class and parameters, unless a special ability masked that data. Just a glance was enough. This Berserker had all attributes rated A or higher, with strength at A+, and only luck at B. That alone put him above even the best Knight-class servants. Normally, the Berserker class was used to enhance the abilities of weaker servants by way of mad enhancement. But if a servant who was already powerful was summoned as a Berserker, that was clearly the case now. Don't be ridiculous. You want to take that thing on by yourself? Rin shouted, staring at her sister standing ahead of her. There was no way she could just turn and run, leaving Sakura behind. This wasn't like their earlier scuffle, where there had still been room for restraint. The Ainsburn before them now was clearly here to eliminate both sisters. The pressure in the air was suffocating, filled with lethal intent. One wrong move and they could be crushed in an instant. That monster might be able to take on the other 6 servants all at once, Archer muttered, eyes locked on Berserker, calmly analyzing the massive difference in strength. Agreed. As Saber spoke, she charged forward, donning her helmet and entering full combat readiness. I'll take your presence here as a declaration of war, then. Sakura asked, eyes fixed on the homunculus. Ainsburn. Surrender if you want. If you use your command spells now to make your servants self-destruct, I may consider sparing your lives, the girl replied in a voice as cold as ice. Sakura drew a deep breath. Do you believe that, sister? Are you kidding? Without our servants, we'd be nothing but meat on a chopping block, Rin replied. Then we're good. Without turning around, Sakura asked, so, sister, do you still want to fight me, or do we deal with this together? Obviously the latter. Despite the tension, Rin forced a smile. There's no better teammate than you, Sakura. As she said this, she whispered to Archer, the odds are 4 to 1. We can't take them head on. Archer, stick to your usual tactics. She meant for Archer to fall back and provide long-range support, true to his class. There was no need for further discussion, the plan was already set. Saber would engage Berserker head-on. Rin and Sakura would watch Ainsburn and assist Saber with magecraft as needed. Without another word, Archer turned spirit form and retreated, searching for a vantage point to snipe from afar. Fighting that kind of monster alone isn't easy. I'm counting on you, Saber. At that moment, Sakura reached out and placed her hand against Saber's cold armor. What is this? Saber felt power surging through her entire body. A temporary rune enhancement that boosts all your stats, Sakura explained. It'll last about 5 minutes. After that, you're on your own. 5 minutes is more than enough. With a shout, Saber charged forward just as Berserker leapt into the air. His massive frame soared unnaturally fast, closing the 10+ meters of the slope in an instant. He collided with Saber, who shot forth like a white meteor, and the violent impact unleashed a shockwave that blasted outward from their clash. Crimson lightning crackled from Saber's body, pushing back against Berserker's overwhelming might. It was Mana Burst, Mordred's innate skill. With the reinforcement Sakura had hurriedly applied, even a Berserker with superior strength could be forced back, at least for now. Out of my way. Saber roared, swinging her silver longsword with force. She knocked Berserker and his stone blade aside, slamming him into the grassy square where their earlier battle had just ended. She didn't immediately follow up. Instead, a volley of black arrows rained down from outside the visible range, targeting the just recovered Berserker. Despite being mindless, he still swung his stone sword with shocking agility, batting away most of the arrows. Still, one found its mark, detonating with a thunderous boom. As the smoke curled upward, Rin stared at the scene, trying to gauge the result, but Sakura had already raised her staff. Ice wall. A clear, towering wall of ice erupted from the earth without warning. Berserker, charging straight from the smoke in an attempt to rush the masters, had no time to change course. He crashed into the several-meter-high wall. It cracked under impact, but the spell hadn't finished. Berserker was caught halfway through, locked in the ice. Saber seized the chance and rushed in, her sword wreathed in red lightning as she struck down, but her blade was blocked by Berserker's stone weapon. The ice wall spell had finished, but the bind was only temporary. No longer expanding, the ice around Berserker began to splinter outward in a spiderweb of cracks. Run wild, Crimson Lightning. Saber unleashed all the mana in her body in a single burst, cleaving both Berserker and the ice apart, slamming him hard into the ground and leaving a crater half a person deep. As she leapt back, a second wave of arrows came down, striking the exposed back of the Berserker. The resulting explosion was even more violent than before. But when the smoke cleared, he was still standing, completely unscathed amid the ruined terrain. "Damn it, he's seriously tough," Saber muttered, lowering her body and readying for another strike. From his new sniping position, Archer let loose another arrow, this one whistling through the air aimed directly at Berserker's temple. Even Saber had to admit, if she took a hit like that to the head, it'd be game over. Yet, almost as if he were exposing a weakness on purpose, Berserker made no attempt to block or dodge. He could have, but he didn't. And he remained completely unharmed. Einsburn stood atop a platform overlooking the field, gazing down coldly without a word, completely unmoved by the overwhelming power gap. "It's like he's showing off on purpose," Sakura murmured. "I never expected a mindless Berserker to be this strong." As she spoke, she drew a massive surge of mana, spun her staff, and opened a gate above Berserker into imaginary number space. A torrential storm of dark purple magical spears came crashing down. And this time, the expression on the homunculus girl finally changed. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 150, Volume 3, Chapter 7, Sakura's Countermeasure. Unlike before, when it felt like hitting solid steel no matter how hard she struck, this time Berserker let out a bestial roar, swatted away the rain of magic spears, and quickly leapt beyond the attack range. Though his body was riddled with wounds, healing rapidly before their eyes, Sakura's assault had clearly inflicted real damage. "Not bad, actually managing to wound Berserker," came Einsburn's distant voice. "Ha." Sakura took a deep breath to shake off the sudden fatigue from the massive expenditure of mana, and Rin quickly stepped up to support her. Sakura lifted a hand to signal she was fine, then looked toward the Berserker. "Just as I thought, anything less than an A-rank noble phantasm is completely ineffective against that behemoth." That was why she had gathered a vast amount of mana to cast a Grand Magecraft on par with an A-rank noble phantasm. The intense energy drain had left her momentarily weakened, like someone forced into a full sprint from a standstill. For an ordinary Magus, casting such a spell would have been instantly fatal. But now, a new issue had emerged. Unless Mordred's noble phantasm was unleashed with its true name, it wouldn't be enough to harm Berserker in his current state. "So, do we go for the noble phantasm release?" Mordred asked via telepathy after hearing Sakura's analysis. Sakura glanced around and made a decision. "Not yet. Let's keep probing for now. This open terrain favors him too much, let's try shifting the fight toward the cemetery." "Understood." Without hesitation, Saber lunged at Berserker, taking advantage of the moment before his wounds fully healed to push the attack, subtly guiding him away from the battlefield. "You're overthinking things. Finish them off, Berserker," Einsburn muttered coldly as she watched Berserker being steadily drawn away, then began walking in the same direction as the two servants. "Sister, what are you thinking?" Sakura asked, turning to Rin. Rin's eyes stayed locked on Einsburn's retreating figure heading into the woods. "You said it yourself, even A-rank noble phantasms can't seriously injure that Berserker," Rin said, her brow furrowed. "Which means we'll have to go back to the standard Holy Grail War strategy." She had no time to dwell on or question how Sakura had managed to unleash a Grand Magecraft of such magnitude. "Think it'll go that smoothly?" Sakura looked up again. Despite Einsburn's slow gait, she had already vanished from sight. "Archer, keep looking for a new vantage point. Sakura and I will intercept Einsburn's master." With that, the sisters took off, pursuing the shifting battlefield. "Understood, Rin. I'll keep monitoring the situation and decide our next move," Archer replied coolly from atop a building in Shinto. He was well aware of how formidable Berserker was. But he hadn't expected Saber to be Mordred. Even more surprising was Sakura. "I don't remember her being this skilled a Magus," Archer murmured, glancing back toward Fuyuki City. Several other presences lingered as well, likely familiars or clairvoyants sent by the other masters to observe the battle. Elsewhere, as they ran through the forest, Rin listened while Sakura analyzed Einsburn's situation. After the previous Holy Grail War ended, Father helped Irisfiel von Einsburn's family break away from the Einsburn, Sakura said. "Originally, we assumed the Fifth Holy Grail War wouldn't happen at all, since the Lesser Grail needed for preparations had been lost." Rin thought for a moment. It's hard to believe they'd give up so easily. The Holy Grail is the shared wish of all three families. Exactly. So, most likely, someone from the Mages Association, someone interested in the Grail ritual, offered support to the Einsburn, who'd had little prior contact with the association. They helped them create a new Lesser Grail, Sakura nodded. That would be the one calling herself Einsburn, the girl who claims to have no name. But the Einsburn's homunculus technology involved alchemy. It couldn't possibly be the Atlas Institute that helped them, Sakura ruled that out immediately. That group focused on retrieving contracts. They wouldn't bother with something like this, unless the Einsburn somehow obtained a contract themselves. So that's why you think we can't underestimate them. Einspurn's master might be hiding something, Rin said. It's the only way to explain it. Sakura came to a stop. Apart from the main path leading to the cemetery, the woods behind the church were rarely traveled. A slight lapse in attention, and it was easy to get lost. Through the dense forest layers, the thunder of battle echoed from afar. Saber was still locked in combat with Berserker. That's why, if we're going after Einspurn, I'll take the lead, Sakura said, brushing her hand along the wand. Sister, cover me from the shadows. All right, I'll follow your lead, Rin said, glancing her sister up and down. She didn't look especially intimidating, yet there was a steady, reassuring strength radiating from her. You've really grown, Sakura. Her eyes softened. Sakura gave an embarrassed smile. Well, I've got such an amazing sister. If I didn't try harder, it'd be like saying Dad made the wrong choice. Yeah, Rin flicked her hair, signaling she was done with that topic. You really do love your dad, huh? Can't go 3 sentences without bringing him up. What kind of kid hates their own father? Are you saying you're one of those? Sakura shot back, puffing her cheeks. All right, Rin said, trying not to show how happy that made her. Just knowing Sakura was living a happier life than her filled her with energy. The two sisters exchanged a look, then split up at a fork in the woods, tracking Einspurn's magical trail from 2 angles, one ahead, one behind. As she ran through the forest, Rin could sense Sakura's mana, but there was no sign of Einspurn. Perhaps she'd never used magecraft to begin with, so her presence was masked beneath the auras of the servants and other masters, too faint to pick out immediately. If that's the case. Rin was deep in thought when she suddenly spotted a silver-haired girl walking slowly up a slope ahead. Found her. Joy surged in her chest, and as she began to gather gander in her hand, her foot caught on something, like an invisible thread hidden in the darkness. A disturbing sound rang out. Her instincts kicked in. She spun around and fired gander in a serpentine arc, striking the ambush coming from behind. TCH. Rin gritted her teeth as she looked up at the familiar floating between the trees, woven entirely from silver threads. Just as I expected. Die by your own foolishness, Tosaka. The cold voice came from behind, Einspurn's emotionless declaration. Chapter 151, Volume 3, Chapter 8, Overlooking the Battlefield. That Berserker's parameters surpass those of ordinary servants, he's easily in the realm of top-tier heroes. In the penthouse suite of a hotel in Shinto, Tenkei Shiomi sat at the edge of the bed, eyes fixed on the watery reflection conjured in the room. The rippling magecraft mirror displayed a distant scene, the battle unfolding in the cemetery behind the Fuyuki church. Saber versus Berserker. He muttered absently to Morgan, who was lying on the bed beside him. How does he compare to me? Morgan asked. Shiomi paused, glancing over to find Morgan wrapped in a bathrobe. Her robe hung loosely off one shoulder, the chill elegance of her expression tinged with an alluring softness. You two are completely different types. Shiomi thought aloud. That man is probably one of those legendary heroes still remembered in modern times, someone whose name is widely known. That kind of recognition would explain stats this high. In other words, he was benefiting from a fame bonus. You're not wrong. Morgan had no real intention of making Shiomi compare them seriously. Though both berserkers, the one summoned in this Holy Grail War was a textbook example, deprived of reason by mad enhancement, but with stats that pushed every threshold. By contrast, Morgan, more magus than warrior, had a strength of C and endurance of E. There was no comparison. She rose from the bed, walked barefoot to the minibar, and pulled out 2 cans of beer. She handed one to Shiomi, who was still watching the battle in the mirror. The cold can against his cheek startled him. Beer, huh? He cracked it open and took a sip. You've barely been back and already you're glued to that water mirror instead of taking a break, Morgan said lazily, half-lidded eyes watching him as she swirled her own can. Are you that worried about Sakura? She's a magus trained by me, you know. No one else has ever had that privilege. She was subtly telling him to relax. As someone not officially part of this Holy Grail War, his priority should be covert observation. After all, just yesterday afternoon, Shiomi had told Morgan he was heading back to Fuyuki. He'd left the Grand Order decision at the clock tower in Caren's hands and had Gray accompany her. Then, taking the fastest flight available, he'd returned to Japan with Morgan and arrived in Fuyuki by noon. Instead of going home, he checked into a hotel in Shinto and began watching over the situation from the shadows. By nightfall, a significant surge of mana had erupted from the church, clearly a servant clash. He'd been observing the battle ever since. Knowing how strong someone is one thing. Caring about them is another, Shiomi said, sipping his beer. And I didn't expect Sakura's servant to be Mordred. As a servant, she's not weak, Morgan replied flatly. Besides, Mordred was created by the version of me from this world using Artoria as a template. Her base abilities aren't that far off from Artoria's. No, what I mean is, this changes things. We'll probably need to operate separately and stay out of sight for a while, Shiomi said. If you ran into Mordred, conflict would be hard to avoid. Sharp as always, my husband, Morgan said with a smirk, clinking her kin against his. That's exactly what a certain someone did during the last Holy Grail War. Shiomi chuckled. Maybe so. But when Kiritsugu Amiya was working in the shadows, he only had Nihizo. I've got you. Heh. Morgan leaned against him, one hand slipping into his robe to stroke his collarbone. I'm not trying to interrogate you, but I'd still like to know, what made you change your mind? Shiomi had originally planned to let Sakura handle the Holy Grail War on her own. But now, he'd come back to Fuyuki and was quietly keeping watch. I got hold of a rather important piece of intel. Haven't confirmed it yet, but that's exactly why I needed to come back and see for myself, Shiomi said. I'll tell you when it's time. You were just saying how you wanted to let the kids be independent, Morgan noted, not at all bothered by his change in attitude. That doesn't mean I can sit and watch Sakura walk into battle and die, Shiomi said, eyes on the distant graveyard. Besides, there's something strange about the Einsburn's lesser grail this time. Relax. That Berserker alone won't be enough to take down Sakura and Mordred, Morgan said as she turned his face toward her and kissed him firmly. Really now? Shiomi got the message, wrapped his arms around her, and let go of the battle in the mirror. The battle at the church cemetery raged on. Unlike the wide-open grassy field outside, the tighter terrain here severely limited Berserker's mobility. Saber used that to her advantage, landing several blows that left gashes across his body. Though the wounds regenerated quickly and didn't seem to slow him down, Saber had already realized that her sword alone wasn't enough to pierce his defense. Taking inspiration from her master's earlier support, she began channeling mana into her blade, enhancing each strike through the amplification function of Clarent, the brilliantly shining royal sword. Combined with the lingering effect of the rune Sakura had placed on her, Mordred's strikes only grew fiercer. With another mana-infused swing, she deflected Berserker's attack, sending his massive body crashing behind several gravestones. Just as she prepared to charge again, an explosion erupted from the forest nearby. What? She turned instinctively, but in that moment, Berserker surged forward and brought his stone sword crashing down. Saber blocked the blow but didn't immediately counter. Instead, she took the opportunity to glance toward the source of the explosion. Dust billowed from the trees, and the sound of splintering trunks followed. Then, Sakura burst from the woods, carrying Rin. The two of them fired off volleys of magical projectiles at a swarm of a dozen or more silver familiars. Behind the silver tide, Einsburn emerged slowly, ascending the slope. While Saber had been locked in combat, Sakura and Rin had evidently clashed with Einsburn in a separate battle between masters. From the looks of it, Rin had likely walked into a trap, and Sakura had arrived just in time to pull her out of danger, retreating under the pressure of the familiar's assault. Just then, Berserker shifted tactics. With sudden force, he shoved Saber back and broke from their engagement. What? Saber's instincts flared. In an instant, Berserker leapt backward, flipped in midair, and launched himself toward Sakura and Rin. Einsburn had seized the moment, altering her strategy to target the masters directly, hoping to finish them off while they were still regaining their footing. She narrowed her eyes, that frigid expression tinged with a flicker of confidence. At this distance, even Archer's support was limited. He had just loosed a barrage of arrows to bring down the familiars chasing the sisters. You bastard. Saber flared with mana, slammed her foot against the ground, and shot forward toward Berserker. But she was one step too late. Berserker's stone blade was already descending, on course to strike down both masters before Saber could intercept. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Volume 3, Chapter 9, Shiomi's Judgment. However, the massive stone sword, taller even than Sakura, didn't crush the two girls into pulp like Rin sauce and Sakura sauce as expected. Berserker was using all his strength, yet the blade couldn't push any further. Sakura's wand flew from her hand, spinning rapidly through the air like a glowing, circular shield. Guicht, Umzu Verdopalung. From behind her, Rin hurled a piece of obsidian into the air. It scattered into countless streaks of silver light, which fell like shooting stars, transforming into a descending stone canopy that interfered with the Berserker's sword strike. Even so, it only slightly weakened the blow. It wasn't enough to fully stop his assault. But it was enough. Sakura seized the opening, pulled Rin back, and the two of them vanished from sight. The spinning wand gradually slowed and dropped to the ground. Einsburn's eyes widened in surprise. She scanned the area, trying to locate them. But the tide of battle had already shifted. Saber poured mana into her silver sword. Crimson lightning crackled along the blade. It wasn't a full true name release, but it came dangerously close in power. The blade suddenly swelled to twice its normal length and cleaved through the obsidian gravity dome created by Magecraft, sinking into Berserker's back like a knife through mud. Berserker let out a voiceless roar and swept his stone sword at Saber, but her reinforced armor took the hit. Die already. Gritting her teeth through the force of the blow, Saber kept pressing forward, slicing inch by inch through Berserker's body like she was sawing through solid rock. Both servants roared in defiance. A flash of red light. Blood sprayed. Saber dropped to one knee. Berserker fared worse, his body had been cleaved diagonally from shoulder to waist, the cut bisecting him completely. His lower half still stood in place. His upper half tumbled to the ground. The red glow in his eyes faded, the mark of his death. Saber spat blood from her mouth, staggered to her feet, and was about to confirm the kill, when she saw something impossible. The blood on the ground began to flow in reverse, as if time itself were rewinding, returning to the body. Not just the blood, the severed upper half of his body began to rise, slowly, as if drawn by magnetic force, drifting back toward the lower half. He's not dead. No. This bastard can revive. Saber instantly grasped what was happening. This wasn't self-healing. It was a noble phantasm, a resurrection curse triggered the moment of death, as if rewriting causality itself. Saber. Get back. Sakura's voice rang out from behind. Turning, Saber saw the two sisters standing at a safe distance. Her wand suddenly shot back into her hand with a spin. Sakura had used imaginary number space to pull Rin out of Berserker's range just in time. Feeling distant magical energy locking onto her position, Saber cursed under her breath and leapt back toward Sakura, where the two sisters pulled her down into a naturally formed trench for cover. Master, did you see that? That Berserker's totally cheating. He just won't die. Saber complained to Sakura. We can talk about it later. Brace for impact, Rin said, shielding her head with her arms. Saber blinked in confusion. Sakura raised her wand, casting a mana shield that enveloped the three of them. The next moment, an arrow streaked across Fuyuki's night sky like a meteor, aiming straight for the freshly revived Berserker. The arrow struck, transforming the cemetery into a field of molten earth. A massive crater tore open at the point of impact, as if a meteor had slammed down. That had to be Archer's noble phantasm, Saber thought. But the problem was, even after a blow that powerful, undoubtedly A rank, Berserker was still standing. When the three regrouped to assess the aftermath, they couldn't tell whether that strike had actually killed him or not. Berserker's ability is bizarre, Sakura said. If he can revive even after being killed like that, we'll be the ones drained first. Rin glanced at the motionless Berserker and guessed, he probably hasn't finished recovering yet. Looks like we need to fall back for now. She just witnessed her sister's magecraft firsthand. With the imaginary number space, not even Berserker could chase them. TCH. I guess we have no choice, Saber muttered, her shoulder still aching from a slight dislocation that would need time to heal. Sakura stood and addressed Ainsburn, that's an impressive servant. Looks like we won't settle this tonight. Let's pick it up another time. With that, she swung her wand, and the three of them vanished. Imaginary number magecraft. Ainsburn was a step too late to interfere and could only watch them leave. Something's definitely off. Is Ainsburn's servant immortal? After the battle, Tenkei Shiomi repeatedly replayed the final moments, confirming that Berserker had revived twice. Maybe it's some kind of immortality curse, Morgan said lazily. Like your master's. She lay stretched out on the bed, her porcelain skin flushed pink, a sheen of sweat glistening across her flawless back. She looked completely at ease. My master's case is different. Still, Saber and Archer's noble phantasms definitely killed Berserker, twice, Shiomi replied, sighing. Morgan's comparison wasn't entirely wrong. Retreating was the right move. Otherwise, they might have gotten caught in a war of attrition, and we'd be the ones running out of steam first. Sakura's decision had been wise. All Ainsburn needed to do was stall them, were down Sakura and Rin's servants until they collapsed. Even with a command spell to call Archer back, survival chances would have been slim. Morgan climbed onto Shiomi's back, resting her chin on his shoulder. So what's the plan? The Holy Grail War's more dangerous than I expected. We can't stay at this hotel in Shinto anymore, Shiomi said, turning to pull the naked Morgan into his arms. We need to move somewhere closer to Sakura. And not just that, there were definitely others watching tonight's fight, through familiars or servants. With all participants now summoned, Shiomi knew caution was essential. Ideally, he'd gather intel on every other servant before reuniting with Sakura. Why not just join the Holy Grail War outright? Morgan suddenly suggested. Sakura's probably gone home by now. We still have time to catch up. You serious? Shiomi cupped her face, gently stroking it. I'm joking, Morgan caught his hand. Whatever you decide, I'll be with you. The fourth war was supposed to be my end, everything now is just a bonus. Shiomi ran his fingers through her soft hair, and Morgan tilted her head, savoring the touch. Still, just like I thought, peaceful life doesn't suit you. The battlefield's where you belong, my husband. Hard to argue with that, Shiomi admitted. Years at the clock tower had nearly dulled his edge. Don't worry. Even if we're up against thousands, I'll fight by your side. Even now, you're saying that. As long as you understand. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Volume 3, Chapter 10, Bazette. A little way down the hillside from Fuyuki Church, deep within the forest, stood a Western-style mansion. Few ever ventured there. Most of Fuyuki's residents had only heard rumors of the place, and those few curious enough to seek it out ended up getting lost, inexplicably emerging elsewhere without ever finding it. But the mansion did exist. It was said to be the property of the Edelfelt family, a renowned magecraft lineage from Finland. Ever since the Third Holy Grail War, when the Edelfelt sisters turned against each other and suffered defeat, the family had not returned to Fuyuki. Their estate had since been entrusted to the Mages Association for safekeeping. Now, the mansion served as a temporary residence for a Holy Grail War participant dispatched by the Mages Association, Bazette Fraga McRemitz. Bazette had arrived in Fuyuki one day before Sakura. Using a runestone earring, she summoned her servant, Lancer, and began a comprehensive investigation of the city before all the masters and servants had assembled. So, when tonight's battle occurred outside Fuyuki Church, it was no surprise that Bazette and Lancer took notice. Cautious as ever, Bazette didn't rush to the scene. Instead, she had Lancer, already out on reconnaissance, go check the situation while she observed the battlefield through the shared senses between master and servant. Unbelievable. I told you not to act until we had intel on all the masters, didn't I? And you still found time to go shopping. How carefree can you be? Through Lancer's eyes, Bazette saw the unfolding battle. What she didn't expect was that he hadn't returned immediately. Instead, he'd stopped by a nearby 24-hour convenience store. I'm not dumb enough to get caught, okay? You should eat something too, Bazette. If you keep living off canned food, you'll never grow tall. Lancer shook the shopping bag in his hand with a helpless sigh. I appreciate the gesture. But from now on, consult with me before doing anything on your own. Bazette took the bag from him. During the first 3 days, she'd been thrilled. After all, she had summoned the hero she'd admired since childhood, the Child of Light, Kuchulain. But it didn't take long for him to shatter her illusions. For the 7 days leading up to the Holy Grail War, Bazette had been in a constant state of disorientation and frustration. In that sense, she was quite in sync with her servant. Still, those 7 days weren't wasted. After eliminating the Mages Association observers, Lancer uncovered a servant who was secretly murdering civilians and using their souls as fuel to restore power. That servant was Assassin, who possessed presence concealment. And since there was no immediate reason to engage, they hadn't found an opening to catch him. In the past few days, Fuyuki's news had already reported multiple murder cases. Let's set that aside. How was the situation at the church? Hard to say. Lancer plopped down and waved his hand. Saber and Archer were fighting at first, but their masters seemed to know each other, so they stopped halfway through. Then Berserker showed up, and the two of them teamed up against Berserker's side without missing a beat. I already know that. Bazette frowned. I'm asking for your opinion. How strong were the 3 servants that appeared tonight? Lancer thought for a moment, then shrugged. Didn't fight them myself, but they all looked solid. Especially that Archer, he was swinging a sword around and holding his own against Saber. As for Berserker, he looked like the kind of guy you can't just kill off easily. If we're going to fight him, we'll need to be fully prepared. My thoughts exactly, Bazette said. Based on the intel we have, the 3 masters should be from the Einsburn, Tosaka, and Shiomi families. Einsburn and Tosaka can wait, but we need to pay close attention to Saber's master. Huh? Why? Don't tell me you know her. Lancer looked confused. Something like that, Bazette nodded. Her father used to be a sealing designation executor. By the time I joined the Mages Association, he had already stepped back from the front lines. Bazette had become a sealing designation executor in 1996, after the Fourth Holy Grail War. At that time, Tenkei Shiomi was gaining fame for having taken down a lord of the clock tower during the war. Bazette never got the chance to meet him, but she'd heard his name praised from all directions. Oh. So she's the daughter of an old-timer. Lancer grinned. More than that. Even though he's retired, among us executors he's still considered the strongest, no contest, Bazette said frankly. They say he's a master of rune magecraft and can even use a few of the original runes, the kind barely anyone can decipher. Oh. Lancer sounded intrigued. So you're saying we'd better keep an eye on his daughter too, huh? Exactly. Bazette stood up. From what we can tell, all the servants have probably already been summoned. Starting tomorrow, I'll head out and conduct field investigations myself. Lancer perked up. Oh. So my master's finally ditching the sit-tight strategy and taking the fight to them. Lancer, are you seriously that naive? Bazette was clearly annoyed. Now that all the servants are here, clashes like tonight's are going to keep happening. When they do, we need to strike, catch them off guard. So basically, you're saying we're jumping straight into a battlefield mess. Sounds perfect, right up my alley. Lancer was fully on board. You really have no sense of planning. Bazette sighed, exasperated. The fight outside the church had undoubtedly drawn attention from more than just their faction. All sides were surely on the move, operating in secret. Isn't that the perfect counterbalance for your style? Lancer replied casually. Lancer remained neutral toward everyone, enemy or ally. Not even his own master was an exception. That was just how he was. Friends one day, enemies the next. Enemies today, allies tomorrow. He was the kind of man who'd fought to the bitter end in times like those. After spending the past week or so learning that all too well, Bazette knew she couldn't expect Lancer to fully align with her mindset or tactics. Fair enough. She grabbed some food from the shopping bag, ready to recharge after another sleepless night. Chapter 154, Volume 3, Chapter 11, Relocation. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hop in. Early the next morning, Shiomi brought Morgan along to retrieve his car, which had been stored in Shinto. He had originally planned to keep it at home, but thinking it might be inconvenient if he ever needed it on short notice, he decided to store it before moving the whole family to London. It wasn't a long wait. Honestly, watching you interact with people while I waited was kind of entertaining, said Morgan, sitting in the lounge area of the shop. She set down her coffee cup as Shiomi approached. They got into the car parked outside and headed for Miyama Town. Since he wanted to be closer to Sakura, Shiomi had scrapped the idea of staying in a hotel during the Holy Grail War. A rented place wouldn't be suitable for setting up a proper magical workshop anyway. Renting out an entire floor, like Kenneth had done 10 years ago, just wasn't cost-effective. If it were me, I'd just evacuate the civilians and blow up the whole building instead of storming in head-on. That's what Kiritsugu Amiya had once said during a conversation on their way to Germany to pick up IRI. Crude and violent as it sounded, Shiomi had to admit that any Magus worth their salt would probably survive such an explosion. Still, the idea lingered in his mind this time. Then again, Kiritsugu had also praised Shiomi's precision in combat, likening it to a surgical decapitation, which, in hindsight, may have just been mutual flattery. You know, the shop folks were just singing your praises, Shiomi said with a grin. Oh. They said things like, your wife clearly isn't an ordinary person. He chuckled. But don't take it too seriously, they were just trying to push their inventory and convince me to sell this car and buy a more expensive one. Morgan glanced at Shiomi's profile and smiled, her mood lifting. They were complimenting me, so why are you the one so happy? You already know the answer to that. Fair enough. She tilted her head. So, where's the new base? It's about 3 blocks from my old house. A place about the same size as the Amiya residence, Shiomi replied, thinking back. 5 years ago, I happened to see a listing from a real estate agency, asked about it, and bought it. 5 years ago. Morgan looked surprised. I figured once Sakura and Caren were adults, they'd probably need to come back to Japan from time to time. They'd need some personal space. Sakura's a year older, so I originally bought it with her in mind. It's not on a ley line like the Tosaka place, but the surrounding area is good, and it can still tap into the Fuyuki ley line pretty effectively. Since when did you start thinking like a Magus? Morgan asked. Not like, I am a Magus, Shiomi raised his eyebrows. And Sakura's one too. Of course I have to consider things from a Magus's perspective. Morgan nodded slightly. So you didn't tell me about this when we went to England 5 years ago. You weren't interested. Shiomi gave a half laugh, half sigh. You're not about to scold me for wasting money, are you? Not at all. I didn't even bother digging into your relationship with that puppeteer, why would I care about something like this? Morgan rested her hand elegantly on the car window, propping up her head. Even if I handed you control of an entire country's finances, I'd trust you with it. No thanks. That kind of job clearly isn't for humans. Just tapping on an abacus all day would kill me, Shiomi muttered. I'm fine just managing the household. Morgan didn't argue, but pointed out, you didn't say you couldn't do it. How would I know if I've never tried? Morgan smiled again at that. As the car crossed Fuyuki Bridge and wound its way through Miyama Town, turning left and right, they caught sight of Sakura and Rin waiting at a traffic light. Looks like they're heading to school together, Morgan remarked. They've probably already formed an alliance, Shiomi replied, his voice softening with some relief. Compared to other masters, a blood-related sister is probably more trustworthy. Not necessarily. Being family could also mean she's even more dangerous, Morgan said with a sly look at Shiomi. You know what kind of samples to reference. Shiomi let out a wordless sigh, shutting his eyes tight for a moment before slowly opening them again. The red light turned green, and as traffic resumed, he turned the steering wheel left, taking a road opposite the direction of Hamurara Academy. What are you looking at, Sakura? We're about to cross. Rin tugged lightly on Sakura's sleeve. It's nothing. I just thought the car that passed looked a lot like my dad's. Sakura turned her gaze away, but not before glancing one last time. It was rush hour and traffic was heavy. The car she saw had long disappeared into the crowd. Maybe you've been away from home for a while and are starting to miss your family, Rin teased. Maybe. Sakura thought her sister was probably right. It had been over a week since she last talked to her father, maybe that's why she was imagining things. The two walked through the bustling crowd, Mordred trailing behind them in a suit. Archer, in spirit form, followed from above. It was a school day, and Rin had initially thought she'd be going alone. But Sakura had already prepared an exchange student ID, so the sisters ended up heading to school together. Saber, not wanting to just sit around at home, insisted on coming too, so Sakura brought her along. Is it really okay for you not to go home? After their retreat the night before, Rin had gone straight to the Shiomi residence, and asked Archer to fetch her a change of clothes. They had talked things over briefly, and Rin had straightforwardly proposed forming an alliance. Sakura had agreed without hesitation. I'm the only one at home right now. Father and mother went back to our ancestral home in Zenju, Rin explained calmly. So in a way, I'm just as free as you are. I see, Sakura said. Do you have any intel, sis? Intel? On the masters participating in this Holy Grail War. How much do you know? Sakura asked. Rin looked slightly embarrassed. Honestly, with everything going on with my father, all I know is that the Mages Association and the 3 founding families are involved. I know some of the masters' names, but that's about it. In fact, until just last night, Rin hadn't even known Sakura was part of the Holy Grail War. But Sakura didn't tease her like she used to. She just nodded in quiet understanding. It's no surprise. After what happened in the last Holy Grail War, everyone's being extra cautious with information, Sakura said. But now that we're allies, it's only fair we share what we know. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Volume 3, Chapter 12, Eyes in the Shadows. Ever since reuniting with her younger sister, Sakura had been surprising Rin one step after another. While Rin only knew that 2 masters from the Mages Association were participating and could name them, Sakura had detailed knowledge of their individual capabilities. Bazette, a ceiling designation executor, was skilled in magecraft and exceptionally adept at close combat, rumored to be capable of going toe-to-toe with a servant in a physical fight. Marisberry, the lord of the Department of Astromancy, was even more enigmatic. Actually, I have a decent grasp of the Department of Astromancy too, but Animusphere's magecraft is a bit different, Sakura went on. Back on the Mystic Eyes collection train, I once saw Miss Olga Marie demonstrate a portion of that magecraft. She had drawn mana from both the heavens and the earth, using herself as the focal point, and summoned dozens of mana-based light spears to attack. That kind of grand magecraft normally required a full ritual site and several days to execute within the Department of Astromancy. The only reason it had manifested instantly was due to the presence of the tuner, Melvin, who helped stabilize it on the train. Even if its power didn't match the full version, it was still nothing to take lightly. Using magic through the sky sounds like a hassle, Saber remarked from behind. So, we should probably prioritize indoor battles or at least find covered terrain. That's a fair point, Sakura said seriously, but I doubt that's the only kind of magecraft the Department of Astromancy has. And since Mr. Marisberry is the head of the Animusphere family, he likely has access to even more unique techniques. As they continued to exchange information, the school gates came into view. Uncertain whether other masters might be present at school, Sakura had Saber move into an isolated area and spirit form herself, so she could follow discreetly and potentially catch an enemy master off guard if necessary. Masters at school. Rin muttered, counting on her fingers. Besides Sakura, there were the 2 from the Mages Association. Then there was Einsburn and herself. And finally, the Matu family's master, leaving only 1 master of unknown origin. You think I misjudged something? Sakura asked. There is a Matu student at school, Rin said, frowning. But I recall he didn't have the qualifications to be a magus. Sakura nodded in realization. I remember now. He's Uncle Kiria's nephew, right? Yeah, that's him. Shinji Matu. I heard his father, Uncle Kiria's older brother, died of illness 3 years ago. Rin rubbed her chin in thought. The Matsu family's magic circuits should have ended with Uncle Kirei. At that, she looked up at Sakura. It's been ages since I've seen Uncle Kirei. Have you spoken to him recently? I had tea with him back in London before I left, around New Year's, Sakura nodded. Right up until I departed, he was still working in London as a foreign correspondent. Then Shinji being the master is even less likely. Rin immediately dismissed the idea. In fact, she found it more plausible that Kirei himself had been dragged back to the Matsu family to serve as their master. Let's leave it there for now, Sakura said. In truth, Kirei had only recently stayed in London. After deciding to return to Fuyuki for the Holy Grail War, Sakura had naturally considered her uncle, who had looked out for her for years. Keeping someone with magecraft aptitude away from the war was ideal. Even if, technically, Kirei had been formally expelled from the Matsu family after the last war 10 years ago. But as she stepped through the school gate with her sister, Sakura suddenly felt something subtly off. She came to a halt, her gaze shifting as she looked around with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Sakura? Rin stopped. Can't you feel it? Sakura asked. Feel what? Something like a barrier. Sakura looked around. Although the sensation was fleeting, she could still sense a slight distortion in the flow of mana in the air. It wasn't exactly chaotic, but it definitely seemed to be converging toward a specific point. You're right. The mana flow is off. It feels like a tangled mess of threads, no clear beginning or end. Saber, still in spirit form, shared her observation from the side. You can feel that. Rin activated her own mana, but she still didn't sense anything unusual. It's probably a surveillance-type barrier, Sakura guessed. If it wasn't set up by you, then that means there's another master somewhere in the school. That made Rin uneasy. How could that be? For someone to set up a barrier without getting noticed. It's still unclear if it's a full barrier, but there's definitely something similar affecting the school, Sakura continued. Truthfully, she was leaning more toward it being a barrier. If she hadn't been trained by someone who was practically unmatched in this area of magecraft, she might never have noticed it at all. Got it. I'll keep an eye out. Rin nodded to her. With that, the two resumed walking into the school. Up on the rooftop, someone was watching the school grounds through the chain-link fence. Tosaka and Shiomi, huh? So they're the ones Uncle's been looking after all these years. Looks like they noticed your field, Rider. The speaker was Shinji Matsu, Kirei's nephew. It was only meant to be a protective measure for you, Master. Behind him stood a handsome young man with dark red hair, dressed in a smart, school-style outfit, Rider. If it can't be used offensively, it's useless, Shinji said with irritation. It can be used that way. Just wait until they're separated from their servants, then we trap them inside, Rider replied calmly. No need to rush. The other masters haven't shown themselves yet. Let's see if we can win them over. If they won't cooperate, then we get rid of them. Shinji smirked. But aren't they people your uncle knows? Exactly why we should show some courtesy. If we can avoid a fight, that's ideal. Shinji's grin turned cold. I'm the one who inherited the Matsu family's magecraft. Even if they're uncles, people expelled from the family don't get to question what I do. As he spoke, insects crawling over the fence and concrete began to take flight one after another, vanishing from sight. Let the bugs do the watching for now. We'll figure out the next step later. Shinji turned away with a sneer, brushing past Rider. But if you keep using magecraft like this, Master, your body won't. Shut up. I'm the master here. You're just a servant, so do as you're told. Snapping, Shinji cut Rider off and stormed away from the rooftop. Rider could only sigh quietly, powerless to stop this master, one already spiraling into self-destruction through his obsession with magecraft. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Volume 3, Chapter 13, The Next Target. The new house Shiomi had mentioned was roughly the same size as his previous one. The only real drawback was the lack of a backyard. On the other hand, the front yard was spacious enough that even if a servant invaded and a battle broke out, there'd be ample room to fight without feeling cramped. He'd already hired a property management company to take care of things, so after completing the formalities with Morgan, they could move in and collect the keys immediately. Excellent choice, my husband. Morgan returned to the living room after setting up a barrier in the yard and addressed Shiomi with a pleased tone. The entire layout of the house felt like it had been tailor-made for her magecraft. Without any prior scouting, she had been able to select and deploy the most effective barrier spell purely on instinct. You could say that. I picked this place with Sakura in mind too. If she were to move in, she'd need a defensive barrier just the same, Shiomi said, setting a tea tray beneath the house's eaves. It ran in the family. If it suited Sakura, then it would suit Morgan even more. That said, I've basically turned this place into a fortress now, Morgan said. If any fools come knocking, I might just get to enjoy some good old-fashioned trench warfare. It's been ages, I'd like to see if I'm still sharp. Geez. You really are bloodthirsty, Shiomi said with a faint chuckle. Morgan picked up her teacup and glanced at him. Shiomi had set up a whiteboard in the living room and was busy sketching on it. A closer look revealed notes and diagrams detailing various masters and servants. On the nearby television, the news was playing in the background. In our next report, early this morning, a call came in from Miyama Town. A resident was found dead in their home. According to sources, the victim had been alone, and police suspect this murder is linked to the earlier homicide in Shinto. What are you working on? Morgan asked, eyeing the whiteboard. Compiling intel on the Holy Grail War. You heard the news, didn't you? Shiomi said. It's just like 10 years ago. As soon as the Holy Grail War starts, the serial killings begin. If this had been his first time, maybe he wouldn't have made the connection, but it wasn't. Shiomi couldn't help drawing on past experience, linking these incidents to the Grail War. But do you think this will be a repeat of last time, my husband? Another clueless master with no idea what the Holy Grail even is? Morgan asked. I can't rule that out. Shiomi turned away from the whiteboard, arms crossed. Each servant's base stats vary. It's entirely possible a master is trying to boost their servant's strength by harvesting souls. To Magi, ordinary lives held little value. As long as they kept their actions veiled in secrecy, even the Mages Association rarely stepped in. So you're using process of elimination to figure out which faction might be behind this? Morgan asked. Shiomi nodded. Exactly. So far, the only viable suspects are the unidentified 7th Master and the Matau family's representative. Let's set that unknown master aside for now. The Matau family hasn't been able to produce a proper Magus in years. You really think they have someone capable of fighting? What if Zoken Matau himself entered the fray? Shiomi replied, folding his arms. After the last Holy Grail War, I paid him a visit. But the old man had hidden himself too well, what I found was just a puppet body made of insects. Morgan grimaced. That's more than enough reason to want him eliminated immediately. And after that, I dug deeper into the Matau magecraft system, Shiomi continued. Originally, they specialized in water element magecraft. The insect manipulation was a later development. According to what's in the Clock Tower archives, this technique can forcibly alter someone without training or magical aptitude into a usable magus. But the effectiveness was severely limited. No matter how much time you invested, anyone created this way was ultimately nothing more than cannon fodder for the Holy Grail War. Sounds like it fits the profile, killing civilians, absorbing souls for power, Morgan said, agreeing with Shiomi's analysis. It makes sense. Lacking strength and turning to dark methods for compensation, that's very much in line with how some magus operate, Shiomi replied, turning to the whiteboard covered in names of masters and servants. But we don't have enough proof yet. We'll need to look into it. If he could help it, he didn't want Sakura to deal with a magus like that. Even if she won, as he was sure she would, it would still leave a bad taste in her mouth. Just then, Shiomi's phone rang from the table. In the new century, phones had evolved rapidly, becoming smaller and more efficient. Everyone in the Shiomi household had one, even Morgan used hers with ease. Unlike most magi, who scoffed at modern tech, Shiomi had always embraced it. If science ever surpassed the magecraft of the Age of Gods, he'd gladly abandon magecraft for advanced technology. Hello. I see. Got it. After a brief conversation, he closed the phone. You look like something's come up. Trouble with the grand roll? Morgan asked. No, nothing like that, Shiomi said, sitting down. That was Caren. She passed along a message from the clock tower. One of the Mages Association personnel sent to monitor the Holy Grail War has gone missing. In addition to dispatching 2 Magus, the association had also assigned personnel to supervise the situation. Think they were one of the serial murder victims? Hard to say. They're just listed as missing. Shiomi glanced toward the TV, which had moved on to other news. And the person who vanished was the one overseeing Bezet Fraga McRemitz. Regardless of the motive, eliminating a supervisor before the war sees any real casualties makes it easier to shift suspicion onto other masters and servants. Maybe it was to prevent the association from uncovering secrets. Bezet came from an Irish Magus family, the McRemitz line had always kept its distance from the clock tower. In fact, Bezet herself was considered an outlier. So the clock tower, or rather, that old hag wants something from you again. Unluckily, no. This time it's a request from Lord Trumbellio, relayed through Caren, Shiomi said. He wants me, now that I've returned to Fuyuki, to look into the circumstances behind the disappearance of the supervisory personnel. The request was just to gather intel, but looking into Bezet's situation aligned neatly with what Shiomi had planned anyway. Chapter 157, Volume 3, Chapter 14, Sakura's Move. After school, Sakura crouched in a corner of the rooftop, inspecting the barrier's anchor point. Her sister had been called away by a teacher, so while waiting, she wandered the school and discovered something resembling a barrier's base on the roof. Knew it. She muttered thoughtfully. Behind her, Saber materialized, crouching beside her to take a look. What's this? A barrier's core point, Master. More accurately, it's something like the eye of a formation, Sakura said, placing her hand on it in an attempt to dispel it. But the node was sealed with a complex spell that couldn't be unraveled quickly. So this is Caster's doing? Saber asked with a smirk. Probably not, Sakura replied, withdrawing her hand and studying the spell node. This setup feels more like something rigged together using pre-existing materials. What's it for? Draining the life force of people inside the barrier. Saber frowned, clearly displeased. Sakura closed her eyes, analyzing the spell again. No, it's more like a barrier that alters spatial rules. What do you mean? Saber asked. I'm not entirely sure, maybe when it's fully deployed, it'll shift everyone inside to another dimension, Sakura replied. She could sense a trace of something akin to imaginary number space, but it wasn't quite the same. To anyone outside, it might just seem like the people inside vanished, Sakura added. In any case, even I can't nullify it right away, it's likely the result of a noble phantasm. Saber let out a sigh. Always with the sneaky little tricks. Whether it's Caster or someone else, it's irritating. For now, we should focus on gathering intel on the other masters and servants. Sakura stood, gazing at the undisturbed anchor point. She suspected there were more throughout the school. But without knowing the barrier's structure or the purpose of the noble phantasm behind it, she could only overlay an interference spell. This way, even if the barrier activated, the disruption might cause a flaw, something they could exploit from the inside. Suddenly, Saber turned, eyes sharp with caution. Relax, it's me. Archer's red-coated form solidified into view. Oh, it's you. Next time, drop the spirit form before showing up, Saber said, relaxing but clearly annoyed. I'll keep that in mind, Archer replied with a smile. Rin asked me to tell you she's done and waiting at the main building entrance, Sakura Shiomi. Just Sakura is fine, she answered casually. Saber, let's head over. We can check for anything strange along the way. Got it. Saber flexed her shoulders, then vanished from the rooftop. Sakura turned to leave, but Archer spoke behind her. What were you doing up here? Investigating that barrier I mentioned. Didn't my sister fill you in? Sakura asked. She did, Archer said, arms crossed. I noticed your movements today. For a Magus, you're surprisingly seasoned. You flatter me, Sakura replied with a polite nod. Archer shook his head. That wasn't a compliment, just an observation. As a Magus, you're more mature than Rin. We were raised in different environments. I've been studying at the Magus headquarters for years now. No, I mean the scent of blood on you, Archer said. Unlike Rin, you've seen real combat. Am I wrong? You could say that. Sakura paused, then smiled and shook her head. Though I've yet to actually kill someone in a fight. Back in London, she had indeed been drawn into conflicts among magi, real battles where lives were on the line. So she understood all too well what combat between magi entailed. Like last night, while Rin still held back a little, Sakura had already been prepared to strip her sister of her fighting ability and team up with Saber to kill Archer if needed. Rin had the resolve, but not the ruthlessness where it counted. And with the Einsburn family's interference, things ended up as they were now. It doesn't really matter whether you've killed someone or not. For a Magus, that moment will come eventually, Archer said. Sakura raised an eyebrow, surprised. So, Archer, you've already sensed that my sister and I might end up fighting, and since you think winning the Holy Grail is out of reach, you came here to gather intel. Not at all. Just curious, that's all. Archer shrugged, hands open in a casual gesture. But watching how you carry yourself, it's honestly hard to believe you and Rin are sisters. Not that strange. We were separated from a young age and received completely different magecraft training, Sakura replied smoothly. It might not sound great to talk down my birth family, but, compared to what the Tosaka family has passed down through the generations, what I've gained far surpasses what my sister inherited. There was clear pride in her voice, and Archer was momentarily taken aback. My apologies. The Red Archer gave a polite nod before fading into spirit form and vanishing from the rooftop. Sakura didn't quite understand why he apologized, but she didn't let go of her earlier suspicion. Archer was already thinking ahead. If their alliance managed to wipe out the other factions, then the alliance would inevitably break down for the final showdown. And when that happened, her sister, clearly the weaker master, would need every bit of information she could get. Still, Sakura figured her sister probably hadn't considered things that far. With that thought, Sakura decided there was no need to bring it up. Holy Grail War or not, she understood her sister's character well, and that was reason enough to place her full trust in her. From the rooftop down to the school building's entrance, she spotted her sister waiting there. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sakura," Rin said, giving a gentle wave. "Not at all. I'm the one who made you wait," Sakura said as she changed her shoes and caught up. "I should have waited in the classroom or just stayed here. It's fine. Waiting a little isn't a big deal," Rin smiled. "The teacher didn't call me in for anything serious, just the usual reminder not to stay out too late. Said it's unsafe for a model student like me to be wandering around. It's about that case, right?" Sakura caught on immediately. The serial murders in Fuyuki City had already stirred up talk at school. As masters, it was hard not to connect it to the Holy Grail War. "Yeah. I've got a few ideas. Let's talk it over when we get back. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 158, Volume 3, Chapter 15, Gi-Balg vs. Alternative. Compared to Sakura and Rin, whose movements were slightly delayed by their roles as students, the other masters had already taken action. As night began to swallow the twilight sky, Bazette, carrying a cylindrical case holding her family's heirloom mystic code, crossed the Fuyuki Bridge, planning to cut through the park on her way to the streets of Miyama Town. She had spent the day cautiously scouting around Shinto but hadn't uncovered much. So, she decided to use the cover of night to investigate Miyama Town instead. Based on intel she'd gathered beforehand, all three founding families of the Holy Grail War, including the Ainsburn family, who held property in Fuyuki, had settled west of the Mayan River in Miyama Town. That area sat closer to strong ley lines, increasing the chances of encountering other servants and masters. Staying concealed and moving with care, Bazette followed the disciplined habits she'd developed during her time as a sealing designation enforcer. But she quickly noticed something was off. The park was unnaturally quiet. Even in winter, it shouldn't have been this deserted. Not a single person in sight. Bazette came to a halt. There was no mistaking it, a repelling barrier had been placed to drive off bystanders. This was a battlefield someone had carefully chosen. It wasn't that she had let her guard down, the opposing side had simply been more thorough. Bazette hadn't noticed the barrier at all. It looked like a master had already come for her, ready to initiate combat. Lancer, who had been following in spirit form, suddenly manifested and stepped in front of her. Normally, Lancer wouldn't do something like this, he already knew Bazette's strength. Which made her pause. "Stay sharp, master. This one's not ordinary," Lancer said in a low voice. A chill wind, laced with bloodlust, swept past as Bazette instinctively looked up. There, perched atop a park lamppost, was a figure. "Shiomi, sir." Bazette recognized Shiomi instantly, she had reviewed his dossier before. "Oh. So this is the acquaintance master mentioned yesterday." Lancer grinned, his killing intent unmasked. "You one of the 7 masters?" "No, just the opposite." Shiomi had his hands tucked casually in his coat pockets as he leaned forward slightly, peering down at them. "I just happened to notice Miss Bazette's movements, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello." Had it been any other master, Bazette might have already launched an attack. But this wasn't a master. And that made her hesitate. Especially since the power radiating from him was unmistakably far above her own. "Aren't you supposed to be in London? What are you doing in Fuyuki?" Bazette asked. "That's an odd thing to say. I used to live in Fuyuki, what's strange about coming home for a bit?" Shiomi answered with an easygoing tone. It was such a simple and straightforward answer, Bazette couldn't refute it. "I'm just here to ask one thing, was it you who took out the association's supervisor?" Shiomi asked again. Bazette frowned. She hadn't expected that the association would send someone like him as a replacement after the supervisor went missing. "From the sound of it, you're the substitute for those rookies." Lancer spoke up, his crimson eyes locked onto Shiomi. What a bloodthirsty way to greet someone. He found the men in front of him very strange, clearly a human magus, yet carrying the scent of that place. "We're all in the same business. A little bloodlust comes with the job, doesn't it?" Shiomi shrugged, showing no sign of backing off. Lancer narrowed his eyes. "I see. Then I'll have to ask you and your colleagues to go join them." As he spoke, a crimson spear slowly materialized in his hand. This time, even Bazette felt the sudden shift in the air. "Oh." Shiomi's expression changed too. Gone was the relaxed, professional demeanor, his face grew serious. "I didn't expect your servant to be the child of light." Ku Chulayan. To speak a servant's true name outright, Bazette was visibly shocked. But Lancer didn't react. He simply leveled his spear at Shiomi. "You saw my spear and guessed my name immediately," Lancer said coldly. "You know this weapon?" Shiomi drew his hand from his pocket and slowly opened it. Know it. That's putting it lightly. A spear similar to, but not the same as, Lancer's appeared in his hand. It was unmistakably a noble phantasm. Bazette was stunned. Was Shiomi also from a lineage like her own, perhaps one of the carriers? Lancer's pupils narrowed sharply. How do you have that spear? Isn't it obvious? For the same reason as you, Shiomi replied, looking down at Kuchulain. Traditionally speaking, even if we're separated by eras. I should probably call you senpai, right? The moment those words left his mouth, Lancer shifted into a fighting stance. The smile on his face twisted into one brimming with killing intent. Well, isn't that something? Are you a fraud stealing a legacy, or the real thing, a fellow disciple? The smile vanished as veins bulged on his forehead. Let's find out if you're worthy of holding that spear. As soon as the words were spoken, both Lancer and Shiomi vanished, only to reappear midair, their red spears clashing in a violent spark of steel and pressure that rippled through the park. Not bad. You can keep up with my speed, Lancer said with growing excitement. Back up, Master. I can't guarantee your safety once this gets serious. Understood. Bazette quickly pulled back. Under normal circumstances, even without being a master, an attack like this would have called for a response. But she understood perfectly, right now, to Lancer, Tenkei Shiomi was an opponent meant only for a servant of the spear. No matter what, Bazette couldn't interfere. She could only observe until the battle reached its conclusion. Until then, anyone who intervened would be treated as an enemy by both fighters. That's what I should be saying. Is that really all the speed you've got? In the blink of an eye, Shiomi appeared at Lancer's side, sweeping his spear out in a gleaming arc, a flash of light that traced a fleeting crescent. The strike would have skewered anyone who hesitated, but Kuchulain twisted aside just in time, countering with a side strike of his own. A massive surge of mana burst across the park's walkway. Within mere seconds, the two spears clashed hundreds of times. Each strike sought an opening. Each time, the attacker was read and deflected before they could land a blow. They moved like precision marksmen, no wasted movement, no pointless strikes. Every action aimed for the heart. Bang. With a thunderous shockwave, the two finally broke apart from their last exchange, leaping back into ready stances. Lancer grinned wider, his face now painted with bloodlust. Shiomi stood silent and cold, his gaze like ice, locked on his opponent. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Volume 3, Chapter 16, A Decisive Difference. Bazette finally understood, Tenkei Shiomi wasn't just the strongest current ceiling designation executor. The Magus evaluation system couldn't even begin to measure his strength. His fight with Lancer had already surpassed the limits of what a human could ever hope to reach. If she had to face Lancer herself without using a noble phantasm, Bazette wasn't sure how long she could withstand the onslaught in his current state. Every step the two took shattered the ground beneath them. Each clash of their weapons sent shockwaves tearing through trees, snapping streetlights like twigs. The park's paths and lawns were scarred with destruction. The street lamp where Shiomi had first appeared was now a crumpled wreck, flung meters away, leaving a crater in the ground. Their speed had gone beyond what Bazette's eyes could follow, even with her vision reinforced by mana, all she could see were afterimages in two blurring colors, streaking past each other. Only when they paused could she catch fleeting glimpses of their forms. The wind howled low, and the air itself seemed to scream in protest against the laws of physics being so violently broken. The abandoned park was being devastated in a way it had never known. This wasn't a sanctioned Holy Grail War battle, but it was every bit as intense as one. It was as if the long-buried battles of the Age of Heroes had returned to life here and now. Crimson lightning ripped across the sky. Roaring shockwaves split the earth. I take back what I said, Lancer grinned. Those moves, that spear technique, that footwork, they're just like mine. You were taught by the same person. Shiomi slowly shifted his stance, circling to find another opening. No wonder our master always compared me to you. Your skills do the name justice. Humph. Lancer gave a derisive snort. Still didn't expect you to be using the exact same spear as her. Even I'm a little surprised. When he first saw the weapon in Shiomi's hand, Lancer had wondered if the man's ancestors had snuck into the land of shadows and stolen the prototype spear from there. I told you, it's for the same reason as you. Shiomi launched another thrust. That same origin. That same master. Even separated by 1,000 years, when they met again on the battlefield of the Holy Grail War, the living and the heroic spirit could still clash on equal ground. No matter how they adjusted their tactics, their spear work stemmed from the same discipline. Every subtle movement was enough to read the other's next step. To be honest, Lancer said, his fighting spirit surging with the heat of battle, we servants don't exactly have much free will. I thought this would just be another routine duel, but to cross spears with someone like you. That's rare. Right back at you, Lancer. Shiomi flicked his spear upward, deflecting Lancer's downward strike, then swept the butt of his weapon at Lancer's ribs. Predictably, Lancer dodged with ease. I'm already enough as Master's most prized disciple. So just go sit back down where you belong. Hearing that, Lancer spun his spear lightly and rested it across his shoulder, holding it one-handed. Honestly, even if it's from our master, I've never cared much for the title, top disciple, Lancer said with a sly grin, sensing a way to push Shiomi even further. But if some third-rate pretender wants to call himself the one and only, yeah, that's not gonna fly. Ku Chulayan had realized it already. Shiomi wanted to defeat him using the exact same techniques. And it was precisely because of that Lancer wouldn't go down easily. Besides, Shiomi was definitely still holding something back. If it came down to both of them unleashing the true name of their red spears, aiming to pierce each other's hearts and die together, Lancer would only find that ending disappointing. Then, I'll give you what you want, Shiomi said coolly, lifting his spear one-handed. He reached his left hand into the empty air beside him, and slowly gripped something unseen. Lancer's expression shifted again. A look of stunned disbelief crept across his face. What's the matter, Lancer? Don't tell me, you don't have a second spear. Shiomi smirked, the corners of his lips curling into a taunting grin. No matter how many spears you've got, there's only one thing I need to do. Ku Chulayan roared, unable to contain his excitement. The rush of blood and surging mana within him burned like wildfire. Twin spears. Back in the land of shadows, Ku Chulayan hadn't had the luxury of time. Mastering a single spear had been enough to make him nearly invincible on the battlefield. In the end, it was his own flaws that brought about his death, not lack of skill. He never imagined someone else would have both the time and the talent to fully master their master's ultimate technique. A small part of him couldn't help but envy that. But more than envy, what truly mattered, was getting to fight. The battle resumed, and Lancer's attacks came fiercer, deadlier than ever. Yet, just as he had hoped, Tenkei Shiomi wasn't thrown off by dual-wielding spears. Though spears were meant to be wielded with both hands, Shiomi moved as if they were extensions of his body, fast, fluid, and precise. He unleashed the full potential of the soaring spear of piercing death's superior reach and weight. Attack left. The right followed. Strike right. The left answered in kind. No openings. No imbalance. No weak side. Both spears struck with the same devastating force. It was like facing their master himself. There was no hope of targeting the weaker side, because neither spear was. If Lancer wanted to win, he'd have to overpower both at once. Before long, Lancer began to feel the burden of being a servant compared to a living warrior. Tied to the limitations of his class, even with access to runes, he often avoided using them, too troublesome. And as a result, he wasn't as sharp with them as he once was. So when he saw the twin spears arc outward in mirrored swings, summoning a whirling inferno, even he had to back off from the firestorm. He knew full well, magic resistance or not, taking a rune-enhanced blow like that wouldn't be pretty. You bastard. Using runes mid-fight, that's cheating. Lancer barked. Shiomi slammed the tip of his right-hand spear into the ground. What a ridiculous complaint. You're our master's disciple too, aren't you? Runecraft is as basic as it gets. The cracked ground surged to life, blades of magical energy erupting all around Lancer, closing in from every side. Only thanks to his elite agility did Ku Chulayan manage to find a narrow path through the trap, dodging by the skin of his teeth. Damn. I've got no comeback when it's a fellow student saying that, Lancer muttered with a helpless smile. Of course, he wasn't really complaining. After all, they had the same master. Chapter 160, Volume 3, Chapter 17, Fierce Battle. You really are quite the warmonger, my dear. From the other side of the park, perched atop a tree, Morgan watched the battle from a distance and murmured to herself. Originally, Shiomi had only intended to check in on Basette, one of the masters, after tracking her movements. He planned to carry out a simple inquiry, per the association's request issued by Lord Trumbellio, wrap things up neatly, and leave. That was why Morgan hadn't followed him. Shiomi was more than capable of handling himself. But she hadn't expected Bazette's servant to be Lancer, Ku Chulayan, the Child of Light. And that, in turn, made Shiomi, who hadn't planned to escalate things, shift his focus entirely toward his fellow disciple. The battle, which began as a simple melee, had now become a full-blown clash of magecraft. The primordial runes weren't Shiomi's exclusive domain. As a student of Scáthach as well, Ku Chulayan had also mastered the 18 primordial runes. So when Shiomi began channeling magecraft through the twin magical spears in his hands, Ku Chulayan, despite the limitations of his Lancer class, found himself forced to respond with magecraft of his own, a rare occurrence. A storm of fire and wind spiraled violently through the park, reducing everything caught in its path to ash in an instant. Cracked cement paths had blackened, the air thick with dust, like the aftermath of a raging inferno. This is getting troublesome, Ku Chulin muttered, stroking his chin, watching his barely sustained Grand Magecraft gradually losing ground to his juniors. It was clear, Shiomi's magic was starting to overwhelm his own. As a lancer, his mana reserves were unimpressive, barely at AC rank. And while he was skilled in fire-based magic, it was only through that affinity that he could maintain some semblance of his original power in this class. Shiomi, however, was on a different level entirely. Wind, earth, water, fire, he wielded them all with no sign of being bound by elemental limitations. His Grand Magecraft arsenal seemed endless. Slowly but surely, Shiomi was breaking down Lancer's magical rhythm. "You're not one of the 5 elemental types, are you?" Lancer asked, leveling his spear and shifting into a ready stance. He was waiting for a window to rush in and force a return to close-quarters combat. Who knows? I've never really thought about it. By the time I noticed, this was just how I was. Shiomi traced a symbol in the air with his index finger, white runes flickered and vanished in a flash. Even before the words left his mouth, Ku Chulin felt the atmosphere around him shift. Within a 10-meter radius, the air became saturated with countless glowing runes. Their exchanges hadn't left room for that kind of setup. There was no way Shiomi should have been able to carve that many runes into the space around them. But with his deep knowledge of the craft, Lancer quickly identified the anchor points, 3 specific runes. Arranged in sequence, they meant one thing: creation. TCH. He's using runes to make more runes. Lancer's blood surged again as he roared and charged at Shiomi. Shiomi hadn't carved out all those runes directly, but planting the initial 3 during a lull in combat. That was easy enough. The so-called Magecraft duel had just been misdirection. Even Lancer had been fooled. As he dashed forward, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Magus were such irritating opponents, always scheming and never fighting straight. Though that thought, unintentionally, included himself. This time, Lancer's strike met no immediate resistance. He had already prepared a counter if Shiomi parried his thrust, but instead, the Gi Balg felt like it had slammed into the trunk of a great tree, suddenly bogged down with massive resistance. From the crimson tip of the spear, a chill spread outward, ice, blooming rapidly in every direction. Diamond dust. Shiomi's voice echoed through the scattering shards of ice. A spell of this level wouldn't have much effect on Ku Chulin directly, his C-rank magic resistance would dampen most of its power. But as a way to halt his next move, it was brutally effective. When both fighters wield spears with lightning speed, even the slightest hesitation could mean death. "Shit," Lancer cursed, eyes wide. Before he could finish, the runes encircling him began detonating in rapid succession, engulfing the spear-wielding servant in a chain of explosions. From her position behind the battle, Bazette raised an arm to shield herself from the shockwave that swept outward in all directions. The blast raged for over 10 seconds before finally subsiding, leaving the center of the park cloaked in smoke, debris scattered everywhere. As the dust began to clear, Lancer was nowhere to be seen, only his crimson spear lay abandoned on the scorched, cracked pavement. Did he lose? Bazette wondered. But the mana link between them hadn't been severed. Shiomi looked up, and saw Lancer plummeting toward him. The fallen spear twitched, then shot upward with a sharp whistle, carving through the air in a jagged path before landing cleanly in his outstretched hand. Using the momentum from his fall, Lancer hurled his spear at Shiomi with all his might. It crashed into the one Shiomi threw a beat later, both weapons deflecting off one another with a shriek of metal. Lancer landed heavily and caught his returning Gi Balg. He looked ragged, wounded, scorched, coated in dust and grime from failing to dodge the full brunt of the earlier explosion. Bazette immediately activated a basic healing spell, and his injuries began to knit back together. "Damn impressive. I don't even know if I should call you a magus or a spearman," Lancer said with a carefree grin, unshaken. "It's not that easy to kill me, you know. We've got plenty of time, and my master hasn't ordered a retreat." He raised his spear and pointed it directly at Shiomi's forehead. "So, how about a second round? If you can take me down here, you can have the title of Master's top disciple." Injuries and setbacks only seemed to fuel Lancer's fighting spirit. Humph. Shiomi spun his twin spears in a pair of crisp flourishes and resumed his stance, silently accepting Ku Chulin's challenge. All around them, the park fell into a tense hush. Only the wind stirred the leaves of trees left standing, the soft rustle barely audible. Like gunslingers in an old western, the two adjusted their breathing, heartbeats syncing with the moment. Then, a light footstep sliced through the stillness. No bloodlust. No magical pressure. Just the sound of someone approaching. Sensing the new arrival, Shiomi and Lancer turned sharply toward the same direction. That is, Morgan, who had been watching from afar with amused detachment, was now visibly startled. And along with that surprise came a creeping chill. One that raised the hairs on the back of her neck. 100 chapters ahead. P. @Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 161, Volume 3, Chapter 18, The Magus. A figure in a brown cloak slowly emerged from the far end of the road. The oversized hood concealed the face, revealing only white hair and dark brown skin through the gaps, just enough to keep Shiomi from identifying the stranger. But one thing was clear. That was a servant. Even without the Holy Grail's sanction, even if he wasn't part of the current war, Shiomi could still tell. The aura was unmistakable. Identify yourself. Lancer pivoted his spear to point directly at the figure. If you're a servant, then name your class. Their battle had reached its peak, only to be cut off by this sudden interruption, and Lancer wasn't pleased in the slightest. At his challenge, the cloaked figure halted. Servant. Caster. Bazette clutched at her chest. Something felt deeply wrong. There was no killing intent, no hostility. Yet she felt as if a hand had clamped around her throat, like she could die at any moment. Even after facing countless life-or-death battles as a sealing designation executor, no one had ever made her feel like this. Caster. Lancer echoed in surprise, catching her muttered words. He stayed fully alert, no longer concerned about a sneak attack from his junior behind him. Because Shiomi, like him, had his full attention locked on Caster. The figure raised his head ever so slightly, still cloaked. And yet, even without seeing his face, Shiomi could feel it, he was being watched. Is he looking at me? Shiomi thought, startled. But that detail didn't matter now. With Caster appearing, Shiomi wasn't about to rush in like Lancer might. He had no intention of making a move yet. At the very least, he needed to be far more prepared. This was Caster. If it was that man. Could he even make it out of here alive? He glanced back to confirm Morgan's position. Even with a recontracted command spell or any other emergency measure, the 100 meters between them felt like an uncrossable abyss. Lancer, let's end it here for today, Shiomi said slowly, his eyes still on Caster. We'll finish this another time. Oh. I'm good to stop too, Lancer replied. Rather than sparring with you, we ought to be focusing on that Magus servant instead. That's not what I meant. Shiomi snapped. Huh. Lancer's brows furrowed. He could sense something was off. For Master's sake, I'll cover you this time. Take your master and retreat, now, Shiomi said, shifting back to his usual calm tone. He raised 3 fingers on the hand holding his spear, not to signal, but to cast. Lightning. Wind. Fire. 3 grand magecraft spells launched in rapid succession, each one surging toward Caster. Lancer thought to himself, good move, kid, and bent low, ready to charge in. But then he saw something he couldn't believe. Those spells, formidable enough to trouble even someone with A-rank magic resistance, disappeared. Not deflected. Not absorbed. They were simply erased. As if cast into a void. What the hell? Lancer's eyes widened. He understood now why Shiomi had reacted so strongly earlier. This wasn't just another servant. They didn't know his true name. They didn't know his parameters. And his power was on an entirely different level. Shiomi clicked his tongue, shoved Lancer aside, and rushed forward. But this time, he didn't use magic. Instead, he hurled one of his spears into the air, and it burst apart, fragmenting into dozens of identical spears that rained down like a storm. Not one of them made it through. Every spear was deflected before it could land a hit, scattering across the park. Before he could summon them back, an arcane sigil bloomed before Caster. Shiomi didn't hesitate, he spun his remaining spear and shifted it into a shield. A cannon of pure mana fired. Without that instant defense, Shiomi would have been swallowed whole by the blast, shredded by pure, unfiltered magical energy. This power. Shiomi gritted his teeth. The 10th primordial rune, Rune of Exorcism. Whether it was a noble phantasm or just a pure magic cannon, Shiomi didn't have the luxury of figuring it out. He threw everything he had into defense, and the unleashed mana exploded outward, obliterating what was left of the seaside park. Thankfully, a ward had already been cast to drive civilians away. If there had been any ordinary people caught in that blast, they would have died without question. With a raw, guttural roar, louder than anything he'd ever unleashed, Shiomi drew on every ounce of his mana and braced through the attack. Even so, his shirt sleeves were torn to ribbons, revealing nothing but battered arms and bleeding cuts. As the barrage ended, he retracted his magic spear and began preparing a retreat spell. But someone had misread the situation. Bazette. Her body enhanced with layers of rune magecraft, she seized the opportunity and charged forward. Behind her floated a solid, metallic sphere, her mystic code. Stop. Bazette. Lancer shouted. He knew what she was trying to do, create an opening so they could all escape together. And while Bazette at full strength could match most servants, this one was a different story. Her rune-enchanted fist came within inches of Castor, then slammed into an invisible wall. Before she could swing again, space itself twisted around her. She, and the air surrounding her, froze in place. Then compressed. A low, guttural scream escaped Bazette's throat. She couldn't move at all. No hesitation. Shiomi and Lancer moved at once, like longtime war comrades, their magic spears slicing through the air in perfect synchronicity. Their strike finally forced Castor back several steps. Shiomi had no intention of dragging this out. Grabbing both Lancer and Bazette, he launched the retreat. The three vanished into a watery blue mirror that shimmered into existence, and then they were gone, leaving nothing behind. The park, now battered beyond recognition, held no trace of Magus or servant. Castor stood in silence, lips slightly parted in surprise, then closed them with no visible emotion. Well. Your first real combat since entering the Holy Grail War. Was it disappointing? Behind him, a white-haired man in white robes stepped into view, older than he looked, calm and composed. Castor opened his mouth, hesitated, then merely shook his head. No. I didn't feel anything, he answered. His master, Marisberry Animosphere, Lord of Astromancy at the Clock Tower, nodded. I see. Marisberry's voice was warm, his expression unbothered by the response. Still, you did agree to my plan, and then suddenly changed your mind and came here. Did that man's words really bother you so much? A little, Castor admitted. Marisberry gave a small nod. Since they've retreated, we should go as well. With that, he turned. Castor followed silently. And soon, nothing remained of the ruined park. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 162, Volume 3, Chapter 19, Uncertain Future. The spell that transported Shiomi and Lancer's master was Morgan's mirror. The three of them reappeared in an alley 7 or 8 blocks away from the seaside park near the Mayan River. You really saved us, Shiomi said, leaning against a wall and thanking Morgan. Morgan gave a small wave of her hand. It was nothing. From the moment Castor appeared to when I activated the water mirror for the transfer, the timing was incredibly tight. If you two hadn't drawn his attention, the mirror would have been disrupted. That was already amazing, Shiomi replied with a wry smile. She'd managed to transfer 3 people across nearly 100 meters in just a few heartbeats. Even Shiomi, no stranger to magecraft, found himself impressed all over again by Morgan's genius. More importantly, Morgan reached out to touch Shiomi's bloodied, sleeve-torn arm. Let's treat your injuries first. Shiomi glanced down, lifting his arm. They're not a big deal. As he spoke, the wounds began to heal right before their eyes. There was no need for further treatment. Morgan smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to Lancer. The blue spearman was currently half-kneeling on the ground, cradling Bazette in his arms, carefully checking her condition. Looks like Bazette took quite a hit. To rush in like that, should I call it courage, or just recklessness? Shiomi muttered, scratching his head. Logically, someone with her years as a sealing designation executor should have known better on a battlefield. Shiomi figured it was probably because Bazette had Lancer by her side, and she thought she could help since he was there too. Yeah, Lancer said as he stood, still holding Bazette. Anyway, that's it for today. We didn't get to settle things between us, but if you're looking for another round, I'm not turning it down. Shiomi shrugged. Up to you. This was supposed to be business, but I didn't expect you to be this war's Lancer. Guess I got carried away. That's what I like to hear. Lancer grinned. That's exactly how a disciple of the Land of Shadows should be. Maybe. Shiomi pressed his lips together, finding no real argument. After all, Scáthach herself, always calm and precise, had a surprisingly battle-hungry nature. There wasn't much entertainment in the Land of Shadows, and once Shiomi had grown strong enough to spar evenly with her, he became her favorite pastime. With a master like that, the disciples were bound to turn out similar. So, Lancer sidled up beside Shiomi, throwing a half-playful, half-wary glance at Morgan. Aren't you gonna introduce me? Who's the lady here? Your servant. No, my wife, Shiomi said, one hand on his hip as he introduced her openly. She is still technically a servant, yes, but she's not participating in this Holy Grail War. Lancer blinked, stunned. Seriously? Damn, I guess even as your senior, I've got to bow my head this time. Then he leaned close to Shiomi's ear and muttered, but just a word of advice, watch out with this kind of woman. She doesn't look easy to handle. Cut the chatter, Kuchulayan. Morgan had heard him, but her tone remained cool as she looked at him. In this era, there's a saying, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Shiomi raised a brow. I know you meant no harm. But I don't want to hear that again, Lancer. Yeah, I get it, Lancer replied, one eye closed in mock surrender. I mean, I did die because I got tangled up with a malicious goddess, remember? The implication was clear, Ku Chulayan had sensed something about Morgan that reminded him of Morrigan, and that was why he'd warned his junior. What does that have to do with me? Morgan replied with a wicked smile. If it were me, I'd just curse the men who dumped me and cling to him until he died. See? Told you so. Lancer sighed, almost too tired to joke. He gave Shiomi a pat on the back. Good luck, man. I've got an injured master to look after, so I'll leave the chatting to you two. He turned with Bazette in his arms, preparing to leap onto the rooftops. But just before taking off, something seemed to occur to him. He looked back at Shiomi with an unusually serious expression. Looks like there's a real monster in this Holy Grail War. No matter how it ends, I'll come back for a proper rematch. I'll hold you to that, Shiomi nodded. Lancer leapt up, and with a few agile bounds, vanished into the night skyline of Fuyuki. Shiomi pushed himself off the wall, rubbing his arms against the chill, ready to return home and recover. Ku Chulayan says what he wants. I'm not bothered, he muttered. Even if he curses you to death? Morgan asked. I mean, it's not like Shiomi flinched, cautiously glancing at her. Morgan met his eyes. Just kidding. Even if you've got other women on your mind, so long as you don't forget who comes first, it's fine. Ah. Shiomi gave a sheepish grin. No matter what, your first woman will always be your teacher. Morgan tilted his chin up with a fingertip. Though she was technically looking up at him, the smile on her lips held an unexpectedly intense pressure. That's an unchangeable fact, and honestly, I'm too tired to keep making a fuss over it. How do you even know about that? Shiomi grimaced. He was sure he'd cut the master-servant memory link that allowed dream sharing. But Morgan's face turned solemn. I even know the true name of the caster who appeared today. Just like you. You already. Shiomi was taken aback. His true name is Solomon, the king of magecraft, she said. Actually, I shouldn't even be saying that aloud. Just speaking it can invoke a curse. Despite her warning, Morgan showed no fear of the so-called curse. All traces of levity had vanished. Shiomi's expression mirrored her seriousness. I only clashed with him to buy time for retreat. Shiomi looked up at the moon through the narrow gap between buildings. But I didn't expect even my magecraft would fail against him. The title, King of Magecraft, is no exaggeration. There's no way I can let Sakura face someone like that, not a matter of whether she should be protected. She would die for certain. The King of Magecraft wasn't an enemy mortal magi or standard servants could handle. To protect Sakura, I'll have to break the rules and interfere in this Holy Grail War. Shiomi took Morgan's hand, locking eyes with her. If you're willing, lend me your strength. If our enemy is the King of Magecraft, Morgan nodded gently, even if you hadn't asked, I would have stepped in. Chapter 163, Volume 3, Chapter 20, The Seventh Master. Shinji Matou was in serious trouble. As usual, after school he had taken a few girls out, shopping, karaoke, and finally a love hotel. Being from a prestigious family in Miyama Town with no shortage of wealth, Shinji had no problem attracting attention from the opposite sex. But on his way home, walking through the night, he was ambushed by a servant. Overconfident in his abilities, Shinji had completely overlooked the fact that the Holy Grail War had already begun, with several masters and servants yet to show themselves. He'd even left the house without bringing his own servant along. It was a basic rule that battles in the Holy Grail War took place at night. When he left school, it was still daylight, but now, it was fully dark. You're assassin. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Shinji glared hatefully at the servant who had attacked him with throwing knives. A black figure wrapped in a loose cloak, a white mask covering its face. There was no doubt. Assassin. The true name was Hasanai Sabah, but it was unclear which iteration of the legendary name this was. Until he revealed himself and attacked, not even the magical familiars, Shinji's surveillance insects, had detected his presence. Assassin stepped forward slowly, dagger in hand, ready to finish the job. Don't you dare. With a furious roar, veins bulged on Shinji's face, marks of the crestworms writhing beneath his skin. He had no natural magical aptitude. His transformation into a magus was a forced one, done by his grandfather, Zoken Matou, as a last resort. After 10 years of grueling training, he could finally manage as a magus. The cost. Every time he used magic, his lifespan shortened. But Shinji, obsessed with the Matou family's legacy of magecraft, couldn't care less. Dozens of bladed insects surged from the surrounding greenery, swarming toward Assassin. What? Assassin, having mistaken him for an ordinary human, was caught off guard. Facing a magus changed everything. If left unchecked, those bugs could seriously injure even a servant. He backflipped to avoid the swarm and slashed with his dagger, cleaving through the approaching insects. But then, a fireball burst through the air, splitting mid-flight into several smaller orbs that exploded within the insect swarm, setting off a chain of blasts. So you're a Magus after all. I thought you were just some pathetic nobody. A mocking voice rang out. If that's the case, your heart and soul might actually be useful to my servant. Shinji staggered to his feet, glaring at the men emerging from the shadows. He wore a black suit with a red collar, had an unshaven face, glasses, and a smug grin. The look in his eyes was uncomfortable, like a wolf sizing up its prey. You're Assassin's Master? Shinji asked, holding his arm, the bleeding slowing. Oh. You figured that out? Then you must be a master too. The men smiled lazily. Name's Barrel Gut. I'll be the one killing you. If you don't want to die, better use your command spell and summon your servant. Despite the seemingly casual words, his tone was unmistakably that of a predator savoring the hunt. With Barrel's signal, Assassin flung 3 black throwing knives, their slender forms nearly invisible in the darkness. But just before they struck Shinji's head, something unseen deflected them away. Ryder emerged from the shadows. Like an assassin, she wore a black cloak, her face hidden behind a mask painted with a black serpentine pattern. Master, I apologize for being late, said Ryder. You trying to get me killed or what? Shinji snapped, showing no gratitude at all as he scolded her. Ryder held a long, slender weapon with a curved blade, more like a sickle than a spear. Hey, so that's your servant? And she's masked too. Barrel stroked his chin. Now that's got me curious. What kind of background could she have? Shinji glared at Barrel, gritting his teeth through the pain. Letting your servant hunt civilians in the city. Are you the bastard behind the recent murders? Oh ho, figured it out that fast. As expected of a Magus in the Holy Grail War. Sharp one, Barrel said, tilting his head slightly. The moonlight reflected off his glasses, hiding his eyes behind a ghostly white gleam. Master, Ryder said calmly, he's an evil that needs to be dealt with here and now. We can't let the damage from the Holy Grail War spread further through the city. But Shinji showed no intention of agreeing. If anything, he liked Barrel's methods. That's how the Holy Grail War should be, in his mind. Ignorant civilians should just quietly become fodder for the servants. If only his own servant weren't so self-righteous, and if he didn't mind wasting a command spell, he would have ordered Ryder to do the same a long time ago. So. What now, Ryder's master? Gonna take me on? Barrel was still grinning, though he made no effort to conceal his bloodlust. Shinji glanced at his wounded arm, then flicked his hand. Another swarm of bladed insects burst forth. By the time Barrel and Assassin cut down the last of them, Ryder and Shinji were already gone. TCH took the injury as an excuse and ran off, huh? Barrel kept laughing. Not quite what I planned, but that's the Holy Grail War for you. As long as I get to kill my way, I don't really care how. Shall we pursue them, Magus? Assassin asked respectfully. No need. Take your time. Keep hunting civilians and devouring souls. You're too weak, at this rate, you'll never beat the other servants. Barrel turned on his heel and left the scene without hesitation. Neither he nor Shinji noticed the eyes watching from above. As expected. The serial killings in Fuyuki are the work of the participants. Perched atop a utility pole, Seal muttered to herself. Since the fighting began last night, she had been patrolling the city and cleaning up the aftermath. She had just finished reviewing the destruction at the seaside park and was on her way back to the church when she came upon this scene, and overheard enough to understand what was happening. As the overseer for the Holy Church, she couldn't intervene directly. Otherwise, she would have taken advantage of Ryder's retreat to strike. After a brief moment of thought, the young overseer made her decision. I need to find a way to handle this. 100 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Interlude, Land of Shadows, A Moment's Eternity. Though it was called a land of nothingness, that didn't mean it was peaceful. In fact, there wasn't even water here, so the idea of stillness, of calm waves, didn't apply at all. In the land of shadows, anything tied to life simply didn't exist. There were only things related to death. Wraiths. Spirits. The dead. Most importantly, the very concept of death seemed to endlessly attract and cluster together. Weak souls, aimless and unconscious, would drift toward one another. And with the divine-level mana saturating this realm, those gatherings would, from time to time, give rise to monstrous entities. It was ironic. In a place with no concept of life, something new could still be born from countless deaths. Shiomi sat on a boulder atop a hillside, resting while mulling over which direction to resume his pursuit. In front of him, a campfire flickered, lit with rune stones. He wasn't cold, but he thought the flames added to the whole hunting and camping atmosphere. Today's task, or training, depending on how one looked at it, was to eliminate the monster formed from the aggregated undead. Normally, this would be the job of Scáthach, the queen of the land of shadows and Shiomi's teacher. But now that her disciple was nearly fully trained, Scáthach had given him a choice. Either continue training as usual, or go handle these things in her place. Leaving them alone wouldn't cause any real harm to the land of shadows. But just like how the occasional living person might stray into this realm and die from the environment, sometimes undead drifted outward. Individually, they weren't much. But when a massive number clustered together, they'd start craving the living. Even without a solid form, their vague unity would cause them to scatter, leave the land of shadows, and regroup elsewhere. So, it was best to eliminate them early. That was one of the few duties assigned to the Queen of Shadows. Oh. You've already made it this far. A bit more effort and you'll be right on top of them, came a familiar voice from behind. Shiomi didn't even look back. Didn't you say you were leaving this to me? Why tag along? Don't trust me. Don't take it that way, Scáthach replied, strolling up beside him. It gets kind of boring when you're not in the castle. Wandering that forest is a waste of time. Watching you fight sounded way more entertaining. Shiomi's eye twitched. Am I your idea of fun now, master? You're only realizing that now. Scáthach said nonchalantly. Teaching you these past years has been the most fun I've had. It's actually made things a little less dull. Oh, well, fair enough, Shiomi muttered with a shrug. Mind if I sit here? She asked. But before he could answer, she was already sitting down beside him, reaching toward the fire as if they were on a leisurely camping trip. So. Going smoothly? Scáthach asked. More or less. The mana density here's interfering with my ability to sense the undead. Makes sense, though, it's just a physical manifestation of the greater source, Shiomi replied honestly. Though, how did you find me so fast? I know everything that happens in the land of shadows, she said. My domain doesn't stop at the castle. So impressive. I'm joking, Scáthach said, ruffling his hair with a fond smile. I've just been keeping an eye on you. Shiomi blinked in surprise. Huh. In the past, I've taken several disciples. I always foresaw their deaths, their ends, Scáthach said gently. But you're different. I don't know where you came from, and I can't see where you'll end up. Her hand lingered on his head, lazily running through his hair as she spoke. So I couldn't help getting a little curious, Scáthach said, a faint, indescribable smile tugging at her lips. I don't even know myself, Shiomi replied with a dry chuckle and a shrug. But if you hadn't taken me in, master, I'd have died here and just become another wandering soul. Would you have? You'd already lasted quite a long time before that, Scáthach said as she lowered her hand and naturally leaned against him, her violet hair cascading over his shoulder like a silken curtain. Master. Even through the thin fabric of his clothes, he could feel her body's warmth. He didn't deny that his heart had started to race, he just didn't know what the right thing to do was. What's the matter? Aren't you here to tell me to hurry up and finish the job so I can get back to the castle and take my beating? Shiomi cleared his throat and looked away. No need to rush. Go at your own pace. A first-rate warrior doesn't need someone telling him what to do, Scáthach said, raising a finger in front of him. So I'm already first-rate. Shiomi let out a laugh. I don't raise second rates, she replied, lowering her hand. If you're not in a hurry, rest a little longer. I'll take a rare nap myself. Shiomi blinked. You sleep, master. When I feel like it. Though really, it's more of a self-suggestion than actual sleep, she said, closing her eyes. You're in charge of keeping watch now, foolish disciple. Still, is there really anything in the land of shadows that could kill you? Shiomi muttered, skeptical. If something could kill me, let it, Scáthach said softly, her voice beginning to fade. Though, maybe it'd be best if it were you. And just like that, she drifted off to sleep. Me, kill master. Shiomi murmured, frowning as he accidentally snapped the dry twig in his hand. Don't be ridiculous. Who would ever do that? He thought quietly to himself. He'd try anything if it was her wish or command, but not this. That was the one line he couldn't cross. She wants to die. But I want her to live. Maybe, that would be one of the rare things they'd disagree on. He gently reached out and wrapped his arms around her as she slept upright, pulling her into his embrace. Shiomi knew very well, to him, his master was not just a master. He couldn't even say when he began to see her as a woman. Maybe it had started that very moment, when she descended before him like a goddess, just as he was about to give in to despair. So, if he went just a little too far, would she scold him? That thought suddenly crossed his mind, and then he acted on it. He lowered his head, slowly, inch by inch, and softly kissed her lips. They were warm. Soft. Shiomi lingered there for a moment, wishing that instant could last forever. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Volume 3, Chapter 21, The Nun's Visit. 2 days had passed since the onset of the Holy Grail War. That morning, as Shiomi was going about his usual preparations at home, he received an unexpected visitor. Seal. Seeing the young nun standing outside the courtyard, Shiomi was momentarily speechless. Just as I suspected. After examining the traces at the seaside park, I concluded that one of the combatants in that battle was you, Mr. Shiomi, Seal said, her expression calm. It's been a while. How have you been? Though uncertain of her intentions, Shiomi knew it was unrealistic to think he could completely conceal his involvement. As long as he avoided contact with other masters and servants, he might stay under the radar, but once interactions occurred, anyone with a keen sense for information would notice. Still, I'm surprised you managed to find this place, Shiomi remarked. It wasn't too difficult. After forming my hypothesis, I reviewed Fuyuki City's property records, Seal explained. In addition to your original residence, you purchased this new home a few years ago. I decided to take a chance and came here. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. So, you're not here just as a friend dropping by. I've come in my capacity as the overseer dispatched by the Holy Church for the 5th Holy Grail War. I have matters to discuss. He nodded and opened the gate. Please, come in, if you don't mind. Seal followed Shiomi into the house and into the living room. Morgan was there, sipping tea. Upon seeing Seal, she gave a slight nod in greeting. In truth, Seal had only met Morgan once or twice before and knew her merely as Shiomi's wife. After sitting down, Seal took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. You've likely seen the news, there's been a series of murders in Fuyuki City recently. We're aware, Shiomi acknowledged. What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Shiomi? Seal asked abruptly. Shiomi leaned forward slightly, resting his arm on the table. Without any concrete information, it's generally best to treat it as a typical violent crime and leave it to the police or other law enforcement agencies. Generally speaking. Seal adjusted her glasses. Yes, generally speaking, Shiomi replied, resting his chin on one hand. As you know, I participated in the 4th Holy Grail War. I'm sure you've seen the Holy Church's records. During that war, there were instances where individuals with latent magecraft abilities were granted command spells by the Holy Grail to serve as masters, essentially to fill the ranks. Seal nodded deeply. I recall. One such individual was Ryunosuke Uryu. According to post-war investigations, he came from a family that once had a lineage of magi, though it had since died out. Based on that experience, I suspect a similar situation might be occurring now, Shiomi said. However, lacking definitive evidence, I had planned to investigate further during the day. But now, that seemed unnecessary. Seal's deliberate mention of the murder cases was a clear indication that they were connected to a master participating in the Holy Grail War. Contrary to that, the master responsible for these serial killings is well versed in the Holy Grail War, Seal stated. They're intentionally committing murders to have their servant consume the victim's souls, thereby increasing their own power. Have you identified which group it is? Morgan interjected. While the question was posed, the process of elimination had already narrowed it down to essentially 2 possibilities. The assassin faction, Seal replied. Perhaps they chose this tactic because their servant is too weak compared to other classes. What's the Holy Church planning to do? Shiomi looked at her. With your strength, it wouldn't be hard to eliminate Assassin's Master, right? That would break the rules, Seal said with a wry smile. Don't be fooled by how I seem, I actually follow the rules pretty closely. And after what happened in the last Holy Grail War, the Church has put much stricter regulations in place. So? Shiomi already knew the answer. Seal sat upright on the mat, her expression serious. On behalf of the Church and in my own capacity, I want to commission you to handle this, Mr. Shiomi. As you know, the command spells left over from previous Holy Grail Wars were all lost during the last war. So unlike before, we can't issue an official subjugation order and lure other masters to prioritize dealing with the assassin faction. And what do we gain by taking down Assassin's Master? Shiomi asked. To be honest, not much, Seal admitted after a pause. But you're not officially part of this Holy Grail War. Technically, your involvement is already a breach. At that moment, Morgan smiled dangerously. Then we just have to silence the one person who knows, and no one will be aware of our existence. That might work, but if I die, the intel I've gathered will be released to the Holy Church, Seal responded calmly. Mr. Shiomi, I doubt you want to bring the full wrath of the Church and the Mages Association down on yourself. That would go against your usual methods. She clearly understood Tenkei Shiomi's principles and presented her request in the most diplomatic way, laying out the stakes and consequences. So you're saying that if I accept your commission and eliminate the assassin faction, you'll turn a blind eye to what we're doing? Shiomi caught on immediately. Exactly. That's a fair trade. Shiomi shrugged. Honestly, even if Seal hadn't said anything, he would have gone after the assassin faction for Sakura's sake. So, do you know where their base is? Unfortunately not. I tried tracking them, but I was worried about alerting them, so I couldn't follow through, Seal said, bowing her head slightly. With an assassin capable of concealing their presence, Seal couldn't afford to follow too closely. Otherwise, she'd be exposed before getting anywhere. So we're starting from scratch, Shiomi crossed his arms. Well, it's just getting back to the old routine. Tracking and investigation were areas Shiomi had some skill in. After they reached an agreement, Seal expressed her thanks and left Shiomi's new hideout. Worked out just right for us, huh, my dear? Morgan teased as Shiomi cleared away the tea set. Well, the overseer is still a burial agency executor. They can't just ignore our actions, that'd be a problem. After all, if even someone from the burial agency ended up dead while supervising the Holy Grail War, the implications would be obvious. Chapter 166, Volume 3, Chapter 22, Anticlimax. Hey, did you hear? Something happened at the seaside park near the big bridge. I heard it was an explosion caused by a gas pipe leak underground. I even cut out the photo from the newspaper, look. Whoa, that's terrifying. After school at Hamurahara Academy, Rin Tosaka overheard students chatting on their way home as she stepped out of the classroom. By this time, there were barely any students left in the school building. Starting today, the school had issued a notice: students without club activities were to go home immediately, and even those with clubs had to shorten their activities and avoid spending too much time off campus. The recent string of serial murders couldn't be fully covered up, even if the truth was hidden, the consequences were undeniable. Given the threat to public safety, this was the school's only option. As for the topic those students were discussing, Rin wasn't about to accept it at face value. The gas explosion was just a smokescreen. The truth was that a skirmish between factions had broken out there after the Holy Grail War began. At least no civilians had been caught in the crossfire, suggesting the Magi involved knew how to keep the supernatural under wraps. With that in mind, Rin planned to head to the seaside park with Sakura and their servants to investigate. As she descended the stairs and crossed the hallway toward Sakura's classroom, she spoke without looking back. Something you need, Matu? She addressed the figure leaning against the corridor window behind her. Nothing much. Just saying hi, Shinji replied with a grin. Did you hear? Even our school's talking about the Holy Grail War now. So what? The Holy Church and the Mages Association are handling cleanup. As long as civilians aren't affected, let people gossip all they want. Rin shifted slightly, watching Shinji with caution. Archer was nearby, so she wasn't worried about Shinji ordering an attack. Still, looks like you're taking part in the Holy Grail War after all, huh, Matu? Rin said. I heard from Uncle Korea that the Matu family's magecraft ended with him. If you've got no aptitude, it's best to back out early. Shinji's smile faltered. Is that your advice, out of respect for my uncle? Of course. Uncle Korea still cared about you. Too bad the Matu family kicked him out, Rin said. That was my grandfather's decision. I was just a kid, I couldn't do anything about it, Shinji said with an innocent expression. In truth, Korea being cast out was what allowed him, someone without magic aptitude, to undergo Zoken's transformation. For someone like Shinji, obsessed with magecraft since childhood, it was exactly what he wanted. Keeping quiet about it was the best outcome. If someone couldn't understand the nobility of magecraft lineage, even a qualified uncle wasn't worth his attention. So you waited here just to tell me that? Rin asked skeptically. Well, like the fight that broke out at the seaside park, I ran into another faction last night too, Shinji said smugly, running a hand through his hair, carefully omitting the part where he got ambushed and had to retreat wounded. Oh, is that so? Rin wasn't the least bit interested and was about to turn away. Shinji Matu had pestered her more than once before, but she'd shut him down every time. So even as a fellow master, Rin didn't bother wasting words on him. No alliance? Shinji suddenly asked. What? Rin frowned. I know about Sakura Shiomi, she's your sister, right? She was sent away when she was still a kid, Shinji said with a grin. But in the end, she's no longer a Magus of the Tosaka family. He exaggeratedly stretched out a hand in an inviting gesture. Don't forget why the Holy Grail War ritual in Fuyuki was established in the first place. We're both from the original 3 families. Instead of letting the Grail fall into the hands of outsiders, how about we team up to eliminate the other factions first, and then deal with each other afterward? Shinji's speech sounded so righteous he almost convinced himself. But Rin remained completely unmoved. You say that like you already know you can't win with your own servant, she said, turning around and placing a hand on her hip. I don't know what state the Matu family's magecraft is in, but if it's barely made it to your generation, I doubt it's worth much. Tosaka. Shinji's expression twisted as she struck a nerve, his friendly mask dropping to reveal his irritation. Listen carefully, Matu. It's true Sakura was sent away when she was very young, but she's more of a Magus than you, and even more than me, Rin said with a hint of pride. As one of the original 3 families, this is the only advice I'll give you, drop out of the Holy Grail War now. It's better for the Matu family not to end here. Just like always, Shinji had approached her full of confidence, only to be completely dismantled by Rin. This time was no different. Tosaka. Shinji snapped, shouting in anger as insects burst from the shadows. You want to fight? Fine by me. Even before they started talking, Rin had already clenched a jewel in her hand. In the narrow hallway, she could feel countless tiny mana signatures, both visible and hidden. They were all insects, no doubt products of the Matu family's insect magecraft. Before she even considered how troublesome they might be, she already felt completely disgusted. Archer couldn't come to her aid, he was probably being held off by Shinji's servant. Then I'll. Shinji raised his hand, just about to command the insects to attack, when something shocking happened. Behind Rin, a girl suddenly leapt high into the air, immense mana gathering in her hands. The surge of danger made Shinji instinctively change tactics, hastily ordering the insects to form a shield against the oncoming blast of pure mana. Rin didn't even have time to turn around. She threw her arms up and reinforced her body with mana, or else the shockwave would have launched her 7 or 8 meters down the hall. The cluster of insects was obliterated by Sakura's concentrated mana blast. The rest immediately lost control and scattered. The corridor walls on both sides were torn apart, and the glass windows shattered. When the dust settled, Matu Shinji was nowhere to be seen. So this is the Matu family's magecraft. They sure are good at running away. Sakura landed beside Rin with a sigh. Are you okay, sister? I'm fine. Rin brushed the dust off herself and pocketed the jewel. She hadn't expected Sakura to come looking for her just because she was a bit late. Well, at least she didn't have to waste a jewel. As soon as Shinji realized it was about to become a 2-on-1, he retreated without a second thought. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Volume 3, Chapter 23, Realization. Seriously, that servant sure ran fast. Took off before we even started fighting. As they walked toward the seaside park, Saber rested her arms behind her head, grumbling with a bored expression. Back at the building entrance, Saber had sensed a servant battle taking place at the school. Sakura had immediately sent her to investigate while she went upstairs to look for her sister. What kind of servant was it, Archer? Rin asked her own servant, who had engaged the enemy directly. Archer paused to think. He was wearing a mask, but I could tell, he seemed like the refined and skilled type, very handsome, with a gentle presence. But there's no doubt, he's a genuine hero. So, completely different from Matukuin, Rin guessed. Pretty much, Archer nodded. Sakura spoke thoughtfully, I wonder what class he belongs to, and what his true name might be. As for the true name, I'd say it's probably Perseus. Archer thought for a moment before stating it outright. Saber let out a surprised gasp. Perseus? The hero from Greek mythology who slew Medusa. In Mordred's era, Greek myths were ancient history, and even in Britannia, such stories had only been passed down through outsiders. What's your reasoning? Rin asked. The weapon he used in the fight was the divine sword used to look at Medusa, Harp, the one he got from Hermes, Archer replied. According to myth, Harp was shaped like a sickle. It wasn't outstanding as a weapon or noble phantasm, but it had the ability to nullify immortality. Wounds inflicted by it couldn't heal. Impressive that you recognized it, Saber remarked. Rin tapped her chin. So, are you a Greek hero? Maybe. I just remember that sword clearly, Archer replied with a shrug. So far, Archer had claimed he'd lost all memories of his life due to the summoning ritual. Sakura and Saber were both aware of this. Huh. I see. Rin couldn't find any flaws in his story and decided to let it go for now. If his true name is Perseus, and we consider the remaining classes. Sakura continued, not too concerned about the issue itself, then he must have been summoned under the rider class. That's the only logical option, Rin agreed. After all, there's no record of Perseus being famous for spear techniques. On the contrary, he's known for the winged sandals that allowed him to fly. Flight via noble phantasm has been a common trait among riders in past Holy Grail Wars. But the class isn't the main issue. The real point is, if he's truly Perseus, Archer said, then he definitely possesses more than one noble phantasm. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Rin's cheek as she smiled with a hint of tension. In that case, Matu really landed himself a top-tier servant. No complaints in terms of power or fame. More importantly, even with his true name exposed, it wouldn't help in pinpointing any weaknesses. Perseus was one of the few Greek heroes whose story ended happily. A weak opponent would be boring anyway. It's better this way, Saber said with an easygoing smile. Faced with Saber's fearless attitude, Sakura could only respond with a wry smile. With a servant like that, she'd just have to be even more cautious herself. The group wrapped up their discussion about Perseus, left the school, took the bus, and arrived at the seaside park. Due to the earlier battle, the area was cordoned off, but there were no police on site, only a parked construction vehicle and a few maintenance workers on break. Avoiding their line of sight, Sakura and Rin led their servants into the park. Once inside, they split into two teams and began investigating from opposite sides. Whoosh, what a flashy fight, Saber said with a snap of her fingers. Sakura stood on the damaged concrete road, gazing at the large and small craters. It's been nearly a day, but there's still a strong residue of magical energy lingering here. As she spoke, she pointed toward several marks that were clearly left by weapons. And these damaged areas are very likely. Sakura suddenly paused, her words trailing off as she froze in place. Saber tilted her head, confused. What's wrong, Master? Aren't these all traces left by spear-like weapons? In other words, the servant who fought here yesterday was likely a lancer. Yeah, you're right. Sakura crouched down to examine a broken lamppost that had yet to be cleared from the roadside. But if one of them was a lancer, what class was the other servant? Huh. Saber was caught off guard by the question. It was only then she realized all the visible damage pointed to a single type of weapon. Could it be lancer and caster? Mordred chimed in, noticing remnants of magecraft around the area. Probably, Sakura murmured in agreement. She studied the traces again, her mind drifting toward an unsettling thought she couldn't yet confirm. If these marks were left by a lancer's weapon, that would be one thing. The issue was, they looked familiar to her. They resembled the weapon her father once used, Gi-Balg alternative. For some reason, Sakura's instincts were screaming at her, hinting at what kind of weapon had been used on this battlefield. She couldn't say for certain whether her father had returned to Fuyuki, or if a servant with a similar origin had been summoned as Lancer in this Holy Grail War. Logically, she knew it couldn't be her father. The clock tower was about to hold the grand roll, there was no way he could be here right now. But emotionally, she couldn't shake the doubt. There aren't any signs of injuries nearby. Seems like whoever fought here made sure not to involve civilians. I've gotta admit, I respect that, Saber said. They probably set an ambush beforehand and cast a repelling barrier, Sakura replied, rising to her feet. It's a basic skill for any magus in the Holy Grail War. Involving regular people would be unforgivable. Heh, Saber flashed a toothy grin. Then let's get moving and track down that bastard who's been killing people in the city. You said you suspect it's a master and servant pair, right? I'll take out anyone who tramples on human life like that with my own hands. Don't worry, I'm already doing my best to investigate that, Your Majesty, Sakura said as she stood up. Saber blinked. Was that not the right way to address you? Sakura asked with mock innocence. No, it's fine, Saber said, wiping her nose with a casual flick of her finger. But before that, I need to head home. There's something I have to look into. Sakura turned to look at her sister, who was walking toward them. It was morning in London now, either Caren or Grey should already be up. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Volume 3, Chapter 24, Reunion and New Encounter. According to the intel from Seal, the assassin's master had mistakenly attacked Ryder's master in Shinto, thinking he was just an ordinary civilian. So after nightfall, Shiomi headed to Shinto with Morgan. But even after over an hour of thorough patrol in the quiet, late-night city, the two found nothing. Neither Shiomi nor Morgan could sense any sign of a servant's presence. Looks like after the mishap during last night's ambush, Assassin's Master has started being more careful, Morgan said, perched on the rooftop railing, gazing sideways at the nightscape of Shinto. That's the only reasonable conclusion, Shiomi replied, standing beside her and looking out over the city gradually settling into silence. The battles at the church and the seaside park were basically a public announcement, the Holy Grail War is officially underway. A day has passed. Anyone who needs to know should know by now. He extended his hand as he spoke. In that case, let's wrap it up for tonight. Morgan accepted his hand and rose gracefully to her feet. It's still a bit of a walk back to Miama town. Want to head straight home or take a stroll? Shiomi asked. After all, it was his personal reasons that had brought Morgan back to Fuyuki. And it was also because he accepted the overseer's request that he had her out patrolling on a freezing winter night like this. Even though she was technically a servant, Shiomi couldn't help feeling a little guilty and wanted to make it up to her somehow. Let's walk. If we suppress our magical energy, who knows, we might stumble onto something interesting, Morgan said with a nod and a teasing smile, suggesting they use themselves as bait. I suppose that could work, Shiomi chuckled. The two left the building and followed the road toward Fuyuki Bridge, planning to cross it on foot and walk all the way home. As they gazed at the Mayan River in the dead of night, memories of the brutal battle that took place here 10 years ago resurfaced, making them pause by the railing, lost in thought. Looking downstream toward Miyama town, they could see the ruined remnants of the seaside park and the construction vehicles halted for the night, the area still cordoned off with warning tape. We should have lured Lancer out onto the river to fight, Shiomi said. You think that would have worked? Ku Chulayan isn't Artoria, you can't assume he can walk on water, Morgan replied. As someone summoned under the Lancer class, he probably can't fully wield his rune magic. Yeah, Shiomi agreed with a nod. Even if they managed to defeat Lancer at full strength in this Holy Grail War, it wouldn't mean much. As a servant, Ku Chulayan would be limited by his class, unable to fully access the power he had in life. Just thinking about it made Shiomi feel a sudden hollowness toward the battle he had anticipated with Lancer. But that emptiness didn't last long. In the dead silence of the night, a distant scream suddenly echoed from the direction of Shinto. It was faint, easy to miss as it blended into the wind. Shiomi and Morgan exchanged a look, then immediately turned and sprinted toward the source of the sound. They ran down from the bridge, following the road. The traces of magical energy were faint, like ink diluted in the ocean, spread thin and disappearing if one wasn't careful. But the next moment, an even stronger surge of magical energy erupted. It was the presence of a servant. Yet it was so overwhelming that Shiomi couldn't believe it was the assassin responsible for the recent attacks on civilians, devouring their souls. If anything, that raw, unrestrained aura felt familiar. Like something he'd sensed before. After winding through several narrow alleys, they finally found the source of the sound, hidden in the shadows between two buildings. A woman lay slumped in a dim corner, barely conscious, her life hanging by a thread. But what caught their attention even more was the figure standing beside her. Golden light shimmered off the person's form, even in the unlit alley, it couldn't be concealed. Shiomi's pupils narrowed. The crimson magic spear appeared in his hand in an instant as he and Morgan stood side by side, ready to confront the golden figure. Gil, Gamsh. Shiomi spoke the name cautiously, wary of the formidable enemy it represented. Gilgamesh, having also noticed Shiomi and Morgan's arrival, looked over with a dangerous gleam in his eye and a touch of amusement. Oh. So you recognize this king? Seems you're not just some worthless mongrel after all. That arrogant tone, the way he looked down on others, it was exactly how Shiomi remembered him. A servant. How? In the last Holy Grail War, I was sure I. Shiomi raised his magic spear, mana swirling intensely around the shaft. So, what's your move? Gilgamesh laughed dismissively, provoking him with ease. You've beaten me once, don't tell me you've lost your nerve now that I've returned. Is that so? Well, I guess there's no avoiding it. Shiomi tightened his grip on the spear, signaling to Morgan behind him. As always, he would go on the offensive while Morgan held the rear. Sensing the surge of battle intent from the two, Gilgamesh let out a derisive chuckle. One after another, golden portals opened behind him. It's a bit cramped here, but that won't matter for long. This place will open up soon enough. Just like in the Fourth Holy Grail War 10 years ago, there was no time to question why Gilgamesh was here again. Shiomi's focus was on eliminating the enemy before him. Wait. A clear female voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Morgan turned around. A girl with long brown hair stood there, hands on her knees, clearly out of breath from running. On the back of her exposed left hand, 3 command spells were clearly visible. You're late, Hakuno. This king has no interest in fighting while babysitting a fainted woman. As if the intent to fight had never existed, Gilgamesh casually closed the gates of his noble phantasms. There was no doubt, the girl named Hakuno was Gilgamesh's master. Pretty sure you were the one who provoked them first, Hakuno stood up straight and muttered dryly. Ha. Not wrong. But it's this guy we're talking about, can you blame me for being a little curious? Gilgamesh remained as smug as ever, but his tone was unexpectedly cooperative. That contrast made Shiomi pause. Re-examining the king of heroes, even his fashion sense seemed different. Gone was the gaudy, twisted luxury, his look now carried a refined, understated elegance, surprisingly in sync with Hakuno's style. You're the master of the king of heroes? Morgan asked, clearly surprised. The girl placed her left hand over her chest, steadying her breath as she showed the command spells. Yes. My name is Hakuno Kishinami. Due to some unexpected events, I ended up in this city. Then, looking at both of them seriously, Hakuno Kishinami added. The police are on their way. Please, put away your weapons for now. Chapter 169, Volume 3, Chapter 25, Golden Ruler. As it turned out, the woman lying in the alley hadn't been attacked by Gilgamesh. He and his master, Hakuno Kishinami, had simply heard her scream and arrived before Shiomi and the others. Gilgamesh stayed behind to secure the scene, while Hakuno ran off to find a nearby patrol officer. I didn't think you'd let your master act alone under these circumstances, Shiomi said, still eyeing Gilgamesh with suspicion. Aren't you worried she'll be targeted by the servants who just attacked a civilian? After handing the unconscious woman over to the police for protection, the group left Shinto and headed toward the banks of the Mayan River. My master isn't so fragile, Gilgamesh replied nonchalantly, even sounding somewhat smug, as if showing off a prized possession. Morgan took a moment to study Hakuno. Though she looked like an ordinary magus, there was definitely something guarding her, perhaps a noble phantasm from Gilgamesh's treasury. If that was the case, not even an assassin-type servant would be able to harm her. Now then, let's get back on topic, Morgan said. You two aren't participants in this Holy Grail War, are you? Hakuno hesitated before nodding. She was trying to figure out how to explain it. After all, during interstellar travel, they had been caught in a temporal disturbance and swept into a Japanese city in the year 2004, right in the middle of a Holy Grail War. Up to now, Hakuno suspected the Holy Grail War itself might be the reason she and Gilgamesh had ended up here. You say that, but the same goes for you too. You're not part of this Holy Grail War either, Gilgamesh retorted without backing down. From what I see, you're a servant who remained after the last Grail War, aren't you, Fairy of Paradise? Just like 10 years ago, the Golden Man used that same title. I'm impressed you knew that, Shiomi said. Ever since 10 years ago, he had suspected there was something unusual about Gilgamesh's clairvoyance, it could perceive things beyond the future. For instance, Gilgamesh had once hinted at Shiomi's origin in the Land of Shadows. Don't think defeating a careless version of me means you'll win again, Gilgamesh declared from atop the riverbank. Even if I only wield a tenth of my treasures, I'm not someone you can afford to underestimate. Hakuno smiled awkwardly. Well, it's true Gilgamesh has been pretty lax lately. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten dragged into this mess. Hakuno, you little rascal, Gilgamesh laughed heartily, ruffling the girl's hair. You've gotten bold. Looks like broadening your horizons has helped you grow a lot, ha ha ha. He really wasn't the same king of heroes he once knew, Shiomi thought to himself. So, King of Heroes, are you planning to intervene in this Holy Grail War? Morgan asked. Well, that's... Hakuno was surprisingly hesitant. I've got no interest in the Grail, Gilgamesh said, and my master doesn't care either. So we'll just watch from the sidelines. Besides, the Holy Grail here had the sense to assign me the ruler class. Shiomi was shocked. Ruler. He wasn't surprised Gilgamesh qualified for that role. After all, according to numerous legends and magical texts, the King of Heroes was indeed worthy of being a judge of human history. What caught him off guard was that a ruler had actually been inserted into this particular Grail War. No need to be so surprised, Shiomi, Gilgamesh said. You should know exactly why a ruler gets summoned. First, because the structure of this Holy Grail War is extremely unusual, with an unknown outcome. Second, because its effects could potentially distort the world itself. Of course I know why a ruler would be summoned. But this Holy Grail War is more stable than the last one, even the corruption of the Greater Grail has been purified. I just can't see a reason for a ruler to appear, Shiomi stared directly at Gilgamesh, refuting his point. You've already met Castor, haven't you? Gilgamesh cut him off. The man with eyes that pierce through past and future, the so-called king of magecraft. That single line left Shiomi at a loss for words. Unlike me, that man doesn't change his stance depending on the situation. Gilgamesh grinned, clearly amused. Summoned as a servant, he'll fully commit to fulfilling his master's needs. In other words, within the Holy Grail War, the King of Magecraft was an even greater threat than the King of Heroes. Even the King of Heroes himself acknowledged that. After all, Shiomi could still sense the difference between the two Gilgameshes. The previous one had treated everything like a game until the very end. But this one, despite his diminished power, was in an unmistakably serious mode. In fact, upon closer consideration, Shiomi thought this version of Gilgamesh might be even harder to deal with. By contrast, the King of Magecraft didn't have an on or off switch. As a servant, he was always serious, following his master's orders and suggestions to the letter and executing them flawlessly. So you're saying the reason you were given the ruler class is because of that? Morgan asked. You'd know best, Witch of Britannia, Gilgamesh replied. You didn't even flinch when you heard your opponent was the King of Magecraft, did you? Humph. Morgan chuckled softly but didn't deny it. And that made the answer crystal clear. If only the King of Magecraft had shown up, the Holy Grail War's outcome would have been set in stone. But the arrival of Shiomi and Morgan made things unpredictable. The Greater Grail decided a judge was needed. That judge was Gilgamesh. You've already met the King of Magecraft? Shiomi asked again. Had no choice. That guy's a stickler for rules. My master and I had just gotten a foothold here when he showed up, Gilgamesh said, looking increasingly pleased. So I gave him a little tip, shared some info about you lot. No wonder Castor showed up back then, so it wasn't just a random intrusion onto the battlefield, Shiomi muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Gilgamesh turned away. Struggle all you like. Whether it's the king of magecraft or you who wins, I'll act as the judge and award the Holy Grail to the victor. Hakuno, who hadn't taken a single step, put her hands together and bowed slightly to the two of them, a silent apology that said she had no control over Gilgamesh whatsoever. Don't worry about it. With a servant like that, I'm more inclined to sympathize with you, Morgan said kindly. Ha ha ha. Hakuno gave a strained laugh. Just then, Gilgamesh called out, if you don't start moving, I'll just leave you here, prompting Hakuno to quickly say her goodbyes and follow after him. As he watched them go, Shiomi's mind was already elsewhere. Besides the king of magecraft, now we've got the king of heroes acting as ruler. His head was starting to ache. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 170, Volume 3, Chapter 26, Record. Slurp. The hot noodle slid down Shiomi's throat, settling warmly in his stomach. Instantly, he felt revived. He took another sip of the fresh broth. It was just a simple bowl of bone broth noodles, but on a cold winter night, it hit the spot perfectly. Lifting his gaze, he glanced at Morgan. She was also quietly savoring the noodles he had made. The broth came from the leftover stock at dinner, and the noodles were handmade earlier that day. If not for the Holy Grail War, spending a few quiet days in Fuyuki with Morgan like this would have been exactly what Shiomi wanted. How is it? Shiomi asked. Tastes just like always. Like something you'd find at an old, long-established shop, Morgan replied calmly, pausing with her spoon. Well, that makes sense. I have been eating it for years. Ha ha. Shiomi let out an awkward chuckle. He hadn't expected Morgan to share the same appreciation for these small comforts. Their patrol through the city had yielded nothing beyond encountering ruler Gilgamesh and his master, so they'd returned home. Feeling hungry, Shiomi made some soup noodles as a late-night snack, and to warm up. Unlike magical cold resistance, the warmth from food gave a completely different kind of comfort. On TV, the late-night news was playing, but there was nothing new to report. It was as if the Holy Grail War had never even begun. But thinking about it now, with ruler summoned, it probably means that the moment we set foot back in Fuyuki, we were already part of the Holy Grail War, included by the Greater Grail, Shiomi said, looking down at his half-eaten noodles. That's a fair interpretation. Apparently, Fuyuki's Grail system can assess exceptional cases, Morgan said, picking at a side dish in the center of the table with her chopsticks. Before we returned, the Grail War was following standard procedure. Even the irregular appearance of the caster wouldn't have disrupted the Grail's selection. Though the ritual was created by the Tosaka, Matsu, and Einsburn families, it wasn't designed to favor any one of them. Their only advantage was their deep understanding of the system, built up over generations of preparation. That Berserker was seriously tough. Even Saber and Archer together couldn't take him down completely, Shiomi said, recalling their first clash. Perhaps because their attempt to secure victory in the previous war by recruiting outside magi had failed, the Einsburn this time opted for a more controllable Lesser Grail, and summoned a Berserker without self-awareness. The previous Saber, Artoria, had ultimately rejected the Grail, choosing instead to help purify the Greater Grail before disappearing. That must have dealt a heavy blow to the Einsburn. Most likely he turned his own legend into a resurrection-type noble phantasm, Morgan said, raising an eyebrow. That Berserker must have been quite the warrior in life. Any idea what his true name is? Shiomi asked, then added, you've got the breadth of knowledge, so I figured you might guess it more easily. Morgan stirred the chopped scallions floating in the soup with her chopsticks. And if I don't know? Then we'll find another way. Shiomi gave up without hesitation. I was just being hopeful. I can't treat you like a walking encyclopedia. You're actually pretty curious, aren't you? Morgan said suddenly. Curious? Shiomi blinked in surprise. About where I came from. And why? I know you so well. For once, Morgan brought up the topic herself. Since the Fourth Holy Grail War, they'd shared an unspoken understanding. Shiomi never asked about Morgan's past, and Morgan never offered it. It wasn't out of secrecy or reluctance, but for a much simpler, and more unsettling reason. That reason was called the future. If you think about it carefully, it's obvious, Shiomi said with a helpless smile. I'd never seen you before the Fourth Holy Grail War, but your reaction back then, you clearly knew who I was. That ruled out the past, and the present they were experiencing, leaving only the future. The throne of heroes isn't bound by time. As long as the conditions are right, summoning a servant from the future isn't impossible, Morgan said, resting her chin on one hand. As expected of my husband, sharp intuition. What's there to praise? Shiomi resumed slurping his noodles. Any Magus would figure that out eventually. So, That was why Shiomi had asked Morgan earlier. If she really was from the future, she might already know how the Fuyuki Holy Grail War played out, or perhaps she had other reasons for knowing about the servants involved. So, do you still want to ask? Morgan circled back to the earlier question. Let me confirm something first. Is this part of the result in the quantum fixed record already locked in? Shiomi asked, head lowered. Hard to say, Morgan replied, sounding a little wistful. There's a slight anomaly in this case. In that case, never mind, Shiomi said, giving up on the idea. To him, this was still the present. But for Morgan, it was something akin to reliving the past. If the result was already fixed, then as long as he didn't interfere with it directly, he could still interact with the process. Even so, he wasn't sure whether trying to learn Berserker's true name from Morgan counted as crossing that line. I was just teasing, Morgan suddenly said, reaching over with her chopsticks and plucking a fish cake from Shiomi's bowl. It's just the name of a Greek hero. Heracles might not be your average heroic spirit, but knowing his true name isn't enough to shake the quantum fixed record. Seriously. Shiomi felt like he'd been played. He was frustrated, but powerless to do anything about it. He was always weak against this type of sharp, composed woman. His master had been like that. So was Tuko. Morgan's eyes narrowed, her smile turning sly. Compared to my husband, that so-called great hero still falls far short. What's the point of putting me on a pedestal? Shiomi grumbled, trying to reclaim his fish cake, but his chopsticks were intercepted halfway. Still, looking at it now, the servant lineup this time is insanely strong. Archer's true name remained unknown, but his flexible combat style, capable of both long and close-range engagement, and the way he used noble phantasms like consumables. If his actual noble phantasm was some kind of armory, it might be able to go toe-to-toe with Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. So, what's your take? Morgan raised a brow, her expression calm, voice cool as distant mountains. Ultimately, the other servants don't matter. The only real threat is Castor, the king of magecraft. Don't act like every other hero is just background noise. Shiomi protested. Ugh, forget it, just eat your noodles before they get soggy. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 171, Volume 3, Chapter 27, Strategy. After their late-night snack, the two of them sat under the kotatsu and resumed their earlier discussion. The details of the masters and servants involved in the Holy Grail War weren't something Shiomi needed to concern himself with. He hadn't returned to Fuyuki to compete for the Holy Grail. After learning Castor's true name from BB, he realized that even if she managed to win every other battle, she'd still suffer a crushing defeat against the king of magecraft. Whether or not Saber could defeat Castor was beside the point, Sakura's magecraft was completely overwhelmed. Marisberry didn't even need to take the field as a master. Shiomi's purpose was simple, to protect Sakura and his family. I've never actually fought the king of magecraft, Morgan said, stating the facts. So I can't offer any first-hand insight. I figured as much, Shiomi nodded, undeterred. However, my husband did have a brief clash with the king of magecraft, even though he was rushing to retreat, Morgan added. What's your take on his strength? As she spoke, Shiomi recalled the battle from the day before. Overwhelming. Oh. You're surprisingly lacking in confidence. No, Shiomi replied, analyzing slowly. What I mean is, to modern magi, the king of magecraft is like a being from a higher dimension. Bazette was merely trying to launch a sneak attack to open a path for retreat, but Castor completely controlled the battlefield. Her attacks were ineffective, and without any warning, even a top-ceiling designation executor was stripped of the ability to fight. Just by wearing all those rings on his hands, that man can nullify every form of magecraft a human can wield, Morgan said with a soft smile. Just from that, it's clear, the command spells meant to help masters control their servants in the Holy Grail War are completely useless against Castor. Unlike top-tier magic resistance, which merely deflects magecraft, this was absolute nullification. Any spell would be erased at its inception, as if it had never been cast. Even Morgan would be at a disadvantage against that. Stop. That's enough. Shiomi felt another headache coming on. He had already learned Castor's true name by then. Naturally, he didn't plan to engage in battle after expending his energy, nor did he want to reveal too much. So he had opted to use Grand Magecraft modeled after modern magic. Due to his own unique nature, the spell's power and speed were far beyond the norm. But its foundation was still modern magecraft. And because of that, Castor had effortlessly unraveled the structure of the spell, reducing the entire activation to nothing. Once the war begins, it'll turn into a full-blown battle of Age of Gods magecraft, said Morgan. Shiomi let out a sigh. Yeah, it definitely will. That alone wasn't what truly concerned him. What troubled Shiomi was the king of magecraft's magecraft and noble phantasms. He couldn't gauge the man's true capabilities. Even if servants differ from their legends due to class-based biases, top-tier servants still have the strength to match. Shiomi had clashed with Gilgamesh's trump card Noble Phantasm twice before. The first time, if not for Artoria's holy sword mitigating most of the damage, he was certain his defensive runes, based on primordial magic, would have been completely shredded by EA. The second time, he avoided direct confrontation altogether and relied on trickery, using Artoria's holy sword as bait while simultaneously deploying Avalon to block the attack. Because of that, he had a very clear grasp of just how powerful the strongest noble phantasms could be. And that was why he couldn't predict what might happen if he and Morgan teamed up against the king of magecraft. As expected, there's no way just the two of us can take on Solomon, Shiomi said, lifting his gaze. Now that Castor's true name is known, the other masters won't just stand by and do nothing. Morgan idly rubbed her teacup with her fingers, looking up at Shiomi. She had already guessed what he was thinking. Given our original goal, you want to borrow the strength of another faction to take Castor out early. That way, even if Sakura can't win the later battles, at least she won't lose her life. Exactly. Shiomi nodded. But I've been reviewing the current state of the other factions. For now, Sakura and Rin are out. The Matu Master doesn't seem stable, and his combat ability is questionable. As for Assassin, not even worth considering. He began analyzing the remaining factions one by one. Berserker, at least, would make a good vanguard against Castor. With someone that tough tanking at the front, Shiomi and Morgan could handle the king of magecraft with less pressure. But, there was a problem. Shiomi had once helped Kiritsugu Amiya in a mission to Germany to seize Iliasville. The girl now fighting as Berserker's master was a homunculus created by the Einsburn family and modeled after Ilia. There was no doubt that the name Shiomi had been hard-coded into her very being. That much was clear from her surprise assault on the church where Sakura was staying. Rin had probably just been collateral, a secondary target attached to the Einsburn mission. By process of elimination, only one choice remained, and it was the most suitable. So in the end, the person you're counting on most is your senior. Morgan's eyes sparkled playfully, as if she'd seen through him from the very start. Shiomi sighed, hand to his forehead. I don't want to rely on him, but I have to. Sakura can't know about this. Why keep it from Sakura? Morgan looked puzzled. If they'd just coordinated with her from the beginning, none of this scheming would be necessary. Why? Shiomi was momentarily speechless. She's 16 now, a proper teenager in the middle of her adolescence. And Morgan still didn't get it. You haven't raised any kids. Shiomi rubbed his temples. Not at all, Morgan admitted, a little sheepish. The one who had lots of children is the me from over there. In other words, while she had accompanied Sakura and Caren during their upbringing, Morgan herself didn't have any real experience. Many things were new territory for her. I see. He scratched his head and let it go. Morgan viewed things from a different perspective than humans. It was natural she wouldn't grasp everything. It's simple, really, it's just a teenage rebellion. Sakura's caught between childhood and adulthood, and she's bound to be invested in the first major ordeal she's facing alone. Even if that ordeal is the Holy Grail War. If I join the war before her and then try to get involved again, it'll damage her pride. You understand her pretty well. A faint smile touched Morgan's lips. Because all humans go through that kind of growing up. Shiomi rested his arms on the table, looked gently at Morgan, and spoke in a quiet voice. Chapter 172, Volume 3, Chapter 28, Haunted Mansion. The next morning, Shiomi woke up to find his phone had run out of battery, so he quickly plugged it into charge. Ever since the start of the new century, devices like this had advanced rapidly, especially in terms of miniaturization. They were now far more convenient than magecraft communication. However, the battery was quite durable, so if he wasn't paying attention, he could go 2 or 3 days without charging it, and often forgot. Hence, situations like this would happen. The moment it was plugged in and rebooted, the phone buzzed several times in a row. A number of unread emails popped up. This. After reading through them, Shiomi was momentarily at a loss for words. Something happened at the clock tower, asked Morgan, now dressed, as she walked over. No, it's just that Sakura's more capable than we expected, Shiomi said, setting down the phone. She figured out, based on the battle traces at the seaside park, that I might have returned to Fuyuki. Running her fingers through her loose hair, Morgan asked, so she called London to confirm it. Yeah. Shiomi nodded. Originally, as part of the grand role, he and Morgan were meant to follow the Magus of the clock tower into the spiritual tomb of Albion. Once inside, ordinary wireless communication would no longer be possible. Yet Sakura had even accounted for that. She called Gray in London directly to inquire. She hadn't chosen Elmeloy II, Rhaenys, or even Caren because Shiomi had already spoken with them, and they could help him cover his tracks. Only Gray was bad at lying. All the emails were from Gray, Morgan remarked, glancing at the phone screen from beside him. Too bad the phone probably shut off yesterday evening. Shiomi sighed and closed the flip cover. Phones back then were still limited in features, with few entertainment options, so he'd gotten used to it and hadn't noticed. Since we've been exposed, should we go meet Sakura first? Morgan asked with a playful smile. Shiomi thought for a moment. No rush. Let's find Lancer's camp first. If we can work something out with them, it'll make a nice offering when we see Sakura. That's fine, but you didn't plan on allying with them before. How do you plan to find them? Morgan asked. Just so you know, I did send a familiar to keep an eye on Lancer's movements. Sitting back on the bed, Shiomi thought for a moment before replying, still, it shouldn't be too hard. I've lived in Fuyuki long enough to know a thing or two. The day before yesterday, Bazette came from Shinto, crossed the bridge, and arrived at the seaside park in Miyama Town. So her base is probably in Shinto. Shinto's about the same size as Miyama Town. That's like finding a needle in a haystack, Morgan pointed out. Sealing designation executors all have their quirks. Since she was assigned by the Mages Association, they probably helped her pick a base too. Shiomi raised a finger. Besides, Shinto's too modern. A Magus setting up a base in the city would need something like El Meloy had last time, an entire hotel building rented out. But executors didn't have that kind of budget. If it's not in the city, then where? Morgan asked, leaning casually against the door. I don't think I've ever told you this, but there's a Western-style mansion in the forest southwest of the Fuyuki church, Shiomi said smugly. The Edelfelt family's master stayed there during the Third Holy Grail War. They never came back to Fuyuki afterward, so the mansion was turned over to the Mages Association. He shook his head. Though technically managed by them, they didn't even maintain it. It's practically abandoned, shielded by a barrier, and it's become an urban legend around Fuyuki, a haunted mansion in the woods. So you think Lancer's master is living there? Morgan asked. I just think it's very likely, Shiomi replied cautiously. If I were new to Fuyuki, I'd definitely take the Mages Association's recommendation and stay somewhere like that. Perfect for a workshop or to stay hidden. With their plan set, the two had breakfast, then drove from Miyama Town toward the forest near Shinto, not far from the church. Fuyuki City, with land managed by the Tosaka family, had Japan's second strongest ley line after Misaki City, which was overseen by the Aozaki family. That's why it could serve as the stage for the Holy Grail War. Though Shinto had developed into a highly modern area, once outside the city and a short drive down the national highway, they reached the southern mountain forests. As their car jolted along a rough forest road, Shiomi looked out through the windshield. Even in broad daylight, the forest was gloomy. The thick canopy blocked the sunlight, and there was no end in sight. Shiomi wasn't sure how much farther they could drive before they'd have to continue on foot. Unlike the city, the mana in the forest was noticeably denser, an ideal environment for setting up a Magus workshop. Shiomi slammed on the brakes. What an overwhelming amount of mana. Morgan had sensed it too. She closed her eyes, focusing on the flow around them. It's not just leaking from a servant. The conclusion was obvious. There's a battle going on. Shiomi opened the car door and stepped out. The chill and dampness of the forest air pressed directly against his skin as he stood still, listening closely to the sounds deeper in the woods. There was definitely a fight happening. He glanced back at Morgan, who had also exited the car and was already fully geared up. With a wry smile, he said. Looks like it'll be faster if we go on foot from here. Then take the first step, my husband, I'll be right behind you. Morgan tested the weight of the magic spear in her hand, then tossed it to Shiomi across the car. The moment he caught it, Shiomi dashed forward and swung the spear into seemingly empty air. A flurry of arrows was knocked aside, their tips embedding in a nearby tree trunk. That's... Shiomi stared at the archer who emerged from the shadows of the forest. Clad in green, with a longbow in hand and a quiver at his waist, his figure was cloaked in a mist of mana. A familiar. Shiomi frowned. But the aura it gave off was nearly on par with a servant. Looks like it's confirmed, the king of magecraft is one of the combatants. Morgan traced her hand across the car's surface, weaving a defensive spell around it. As for the other side, if your guess is right, my husband. Wait, what? Shiomi was caught off guard. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate this quickly. That familiar is likely one of the 72 demons commanded by the king of magecraft. Morgan readied her next spell. And for the record, this form isn't their true one. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Volume 3, Chapter 29, Lancer's Battle. Shiomi's hunch and Morgan's judgment were both spot on. The haunted Western-style mansion in the forest southwest of the Fuyuki church was indeed Bazette and Lancer's base. And the one who launched the attack against them was Castor, Solomon, the king of magecraft. Though it was technically an assault, it was more accurate to call it a direct and open engagement. At his master Marisbury's suggestion, Castor made no effort to conceal himself. He simply entered the forest head-on and located their stronghold. He didn't need any reconnaissance, his clairvoyance alone was enough to pinpoint their hideout. TCH. He may look like a Castor, but there's no way he's just some regular Magus. The wind howled, turning the area around the mansion into a wreck. Lancer charged across the battlefield, roaring as he launched his attacks at Castor. But Castor's magecraft gave him no opening to exploit. Offensive spells fired in rapid succession without even a chant. Defensive barriers blocked every thrust of the Crimson Spear, no matter how hard he tried to pierce them. The battle had already dragged on for nearly 10 minutes. Castor remained completely unscathed, while Lancer was left bruised and battered, his injuries all inflicted by a barrage of spells. Even on such uneven, debris-strewn terrain, the blue-clad Castor moved as though walking on flat ground. Meanwhile, he never budged from his position, giving Lancer no chance to find an opening. Only now did Lancer understand why that guy, his junior, had chosen to retreat the moment he first laid eyes on Castor, rather than join forces with him and Bazette to mount a counterattack. This wasn't an opponent you could defeat by sheer effort or recklessness. Should have asked that guy more. A Magus whose true name we don't even know, he's more troublesome than my own master, Lancer muttered, retreating to the clearing in front of the mansion's main entrance as he watched Castor slowly approach. Lancer. Bazette called out from behind. Though her wounds hadn't fully healed, she could at least move around, but if she joined the fight, she'd only be a burden. Not that Lancer was doing much better. His entire body was covered in wounds. Stay back, Bazette, Lancer said, sweat running down his face. This isn't a battle you can jump into. If you use magecraft carelessly, you'll die. He still vividly remembered that battle from the evening before. Shiomi had unleashed 3 grand magecraft spells in an instant, every single one had been dispelled by Castor with ease. This guy was the nemesis of Magi. A Magus above all others of this era, a legend, a hero whose name was etched into history. Lancer couldn't recall exactly who it was, but he felt he was just a breath away from figuring it out. A cold gust swept through the battlefield. Castor's cloak fluttered gently in the wind. To this point, he hadn't even raised his hands, kept hidden beneath his robe. And yet, Lancer didn't feel belittled or disrespected. He understood, Castor hadn't gone all out. That's the only reason the fight had lasted this long. Then, a sound stirred from somewhere in the forest, catching Castor's attention. The faint smile on his face gave way to a look of mild surprise. Lancer noticed it too, but he had no time to investigate. Instead, he seized the opportunity, charging in and thrusting his crimson spear straight at Castor's body. At Lancer's speed, it would take less than a second to strike this mysterious Magus. But a surge of icy blue air erupted from Castor, freezing everything it touched, swirling like a raging ice dragon. The dragon's body continued to extend, gaining speed with each second, as if it had just burst from the earth, aiming to engulf Lancer's spear entirely. I've seen this magecraft before. Lancer remained unfazed. He spun the crimson spear swiftly in his hand, rotating it inside the ice dragon's body. With massive mana pouring into it, the spear drilled outward, slowly forcing the interior open from within. This was a countermeasure he had devised after fighting Shiomi, crafted specifically to respond to such magecraft. It wasn't exactly as expected, but it worked. The ice dragon let out a roar of bitter cold, unleashing a blizzard that could freeze a person solid, then spat out the crimson spear along with a surge of snow. Ugh! Caught off guard, Lancer cried out as he was thrown back violently. Bazette ducked behind a pillar. The storm of ice swept across the entire mansion. When it finally settled, the entire clearing in front of the building was frozen solid, with the ice dragon's path marking the boundary. Every glass window on the mansion's front had shattered. Without her mana shielding her, Bazette would have been frozen right along with it all. Lancer let out a grunt and flicked his spear. The ice covering him cracked and flaked away like a broken shell. His eyes widened, veins bulging at the sides of his temples. As the child of light, Ku Chulayan understood, this battle could only end in life or death. Either he would defeat Castor here, or he and his master would fall together. And someone would have to come retrieve their corpses afterward. Come to think of it, your master's not here, Lancer said offhandedly. Castor's expression didn't change, he merely shook his head. There's no need for him to be on the front lines. I can handle this. He and I share the same view, Castor replied calmly. Is that so? That's a shame, Lancer muttered as he slowly crouched into position. Although he'd been on the back foot the entire time, perhaps because Castor had shown no aggressive intent, the enemy still stood at a distance, just at the edge of the clearing, where the forest began. Roughly 100 meters away. In a single breath, Lancer cut the distance in half, then launched himself skyward, narrowly avoiding the ice dragon that charged in once more. He had received permission to use his noble phantasm. A one-on-one fight clearly wasn't going to work. That left only one option. Bite down, soaring spear that strikes with death. Gibalg. Pouring all his mana into it, he hurled the spear, its true form of attack. The moment it left his hand, the magic spear twisted and writhed like a mass of thorns. The spearhead branched out into warped shafts, each spawning their own pointed tips. The ice dragon coiled protectively around Castor, forming a towering barricade. But Gibalg transformed into a dense net of barbed spears, enveloping the entire area around Castor and the ice dragon, unleashing a shockwave that made the forest tremble. Landing back on the ground, Lancer caught the returning spear as it flew back into his hand after the explosion. He clicked his tongue in frustration. The ice dragon had been annihilated, yet Castor stood completely unharmed. Beneath the icy remains, several immense black shadows had shielded him. As the smoke cleared, those shadows gradually faded, leaving behind a single figure kneeling beside Castor. My king, the demon gods stationed in the forest couldn't stop the two intruders. I see. Then let's end this quickly. That's what the master wants as well. Castor let out a quiet sigh, another spell was already primed. You bastard. Ku Chulain stared at the magic circle, muttering in disbelief. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Volume 3, Chapter 30, Breakthrough of the Frontline. Summoning magecraft is the art of calling spiritual entities from the past or future into the present. By invoking and describing beings known as the 72 demons, the king of magecraft, Solomon, can summon them into the current world as powerful familiars. The heroic spirit summoning system used in the Holy Grail War is, in some sense, also a branch of this type of magecraft. As the founder who established phenomenon manipulation as a formal branch of magecraft, the demons commanded by the king of magecraft are far beyond the scope of typical adversaries. Right now, Shiomi and Morgan were being blocked by several demons sent in advance to monitor the forest's perimeter. Man. These things really come in all shapes and sizes, Shiomi muttered, brushing aside a few arrows fired from deep within the woods as he glanced toward Morgan, who was unleashing spells on the attacking demons. I told you, they're not showing their true forms, Morgan replied, firing spell after spell with no pause. Her magecraft collided with the demons' attacks, triggering a chain of explosions. That said, I've never actually seen what they truly look like. Only heard rumors. I see. Shiomi held up his magic spear, watching the indistinct figures moving in the fog between the trees. Beyond the green-clad archer who had first appeared, more demons emerged one after another, some carrying lances, banners, or snakes, one clad in red armor, another with a serpent tail, riding a colorfully patterned steed. They moved in perfect sync. Though they couldn't overpower Shiomi and Morgan, they weren't easy to defeat either. Just thinking that there were 72 of these things made Shiomi feel the weight of the situation. If the king of magecraft also possessed a reality marble. No, he most likely did. Shiomi shook off any doubts. As the originator of modern magecraft, casting high-tier forbidden magecraft like reality marbles would be second nature to him, he might even have something beyond that. Sensing the severity of what lay ahead, Shiomi instinctively enhanced his mana circulation. The bluish-black magic spear in his hand flew forward, hovering in midair deep within the forest. I'll leave it to you, Morgan, Shiomi said. Without hesitation, Morgan reached out and touched the spear. In an instant, it vanished, splitting into countless smaller weapons that flew into the forest, targeting the demons as they awaited their next opening. But that was only the distraction. Shiomi summoned a more suitable weapon, Gibalg alternative. Then, with a sudden strike, he slashed the cold earth before him with the spear's blade. From the crack, vines erupted wildly, spreading outward from the fissure and rapidly snaking through the forest, consuming the terrain. The demons, realizing they would be ensnared by Shiomi's plant-based magecraft if they remained on the ground, leapt into the air, only to be met with Morgan's attacks from above. Caught in a deadly pincer, Shiomi ignited the vines at that moment, setting off an even greater explosion. Flames shot up nearly 10 meters high from the once pristine forest. Shiomi wasn't concerned about the fire spreading unchecked, he had already laid down a containment barrier of ice magecraft during the battle to keep it under control. Within the raging fire, smoke and ash billowed. One demon god waved his banner, and the blaze gradually weakened. The snake-tailed demon conjured a strong gust of wind, dispersing the smoke that clouded their vision. But where there had been two enemies moments ago, there was now nothing. Only a little farther down the path stood a car, engine silent, waiting quietly. A feint. Shiomi and Morgan had appeared to launch a coordinated frontal assault using magecraft, aiming to overwhelm and eliminate the 4 demon pillars. But after disrupting the enemy's senses, they swiftly broke away from the skirmish, leaving the demons behind and heading straight for the ghostly mansion hidden deep within the forest. As they dashed through the woods, Shiomi wrapped one arm around Morgan's waist while slashing through obstructing branches with the magic spear in his other hand, carving a clear path forward. They're just 4 of the demon pillars. Strong enough to match servants, sure, but if it's you and me together, we could have taken them all out, Morgan said. It's a matter of time, Shiomi shook his head. We're already late. I'm betting Lancer and his master are fighting Castor's camp right now. I can't be sure whether Lancer will hold out longer, or whether we could have finished those 4 faster. He is your senior, after all. There's that tale of him fighting for days before finally falling. Even against the king of magecraft, he should be able to last half a day, Morgan offered reassuringly. If you went all out against Lancer, how long would it take to finish the fight? Shiomi asked. Hard to say. Probably a bit longer than it took with D'Armwood Ua Duibni. Morgan paused to think. That's about the best comparison I can give. 10 years ago at the Hyatt Hotel, Morgan had effortlessly used 5 of her clones to heavily wound D'Armwood. Though he managed to hold on for a few minutes, he was eventually forced out of the fight. Would it take half a day? No, Morgan whispered into Shiomi's ear. If my husband asked me sweetly, it wouldn't take more than 20 minutes to kill Kuchulain. After all, even Prey puts up a fight. Then that sounds about right. Shiomi nodded. Maybe it's just me, but I can't sense any passion from the king of magecraft. He's the Magus of Magi. It might have sounded like stating the obvious, but it was the only way he could describe Castor. That man radiated the very essence of a Magus, someone who prioritized results, used the fastest, most effective methods, and never mixed emotion into the equation. If Marisberry had ordered Castor to eliminate Lancer's faction swiftly, then Castor would do just that, without arrogance or theatrics, without glorifying the fight. The more stubborn Lancer appeared, the more decisively Castor would escalate, ending it as quickly as possible. Pretty sharp of you. Morgan murmured. Before Shiomi could reply, 2 powerful surges of mana erupted ahead of them, each stronger than the last. One of them, Shiomi recognized immediately. It was Gibalg's mana signature, released in its true name state. The other. They've clashed with noble phantasms. Shiomi broke into a sprint. The edge of the forest was just ahead, but he had to stop there, raising a defensive spell with Morgan as a massive shockwave swept through the trees. When the light finally faded, Shiomi saw it. The once grand mansion lay in ruins. And Lancer was collapsed at the foot of the front steps. Chapter 175, Volume 3, Chapter 31, The Final Struggle. Damn, bastard. Lancer braced himself with his spear and slowly stood up, breathing heavily as he stared at Castor. He still didn't know who the servant was, but the massive surge of mana Castor had just unleashed had engulfed the entire mansion grounds. Bazette, still not fully recovered from her injuries, was knocked unconscious again by the blast, unable to even use her prized noble phantasm. Since Castor hadn't activated his own noble phantasm, Fragarak hadn't been able to trigger. The sheer force of Castor's magecraft alone rivaled the true name release of a noble phantasm. Lancer knew this was a battle he couldn't win. But at least it wasn't an unfair loss. Castor's master had clearly made thorough preparations to summon such a powerful servant. He coughed up another mouthful of blood at the thought. The fight was lost, but that didn't mean Lancer would give up. Bazette was still alive. He had to make sure she stayed that way. Just then, 2 shadows shot out from the forest behind Castor. Fierce winds morphed into blades, layering over each other like a net and sweeping toward Castor. But the earth beneath his feet rose instinctively, forming a solid wall that blocked every wind blade with ease. When Lancer got a clear look at the new arrivals, he gave a dry, irritated laugh. Took you long enough. I almost thought you'd teamed up with Castor, he said. I think we were pretty fast. Castor was just faster, Shiomi replied, lifting both spears and leveling them at Castor. No wonder they call you the one with eyes that see past and future. You tracked us down this quickly. Morgan pointed his magic spear at Castor, her tone icy. Not a speck of dust on you. Despite the intensity of the battle, Castor truly looked untouched, like he'd just stepped onto the battlefield, his condition still pristine. The cold wind hadn't let up, and the 4 pillars of evil that had been repelled earlier now began to reappear, one after another, from the forest. 3 against 5, definitely a disadvantage, Lancer said as he walked over to stand on Shiomi's other side. You'd better be ready to die. Otherwise, you're just going to die here. Shiomi aimed his spear at Castor. We'll die, but we'll make sure Castor doesn't leave. Sounds nice, but I'd rather he be the only one buried with my husband, Morgan said lightly, but the aura she gave off was fierce, completely focused on the enemy before her. Heh. Then I'll make sure to drag the enemy far away before I die, Lancer joked with a grin. Wouldn't want to get in your way. At that moment, Castor raised his head slightly, as if he'd heard someone speak. For the first time, the unchanging expression on his face shifted, just a little. A flicker of wistfulness crossed it, like there was something he had wanted to do but never could. All right. We'll retreat for now. With that quiet murmur, Castor turned around. Surrounded by the 4 pillars of evil, he vanished into the forest. TCH. Castor's master sure plays it safe. Lancer slowly lowered his spear and spat out the blood in his mouth, clearly frustrated. Shiomi gave it some thought. Maybe they're just trying not to reveal too much of their strength here. Maybe, Morgan said, easing her stance. Or maybe Castor's master already knows who you are, and they're wary of you. Wouldn't be surprising. I am from the land of shadows, after all. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lancer, only to see the blue-clad figure collapse backward. The red spear he had gripped so tightly slipped from his hand and rolled to the ground. Hey! Shiomi quickly crouched down to check on Lancer's condition. Ha. Looks like this is it. Lancer let out a couple of weak laughs, breathing heavily. What a troublesome servant. As a magus, even master might not be able to match him. You're not saying you already. Shiomi released his mana to try and heal him, but immediately realized that Lancer's spirit core was damaged. The only reason he'd been able to stand and face off against Castor was likely due to a battle continuation type skill. That guy's magecraft is practically on par with a noble phantasm, Lancer sighed. And he countered me right after I released mine. Who the hell is he? Rather than dwelling on his own bitter defeat, Lancer seemed more concerned with Castor's identity. The king of magecraft. His name is Solomon. Shiomi hesitated for a moment, then revealed Castor's true name. Lancer's eyes widened. Then he let out a series of helpless but hearty laughs. Well, no wonder we couldn't beat him. That kind of opponent. Lancer said. I may have studied magecraft under my master, but I'm probably not even as good as you. Shiomi looked at him silently, neither confirming nor denying it. But damn, it was over way too fast. I didn't even get the chance to go another round with my junior. Lancer closed his eyes, clearly frustrated. Didn't have any real wishes, but now I get to disappear with regrets. Shiomi looked at Kuchulian and couldn't help but chuckle. You're really too much of a battle junkie. As if you're not, Kuchulian shot back with a grin. His body had begun dissolving into motes of magical light, a clear sign he was fading. Hey, tell me, do you have a thing for our master? Good guess, Shiomi muttered, lips tightening. Wait, don't tell me you actually, Lancer teased. Shiomi frowned. Keep going and I'll personally send you off right now. Startled and half laughing in alarm, Lancer suddenly burst into laughter that echoed through the forest. Ha 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 ha. Now that's something. Guess I really have no choice but to hand over the title of First Disciple, it just wouldn't feel right otherwise. TCH. Cough, cough. The laughing took too much out of him. Lancer lay there, staring up at the winter sky. Hey, could I ask you to take care of Bazette? Whether it's the association or the church, just get her somewhere safe. As he spoke, Morgan, who had gone off to assess the situation, returned carrying the unconscious Bazette in her arms. Got it. I'll handle the rest, Shiomi replied. Senpai. All right, all right. Lancer struggled to raise his hand, gave Shiomi a thumbs up, and with a bright smile, vanished. Shiomi remained crouched for a moment longer, waiting until Lancer's presence completely faded. Then, with a sigh, he slowly stood up. Let's go. To the church. Morgan replied softly. 100 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Volume 3, Chapter 32, Respite. That's unexpected. It's only been a day, don't tell me you've already taken down Assassin. Pushing open the church doors, Seal looked at Shiomi and Morgan from her place at the altar, visibly surprised. That's not possible. Doesn't the church have a spirit board to track servant summonings? Shiomi shook his head, denying her assumption. The spirit board only confirms whether all the servant slots are filled, it doesn't track when they're defeated, Seal replied, her gaze shifting to the person in Morgan's arms. So, what brings you two here? Lancer has fallen, Shiomi said. She's Lancer's master, Bazette Frogamicrimitz, a combatant sent by the Mages Association. Seal's expression showed a flicker of surprise before she pieced the situation together. Judging from that, I take it neither of you were the ones who defeated Lancer, she said. Bazette has lost her combat capability, her injuries are severe. As a fellow Clock Tower Magus, I'd like to request the church's aid in treating her, Shiomi said. Of course, Seal agreed without hesitation. Providing refuge for masters who've lost their servants is one of the church's responsibilities. Still. I didn't expect you to let an opponent go, Mr. Shiomi. After all, under normal circumstances, even if a servant lost their master, staying in Fuyuki meant they weren't completely out of the war. If another servant lost their master, a new contract could be formed, and the battle would continue. There was no need for that. I'm not here for the Holy Grail, Shiomi replied calmly. Besides, her injuries are severe. Even with the protection of a magic crest, she's not going to recover anytime soon. Just teasing, Seal said with a slight smile as she walked over and took Bazette from Morgan. She's definitely in bad shape. I'll take her to the back for treatment. If there's nothing else, make yourselves at home. Shiomi watched as Seal carried Bazette behind the altar, then found a chair nearby and sat down, with only the aisle separating him from Morgan. The church was empty now, no need to raise their voices to be heard. We were outplayed, Morgan said. Castor's side likely predicted you'd try to rally other camps and preemptively moved against Lancer. Maybe. Bazette is a sealing designation executor, her combat ability as a master is hardly lacking. And in the last Holy Grail War, a lord died from lack of field experience. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for Marisberry to act more cautiously. The lord of the Department of Astromancy hadn't shown himself at all, merely observing the battlefield through magecraft. Shiomi understood. If he had the king of magecraft as his servant, he might hesitate to step onto the front lines too. Reaping what we sow. Morgan teased. Hard to say, Shiomi replied. The plan's fallen apart. We'll need to rethink our next move. Lancer's defeat meant Marisberry would soon begin to act as well. The Holy Grail War didn't wait for anyone. As long as they stayed out of sight of ordinary people, battles could break out even in broad daylight. With that thought, Shiomi looked up. What is it? I'm thinking Castor's next target might be the Einsburn, Shiomi said. Then there was Assassin, still unaccounted for, clearly still operating in the shadows. Once word got out about Lancer's fall, things would only get more unpredictable. Is there a way to locate Castor's workshop? Shiomi asked. If we'd been tracking them from the beginning, sure, Morgan replied. But doing it without Castor noticing. As far as I know, no one has that kind of skill. It was a basic truth. Most magi couldn't even track a Castor to begin with. Then, Shiomi started to ask. By the time my husband was helping with the injured, Morgan said bluntly, they were already on the move. The tracking magic she'd cast on Castor had already stopped returning feedback. The possibility that they were still at the same location could be ruled out. That only left one explanation, Castor had severed the tracking. But you volunteered to help carry Bazette. Shiomi thought she was blaming him for being indecisive and missing the window to act. Even if I hadn't helped, my husband wouldn't have refused a request from his senior, Morgan said with a knowing look, though her tone was calm. She meant that all she'd done was what Shiomi had intended to do anyway. Castor or assassin? Shiomi nodded, then fell into thought. He was caught in a mild dilemma. According to Seal, Assassin had already attacked Ryder's master. So Ryder would likely be focused on retaliating. Which meant. Let's check out Castor's workshop first, Shiomi said, standing up. It hasn't been long, if we hurry, we might still catch their trail. Let's hope so. Don't forget, Castor's eyes see everything, Morgan said casually. Top-tier clairvoyance. Shiomi looked over and asked, how does it compare to fairy eyes? Morgan frowned slightly, clearly displeased. If you're trying to poke fun at me, just say it. No need to dance around it. No, I didn't mean it like that, Shiomi said, quickly waving his hands. Clairvoyance and fairy eyes are completely different, Morgan replied. The eyes I possess can only see through lies and reveal the truth. They don't see the past or future. Shiomi gave a wry smile. Still sounds amazing. I don't even have mystic eyes, you know. I'm glad to hear that, husband. Morgan lowered her eyes slightly, sounding somewhere between a sigh and a quiet reflection. But. Forget it. It's not something to bring up right now, Morgan said. All right. As always, Shiomi didn't press. He stood up from his seat. Let's go. If we wait any longer, we'll just be sitting ducks for Castor and Marisberry. We've got no souvenir to bring Sakura anyway, might as well go meet up with her directly, Morgan said. Shiomi thought for a moment. Yeah. Let's get everything ready today and go see her tomorrow. With that, the two of them stepped out of the church and drove off. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Volume 3, Chapter 33, Kipsis. Your dad might have come back to Fuyuki. It was lunchtime at Hamurahara Academy. Rin and Sakura sat in a quiet corner of the cafeteria, eating together. Since yesterday, they'd been patrolling various parts of Miyama town, trying to track the movements of other masters and servants, but neither Shinji nor any others had shown up with their servants. Having come home late the previous night, neither of them had the energy to prepare lunch this morning, so they'd opted to eat at the cafeteria instead. Gray originally tried to say Dad went to the spiritual tomb of Albion, but I pressed her a little. She couldn't keep the secret, Sakura said with a helpless smile. She's too honest, just can't lie. That Gray, she's the gravekeeper girl you mentioned before, right? Rin was clearly curious about her sister's time in London. According to their plans, once she graduated high school, Rin would also head to the clock tower for a year or two of study. After that, she planned to travel the world in search of her own path in magecraft. Still, right now, her interest was mostly rooted in concern for her sister. I thought you'd be more interested in the spiritual tomb of Albion. Normal magi don't even get the chance to enter that place, right? Rin replied. And with the whole grand role going on, if you hadn't left London, that person probably would have brought you along. Yeah, that was kind of the plan, Sakura admitted with a sheepish smile. But right now, I'm really wondering why Dad came back to Fuyuki. Maybe he's got his eye on the Holy Grail too. He did participate in the last war, and he was the first to discover the Greater Grail's problems, wasn't he? Rin offered a convincing explanation. It made sense, any Magus with that kind of insight into the Grail wouldn't be likely to walk away from it. Even so, Sakura didn't quite agree with her sister. If I can, I'd like to find Dad as soon as possible. He might be able to help us deal with what's coming. Rin gave her a sly grin. Oh. Planning to let the other camps knock each other out so you can beat me easily and claim the Grail. Sis. Sakura sighed. She felt overwhelmed by the uncertainty hanging over the Holy Grail War. One unknown factor after another kept stacking up. There had to be a reason their father had returned to Fuyuki and chosen to get involved personally. All right, let's drop it, Rin said, backing off. She glanced at Sakura's plate. You've got quite the appetite, huh? And you haven't gained a pound. You work out. Sakura puffed out her chest with pride. Obviously. All the fat's gone exactly where it should. TCH. Rin made a disgruntled noise. She'd already noticed during bath time that Sakura's figure had outclassed hers. If anything, Sakura took after Aoi Zenju in that department. Stung by the remark, Rin bitterly piled more food onto her tray, ditching her usual meticulous portion control. By the way, why do you think the Matu Master tried to form an alliance with you? Sakura asked. I was nearby yesterday, and he seemed to have other intentions. Oh, it's nothing. Matu approached me once a while ago, and I brushed him off, Rin said casually. He didn't bother me after that, but I guess he sees this war as the perfect excuse to cozy up again. Rin wasn't buying the idea that Shinji approached her just because of their shared lineage as two of the three great families. I asked around this morning, Shinji Matu didn't show up to school, Sakura added. You chased him off with magecraft yesterday. No way he'd strut back in today, Rin said thoughtfully. And if he does, he'll probably lay some trap to try and catch us off guard or something. As if on cue, just as they were walking through the hallway along the courtyard, the air around them suddenly turned thick and sticky. The solid cement beneath their feet went soft, if only for a moment. Then, the bright daytime school grounds were suddenly plunged into shadow, clouds rolling in overhead. The cold remained unchanged, but everything else had shifted. The chatter and clamor of the campus vanished, replaced by a suffocating silence. Looks like you were right, sis. Sakura swiftly turned, standing back to back with Rin as they scanned their surroundings. Archer, can you hear me? Archer. Rin immediately tried to contact her servant through thought transmission. But there was no response. I remember hearing that in the Age of Myths, even after Perseus killed Medusa, her head could still petrify people, Sakura said, channeling her mana to shift them into imaginary space. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't access the imaginary side. That's why Perseus, guided by the Gree sisters, received a special bag from the war goddess Athena, to contain the monster. Realizing she couldn't rely on her magecraft to escape, Sakura began thinking through alternative plans, analyzing the abnormal situation that had caught her and her sister off guard. Then, a smug round of applause echoed from above. Well. Quite the scholar. I thought you were just some amateur magus, but you even figured out Ryder's true name. The arrogant, mocking voice unmistakably belonged to Shinji Matu. He kept going. Actually, Kibesis isn't just for storing monsters. It can also be used to set up a bounded field like this, and trap clueless idiots inside, he. Bragging about a servant's power as if it were your own, Rin snapped, even as they fell into the trap. This noble phantasm isn't even that impressive, it's just a glorified prison. Even as she spoke, the scenery of the schoolyard around them was already starting to blur. Before long, everything would be swallowed in darkness. In other words, from the very first moment, Rin and Sakura had already fallen into the bag, captured by Shinji. You really don't get the situation, do you, Tosaka? Shinji sneered. This bag suppresses mana. Even magi are powerless once they're inside. And what good will that do you? Rin countered. Archer and Saber will have noticed by now. Your servant can't take on both of them at once. That's where you're wrong. Shinji was still grinning. I've prepared the perfect opponents for them. Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter, like a villain delighted to unveil his masterstroke. Darkness engulfed everything, even distorting their sense of time. And when light finally returned, they found themselves standing before a grand, ancient castle deep within the forest. Einsburn Castle. Rin's eyes widened in shock. A roar crashed down from the heavens. The towering form of a berserker loomed over them, casting a massive shadow across the ground. By my command spell, come forth. Faced with imminent danger, neither Rin nor Sakura hesitated. Archer. Saber. The Knight of Rebellion and the red-clad warrior appeared, summoned by the power of their command spells. Chapter 178, Volume 3, Chapter 34, Triple-Linked Crane Wings. Amid the heavy distortion of space, a silver longsword and a pair of black and white twin blades slashed upward, clashing with Berserker's massive axe sword and unleashing a violent shockwave in all directions. Rin and Sakura, just a few steps away, were nearly swept off their feet. With their masters behind them, retreat was not an option. Saber and Archer moved in unison. Get back. Rah. The mana they released surged like red lightning, and the two servants combined their strength to push back Berserker's strike, narrowly averting a critical blow. Berserker flipped through the air several times before crashing down onto the open ground in front of the castle, smashing a crater half a person deep. He let out a roar filled with primal fury, as mana surged through his body. His gray skin began to glow with an ominous red hue. Compared to the battle 2 days ago, Berserker now radiated an even more intense aura of pressure. Rin's presence suddenly vanished. I thought it was strange, but I didn't expect this. Archer muttered bitterly. Caught by Berserker's master. I was careless, Rin. If that's all it was, then I don't have much to say. Rin took Sakura's hand and slowly backed away from the fight. Even when supporting a battle, avoiding direct combat was basic Magus common sense. They must have used something to bring us here, Saber said through gritted teeth. Perseus's bag, Sakura replied. Archer's eyes widened. That explains it, no wonder we lost contact so suddenly. Wait, are you saying Berserker's master is working with that smug rider's master? Saber asked. Sakura shook her head, scanning the area around the castle. Hard to say. Neither rider nor his master have shown themselves. But aside from Berserker's overwhelming presence, several other auras lurked nearby. Before they could discuss further, Berserker charged again. Just like before, Saber took the front line, while Archer supported her from a distance with ranged attacks. Despite her small frame, Saber's strength matched Berserker blow for blow. Empowered by her crimson mana, she swung her blade with relentless force, even managing to temporarily push Berserker back. Saber, don't hold back, just fight with everything you've got, Sakura called out from a distance, gripping her left hand tightly. Now you're talking. Mordred's battle spirit surged, there was no need to hesitate against an enemy she'd already faced. The only uncertainty was Berserker's apparent resurrection ability, which seemed tied to his noble phantasm. No matter how many times he was killed, he kept coming back. Until they could uncover the true nature of his noble phantasm, the situation wouldn't improve. And this time, it didn't look like they'd be able to retreat so easily. Beyond Berserker, Mordred could sense multiple presences lurking in the dark, and among them, Ryder's aura was unmistakably present. As much as I'd like to keep my head up, this really isn't the time to be looking around. Saber gritted her teeth and let out a strained laugh as she released her mana, intercepting Berserker's strike. Behind her, Archer's volley of arrows rained down onto the unsteady Berserker, but not a single shot left a mark. Hey. Archer, don't tell me you're slacking off. That big guy isn't even scratched. Muttering complaints, Saber charged back into melee, continuing her clash with Berserker. From the rear, Archer lowered his black longbow. It wasn't that he was holding back, Berserker had simply grown tough enough to shrug off ordinary arrow fire. TCH. Archer couldn't help but respect the brute's resilience. With no time to overthink it, Saber decided to follow through. Her longsword once again flared with mana. She hated fighting Berserker. Not because she couldn't bring him down, but because a Berserker who'd lost his reason was nothing more than a puppet, moving solely at their master's command. How could something that merely followed orders stand in her way? That's why Mordred despised such enemies, and, in some twisted way, was drawn to them too. She set her sights on Berserker's head. Clarent. Responding to her emotion, the sword granted to the king, the blade that symbolized royal authority, grew heavy with hatred, and twisted under its weight. The Knight of Rebellion surged forward like a bullet, unleashing her mana in a single explosive burst. Relying on honed instinct, she dodged Berserker's downward swing, flipped midair, landed atop his axe sword, and swung down hard at his neck. Even without invoking its true name, her mana-enhanced Clarent should have dealt a wound on par with their last battle. But Berserker didn't even try to evade it. He just took the strike head-on. Even without rational thought, Berserker should have retained a combat instinct, an inner sense to guide his body reflexively in battle. If he didn't dodge, there could only be one reason. What? Saber's eyes widened. It was like her blade struck something tougher than legendary orichalcum. Her attack, aimed at what should have been the weakest point and charged with potent mana, had no effect. Berserker was completely unscathed. Fall back, Saber. Archer's voice rang out from behind. His signature black and white twin blades were already spinning through the air like boomerangs. The twin swords soared high above the courtyard of Einsburn Castle, homing in on Berserker. Saber glanced back and saw that the blades in Archer's hands had changed, now enlarged into long swords bristling with jagged spines. Charging forward with both blades in hand, Archer held them behind him like a pair of wide, razor-edged wings. Seeing his intent, Saber stomped hard on the axe sword Berserker was reaching for, throwing him off balance, then flipped backward in one smooth motion, passing Archer mid-charge. Steel that cleaves mountains. Blade that cuts rivers. Archer muttered his enhancement chant as he closed in. Triple-linked crane wings. With a fierce snarl, his reinforced blades struck simultaneously with the spinning boomerangs. While the thrown blades failed to pierce Berserker's monstrous defense, the blades in Archer's hands slashed clean into his shoulder, tearing open a gruesome wound that exposed bone and viscera. Berserker let out a horrific scream, then detonated in a violent explosion. In that same instant, Archer abandoned the weapons used to strike and leapt away, retreating to safety and clutching his left arm. Pushed too hard for the kill. Looks like I've done a number on my arm. Archer muttered, gauging the damage. Berserker's defense was too formidable, he wouldn't go down easily. A change in strategy was inevitable. Rin, seeing the injury, quickly activated a healing spell through the mana link between master and servant, accelerating Archer's recovery. Much appreciated, Rin. Smiling as he thanked her, Archer suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette leaping out of the forest, heading straight for Sakura and Rin. But Saber was just as quick to react. Ryder's bloodlust hadn't escaped her intuition. His sickle-like sword was intercepted in a flash, forcing him back several steps. Can't even hide your bloodlust, and you think you can ambush me? Idiot. Saber glared at Ryder, fury blazing in her eyes. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Volume 3, Chapter 35, their respective front lines. Sure enough, Ryder and his master, Shinji Mato, were hiding in the forest, spying on the battle from afar. The moment Archer was injured and Rin stepped in to treat him, and just as the others were watching Berserker regenerate from his fatal wounds, they ordered Ryder to launch a surprise attack. You useless servant. Can't even hide your killing intent, huh? Furious and humiliated, Shinji slammed his fist against a tree, spitting out venomous curses. Shinji Mato, so you really decided to side with the Einsburn, Sakura said, raising her hand. A magic wand appeared in her grasp. He, Shinji suddenly burst into a bizarre laugh, like a madman teetering on the edge. Side with them. Yeah, I did. That Berserker's true name is Heracles. His noble phantasm is God Hand, the 12 labors. Do you even know what that means? He looked down from above at the group, keeping a wary eye on Berserker. It means he's got 12 lives. Shinji laughed maniacally. And no matter what noble phantasm you use, once it kills him, the same attack won't work again. What did you say? Saber exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Saber's attack didn't work, Sakura realized immediately. Saber had already used that same move to kill Berserker once. After reviving, Berserker had developed resistance to it. Heracles. As she treated Archer's wounds, Rin also sensed things were turning for the worse. With both fame and power ranking among the top, it was no wonder Berserker's stats were so absurdly high. Shinji probably learned Berserker's true name from Perseus. After all, in Greek mythology, Heracles' mother was Perseus' granddaughter. Seems like your servants are pretty capable, managing to take down Heracles. Shinji leaned against a tree. But now that you're up against both Ryder and Berserker, think you can hold out? Sakura ignored his taunt and turned slightly to ask her sister, can I ask you and Archer to hold off Berserker? Saber, go handle Ryder. I'll take care of Shinji Mato. Rin still looked uneasy. That guy clearly came prepared for this battle, and she was worried her sister might fall into his trap. Not a bad tactic. Once their master is taken out, even Ryder can't keep fighting. Archer was the first to agree with Sakura's strategy. That said, having me and Rin stall Heracles. In a match where servant fights servant and master fights master, only Sakura had the power to kill the enemy master. Is there a problem, Archer? Sakura asked. We're allowed to kill that guy, right? With his left arm fully healed, Archer stood and faced Berserker, ready for an attack at any moment. Hey! You've got guts, Archer. Saber admired his courage and swagger. Sakura just sighed. If it's possible, of course I don't mind. But, that kind of talk feels ominous. Please don't overdo it. If we lose our servants, my sister would have to face Berserker alone, and that's far too dangerous. From his perch in the tree, Shinji slowly raised his hand, then swung it down. Taking his command as the signal, Saber dashed toward Rider. Rin tossed a gem at Berserker to disrupt his assault. Archer once again projected his twin swords and took position for his tactical role. Then, Sakura suddenly vanished from where she stood. Huh. Shinji let out a suspicious noise. Mana gathered behind him. Too bad, Shinji Matu. This is where you die. Sakura's voice was accompanied by crackling lightning and rolling thunder, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Master. Rider glanced back in concern, but he had no time to spare. If you've got time to worry about someone else, worry about yourself first, Rider. Saber's blade clashed against Rider's, trying to overpower him. I envy you, Saber, Rider said unexpectedly. What? Saber frowned, not understanding. Using magecraft that doesn't suit you only leads to self-destruction. Rider spoke calmly even as he clashed with Saber with full force. In that regard, both your master and Archer's master are impeccable. Saber grinned and pushed closer. What, jealous? It's not too late to surrender, you know. My master is excellent, bringing in another servant wouldn't be a problem. Sorry, I can't do that. Rider's answer came without hesitation. He suddenly surged with strength and shoved Saber back, sword and all. Even if my master's useless, I won't just stand by and watch him bring about his own downfall. Nice resolve. So what's next? Saber asked with a tilted head and a smile. I'll defeat you, and everyone else here. Rider's deeply furrowed brow carried a determined, unwavering resolve. Even Saber had to admit, this enemy was a hero without regrets. Then you can die first. With a roar, Saber charged in again, swords clashing with Rider's once more. This time, Rider didn't even have the chance to check on his master. Struck by lightning and thunder, Shinji Mato tumbled from the tree, his whole body scorched and smoking as he rolled on the ground in pain. You came out of nowhere. He snarled, glaring at Sakura. What kind of magecraft is that? It exists. The path of sorcery is endless. Even I'm only just getting started. Sakura pointed her wand at Shinji again, her voice turning cold. You keep showing up looking for trouble, I'm running out of patience. They were enemies in the Holy Grail War anyway. Better to finish him off while she had the chance. Though she'd never killed anyone in a magecraft battle, Sakura knew the day would come eventually. Shiomi had made sure she was mentally prepared for it. So. You were just someone tossed out by the Tosaka family. What's there to be proud of? Shinji used a tree trunk to haul himself up. Let me show you the difference between our bloodlines. The wind that had been whistling through the forest suddenly grew chaotic, filled with the synchronized fluttering of hundreds of membranous wings. The buzzing was rhythmic yet grating, an unsettling sound that crawled under the skin. But that was only a side effect. In a flash, Sakura was surrounded by countless bladed wing insects swarming out from the forest. So that's how it is. Looks like I've walked into a trap. Sakura gave a soft twist of her wand, calmly assessing the situation. And at the very moment those bladed wing insects were ordered to attack, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky, engulfing the forest before the castle. 100 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 180, Volume 3, Chapter 36, Meaningless Inferiority Complex. The dry winter made the forest highly flammable. For any magus, setting fire to the Einsburn forest wasn't difficult, the so-called forest barrier offered no protection against fire. Standing in the center of the blazing woods, Sakura remained unshaken by the thick smoke and searing heat, calmly watching Shinji Matu engulfed in flames before her. Sakura Shiomi was pristine, not a speck of ash on her, forming a sharp contrast to Shinji's charred and disheveled state. He glared at her with venom in his eyes, a blend of envy and hatred toward those born with talent in magecraft, who had trained since childhood. Even the magecraft Shinji specialized in posed no threat to her. If insects were weak to fire, then fire would be her defense and retaliation. Sakura's strategy was simple, and devastatingly effective. You should really surrender now, Sakura said pleasantly, trying to reason with him. For Uncle Kirei's sake, if you use a command spell to make your servant self-terminate and withdraw from the Holy Grail War, I'll let you go. Kirei, Kirei, Kirei. Shinji shouted, each repetition louder than the last. Why should I care about someone who betrayed the family? I inherited the Matu lineage. I'm the one worthy of seeking the Holy Grail. The crest worms used to alter his aptitude writhed violently inside him. Rider and Saber were already locked in battle. Although the flawless Greek hero was restraining the magic power siphoned from Shinji, for someone born without functional magic circuits, every moment of channeling mana brought agonizing pain. Until now, Shinji had treated that pain as proof of his nobility, a mark of distinction from ordinary humans, his badge as a member of a Magus family. But that supposed nobility was built on sand. To real magi, it earned no admiration. At best, it only drew pity, like the way Sakura now looked at him. Is this kind of life-devouring magecraft really worth pursuing? Sakura couldn't understand it. Her father always said the path of a Magus was a hard one, and if it ever became too tiring or troublesome, she was free to quit. With her ability, she would never have to worry about the burden of magical talent attracting unwanted consequences. To Sakura, magecraft was a passion and a dream, something she enjoyed and willingly pursued. But never something she'd trade her life for. With power like yours, and you still don't love magecraft. Shinji's voice was bitter. Why do people like you get to be magi? His jealousy and frustration twisted into hatred and rage, triggering a surge from the crest worms that replaced his magic circuits. Pain and chills racked his body, but he embraced it. To him, it was bliss. Devour me. Devour this body. Shinji howled inside. As long as he achieved the Holy Grail and became a true Magus, he didn't care how much he had to suffer. So long as he had even one breath left, he'd pay any price. Even Perseus, that eternally fulfilled, idealized hero, had said his wish was to grant his masters. Shinji welcomed that. This way, the Holy Grail would be his alone. From the dark corners of the woods and behind the burning trees, the swarm surged forward like a tsunami. The grotesque worms, resembling oversized maggots as large as fat rats, had all been implanted into Shinji by his grandfather, Zoken. Each was a fang of his transformation. Maybe this is just fate's cruel joke, Sakura murmured, raising her staff and aiming it at Shinji. He showed no sign of surrender, and she had no intention of wasting any more words. She would apologize to Uncle Kirei later, for failing to save the nephew who had lost himself completely. Between them, reconciliation was impossible. They were two irreconcilable kinds of Magus. Sakura had once wondered, if she'd been born an ordinary child, maybe she would have stayed with the Tosaka family and remained by her sister's side. But then, she wouldn't have become her father's daughter. That contradiction was always there in her heart. And yet, sometimes, it didn't seem to matter. Like now, when she and her sister stood side by side. They needed to finish off the enemy before them. And then, they'd deal with the even bigger threat, Berserker. Hey! Where the hell are you looking? Shinji shouted. He'd realized it, this woman had never taken him seriously. She hadn't taken this fight seriously from the start. I'll kill you. I'll kill Tosaka. I'll feed your corpses to that hero who always wears that fake, compassionate look. Defile. Mock. Curse. Shinji Matu wanted to slaughter everything within sight. Sensing their master's hatred, the insects began to writhe, as if in painful spasms. Straight cracks split open along their backs, revealing hard, metallic black shells and wings that gleamed like polished steel. One after another, enormous beetles burst from their larval forms, spreading their wings with a loud buzz. They circled around Shinji, forming a formation, quickly gathering into a massive swarm. These were blade-wing insects, one of the few lethal techniques Shinji had managed to master from the Matu family's insect magecraft. His true specialty lay in attaching insects to human bodies, allowing them to devour flesh and vitality, converting that into his own mana. But it was useless. His insects couldn't even get close to Sakura before being reduced to ash by her magecraft flames. So he had to rely on numbers. Fire-based magecraft that could sweep through a forest came at a heavy mana cost. Shinji was sure she couldn't use it repeatedly. As long as just one blade-wing insect broke through her defense, it could shred even yak bones to dust. Faced with such a swarm, Sakura merely furrowed her brow, not in fear, but in revulsion. Thanks to her mother's influence, she'd never liked dealing with bugs. So that was the vanguard, and these are the reinforcements, she said, raising her wand, refined and tempered over years of accumulated mana. If she kept using fire spells, the risk of a forest-wide blaze would skyrocket. That was her first concern. So she changed tactics. The gentle winter breeze that had been brushing her clothes suddenly whipped into a strong wind, sending the forest trees into a rustling sway. The hem of her Hamurahara uniform, bought as a temporary exchange student outfit, flapped wildly against her slender legs. After fire, now wind. Shinji's eyes were filled with venomous rage. He had waited for the moment his opponent revealed the ability to wield multiple elemental attributes. One after another, just how far do you people plan to look down on me? At his roar, the blade-wing insects surged forward. Ordinary bugs would have been disoriented in the wind, unable to fly properly. But these weren't ordinary, they were a Magus' familiars, entities imbued with mana. Not even a gale that scattered clouds would stop their flight. Unless, of course, the wind itself had become a blade, capable of shredding anything foolish enough to enter its domain. Chapter 181, Volume 3, Chapter 37, Bellerophon Unleashed. In terms of close-quarters combat, the Saber class is arguably the strongest among the 7. When servants are evenly matched in specs, Lancer tends to be at a disadvantage due to slightly lower stats, often getting overwhelmed. Rider, Perseus, the Greek hero who became the constellation Perseus after death, was never famed for his martial skill. Compared to Heracles, who was still locked in fierce combat with Berserker and Rin, Rider fell far short in that regard. So despite the claim that his sword could leave incurable wounds, Rider's strikes couldn't pierce Saber, especially with her armor woven from mana. Even if he landed a hit, all it would spark was a shower of sparks. Changing tactics, Rider began to fight while retreating, luring Saber toward the nearby Einsburn castle. The castle itself wasn't especially tall, its highest point only 6 stories high. Compared to city buildings, it barely stacked up. Rider dashed along the castle walls like it was flat ground, and Saber followed suit. They clashed repeatedly on the walls, fighting in ways that defied the laws of physics. But unlike Saber, who had to keep leaping along the wall to stay airborne and match Rider, Rider would sometimes pull back midair just as Saber's blade was about to land, retracting his weapon and flying out of range. After learning Rider's true name, Saber had quickly crammed the legends of Perseus with Sakura's help. This man, blessed by the Greek gods, had been granted many treasures. Besides the sword that had severed Medusa's head and the bag he'd previously used to form a barrier and abduct both Sakura and Rin, his ability to fly likely came from the winged sandals given to him by Hermes. Clinging to the castle wall, Saber grimaced at Rider's unpredictable abilities. During lulls in the fight, she tried to break down his combat patterns. It struck her as odd, despite having multiple noble phantasms, Rider either just kept flying to dodge her or dropped from the air to swing his side sword at her head. Could it be? A suspicion sparked in her mind. Watching Rider's erratic flight path, she predicted his next move and unleashed all the mana she had stored up in one go. Crimson lightning. The surge of mana ripped through the thick walls of Einsburn Castle, sending centuries-old masonry crashing down. Using the windowsill as a launch point, Saber rocketed forward like a cannonball, aimed directly at Rider, who was just about to end his flight and draw his sword for a dive attack. Rider clearly hadn't expected her to close the distance in a single burst. Their agility stats weren't far apart. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal slash, he still took the full force of the impact. Guh. Caught off guard, Rider coughed up blood and quickly retreated to dodge Saber's second, near-simultaneous strike. He hadn't thought Saber would be so reckless, leaping to a height even greater than the castle's without flight capabilities, just to launch an attack. Now that the force behind her jump was gone, Saber could only fall toward the castle. Even for a servant, that kind of drop would be painful. But servants had ways to avoid such risks. Spiritual form. Saber shifted into spirit form, landed lightly on the rooftop of the castle, and then reappeared in her physical form. Excellent strike. Rider took a deep breath to steady himself, then offered praise. You're still not fighting seriously. Saber tapped her shoulder armor with her sword, unimpressed. Looks like a third-rate master is dragging down a great hero after all. Rider wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning cold. Saber, enemy or not, I won't stand by if you keep insulting my master. He had been holding back, conserving mana to protect his master's life. But the sensations flowing through their magecraft link filled Rider with unease. His master might not last much longer, defeat was looming. Because Saber wasn't wrong. The difference between their masters was overwhelming. That purple-haired girl was no ordinary Magus. Perseus's experience told him that given time, she might even surpass someone like Circe from his era. She was blessed with talent, and had honed it with relentless effort. From the very start, Perseus's master had already lost. When summoned by Shinji Mato, Rider had sensed it, his master wasn't one favored by magecraft. The more magic he used, the more his life was drained, until it would eventually kill him. The hero who had once saved countless lives now felt pity. He wanted to win the Holy Grail to preserve the little life his master had left. So. Oh. Finally ready to get serious. Saber, Mordred, tightened her grip on her sword with both hands as she saw Perseus deactivate his flight, yet he didn't fall. From the void, a Pegasus with snow-white wings emerged into view. This is one of the 2 beings born from Medusa's body after I defeated her and severed her head. Perseus landed on its back, seized the reins, and looked down at Mordred from above the castle. I knew it. Saber muttered under her breath. If Rider had charged in on that Pegasus with his side sword from the start, things would have gone badly for her. But he hadn't. Not because he was conserving mana, but because he couldn't. You can't use multiple noble phantasms at the same time, can you? Saber called him out. Sharp intuition. Perseus didn't deny it. At this stage of the fight, it was obvious. A servant with too many noble phantasms would inevitably face restrictions, any opponent could sense it. Just a warning, if you underestimate this Pegasus, you'll regret it. Perseus snapped the reins, launching a lightning-fast charge at Mordred. His speed was in a different league from before. The castle roof began to collapse under the force of the impact. Saber barely dodged in time, leaping and landing on the watchtower at the side of the castle. Not the best position, Saber could already feel the disadvantage. She glanced around both sides of the tower. One side led to an open terrace. The other was the castle garden, enclosed on all sides, like a wide, walled cage. She made a quick decision. As the Pegasus's second charge came, Saber leapt into the garden. It wasn't as open, and wide movements would be constrained by the terrain. But the same went for that Pegasus. If it charged recklessly at full speed, it'd crash straight into a wall. Mordred slowly rose from the ground, watching the Pegasus beat its wings. Perseus, sensing her plan, didn't retreat. He quietly assessed his surroundings. This place will be your grave, Saber. The Pegasus wasn't just built for reckless charges, Perseus intended to end it here. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Volume 3, Chapter 38, 9 Lives, Shooting the 100 Heads. In the midst of their fierce battle with Berserker, Archer noticed something off. Rin, did you catch that? He asked. You're talking about Berserker's master, right? Rin held a gemstone between her fingers, ready to coordinate with Archer's next move. Yeah, something's definitely strange. Einsburn hasn't shown up at all. She had assumed her servant was relatively average, not particularly powerful. But just now, working together, Archer had unleashed 2 separate A-rank noble phantasms against Berserker, managing to take 2 of his lives. However, each time Berserker resurrected, he gained resistance to that specific noble phantasm. His strength, agility, and defense remained completely unaffected, like the previous blows had never even landed. Something's not right, Rin. Archer launched another projected noble phantasm to draw Berserker's attention. Just to be safe, use this chance to get inside the castle and check things out. On this point, Rin agreed. Ever since she and Sakura were snatched away by Perseus's bag and hit with Berserker's ambush, up to the current 3-way fight, Einsburn hadn't made a single appearance. Relying on a top-tier servant and staying behind the lines could be a smart strategy. But the castle's barrier hadn't reacted at all, not even when parts of it were damaged by the fighting. It was too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. I want to, Rin muttered, cold sweat running down her cheek as she stared hard at Berserker. Though his attention had been diverted, she had no doubt he'd lock back onto her the moment she moved. Can you really hold this big guy off on your own? I told you, I'm taking this guy down. Archer grinned confidently. Honestly, you staying here just gets in my way. Rin understood immediately. She switched the gem in her hand, reinforced her body, and prepared to dash out. All right then, it's all yours, Archer. As she shouted, she tossed a gem toward Berserker. Just as his gaze shifted, the gem burst into a blinding flash. Archer timed it perfectly, blocking Berserker's vision to shield himself from the flare. Seizing the moment, Rin sprinted forward, dodging Berserker's line of sight and attacks as she made for the castle gate. But out of the searing light, Berserker came charging like a massive projectile, swinging his axe sword straight at her. Rin gasped, there was no way to dodge it in time. In that instant, Archer stepped in, wielding the same weapon, and intercepted Berserker. He raised both arms and let out a roar, forcing Berserker and his weapon back. Run, Rin. Without a second's hesitation, Rin pushed her legs to the limit and launched herself forward like an arrow. Behind her, Archer stood tall, axe sword in hand, facing off against Berserker. Even in his mindless state, Berserker recognized that weapon, it was just like his own. And he knew it posed a real threat. Trace on, Archer murmured. For a Magus, activating Magecraft meant initiating the magic circuits. Many use some form of self-suggestion to trigger that process. Archer's self-suggestion is the motion of loading a bullet, a trigger to activate his projection magic. He wasn't just replicating Berserker's weapon, he was copying the martial techniques encoded within it. Berserker's noble phantasm. 9 lives. Archer roared, raising his axe sword high as a swirling gale burst forth from his momentum. He stepped forward, his weapon clashing head-on with Berserker's. 9 distinct techniques collided in that instant, unleashing shockwaves that tore through earth and air alike. Even as a mindless Berserker, he hadn't lost all of his battle experience. With instinct-like precision, he mirrored the same techniques. Every strike was identical. Every blow matched. What a monster, Archer thought. Mad enhancement hadn't stripped Berserker of all his abilities. He hadn't devolved into a brute that relied on sheer force alone. Their final clash triggered an explosion, centered between the colliding axe swords. Rin barely managed to roll forward in time, diving through the castle gates to avoid being caught by the shockwave behind her. Once the blast settled, she leaned out to check the battlefield. At the very moment of that final strike, Archer had already realized that his projected axe sword couldn't hold up. Without hesitation, he released it just as the weapon shattered, detonating the remaining mana inside. Even then, he only managed to wound Berserker, destroying about 20% of his body and momentarily halting his movement. "Looks like I've got no choice but to use my final option," Archer muttered, channeling mana. If this dragged on, it would never end. He had to concentrate what strength he had left into one decisive spell, to finish Berserker in one blow. "I understand. You're permitted to use your true noble phantasm." Rin's voice came through their mental link, acknowledging his plan. She had already begun to suspect what Archer's true noble phantasm might be. Otherwise, how could he continuously summon different A-rank noble phantasms one after another? Khalidbalg, Durandal, legendary weapons from entirely separate myths. How could a single person wield them all? Resolved, Rin turned and cautiously stepped deeper into the castle. But no sooner had she moved than something clicked beneath her foot, as if she'd stepped on nearly invisible threads. A string of ominous clicks echoed around her, mechanisms triggered by the wires. Rin immediately dove forward, sliding across the polished floor to evade the first wave of attacking familiars. But more threads activated, and the air filled with the sound of moving traps. Rin quickly realized the entire hall was laced with threads hidden by magecraft, classic tactics of the Ainsburn homunculi. Bought. Her body reacted before her mind did. She activated a defensive spell with a gem, shielding herself from the familiars attacking from all directions. After several seconds of relentless assault, a gem-formed shield hovered steadily at her side. Rin rose to her feet. "Why don't you come out already, Ainsburn?" she called out, eyes scanning her surroundings. "Don't tell me you plan to leave everything to your servants." A slow clap rang out in reply. But it wasn't an Ainsburn who stepped from the stairs at the far end of the hall. It was a flippant man wearing glasses. My, that was impressive. I mean, even I could dodge these traps, no way they'd stop another master. "Who are you?" Rin's eyes narrowed as she spotted his pointed ears, clearly not fully human. "Assassin's master. Barrelgut." He gave a mocking bow. "A comrade of Mr. Matteau." Rin's eyes widened, something felt very wrong. Sakura. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Volume 3, Chapter 39, Split-Second Salvation. From Sakura's perspective, this wasn't even a proper magecraft battle. Shinji's attacks couldn't break through the storm. Worse still, his magecraft was undoubtedly burning away his own life. The more he cast beyond his limits, the faster his life force drained away. At this rate, in less than 2 minutes, Shinji would die from sheer exhaustion. Meanwhile, Sakura's mana reserves were completely untouched. She hadn't expected to be matched against someone this pathetic. Compared to that man called Dr. Heartless, this was absurd. Shinji's capillaries were rupturing all over his body, blood gushing from every pore. He couldn't even stand straight, staggering like a man drowning in a pool of his own blood. Just moments ago, this man had been confidently awaiting Berserker to wipe out Saber and Archer, their masters included, so his own rider could swoop in to claim the kills. Now, his eyes rolled back in agony, his face twisted in pain, who could say if he even had any coherent awareness left. Blade-wing insects rushed in like chunks of meat thrown into a meat grinder, shredded to pieces and left twitching on the ground. If this kept going, it would turn into nothing but cruel slaughter. Sakura took a slow breath and made her decision. For the sake of her uncle, Kirei Yamato, she would end Shinji's suffering, put an end to it all. She spun her wand with a flick of her wrist, letting it hover horizontally in front of her. This is it. Rest in peace. Suddenly, the wind roared even more fiercely than before, surging toward Shinji Matu like an unstoppable force of nature. Gah! His scream tore through the air, though it was impossible to tell if the pain came from casting magic, or from having his body shredded by the storm. Shooting star. The final strike. Mana surged through a portal to imaginary space, unleashing a concentrated magical blast that engulfed Shinji's entire body. At last, the screaming stopped. His form vanished into the torrent of energy, leaving not even ashes behind. Where burning trees had collapsed, a massive crater now marked the center of the clearing, deeper than a person was tall, and over 10 meters wide. Sakura gripped her wand again, walked to the edge, and let out a quiet sigh. After Shooting Star struck, she'd realized it, Shinji had undergone such complete modifications in pursuit of becoming a magus that he was no longer human. He'd become a writhing mass of insects in a human shell. With Shinji defeated, Saber's fight must be nearing its end too. Without a master to supply mana, not even Perseus could keep going much longer. She turned to move, when a sharp chill ran down her spine. Cold sweat broke across her skin as instinct, honed through years of training, kicked in. She threw up a defensive spell just in time to block a pitch-black dagger flying out from the woods. A dagger. Sakura froze. Which servant used a dagger? Not Rider. Not Berserker. In that moment, it hit her, she and her sister had made a grave mistake. No one had ever said there were only two enemy servants, Rider and Berserker. The reason there had been no sign of an assassin was because that servant had been hiding the entire time, shrouded by presence concealment, lurking around the battlefield. This assassin had been waiting for the moment her guard would drop after defeating her foe. A black shadow, moving at superhuman speed, dashed from tree to tree. Left, right, zigzagging through the forest. And in an instant, it was already right in front of her. Die. Assassin's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. The pitch-black dagger in his hand thrust straight for Sakura's throat. Not a chance. Sakura swung her wand, lightning crackling across its surface, and slammed it toward Assassin. The wand collided with the dagger, and a powerful surge of electricity forced Assassin to retreat. With reflexes like that, you're clearly no ordinary Magus, Assassin remarked. Then, his black daggers came flying like a torrential downpour. Servants wielded power far beyond humans, each of those daggers hit with the force of a bullet. Caught off guard, Sakura barely shifted into defense and was forced backward under the fierce assault. Then, her foot missed the edge. She had been standing right at the pit's edge. Assassin had aimed for that terrain advantage from the start. Seizing the opening, he closed in again. Sakura raised her wand and fired an ice spear in retaliation, but Assassin twisted aside with ease and drove a kick into her stomach. The blow sent Sakura flying, her body arcing toward the center of the pit. Assassin clearly meant to finish her now, to eliminate the enemy master. Noble phantasm. The bandages wrapped around his right arm, looking like a thick, wooden club, suddenly disintegrated. Amid the rain of tattered black wrappings, an ominous, slender arm, glowing orange-red, extended and rose. To kill her in a single strike, Assassin had chosen to activate his noble phantasm. Even if she twisted the air with wind-based magecraft, it was too late to evade now. Zabaniya. Sakura's heart skipped a beat. It was said that among the 19 Hasanai Sabas, one had grafted the arm of the demon Shaitan onto his own body, an arm specialized for curse killings. That arm could replicate a mirrored image of the target's heart, and then destroy it. And once the mirror was shattered, the real heart would rupture from within, leaving no wound. The victim would simply die. Neither human nor servant could survive the loss of their heart. Maybe, this was the end of her Holy Grail War. She'd underestimated the battlefield, its brutality, its cruelty. Sakura shut her eyes instinctively, bracing for death. But instead, she heard the sound of flesh tearing. It didn't come from her. A warm embrace wrapped around her, familiar, comforting. For a moment, she thought it was just a flashback, her life flashing before her eyes. Then she heard Assassin scream. Startled, Sakura opened her eyes. She was being held, like a princess, in someone's arms. The man holding her was staring coldly at Assassin, who was now impaled against a tree, his demonic arm pierced clean through by a long spear. The situation's even worse than I expected. I'm glad I made it in time, Sakura. He looked down at her gently, his voice as soft and warm as ever. Dad. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. In the split second before death, the one she trusted most, relied on most, her closest family, had come to her side. Tenkei Shiomi stood on the far side of the pit, holding Sakura in his arms as he watched the struggling assassin from afar. Chapter 184, Volume 3, Chapter 40, Rebellion Against My Beautiful Father. A few minutes ago, in the rooftop garden of the castle, Saber had misjudged the battle. Now, she was forced to meet Perseus and his Pegasus head-on as they launched high-speed charges. Even with her mana-woven armor, the impact was hard to withstand. Rider's Pegasus moved as if it had no upper limit on speed, pulling off missile-like, razor-sharp turns just before crashing into walls, persistently tailing the dodging Saber. The once elegant garden atop Einsburn Castle had already been torn apart, its former beauty reduced to ruin in moments. What now? Should she use the terrain to escape and lure Rider toward Berserker's battlefield outside? Saber glanced at the broken section of wall nearby, a broad terrace on the castle's side. From beyond it, she could faintly hear Berserker's roars. But then, something strange caught her attention. Pegasus had come to a halt in midair. Huh. Saber squinted at the change, suspicious. Rider's gaze turned elsewhere, then shifted back 2 seconds later as he looked down at her, standing alone at the garden center. Looks like this is it, Rider said, a trace of regret in his voice. But I'm not about to hand over victory that easily. I'm sick of this hide-and-seek. Let's end it here. Saber flared with a surge of mana, the silver blade in her hand becoming wreathed in power. Meanwhile, Pegasus soared upward, quickly disappearing from view. It climbed so high it blurred into the sky, its and rider's silhouettes indistinguishable, almost vanishing into the sea of clouds, until suddenly it cut a clean arc and aimed straight back toward the castle. A noble phantasm, falling like a comet. Perseus was about to unleash Pegasus's true might. At such speed and distance, the sheer force of impact could easily demolish the entire castle. As Pegasus became an arrow of light, Rider accelerated again. There was only one target. Saber, standing at the heart of the garden. His aim, obliterate her and this entire isolated courtyard. Saber didn't flinch. She began to reveal the true form of her own noble phantasm. Her silver sword turned crimson, its shape twisting and distorting. Each deafening crack of power was followed by bursts of red lightning surging from the blade. This wasn't the sword's original nature. The clarent, radiant and brilliant royal sword had once been a symbol of kingship, held by King Arthur. But it had been seized by Mordred amid the chaos, used to deal Arthur a mortal wound. From that moment, the sword had transformed, becoming a cursed blade. An overwhelming vortex of mana scattered the broken remnants of the courtyard, repelling everything around it. Rider's Pegasus had already descended to its limit. The white light it radiated flared so intensely, it was blinding even in broad daylight. The white light plunged downward. The crimson lightning rose to meet it. The two surges were seconds away from a violent clash. Bellerophon. Clarent Blood Arthur. The true names were unleashed in unison. The collision devoured everything around it in a wave of destruction. Not even dust remained, let alone debris or rubble. And in the end, Saber had the upper hand. The crimson lightning swallowed the white comet whole, shooting skyward like a demonic dragon before finally vanishing. In the ruined garden, no trace of the winged steed remained. Only one victor stood, the servant Saber, Mordred. She lowered her sword, now returned to its original form, and caught her breath. Unleashing her noble phantasm had drained a tremendous amount of mana. Even with a skilled master, she couldn't keep doing it again and again. With this fight over, it was time to see how Archer and his master were faring. Hope Berserker didn't finish them off too quick. That'd be a pain. Saber muttered casually and turned to leap away, but something caught her eye. A familiar silhouette. She thought it was a hallucination, just her exhaustion playing tricks on her, until she turned sharply to look. Atop the roof of a building by the garden stood a figure she could never forget, no matter how many battles she survived. Someone tied as closely to her as the King of Knights. Mother. Saber whispered, stunned, staring at Morgan's familiar eagle form. But Morgan didn't linger. It seemed she had only come to assess the outcome of the battle. Once it was over, she showed no further interest. She turned without hesitation and descended from the castle. Wait. Saber shouted after her. Why was Mother here? Right, it was the Holy Grail War. Had she too come as a servant? The caster who had yet to appear, could it be her? That must be it, Mordred thought, leaping onto the rooftop and taking off in pursuit. Oh dear. Beryl dodged Rin's Gander shot, blades in his hands flashing like beast claws as they wove into a fine net, lunging at her. But it was useless. Rin's body had been reinforced by magecraft and honed through rigorous combat training. The speed and power of Beryl's beastification magecraft couldn't touch her. Just then, the entire castle shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Judging by that sound, I'd say the fight between Rider and Saber is wrapping up, Beryl said cheerfully. My guess. Saber won. Rider's master had some skill, but not much. The night after Beryl had attacked Shinji Mato, Shinji had used his insects to follow a residual scent and tracked Beryl down to a hideout in the suburbs. Beryl had expected a fight, but instead, Shinji proposed an alliance. Beryl, amused by the idea of a boy doomed to die from magical overuse, accepted out of pure sadism, but deliberately kept assassin hidden during the ambush. If Rider's pulling out a noble phantasm like that, his master's probably on the verge of collapse, Beryl said with a hint of disappointment. Of course, what he regretted was not getting to watch Shinji's body fail under the strain of magecraft firsthand. And here I thought you were allies. You don't seem even a little worried, Rin said, gripping a gem tightly, watching Beryl's movements and searching for any opening. The man looked barely over 20, but his combat experience was undeniable. Rin was only managing to hold her ground through sheer skill, but she could already feel the gap in experience, or more precisely, the difference in killing instinct. Oh, but I am worried. That guy jammed something into the Einsburn homunculus's head, Beryl said, tapping the side of his own skull. Thanks to him, they've lost their free will. No fun torturing them anymore. And if Matu dies, Berserker's probably going to go berserk, too. At his words, Rin was struck by a realization. There was no time left to keep searching for the Einsburn homunculus. She threw another gem as a flashbang and darted out of the castle, racing to regroup with Archer. Ah, did I just get ditched? Beryl muttered idly, still standing where he was. 100 chapters ahead. P at Tree and Com /Pink Snake. Chapter 185, Volume 3, Chapter 41, Morgan arrives on the front line. In the midst of his battle with Berserker, Archer maintained distance as he launched attacks, preparing to activate his noble phantasm. But just as he began his incantation, Berserker's movement suddenly halted. What's going on? The unexpected change caused Archer to hesitate. He watched Berserker closely, wondering if Rin had defeated the Einsburn homunculus. Without a master, perhaps Berserker could no longer sustain himself. After all, Berserkers consumed far more mana than other servants. Archer. Watch out. Rin's voice rang out from afar, snapping Archer to attention. Servant Archer, continue preparing your magecraft. Another voice followed, calm, composed, as a figure descended gently to the ground, issuing the command. Your. Archer turned toward the newcomer. Dressed in deep blue-black, wielding a jet-black magical spear, and bearing a face strikingly similar to Mordred's. Before Archer could ask anything more, Saber landed behind her. He had already seen Saber unleash her noble phantasm during the earlier clash, now it was clear she had defeated Ryder. With one enemy servant down, the battlefield had become that much easier to manage. Wait a minute. Mother. Saber reached for the unfamiliar woman, but her hand was easily brushed aside. Why are you here? There's no time for idle chatter, Mordred, Morgan cut her off, tone detached. So, you're the infamous Witch of Britain, Morgan Le Fay, Archer said, instantly understanding. Morgan didn't respond. She raised her magic spear and aimed at Berserker. A beam of bluish-green light descended from the sky, striking Berserker, but it didn't harm him at all. Just as I thought. This level of force isn't enough anymore, Morgan muttered. Even as she spoke, Berserker's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Archer and Saber immediately turned their full attention to him. Berserker, already over 2.5 meters tall, began to swell with ominous mana. Chains of red and black mana coiled around his frame, binding him. His heavily muscled body started to crack open. Crimson markings spread across his flesh like flowing blood, burning with a fierce glow. In mere seconds, Berserker's size more than doubled. Now towering over 5 meters, he looked as if he could blot out the sky. His stone axe sword was transformed under a surge of magic, morphing into a massive battle axe, its red blade glowing like molten lava, radiating raw menace. What is that? Archer stood frozen in shock. He hadn't imagined Berserker could shift into something like this. So that's it, the Einsburn's contingency plan, Morgan concluded. They've burned through all their command spells and mana to turn Berserker into a living embodiment of slaughter. He won't stop, not until he dies or his enemies are destroyed. Saber instinctively turned to press further, but as Morgan had said, there was no time. In less than 20 seconds, Berserker's transformation was complete. Now a monstrous killing machine, his massive frame vanished from its position and reappeared before them in a blur. He struck first. Before the axe could fall, Morgan thrust her spear upward, intercepting the blow mid-swing. But it was only a brief delay. Morgan was never known for her physical strength, and in that moment of resistance, signs of strain began to show. Had she been alone, she would have been in grave danger. Saber and Archer lunged in, striking the axe Morgan had held back with overwhelming force. Even under such powerful impact, Berserker didn't take a single step back. Only his upper body shifted slightly, thrown off balance. Seizing the opening, the three broke away from his immediate range, scattering in different directions to split his focus. Magecraft and arrows rained down on Berserker like a violent storm, the resulting explosions sweeping away everything around the castle. Even Rin, who had just arrived at the battlefield's edge, had to use a gemstone to conjure a defensive barrier, shielding herself from the shockwaves. From here on out, the battle was completely in the hands of the servants. She didn't know who the woman who appeared so suddenly was, but she was clearly a servant. And not just any servant, she was a Berserker. That was what truly shocked Rin. A woman with an aura like ice and snow, clearly skilled in magecraft. Putting those traits together, Rin could only recall the person her father, Tokiomi, once mentioned when talking about the Fourth Holy Grail War's Berserker. The Witch of Britain, the Fairy Queen Morgan. But the Fourth Grail War had been 10 years ago, how could that person be here now? Rin didn't have time to make sense of it. Right now, Morgan wasn't an enemy, she was an ally. With Morgan and Archer providing support, Saber finally had an opening to go on the offensive against Berserker. But seizing that chance wouldn't be so easy. Berserker, Heracles, had undergone a sudden transformation, and all his parameters had skyrocketed. His strength, already at A+, had risen to A++. Endurance, mana, and agility had each jumped from A to A+. Without Morgan and Archer attacking from afar to distract and suppress him, Saber, still drained from using her noble phantasm, wouldn't have lasted long under Berserker's relentless assault. Morgan frowned slightly and raised one hand. From afar, she made a motion as if holding Berserker in place, and countless chains erupted from the void, binding his massive body and locking him down. 10 seconds, at most, Morgan said. Archer, if you want to finish this, use your true magecraft. Though her fairy eyes had lost their ability to discern absolute truth, they still held mysteries beyond human understanding, enough to instantly see through the essence of most Magus spells. Archer was no exception. Even if he bore the title of a heroic spirit under the Archer class, it didn't change the fact that he was a Magus at his core. Morgan had seen through him instantly, that was why she gave the command without hesitation. She had also realized something else: Berserker had undergone a qualitative leap. Even if his remaining life was short, Heracles now possessed comprehensive resistances, and with every revival, he would become harder to defeat. Classic Great Witch, always so good at bossing people around. Archer muttered to himself, smirking faintly, before resuming the incantation he had been forced to interrupt. I am the bone of my sword. At that moment, Morgan turned her gaze toward the forest. It should be just about time. Her husband would soon finish things over there and arrive, with Sakura in tow. She calculated quietly in her mind. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Volume 3, Chapter 42, Spears can be used to kick too. At the same time, deep in the forest, Assassin let out a twisted cry of pain, his palm nailed to a tree trunk by a crimson magic spear. His right arm, his noble phantasm, had been forcibly cut off the moment he tried to activate it. The reason was simple: the weapon that interrupted him was also a noble phantasm. Assassin glanced at the young man in modern clothes. He couldn't tell if the man was a servant, but the aura radiating from him was anything but ordinary. No mere Magus gave off that kind of presence. The spear was embedded deep into the tree, so firmly lodged that even Assassin couldn't yank it out with his hand still stuck. So, he opted for spirit form. Without a physical body, Assassin slipped free with ease. He reappeared moments later, and though his right arm was still cursed by the spear, it was visibly regenerating at an impressive speed. So that's Shaitan's arm. Looks like the curse on my magic spear really can't nullify it. Shiomi stood on the other side of the pit, holding Sakura in his arms, eyes locked on the poised assassin. Still want to fight? Then I'll oblige. Assassin raised the black dagger in his hand. I'm no knight. If you bring a burden like that into battle, don't come crying when it goes wrong. Yeah, Dad, put me down, Sakura said, understanding full well the gulf between herself and the servants. Even the weakest assassin was still an overwhelming threat to her right now, so she felt the same worry about her father. There's no need. Shiomi held her tighter by the shoulders and knees. If I can't protect my daughter and fight at the same time, how could I call myself a good father? Is that so? Assassin's tone didn't waver. He vanished on the spot. The next instant, he reappeared behind Shiomi, hurling his dagger at the exposed nape of his neck, but just before it landed, Shiomi vanished without a trace. There wasn't even time for surprise before an overwhelming force came crashing down on Assassin's back, slamming him into the earth and gouging a pit in the ground. Impressive speed. You're definitely no slouch as an assassin. Shiomi ground his foot into Assassin's head, shoving it into the dirt. As Assassin raised his cursed arm again to strike, Shiomi leapt away smoothly, landing atop the very crimson spear that had pinned Assassin moments before, standing on it as light as air. Hasanai Sabah struggled to his feet, staring at Shiomi. His years of experience told him one thing: this enemy was completely out of his league. He had to retreat. But if he turned his back recklessly, that suspicious red spear would surely take him down. Fighting while holding someone like that didn't seem to hinder this guy at all. Though the girl in his arms did make him look a bit disoriented. Just then, a violent tremor shook the forest. The ground rumbled underfoot. Shiomi glanced to the sky, bolts of crimson lightning surged into the clouds. Saber had likely just unleashed her noble phantasm's true name. I'll take care of Assassin. That okay with you, Sakura? Sakura blinked herself out of the haze and nodded softly. Shiomi hopped down from the spear, tapping the ground lightly with his toe. The spear dislodged from the tree with a snap, slowly spinning through the air. Spears aren't just for close combat or throwing. He kicked upward with pinpoint accuracy. The red magic spear spun wildly as it shot into the sky. You can kick them, too. Hold on tight, Sakura. With that, Shiomi launched into the air after it. Danger alarms flared in Assassin's instincts. He hastily threw a flurry of knives to distract and turned to flee into the forest. This is my master's secret technique. Soaring spear that strikes with death, Gibalg alternative. The same spear could be used in many ways. Back during his grueling training, this technique, launching the soaring spear of piercing death with a kick, was one Shiomi had admired deeply. He memorized it, secretly practiced it, but never told his master. The moment the spear was kicked, it accelerated like a meteor, splitting into hundreds of duplicates that poured down like a torrential storm. They smashed through layer upon layer of throwing knives, crashing directly onto Assassin's escape route. A deafening explosion erupted. Trees toppled with thunderous crashes, startling flocks of wild birds into flight. Landing back on the ground, Shiomi looked at the aftermath of the spear's assault, silently reflecting, Assassin still fell short compared to the demon gods of the king of magecraft. Was Assassin defeated? Sakura asked. Most likely. Even if he survived, he won't last much longer. Shiomi nodded, gently setting Sakura down. Are you feeling dizzy? Even though the fight had only lasted a few exchanges, Shiomi couldn't help worrying about Sakura's condition. A little. Sakura wobbled but managed to stand, taking the hand he offered for support. As the dizziness began to fade, another thought surfaced. Why did you come here, Dad? She asked quickly. You returned to Fuyuki a few days ago, didn't you? Yeah. Shiomi looked toward the direction of Einsburn Castle. I just happened to receive accurate intel and rushed over as fast as I could. I'm glad I made it in time. Intel. Sakura was even more curious. I'll explain the details later. Let's regroup with the others first, Shiomi replied. Sakura understood the battle wasn't over yet. She nodded quietly and followed after her father. Half an hour earlier. An empty base in Shinto. They were still a step too late. By the time Shiomi and Morgan located Marisbury's hideout, it was already abandoned, only residual traces of magecraft lingered in the air. But someone had been waiting there, ready to deliver a message. What? You're saying Sakura walked into a trap? Shiomi looked at Gilgamesh and Hakuno Kishinami, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at the former. Gilgamesh gave a slight smirk. This is a message left for you by the king of magecraft. I'm merely the messenger. Since when did the king of heroes act as an errand boy? Shiomi asked, skeptical. It was that guy's request. Gilgamesh didn't seem bothered. The king of magecraft bowed his head to me. Naturally, I decided to do him a favor. His explanation was full of holes. Shiomi suspected deeper motives, but there was no time to press for answers. The king of magecraft's clairvoyance was the real deal. Whatever he saw must have prompted him to inform Shiomi, leading to this moment. The location is the Einsburn forest on the outskirts of Miyama town, Hakuno Kishinami explained. Looks like Rider and Assassin's masters teamed up to trap Berserker's master. Upon hearing of a three-way alliance, Shiomi couldn't sit still. He exchanged a glance with Morgan, then bolted toward the Einsburn forest. 100 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 187, Volume 3, Chapter 43, Unlimited Blade Works. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Archer's chant continued uninterrupted. But Berserker had no intention of giving him the luxury of preparation. In his fully berserk state, he would keep fighting until he ran out of mana, or until every last enemy was dead. Even with Saber and Morgan drawing his attention, Heracles still targeted Archer. Breaking free from Morgan's chains, he lunged toward him. Archer barely dodged the swing of the massive crimson axe, retreating swiftly as he projected his signature black bow. Run and rend them. Hound of the Red Plains. Grunting. With a quiet invocation, he fired a thorn-like black arrow. The weapon once belonged to the Norse hero Beowulf. Archer had repurposed it into an arrow. As long as he lived, it would relentlessly chase its target no matter how many times it was deflected, a perfect fit to disrupt Berserker. But Grunting failed to pierce Berserker's body, instead being knocked away. Though it didn't land a killing blow, the arrow moved as if alive, turning in the air to strike again. But Berserker's vicious axe swing knocked it aside once more, sending it arcing through the forest. Archer instinctively turned toward where the arrow landed, only to see it caught by someone. The young man standing beside Sakura had caught Grunting like a long sword, gripping it firmly in both hands. A fine weapon, but still not enough. If you want to break through Berserker's defense, you have to do this. Shiomi smiled. Runes flowed from his hands, wrapping around Grunting until they completely adhered to its surface. In the next moment, Shiomi closed the distance to Berserker with a burst of blinding speed. It was dangerously close, Berserker only needed to reach out and he could crush him in his palm. What speed? Archer muttered in awe. Shiomi drove Grunting straight into Berserker's chest. Then, with a quick pivot, he kicked the hilt, driving the barely embedded weapon deeper while using the motion to propel himself out of Berserker's range. He's completely gone berserk. Shiomi landed beside Archer, sighing with a wry smile. Even with his heart pierced, Berserker didn't die. Instead, he entered a revival state, as if injected with raw adrenaline, growing even more frenzied. The blood pouring from his chest evaporated in the surging mana, turning into a mist of blood that wrapped around his body, making the Greek hero look even more menacing. Spreadwater. Shiomi summoned his magic spear, spun it a few times, then stabbed it into the ground in front of him. The ground before Einsburn Castle, which had been quite far from the battlefield, suddenly sank, forming a massive pit, too large even for Berserker to stand in comfortably. And from the surrounding earthen walls, icy water surged in, swallowing Berserker in seconds. So that's it, softness overcoming strength. Archer understood immediately. No matter how strong Berserker was, without footing and surrounded by flowing water, his immense strength became useless, at least for the moment. Keep chanting. Between us, the ways we can pierce that defense and kill him are limited. To finish Berserker completely, we'll need your trump card. Shiomi had already learned of Archer's magecraft through Morgan's telepathic message. And Archer had intended this from the start. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Archer continued his incantation. Meanwhile, Shiomi slowly stepped forward, watching as Heracles struggled within the whirlpool. At first, he thrashed against the torrent, trying to break free. But only seconds passed before he realized the change in his surroundings. As the swirling water centered and spiraled inward with surging mana, he abruptly sank into its depths. Is that guy really a berserker? Shiomi's pupils shrank sharply. He saw Berserker sink to the bottom, flattening his body against the pool floor. Just as Shiomi prepared to manipulate the environment and freeze the entire pool into solid ice, a black magic spear extended from the side, pointing toward the water. In the blink of an eye, the crystal-clear water froze over, encasing the crouching Berserker within it. The frozen surface still mirrored the swirling vortex from just moments before. My husband, do not lower your guard. Berserker is no longer a servant in the ordinary sense. Morgan spoke while maintaining the freezing spell. She intended to use this as the base to seal Berserker into a coffin, attempting to kill Heracles one more time. Husband. Saber Mordred ran up to assess the situation, only to freeze upon hearing Morgan's words. It wasn't just that her mother had suddenly appeared, it was that she was now calling this young man husband. Mordred had seen a photo of Sakura before at Shiomi's house. He knew this was her father. So then, I'm related to my master by marriage. While Mordred reeled from this sudden ethical crisis, the ice deep in the pit began to tremble. Cracks spidered rapidly across the surface. Morgan tried to hasten the transformation into the coffin, but the ice had already shattered entirely, like a bomb had gone off beneath it. Shards of ice shot into the air. Berserker was among them. He had brute forced his way out and now hurled the chunks of ice like boulders, one after another. Shattering jaw. Shiomi wrapped one arm around Morgan's waist and swept his spear across the ground. Earth surged upward, forming a defensive wall that blocked the incoming ice projectiles. At that moment, Archer's incantation reached its climax. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. With the final line, fire raced across the ground, drawing a blazing boundary that enveloped everyone in the castle courtyard. Shiomi, Morgan, Saber, Sakura, Rin, and the airborne Berserker were all consumed within the blaze. Flames filled their vision, and in an instant, the entire plaza transformed into another world. Before them stretched an endless wasteland of scorched earth, blazing flames, and countless massive gears turning in the sky. Everywhere they looked, the land was scattered with abandoned weapons, swords, spears, all of them legendary. Every weapon Archer had ever used was forged from this inner world. This was the true nature of his magecraft, which Morgan had seen through from the beginning. An infinite projection of weapons. This was Archer's true, personal noble phantasm. Its name. Unlimited Blade Works. Across the sea of blades, Berserker let out a thunderous roar. A reality marble. Come to think of it, I used this place too during the last Holy Grail War to face my enemy. Shiomi, unfazed, reached down and drew a long sword from the ground. Standing at the forefront, he leveled the blade toward the raging Greek hero in the distance. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Volume 3, Chapter 44, Assault Like the Tides, 1. But still, quite the wilderness. Southwest, this is the place you once reached, your final destination, huh, Archer? Shiomi reached out and casually drew an unfamiliar longsword from the ground, raising it to point toward the distant Berserker. His tone carried neither shock nor doubt, only a quiet sense of reflection. Perhaps, Archer replied, stepping forward. In life, I was neither a swordsman nor an archer. I was just a magus. I had no holy sword, no demonic blade. If anything, this world itself is the only noble phantasm I was ever permitted to possess. The essence of this world was simple, to observe weapons and noble phantasms, replicate them, and store them. That was the foundation of this reality marble. Shiomi, Morgan, Rin, and Sakura, being magi themselves, had all begun to recognize this truth the moment they stepped into this world. So, your true name is? Shiomi asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Archer had no intention of answering directly. It doesn't matter. I'm just a nameless guardian. There's nothing left for me to regret this time, so my name holds no meaning. If you need something to call me, Nameless will do. Nameless, a symbol of the unsung hero, huh? Shiomi nodded, satisfied, and didn't press further. He glanced back at Rin and Sakura. From up ahead, the sound of Berserker's roar and charging footsteps had already begun to close in. There was no time left to discuss strategy. None of them were greenhorns, they all knew what needed to be done. If you're going head-to-head with Berserker, this would be more fitting. Archer thrust a sharp long sword into the ground before Shiomi. Durandal, the unrivaled sword of renown. It's an A-rank noble phantasm. With your strength behind it, you should be able to pierce that hero's defense. Shiomi gave it a glance but didn't reach for it. Instead, he summoned a second crimson magic spear. I'll use my own weapon for now, Shiomi said. Gibalg. Archer recognized it instantly, though something seemed different. This is the prototype, alternative. With that, Shiomi charged, meeting Berserker in brutal close combat. The sword-covered hill became the stage for a battle that shook the world. Is that guy really human? Mordred couldn't tear her eyes away, stunned by the clash. She realized that if she ever had to face Shiomi herself, she'd likely have no chance of winning. He is human, but he's long since surpassed humanity, Morgan said, raising her hand to cast another grand magecraft. He's already eclipsed most heroic spirits in human history. You're overhyping me, came Shiomi's voice from afar. He vaulted high into the air, dodging Heracles' wild swing. Seizing the opening, he hurled both spears in quick succession, their true names released mid-flight. Even in his berserk state, Heracles' seasoned instincts couldn't keep up. The spears, guaranteed to hit, were unavoidable. And layered over that, Morgan's magecraft. A massive explosion rocked the entire reality marble. Morgan calmly raised her hand, slicing through the shockwave and creating a tranquil pocket of space. That first probing clash left Berserker's neck pierced by the spears, driven deep into his body. His frame bore the full brunt of magical bombardment, covered in seared wounds. As Berserker went still, the others knew he had been killed again. But it wouldn't last. He'd revive soon enough. And the next time, alternative wouldn't be enough. Sliding back toward the group, Shiomi skidded to a stop and, in one fluid motion, pulled Durandal from the ground, the same blade Archer had left for him earlier. With Archer's permission, the projected noble phantasm, combined with the power of primordial runes, could reach the full might of the original after its true name was fully released. Mordred's blood was boiling as she shouted to Sakura, Master. Feed me mana. It's my turn. Okay. I'll leave the fighting to you, Saber. If she were to unleash her noble phantasm again, Sakura would be pushed to her limits. From here on, she could only assist from the rear. The battlefield had shifted entirely into a domain for servants, their masters were better off staying back. Except for one person. Mordred's mana surged like a storm, forming a spiraling vortex. The armor, worn and battered from her earlier fight with Perseus, was instantly restored, gleaming anew with reinforced protection for its master. Perfect. Now it's my turn. Berserker, with his ability to endlessly revive, posed a unique threat. According to the intel Shinji Matu had carelessly revealed in his moment of smugness, Heracles possessed 12 resurrections. The best strategy, then, was a war of attrition, a rotation of attackers aimed at exhausting those lives as quickly as possible. In the battle at the church, Mordred and Archer had each taken Heracles down once. Archer had scored 2 more kills before activating his reality marble. Shiomi had landed one as well. By that count, Berserker still had 7 revivals left. But what if his noble phantasm wasn't a one-way consumable? What if under certain conditions, those resurrection counts could be restored? That was the uncertainty they faced. It had been 4 days since the first clash with Berserker. Given that, Shiomi believed they needed to prepare for the worst. I see. Then go ahead, Mordred. Morgan lightly tapped Mordred's shoulder plate with her spear, bestowing a blessing that enhanced her physical strength. Saber hesitated, glancing back at her mother with visible confusion. Not happy with that? Morgan asked, expression unreadable. Nothing at all. Clearly embarrassed by her own reaction, Mordred gave an awkward shout and charged straight toward Berserker. In the rebellious knight's memories, her mother's voice, calm or furious, had always carried a touch of madness, something sharp and unknowable. But now, Morgan radiated an almost unworldly detachment, as if, after exhausting every effort, she'd decided that nothing in this world truly mattered. Shoving all those thoughts aside, Saber unleashed a torrent of mana like crimson lightning and roared as she charged. In seconds, her blade collided with Berserker's massive axe hundreds of times in a ferocious flurry. Heracles is abnormally agile. Without support, Mordred's noble phantasm might miss, Morgan noted. Shiomi grabbed another spear. I'm not just going to stand here watching. I'm going in. With that, he dashed forward, leaping into the fray just as Saber's assault reached its pause and she backed off to catch her breath. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 189, Volume 3, Chapter 45, Assault Like the Tides, 2. Heracles was still just one man. Tangled in a 2-on-1 with Shiomi and Mordred, it was impossible for him to cover all sides. His instincts as a warrior drove him to counter and strike, but whenever he targeted one, the other would seize the opening. Each of their swords had the power to kill him again. Roaring, Heracles swung his massive axe in a relentless arc, leaving no room for either to break through. They just needed a little more time. "Archer, can your projection replicate Artoria's sword?" Morgan asked. Archer hesitated, then shook his head. "Not impossible, but divine constructs require me to destroy myself to forge them." "That sword was forged in the inner sea of the planet by the first 6 fairies," Morgan said, glancing at Rin Tosaka. The girl was focused entirely on maintaining a stable flow of mana, prolonging Archer's reality marble just long enough to end this fight with Berserker. "There's a technique. Follow my lead." She pointed her magic spear toward Archer. Realizing that the Grand Witch intended to personally instruct him in projection magecraft, Archer respectfully dropped to one knee. "Call Avalon. Rise from the depths of my memory. The original brilliance, the aurora of the end." With Morgan's quiet incantation, a lake-like radiance spread outward, overtaking part of the reality marble. But even as a servant in the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, this was the limit of what her current class could do. Had she been in her true form, she wouldn't have needed to rely on someone else to forge the holy sword. "What is this?" Archer was almost speechless. "The lake that once granted Artoria the holy sword," Morgan said flatly. "Use it as the foundation. Forge the star of the sword." "I will." "Not I'll try, but I will." A specialist in projection magecraft, Archer immediately realized that the conditions had just reached an unprecedented peak. If this held, he could forge the golden sword of the king, engraved deep in his memory, without destroying himself. "Sakura, come with me. Support your father." Having finished instructing Archer, Morgan stepped forward and spoke to Sakura. "What should I do?" Sakura was already at her side. "Just as I taught you." Morgan gave a proud smile. "Match my breath. Cast your spell." "Yes, mother." The Witch of Britannia and her most gifted disciple crossed their weapons, channeling grand magecraft in perfect unison and resonance. Shiomi, slashing at Heracles from one side alongside Mordred, noticed the shift. "Saber, fall back. Get ready to release your noble phantasm." He spoke as he kicked off Heracles' shoulder, vaulting back to avoid a brutal swing, and activated his magecraft midair. "Run, my lightning." Runes, pre-written and concealed, burst into view around Heracles. Blue lightning coiled around his massive body, eliciting a roar of pain. After the bolt struck, golden ripples spread through the sky, and a dozen blue magic spears manifested. The moment Shiomi and Mordred had opened enough distance, the spears rained down on the immobilized Heracles. Fragments of broken blades and clouds of dust flew into the air. Heracles' seemingly impenetrable defenses shattered one after another. He fell to one knee, bracing himself with his giant axe, growling as he began to heal. Even without a master support, he could recover this quickly. He truly had become a monster, Shiomi thought to himself. But Heracles didn't have time anymore. Scarlet mana surged upward, shaping into a sword so massive it looked capable of cleaving mountains. Saber had finished preparing her second noble phantasm. Shiomi didn't press forward. Instead, he activated the runes etched into the ground to rupture the terrain beneath Heracles, keeping him unbalanced and unable to counter. "This is the cursed sword that destroyed my father. Rebellion against my beautiful father, Clarent Blood Arthur." With Mordred's furious cry, the magic-charged blade came crashing down, swallowing Heracles entirely in its strike. The wave of mana, steeped in rage and hatred, swept across the hill of swords that stretched over the desolate wilderness. Shiomi carefully dodged the flying debris of shattered weapons, eyes locked on the scene before him. Blood Arthur. A King Arthur soaked in blood. Shiomi couldn't help recalling that moment 10 years ago, when Artoria lay gravely wounded during their battle against Gilgamesh. Perhaps the end of King Arthur had been even more tragic than that memory. As he stared at the dark blade that engulfed Berserker's form, he silently speculated what state Heracles would be in after. When the crimson light faded, Heracles lay motionless on the ground. But unlike earlier, when his wounds healed in an instant, now his recovery moved in reverse, like time itself rewinding. Within seconds, Berserker would rise again. Heracles, who had conquered the 12 labors, was the very embodiment of unyielding resilience. There was a fleeting moment when Shiomi couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, were they actually the villains here, and this rampaging, mindless Berserker the true hero, one who would face any foe, no matter the cost. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If they didn't finish Heracles here, the fight would never end. Shiomi shifted the angle of the long sword in his hands and charged forward once more, flooding the projected Durandal with mana, pushing its output to the limit. There was no need to invoke its true name to this degree, but this was just a projection. So it made sense to unleash it in a way that would burn it out completely. Just as Heracles completed his revival, Shiomi leapt with a powerful bound. The blade in his hand burst into a radiant blue light. Break with this sword, Heracles. Durandal, the unrivaled sword of renown. The legendary blade that was said never to break came crashing down, slicing Heracles in two once again. In the instant before the sword shattered, Shiomi followed through with two more strikes. The sword cracked audibly as it broke, its splintering edge mixing with the spray of Heracles' blood. Shiomi flipped backward, skidding 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt, watching Heracles' unmoving form. But those weren't the only noble phantasms being brought to bear. With the interference spell completed alongside Sakura, Morgan had finished preparing her own. It's the power of the past. I can't unleash it at full strength in my current state, but it's more than enough to slay Heracles. Her voice rang out, cool and regal. My second noble phantasm. Vestiges of the Holy Sword's distant dream, memory of Londinium. Chapter 190, Volume 3, Chapter 46, The Berserker's Finale. The sky unfolded like a massive water mirror, releasing a torrential downpour. Within it appeared the radiant weapons of knights from the past, present, and future, those who had never gathered on this land, only to fade away again with the mist. What a sorrowful noble phantasm. I really don't want to see it a second time. Shiomi stared wistfully at the vanishing weapons and the once again fallen Heracles, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. Anything more could wait. Once this was over, he would take his time talking it through with Morgan. Behind her and Sakura, golden light was forming over the lake that had eroded the reality marble. He recognized the golden brilliance gradually taking shape in Archer's hand. Excalibur. The holy sword forged in the inner sea of the planet. There was no better weapon to slay Heracles. But before it was ready, they'd have to bring him down a few more times. Shiomi scanned the area. There were still plenty of swords and blades embedded in the wilderness. Some of them could be used. Saber, your weapon can no longer kill Heracles, Shiomi said, casually drawing 2 swords. Go find another. Without waiting for Mordred's response, he charged forward. Mordred let out a sharp laugh, put away her noble phantasm, and followed suit, grabbing a random weapon to engage Heracles once more. She was genuinely surprised that a human magus in this era could rival a heroic spirit. Speed, strength, defense, technique, he was flawless on all fronts. Fighting alongside someone who favored direct, fast-paced combat felt invigorating. She even forgot that he was her master's father, or the husband her mother once spoke of. Berserker, Heracles, was like an indomitable giant, relentlessly clashing with the two of them. No one could tell who would give out first, the Berserker or their own stamina and mana. Crimson lightning clashed with an array of rune spells, creating a dazzling spectacle. If not for being within this reality marble filled with infinite weapons, such a battle would have been impossible. They didn't need to worry about conserving weapons or guarding their backs. There was only one goal, kill Heracles, over and over, with everything they had. Watching him fall again and again, only to rise each time, made Mordred's blood boil. How many times were left didn't matter. Who collapsed first didn't matter. The holy sword was nearly complete. And as the thought crossed her mind, Mordred couldn't help but feel a flicker of distraction. Watching Archer prepare her father's sword filled her with complex, conflicting emotions. Thinking of using it yourself, Saber. After driving both swords into Heracles' chest as he knelt on the ground, Shiomi caught on to what Mordred was thinking and asked. Who'd want to use father's sword, especially a fake one? Saber shouted, though the words rang hollow. Is that so? Shiomi didn't press the point. With a wave of his hand, he said, then step back, unless you want to get caught in the blast. The moment had come. Archer gripped the projected holy sword with both hands, slowly stepped forward, and raised it high over his shoulder with all his strength. This is the radiance left behind by the kings of the past. Take this, Heracles. Excalibur. A fierce, pure light flooded the barren world of swords. Even Mordred held her breath, memories of gazing upon that very light during the days of the Round Table flashing through her mind, along with the reasons she had risen in rebellion. The glory of being a knight, which she had never truly abandoned. And her wish for this Holy Grail War. Amid the surging golden light, Berserker let out a roar more intense than ever before. Even if it was just a projection, a phantom, this power exerted pressure like nothing Heracles had ever faced. Perhaps, instinctively, he understood, if he endured this one more time, there would be no more resurrection. So, the moment his revival was complete and his limbs regained mobility, Heracles charged forward without hesitation, roaring as he barreled toward them. Don't even think about getting past me. Shiomi raised his short sword toward Heracles. The ground, bristling with blades, suddenly stirred with a violent gale, sweeping up countless swords to bombard the great hero in a storm of steel. Unfazed, Heracles stood firm in the whirlwind, knocking away every weapon hurled his way. But what followed was a deluge of blades that blotted out the sky. Under Archer's command, countless swords rained down on Berserker with overwhelming force. He swung his massive axe, body spinning, becoming a whirling fortress impenetrable by even that storm of steel. No weapon could breach this final defense. 11 times had he fallen, and now, Heracles stood at his limit. But it was also the moment when every ounce of his strength was pushed to its peak. What awaited the great hero was Morgan's final strike. This is the end, great hero of Greece. Die with your glory intact. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. The sky shimmered with auroras, streaked with pitch-black ripples. From those ripples, blue magic lances began to fall, one after another. Blinding light, explosive winds, just standing became impossible. The reality marble, unlimited blade works, dissolved into a field of blinding white. When they opened their eyes again, they were back before the Ainsburn castle. Heracles knelt within a great crater, atop the shattered ice. Blood flowed freely, staining the colorless ice beneath him. His massive body gradually shrank, reverting to half its berserk size. Its hue dulled to gray. He could no longer move. Just in case. As if responding to Shiomi's cautious final spell, the eyes of the berserker about to be entombed flickered once more. He let out a roar and lunged across the icy ground, hand reaching toward the nearest figure, Shiomi. But just a few centimeters from Shiomi's face, his hand halted, unable to move forward. Living ice seemed to bloom and grow, binding Heracles tightly in place. No longer possessing his former might, even with his battle continuation ability, Heracles' vast form was overtaken by the ice. It crumbled into blue particles and vanished, his presence gone from the Holy Grail War. Shiomi let out a deep breath. The vast amount of mana he and Morgan had spent left him weary, and his legs gave out beneath him. You did well, my husband. This time, it was Morgan who caught him in her arms. You don't look tired at all, Shiomi said, steadying himself but making no move to break free. That's because the mana you gave me took priority, Morgan replied, her eyes soft with a faint smile as her lips curled upward. 100 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Volume 3, Chapter 47, The Death of Beryl. Deep within the forest, Berylgut was doing everything he could to flee the Ainsburn woods. He hadn't expected the masters of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War to be such dangerous opponents. Shinji Matu's servant, Perseus, the Heracles controlled by a hijacked Ainsburn homunculus. And himself, alongside Hasan Isabath lurking in the shadows. It had seemed like a guaranteed kill. But then a third party appeared, someone who, with the skill of a Magus, effortlessly killed Assassin and brought down the Berserk, nearly invincible Heracles as well. They've even got reality marbles. Servants really are unpredictable monsters, Beryl muttered as he cautiously navigated the trees. The Ainsburn homunculi were likely all dead, their bodies reduced to nothing more than containers for the Lesser Grail. With that, the forest's barrier had also gone quiet. But Beryl didn't care. None of it had anything to do with him. He had just stumbled upon information about the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki and decided to crash the party for fun. That's why he had chosen the assassin class, perfect for killing. Murdering under the guise of the Holy Grail War was far more exhilarating than taking assignments from the underworld. And he got to watch servants devour human souls. Especially when he had broken the homunculus fingers one by one, he could have sworn he heard music not meant for human ears. Now that Assassin was dead, the Grail War no longer concerned him. Should he take shelter at the church, or just skip town entirely? Or perhaps, while the Grail War was still underway, he could impersonate another master and take out a few more targets. There were still a few marked victims he hadn't gotten around to killing. Maybe I'll head back to the city first and look for. Muttering to himself with a grin, Beryl was suddenly interrupted by a sharp voice cutting through the air. He leapt aside just in time. 3 black keys embedded themselves in a nearby tree trunk. Where do you think you're going, Master of Assassin? A clear, cold voice rang out. Beryl turned and saw a woman in a nun's habit standing on a branch, another black key ready in her hand. Oh my, if it isn't the overseer from the Holy Church. I was just about to seek refuge with you, Beryl said with a cheeky smile, completely unfazed. There's a servant battle raging at Ainsburn Castle, and my assassin's already been defeated. Oh. Seal showed no reaction. Your elaborate trap failed, so now you're running away, serial killer. Another voice chimed in. Shiomi stepped out from behind a tree behind Beryl. You're. Beryl recognized him immediately, things had just taken a turn for the worse. Sister Seal, leave this one to me, Shiomi said calmly as he walked toward Beryl. I was entrusted with this task, and I intend to see it through. Be my guest. Seal remained still. Beryl's expression changed, but he quietly began casting a lethal magecraft spell, ready to ambush Shiomi. Oh come on, is this how the Holy Church treats a defeated master? From the moment you ordered assassin to massacre civilians across Fuyuki and feast on their souls, you broke the rules of the Holy Grail War, Shiomi said as he walked forward. You became a target for other masters and servants to eliminate. Beryl tilted his head slightly, glasses catching a sharp glint of light. Didn't think a Magus would care about ordinary lives. In that case. His tone suddenly shifted. A deadly curse flew from his hand. At this range, Beryl had never once missed. He never expected. The curse spell landed squarely on Shiomi. But the effect took hold not on Shiomi, but on Beryl himself. It was as if he couldn't understand what was happening. The curse engulfing him was far stronger than the one he'd cast, several times stronger, devouring his body whole. What fitting magecraft for assassination. No wonder you were Assassin's Master, Shiomi said coldly, staring down at the collapsing Beryl. The half-human, half-witch hybrid could no longer speak. He understood better than anyone how dreadful his curse was. Yet all he could do now was stare at Shiomi in fear and confusion, unable to fathom where it had gone wrong. The sixth of the primordial runes, the rune of curse reversal. Even with the blood of a witch, a human's curse was still just that, human. The curse clinging to his body slowly rotted it away, inch by inch. An excruciating, soul-searing agony racked his remaining consciousness. But even the strength to resist had been stripped from him by his own curse. Before long, Beryl was fully consumed, his body crumbling like a weathered husk, as if centuries old. A breeze blew past, and he scattered into ash, carried away on the wind. I sensed a battle from the church, so I came to investigate. Never thought I'd catch the master of assassin, Seal said. The job of an overseer is truly endless. I'd only just finished treating the master you sent to me. How convenient. Now you can file your report on the way back, Shiomi replied, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the pile of ash. So how did you find him, Mr. Shiomi? Tracking magecraft. He left traces at Einsburn Castle. That was all Shiomi said. Of course, it was a lie. 10 minutes earlier, inside Einsburn Castle. After the battle ended, Shiomi and the others entered the castle, spreading out to investigate. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, he found the homunculus. She looked exactly like Ilya, but she was already dead. Shiomi guessed that Shinji had used the bond between Perseus and Heracles to have Ryder interfere with Heracles, and in the chaos, had worked with the assassin faction to attack and kill the homunculus. How pitiful. A life created without even a wish of its own, burdened with 1,000 years of a family's legacy, only to die like this. BB's voice suddenly came from behind him. What is it? Shiomi asked calmly, turning his head. BB stood proudly, hands on her hips, looking smug. Oh, I came to drop off some intel. Assassin's Master is currently in full retreat. As she spoke, she swung her pointer, and a magecraft projection appeared before Shiomi's eyes. What do you want me to do? That's up to you, of course, BB said, offering no instructions. But if you plan on forgiving the one who tried to assassinate your precious daughter, then even adorable, all-powerful BB can't help you, you know he. You really do know me. Shiomi turned and walked out of the castle. Well, duh. I'm Daddy's girl, after all. BB, left behind, said something ambiguous and cryptic, and then vanished. What followed was Shiomi's rendezvous with Seal and their joint ambush on Beryl. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Volume 3, Chapter 48, A False Resemblance. I had that dream again. The same one from when I was alive. Mordred stood before the unyielding stone, beside a Magus whose appearance seemed to flicker between youth and age, clad in a white cloak. A sword was embedded in the stone, and the Magus proclaimed loudly to the knights of the realm. Whoever pulls this sword shall become king. Brave warriors, knights renowned far and wide, and those confident in their strength all stepped forward to try. But none could move it, not even slightly. One by one, they gave up. What fools. That sword existed solely to choose a king. It could only be drawn by the one chosen to save the realm. And they thought they could rip it out with brute strength. Their stupidity knew no bounds. And so, Mordred approached the sword in the stone, now long abandoned and overlooked. You are King Arthur's trueborn child. A vessel created in his image, a copy of the king's essence. Her mother Morgan's voice echoed in her ears, laced with obsession and madness. Words that reminded Mordred she too had the right to claim the sword. Then, what vow will you offer this sword? What will you entrust to it? Morgan's voice suddenly shifted, distant, aloof, as though speaking of something entirely different. To be a good king. To govern justly, strategize wisely, and support the country with rightful strength. Where was the flaw in absolute justice and absolute power? Then the dream ended. Mordred opened her eyes to the familiar study of her master. Across from the sofa where she lay came the soft sound of turning pages. She didn't need to look to know who it was. You're awake. Then get moving. The Holy Grail War isn't over yet, Morgan said coolly. Finish your mission, Mordred. Mordred sat up, hands pressed against her knees, leaning forward, eyes locked on Morgan, who didn't even glance her way as she spoke. It had been more than half a day since the battle at Einsburn Castle. Night had fallen. After returning to the Shiomi household, Mordred had collapsed on the study couch to recover from the heavy mana drain. Since her summoning as Saber, Mordred had rarely ever shifted into spirit form unless absolutely necessary. It was boring, and she couldn't enjoy the pleasures of this era like that. Why? Mordred stared hard at Morgan's face. As a servant, isn't it natural to serve your master with everything you have? Morgan replied with impeccable logic. That's not what I meant. Mordred's brow furrowed deeper. Why did you become a servant? What's your wish? I have no wish. Servants aren't free beings. We're tools, devices called guardians, used at the whim of others, Morgan said flatly. Mordred didn't believe a word of it. She knew all too well what kind of person Morgan Le Fay was, the one who had used Arthur's blood to create her as a homunculus, planted her within the Knights of the Round Table, revealed her identity as Arthur's heir, and led Britain to ruin. To the rebellious knight, that was the Morgan Le Fay she remembered. Huh. Mordred wasn't confused, she just had far too many questions about the Morgan standing in front of her. She asked the biggest one. Are you really? Mother. Morgan finally looked up and met her eyes. Looks, magic, personality, everything matches. It's just like Mother, Mordred said, pressing both hands against the coffee table as she stared hard at Morgan. But my soul refuses to accept it. How passionate. Believe it or not, I am Morgan Le Fay, Morgan replied calmly. How you choose to see it is your business, not mine. TCH. Mordred had nothing more to say and clicked her tongue bitterly. At this point, having died, now existing as a servant, she no longer knew what to make of her mother. From the moment she manifested in this Holy Grail War, she'd never imagined she'd run into Morgan here. Just then, a knock came at the study door, and it slowly creaked open. Ah, figured you'd be here. Rin Tosaka stood at the doorway. Saber, Sakura's calling for you. My master. Why didn't she come herself? Mordred frowned, confused. Rin crossed her arms and thought for a moment. Not sure. Maybe she didn't want to interrupt your conversation. Did I interrupt something? No. Mordred stepped away from the sofa. Anyone who walked in just now would have thought Saber and Morgan were having an argument, with the tension between them practically visible. Rin herself wasn't so sure she'd come at the right time. Dinner's almost ready. Sakura asked me to tell you both to come when you're done, Rin added. There's also a strategy meeting after that. We've got a lot to go over. Now that you mention it, aside from me and your archer, the only active servant left is Castor, right? Mordred looked at Rin with a slightly teasing grin. Rin smiled back brightly. Who knows? Isn't there still a servant left over from the last Holy Grail War? Fair enough. The interruption ended the conversation. Saber had no interest in continuing the back and forth with Morgan, so she yawned and walked out past Rin. Rin lingered in the room a little longer, her eyes still on Morgan. Something on your mind, Rin? Morgan asked. Rin strolled forward with her hands behind her back. No, not really. I just realized, it makes sense why Sakura's so strong. No wonder Sakura had never shown up to any of the magecraft tutoring sessions at the Shiomi household. Turns out she had a far better teacher. I watched your fight with Sakura. Against an opponent you had no intel on, you were far too complacent for a Magus, Morgan said, pausing for a moment. Or maybe it's because she's your little sister, and you never expected a real fight. Ahaha. Rin could only offer a strained smile. She had indeed held back, hoping to subdue Sakura and let Archer handle Saber afterward. Looking back, the flaws in that plan were obvious. Still, the gemstone magecraft passed down through the Tosaka line is rather limited by its reliance on materials, Morgan observed casually. You've got an affinity for all 5 elements, why not put that to proper use? As she spoke, her pale blue eyes gleamed faintly. Magic circuits, 40 primary, 30 auxiliary. You're capable of simultaneously channeling 3 types of magecraft. With that level of talent, your magecraft shouldn't be so one-dimensional. Is your mystic code the limiting factor? Please, I'd appreciate your guidance. Rin stood there in awe. Morgan had seen straight through her potential with just a glance. With a teacher like that, it was no wonder Sakura had grown so overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Volume 3, Chapter 49, Complicated Family Ties. The Shiomi household kitchen was unusually lively today. Along with Shiomi and Sakura, Archer was helping out as well. Despite his rugged appearance, the man moved with practiced ease in the kitchen, cooking as if he did it every day. Mordred was so caught off guard she nearly forgot she had something to say to Sakura. "Dinner's going to take a bit longer," Sakura said, setting utensils on the table. "I still haven't fully recovered my mana since we got back. Saber, do you want to rest a bit more?" "No need. I'm fine now." Mordred pulled out a chair and sat down casually, resting her chin in one hand as she watched the three moving back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room, silently observing. All of them were attuned to others' gazes. Naturally, they picked up on hers. Archer, after covering a pot, turned with a cheerful smile. "Got something to ask one of us, Saber? Maybe about your master." "Mind your own business." Mordred shot back, clearly annoyed. "As for Mother, I just felt we didn't really know each other. I planned to keep it secret until the Holy Grail War ended," Sakura said, clasping her hands together and bowing slightly to Saber. "But in the end, forget it. It's not that big of a deal." Mordred found it impossible to stay mad when faced with her master's sincere, almost pitiable expression. She was a knight, after all. Picking on girls wasn't exactly honorable. Though Mordred often forgot her own gender. More importantly, Saber didn't have any deep-seated attachment to her mother. She understood that everything about her existence was orchestrated by Morgan, and had no fond feelings towards such a cold, calculating woman. But her master was different. Sakura seemed to have grown up around Morgan, yet she didn't give off the slightest hint of that woman's twisted aura. In that case, Mordred's eyes drifted toward Shiomi, who was still busy at the stove, back turned. It was probably thanks to that man. She hadn't spoken with Shiomi much, just fought alongside him briefly against Berserker, but that was enough to glimpse his true nature through his combat. In temperament, Sakura was definitely more like Shiomi. "You've got a great father, master," Mordred declared, no attempt to hide the admiration in her voice. You could tell. Sakura looked both happy and flustered. Even though the compliment wasn't directed at her. "I agree," Archer added. "Whether as a warrior, a magus, or even a cook, he's flawless." More than that, there was something Archer genuinely respected about Shiomi. His unwavering dedication to both his roles, as a magus and as a father. That said, entrusting the Witch of Britannia to teach his child magecraft was, in Archer's opinion, just a bit extreme. "Flattery won't get you anywhere," Shiomi said with a faint laugh, shaking his head. "Besides, don't forget, if we reach the end of the Holy Grail War, Saber, you and Archer will be enemies. You really are too practical. Can't you loosen up a little?" Saber sighed in exasperation. Anyway, the idea that she was supposed to call this guy Dad in some twisted way made her skin crawl. "That's right. From how things stand now, Saber's kind of your relative, in a way," Archer said, spreading his hands with a teasing grin. Sakura blinked, only now realizing it. She covered her mouth. "Oh, does that mean I'm related to Saber? Don't you dare call me big sister." Mordred pointed at her in protest. "And brother's off the table too. Kind of strange, though. No matter how you look at it, you seem more like the younger one," Archer quipped. "Aside from the different eras you were born in, legend says your actual age doesn't even hit double digits." "Archer, do you die if you stop talking?" Mordred growled, clearly flustered. She'd been hit where it hurt. It was true she was a homunculus, rapidly matured through Morgan's magecraft before being sent into the Knights of the Round Table. That was fact. "Ah, my bad," Archer said with mock apology. "You really have a terrible personality." Shiomi let out a sigh, rubbing his temple. "If you two start wrecking things, I'm sending the repair bill to your master. The Tosaka family's a prestigious line with deep pockets. If the house gets wrecked, they can just build a new one," Archer said lightly, clearly still enjoying himself. His snark spared no one, not even his own master. Shiomi raised a brow. "No wonder Rin's down to one command spell. Let me guess, the other one was used just to make you behave." "Huh." Saber looked shocked. "Archer, you really are hopelessly rebellious." "You're the last person I want to hear that from, Saber," Archer retorted smoothly. At that moment, Sakura, who had been mulling it over, asked, "So, what exactly is my relationship to Saber? How do we figure out the family hierarchy? Can we not get hung up on this, master?" Mordred groaned, overwhelmed. She had no real concept of family, and even less experience dealing with one. That's why, even though she was deeply concerned about Morgan, she'd been avoiding the heart of the matter all along. "Well, now that it's been pointed out, Saber just feels kind of familiar to me," Sakura said openly. "You just want to be the big sister," Shiomi teased. "Wasn't Caren and Grey enough to keep you busy? They're them, and Saber is Saber." "That's all," Sakura said firmly. She wanted everything, a clear case of wanting it all. "Pretty greedy, huh?" Archer said, half impressed. And what's wrong with that? Shiomi shrugged. People are born with all sorts of desires. Greed's just one of them. Most people just suppress it. Besides, greed can show up in a lot of forms. He paused a moment. Wanting to save everyone from suffering, wanting a second chance, wanting to rule the world, they're all forms of greed. It's not so easy to label them good or bad. That offhand comment brought a sudden hush to the room. Man, that stings, Archer muttered with a wry smile. Saber turned her head away, sulking in silence like a scolded child, staring off at the dining table. Sakura, help me bring out the stew, Shiomi said, changing the subject. Ah, right. Sakura replied quickly, hurrying over to his side. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Volume 3, Chapter 50, An Unyielding Will. I asked you this before, but Dad, you still haven't told me, why did you come back to Fuyuki without contacting me? During their post-dinner break, Sakura asked Shiomi while cradling her teacup. It's a long story, and it ties into the future of the Holy Grail War, he replied without hesitation, his tone calm as he began to explain. Everyone was gathered in the living room. The TV played a trivial program in the background, volume set just low enough to hear without being distracting. So when Shiomi spoke, Rin, Archer, and Saber instinctively turned their attention to him. The future of the war? Rin asked, clearly concerned. You mean between Sakura and me? Shiomi shook his head. No. I have no intention of intervening in your battle. You're both excellent Magus. Even if you part ways, that doesn't mean the bond between you as sisters will be broken. In other words, you believe that no matter who wins, Rin or Sakura, they won't go so far as to kill their own master like other Magus might, Archer said, nodding slightly. That much was something both he and Saber already agreed on. So if it's not about the masters, Saber mused, propping her chin in her hand, then it's got to be about the remaining caster. But come on, he's just a Magus, what's there to be so worried about? Shiomi gave a wry smile. Morgan and I are also Magus. Saber was completely shut down. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Morgan, quietly sipping her tea, wore a faint, pleased smile. Seeing that only made Mordred more agitated, but unable to lash out, she could only huff and blow at her own bangs in frustration. You're saying that because you already know Castor's true name? Rin asked. She had heard from Sakura that Castor's master was the lord of the Department of Astromancy at the Clock Tower, a figure not to be underestimated. It certainly raised questions about what kind of servant a lord-level Magus would summon. Yes, Shiomi answered directly. The reason I returned to Fuyuki was because Castor is too dangerous, not just for Sakura, but for all Magus. He paused, took a sip of tea, then continued when no one interrupted. He's the progenitor of magecraft, the one who turned the miracle of phenomenon manipulation into a formal magical system. The king of magecraft, Solomon. Clink. The teaspoon slipped from Sakura's fingers. Rin's hand, still gripping her teacup, froze mid-motion. Well, that's not exactly funny, Archer muttered. The king of magecraft, he's practically the nemesis of every modern Magus, Rin said, covering her face as her expression darkened. It said the 10 rings on his hands can nullify any magecraft cast by humans. And that wasn't all. Archer's entire combat style hinged on his projection magecraft. That made Castor a terrible matchup for him. If he couldn't use his projected weapons, facing the king of magecraft in a straight-up brawl with just his fists was nothing short of impossible. Shiomi let out a sigh. Exactly. That's why I had no choice but to return to Fuyuki, Rin. So Dad came back to deal with the king of magecraft, Sakura said, fully understanding now. If possible, I want to work with Morgan to remove him from the Holy Grail War entirely, Shiomi said, rubbing his temples. But based on the little information we have so far, Castor's not someone we can take lightly. Then why didn't you tell me? Sakura asked, a little upset. As if expecting the question, Shiomi gave a small, helpless shrug. You're 16 now. As both a person and a Magus, you're more than capable of handling yourself. If I interfere too much, it'd be overprotective. It was a simple worry, but a very real one. Rin understood that all too well. On one hand, she had sent their parents to Zenju to stay safe and asked their father, Tokiomi, not to worry. On the other, she had urged Sakura to abandon the Holy Grail War, completely ignoring that Sakura was a Magus too. Compared to that, Mr. Shiomi had clearly thought things through more thoroughly. Rin felt a quiet pang of realization. How could I be mad about something like that? Sakura puffed up her cheeks, playfully pouting at Shiomi. I'm just happy that my dad cares about me. Her words, honest and heartfelt, made Shiomi realize that all his worrying might have been for nothing. Maybe he didn't understand the daughter he'd raised as well as he thought. He'd applied conventional logic to someone it didn't quite fit, thinking about things that didn't really matter. Sakura was independent, capable both as a magus and as a member of society. But that didn't mean she would reject his care. And so, that initial worry quietly faded away. Shiomi rubbed his forehead with a slight smile before slowly lowering his hand. Then let me ask, if I told you to give up on the Holy Grail War and come back to London with us, would you do it? Sakura froze. Huh. Saber frowned, clearly rejecting the idea. It's not so strange to ask, Shiomi said seriously. Castor, the king of magecraft, isn't someone you can just deal with easily. Even if Morgan and I join forces, we'd have to be prepared to die. Sakura turned to Mordred. But I promised Saber that we'd fight to the very end. Her voice was gentle, but it carried a firm and unwavering resolve. Even knowing their final enemy would be the king of magecraft, she had no intention of backing down. You can just sever the contract and let Saber find a new master, Shiomi said, coaxing her. The church has someone under their protection, a capable magus and a sealing designation executor. She'd be more than enough. I'm sorry, Dad. I can't do that. Sakura stood up, pressing both hands on the table. Her head was lowered, her features hidden in the shadow beneath her bangs. After rejecting Shiomi's proposal, she left the table. Saber dematerialized shortly after, vanishing from the living room. Not surprising at all, Morgan said. Because it's Sakura. Once she's made up her mind, she doesn't change it easily, Shiomi replied with a wry smile, glancing at Rin. You sisters are exactly the same. After all, you're not about to give up just because your opponent is the king of magecraft, right? Rin gave a silent nod, then said, looks like I'll need your support till the very end, Archer. Of course. No need to ask. And so, not a single one of them wavered, even in the face of the information Shiomi had brought. I see. Then we have no choice but to take the hardest path. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 195, Volume 3, Chapter 51, The Truth. Inside the magical workshop. Sakura sat on the lowest step at the entrance, gazing at the workshop she knew better than anywhere else. The glow of the magic stones lit her eyes like ripples on a shimmering lake. She sensed a familiar presence beside her as Saber materialized and sat down next to her. Sorry, Saber, Sakura said. What for? You don't owe me anything. Mordred grinned, cheerful as ever. I might not be able to see this through with you, Sakura said softly. Even though she had turned down her father's offer earlier, no one understood better than she did just how formidable the king of magecraft was. Her magecraft was built upon the foundation of modern systems, modeled after Morgan's methods. She wasn't proficient in primordial runes, and overall, her magecraft was at a disadvantage. That's not like you, Master. Mordred said, a bit surprised. You didn't even flinch earlier, even when things got really complicated. It's different now. And I actually understand what my father meant, Sakura replied, her mood still heavy. Mordred raised an eyebrow. Then why did you refuse? Because we made a promise to fight to the very end, Sakura said. I don't want to betray the comrades I've stood beside. Not wanting to betray, huh? Mordred never imagined someone would say that to her. She was the rebellious knight, the one who had betrayed her king and her country. And in the end, had destroyed herself. Yet Sakura said she wouldn't betray someone like Mordred. So, Master, Mordred asked, curiosity piqued, what exactly is your wish? What are you hoping for that's worth risking your life in this war? I don't think I've ever asked since I was summoned. It's just a small wish, Sakura mumbled, burying her face in her knees. She was obviously embarrassed, Mordred could tell. She laughed and gave Sakura a playful pat on the back. Come on, spill it. Even if you tell me you want to be the most popular woman in the world, I promise I won't laugh. I'm not into that kind of thing, Sakura muttered in protest. Mordred nodded eagerly. Yeah, I didn't think you were that type anyway. So what's the real answer? I know you're great at cooking, you're nice, you're strong, but that's about all I know. You sure you won't get mad? Sakura looked up at her, a bit hesitant. Huh. Mordred blinked in confusion. Unless it's some evil plan to destroy the world or something, I don't care. Sakura lifted her head slightly and sighed, almost inaudibly. I just want my mother to live. What? Mordred froze. You mean, your mother? Sakura nodded. Mordred's expression twisted into one of disbelief. She stood up and began pacing across the workshop. You really like your mother? Of course, she meant the kind of love a child feels toward a parent. Once, long ago, Mordred had felt something like that too. But as time passed, all that remained in her memory of Morgan was a face twisted by madness and obsession. To Mordred, Morgan had become the very definition of someone not to be trusted. Is that weird? Sakura asked. Weird. I wouldn't say that, Mordred muttered, scratching her head. Because the Morgan who stood before her now, the one who raised and taught Sakura, was so clearly different from the one Mordred had known. The only thing they shared was that same cold, proud, and distant aura. Mordred knew she was Morgan. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't truly see her as the mother she remembered. But my master really is a strange one, Mordred finally said. In that sense, she's a bit like mother. Well, it can't be helped. Sakura didn't argue. No matter what others said, to her, Morgan was the mother she respected, loved, and trusted more than anyone. But to join the Holy Grail War just for that, honestly, it feels like a bit of a waste, Mordred said. Maybe being in a servant's form is actually more convenient for her. Maybe. Sakura didn't confirm or deny it. Mordred wasn't trying to convince Sakura, and Sakura didn't expect Mordred to understand. Saber, your wish? Sakura asked again. What is it? Over the past few days, she had dreamed twice of Saber's past, memories of the Battle of Camlin and the sword in the stone. But that alone wasn't enough to fully grasp Saber's true desire. I want to return to the past, Saber said, clenching her fist. I want to try pulling out the sword of selection myself. Sakura blinked. You mean, the first sword King Arthur drew? Yeah. Not pull it out, you just want to try. Sakura asked in surprise. I want to prove father was wrong, Mordred said, a fierce look on her face. I was qualified to be king. I see. So what if you do pull it out? Sakura asked. If I pull it out? Mordred hesitated. She hadn't considered what would come after. Britannia's already gone. No matter what you do, you can't change that, it's etched into the framework of humanity, Sakura said quietly. Or, are you saying Saber doesn't want to save Britannia? What do you mean? Mordred asked. My mother once told me that the fall of Britannia is a fixed point on the quantum record track. It marked the complete disappearance of the Age of Gods from the surface world. Sakura looked into her eyes. Even if Saber had done nothing, Britannia's destruction was inevitable. Mordred was so stunned she could barely speak. She forced the words out. You're saying everything I did, right or wrong, was meaningless. That I didn't destroy Britannia. That I didn't kill father. That even if I had done nothing, someone else would have destroyed Britannia and Camelot. I don't really know, Sakura said, shaking her head in discomfort. But my father once told me his friend said, we shouldn't choose our path based on our sins. We should carry our sins along the path we choose. What the hell? That's way too abstract, Mordred muttered, suddenly feeling drained. She had only come to check on her master and offer a few words of comfort, and instead learned things she hadn't known. I think I said too much. You came to cheer me up, Saber, and I ended up dragging you into all this negativity. Sakura hugged herself lightly and spoke in a soft voice. It's fine. This isn't your fault. You just told me what I didn't know. Saber dropped into a chair with a sigh. Her determination to keep fighting hadn't wavered, but before the next battle, there was one more talk she needed to have with Mother. Chapter 196, Volume 3, Chapter 52, A Hatred That Never Was. The next day, in Miyama Town's shopping district. Another night had passed, and Marisberry still hadn't ordered Castor to attack. Shiomi had no idea what the Lord of the Department of Astromancy was planning, but life had to go on. He left the others at home to prepare for any siege and went out alone to buy groceries. But was it really necessary for you to come too, Saber? Shiomi asked. Well, you're the one who said I should, Mordred replied, following behind him with a helpless look. Besides, you've still got 2 command spells left. You could summon me anytime like yesterday. Shiomi thought about it but didn't mention that the King of Magecraft might be able to interfere with command spells and render them useless. He just nodded. You were talking with Morgan pretty late last night, he said. Wasn't much of a conversation. Just had to ask about a few things, Mordred replied, eyes on Shiomi's back. Stuff like quantum record tapes, the foundation of human history, and how it ties into Britannia. Well, she's the only one who could answer that. Shiomi chuckled. What are you laughing at? Mordred clicked her tongue. Shiomi's smile faded. But judging by how you're acting today, it seems there's still something she didn't tell you. Or maybe she never intended to. Huh? Like what? Mordred asked, unable to think of what it could be, whether something about the Holy Grail War or some hidden truth about Britannia. It's about the last Holy Grail War, Shiomi said. Morgan was my servant back then, summoned under the Berserker class. I know that already, Mordred said. Sakura had told her. Honestly, Berserker probably suits Mother better than Castor. I mean, she always was a bit. Mordred. Shiomi cut in, his tone displeased. Yeah, forget I said anything. Mordred pulled back, biting back the rest. She didn't want to start a fight, especially not with this guy. If they went at it, it'd never end, and Castor might exploit the opening. Getting eliminated because of that would be a waste. There was someone else in the war 10 years ago. Another servant summoned under the saber class, Shiomi continued. Who? Mordred asked, though she had a feeling she already knew. The King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon, Shiomi said, then added, or maybe it's more accurate to say Arthur Pendragon. Before he could finish, Mordred grabbed him by the collar. Who cares about the name? Why would father join the Holy Grail War? Don't tell me, he hated me for destroying Britannia, didn't he? The Knight of Rebellion's voice shook, clearly rattled by the revelation. You're close, but not quite, Shiomi replied calmly. Huh. The King of Knights didn't enter the war out of hatred. She just couldn't accept Britannia's destruction. Shiomi gently pried Mordred's hand off his collar and looked her in the eyes. So she made a contract with the counterforce, trading her afterlife for a chance to obtain the Holy Grail. Traded her afterlife? Mordred froze. So you're saying? That's right. Until 10 years ago, King Arthur's time was frozen at the moment right after her battle with you, just before her death, Shiomi said, continuing to walk. Mordred silently followed. So in the end, father lost. Since Morgan had remained in this era, Mordred could only grit her teeth and draw that conclusion. No. The Greater Grail had been corrupted. Arthur joined forces with us and the Rider faction to purify it and bring the war to an end, Shiomi explained. But before that, she found her answer, and gave up on trying to save Britannia. Why? Why would she give up after sacrificing so much? Mordred asked, unable to comprehend it. She gave up her very soul, so why stop? You should know better than anyone, Shiomi said. Mordred stiffened. I get it. It wasn't that Arthur gave up on saving Britannia. She realized the price of doing so would mean sacrificing the entire history of humanity, separating Britannia from the world to preserve it as an anomaly. On one side of the scale was a world still moving forward. On the other, a Britannia long since destroyed. And after weighing both, Arthur chose the future. She was willing to pay any price to save Britannia, but that price could never include the rest of the world. Then if saving Britannia were really possible, how would father have done it? Mordred pressed. Did father truly not hate me? That king was far too noble. In the end, she didn't hate anyone, not even you, Shiomi said, shaking his head. She just believed she wasn't strong enough to change Britannia's fate. That's why, she wanted to return to the moment she drew the sword of selection and choose someone more suited to be king. Mordred felt like the air had been knocked out of her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That person, saying she wasn't worthy of being king. No way. That was absurd. Mordred's hatred had always been rooted in King Arthur's refusal to acknowledge her, in the belief that she was unfit to inherit the throne. To her, her father had always been the perfect king. Even when she raised her banner in rebellion and clashed with him at Camlan, she never denied that truth. And yet, that same king had wanted to find someone more suitable than herself. That's nonsense. There's no way that's true. Mordred couldn't accept it. You should know better than anyone whether I'm lying, Shiomi replied evenly, his tone calm and sincere. He hadn't originally planned to tell Mordred any of this. But Sakura didn't know. And Morgan, she never seemed particularly concerned about Mordred. If Mordred didn't ask, Morgan wouldn't say a word. With the Holy Grail War approaching its final stage, Shiomi couldn't ignore it anymore. So while Saber was out with him on this errand, acting as his escort, he took the chance to share what he had witnessed. Most heroic spirits carried regrets, goals they had never achieved in life. Mordred was no exception. Shiomi didn't even need to ask to guess what her wish in this war was. He couldn't say whether that wish was right or wrong. But he did believe Mordred deserved to know what it truly meant. Believe it or not, the King of Knights ultimately accepted her death, and Britannia's fall. She accepted the outcome of all her efforts, and with the recovered scabbard, returned to Avalon. Shiomi let out a sigh. Though, the process of coming to terms with that result had been anything but gentle. Chapter 197, Volume 3, Chapter 53, The Approaching Battlefield, Review Campaign, Mass Release. Whether in life or after becoming a counter-guardian, Archer had faced countless battles of all kinds. But among human foes, few were as troublesome as Shiomi. After Shiomi's twin spears sealed off the strike of Archer's dual blades, Archer projected and unleashed several swords. Yet, Shiomi evaded them with the smallest movement, stepped forward, and crossed his spears at Archer's neck. That's enough, Shiomi said as he withdrew his weapons. With the final battle potentially beginning at any moment, Shiomi had finished drafting the operation plan and came out to the courtyard with Archer for some sparring. You're even stronger than I expected. Even if I replicate those magic spears, I can't fully reproduce your technique, Archer said, patting dust off his clothes. Shiomi planted his twin spears into the ground, curious. You can't. According to Morgan, Archer's projection magecraft could reproduce not just the noble phantasm's shape, but also the techniques of its wielder, replicating them with perfect accuracy. It's never a full 100%, Archer clarified. At the very least, it's impossible to surpass the original owner of the noble phantasm. During his battle with Heracles, it was only because Heracles had become a berserker that Archer's projected skills could barely match the original. Such a peculiar magecraft, Shiomi mused, crossing his arms. Normally, projection magecraft can only produce hollow shells. But Archer's projections avoided that limitation entirely. The noble phantasms he created were only one rank lower than the originals and blatantly violated the principle of equivalent exchange, essentially conjured from nothing. It's probably thanks to his origin, Morgan said as she walked over, offering a quiet assessment. Archer's origin is tied to weaponry like swords, which is why his projection magecraft is so refined. Or more precisely, it's a type specialized in projecting noble phantasms. And the ultimate form of that specialization was a reality marble known as Unlimited Blade Works. I'm flattered by the praise, Archer said with a casual smile. After all, I'm just copying. But you, your ladyship the Witch Queen, you create. Morgan passed by Shiomi, gently running her hand over the thorn-like etchings on the magic spear's shaft. It's nothing more than a trivial, limited artifact. That's unusually modest of you. Shiomi said, genuinely surprised. What's even stranger is my husband, Morgan replied. Despite not being fond of combat, he's still throwing himself headfirst into this fight against the king of magecraft, thinking through possible ways to bring him down. What can I do? It's because of Sakura. Shiomi sighed, exasperated. Is that really all? Morgan asked. Archer chimed in, that's right. I also get the feeling that Mr. Shiomi is rather eager for a rematch with the king of magecraft. Shiomi blinked, caught off guard. Is it that obvious? He hadn't expected even outsiders to notice. And then, all the others watching from the courtyard nodded in agreement. All right, fine. He had to admit it, part of him did want a proper battle with the king of magecraft. Not just because his fellow disciple had been defeated, but because he himself had inherited the power of the primordial runes. Faced with such an opponent, it was impossible not to feel the urge to test himself. All right, everyone, that's enough. Disperse. As dusk settled over the sky, Shiomi told them all to return and rest. He planned to double-check the protective barriers around the house and see if there was any need to expand their detection range. But then, a massive surge of magical energy drew everyone's attention. It was coming from the direction of the Fuyuki church. This feeling. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Morgan's usual calm faded as she spoke softly, it's the signal of war. The magecraft formation expanding slowly above the Fuyuki church sent a clear message. From this moment, the area surrounding the church would become a battlefield. The caster camp was waiting there, ready to face off against the arriving servants. What a surprise. The king of magecraft, who always seemed so emotionally detached, would actually take the initiative like this. Shiomi holstered his spears. Is this Marisbury's doing? It was a declaration, and a threat. Marisbury likely knew by now that Sabers and Archer's masters had allied, and that both Shiomi and Morgan were involved. If they didn't accept this challenge today, then the caster side would surely launch an assault themselves. We could dig in and hold this place defensively. Morgan sighed. But if they're aiming to end everything in one decisive clash, it'll be hard to limit the scale of destruction. One misstep, and all of Fuyuki could go up in flames. It was clear Marisbury had gathered detailed intel in advance and anticipated Shiomi's temperament. He knew Shiomi would never let that happen. Our opponent is the king of magecraft, after all. Shiomi didn't hesitate. If that's their move, then we have no choice but to answer it head-on. He turned toward the house. Everyone, go rest for a bit and get everything you need for the battle ready, Shiomi called out. We move out in 1 hour. With that, he stepped through the door leading back inside. Feels like he's the only one excited about this, Rin said with a nervous bead of sweat trailing down her cheek. She had given up trying to figure out who or what Shiomi really was. Just thinking about who they were up against was enough to max out her nerves. A few minutes later, in the room. The last time I saw you dressed like this was 10 years ago, Morgan said. Feels like it was just a blink. Shiomi adjusted his outfit, checking for anything out of place, then shook his head, looking troubled as he heard her words. Yeah. I didn't think I'd really keep you stuck in this era for 10 years, he said with a rueful smile. I thought we could live quietly, but in the end, I dragged you back onto the battlefield. A magus can never live peacefully forever, Morgan said without the slightest concern, speaking as if reciting a law of nature. Especially not you. Even if you don't seek it out, trouble always finds you, and you never turn it away. I can't really argue with that. Though nothing too major had happened in the past decade, matters within the Magus world had come at them non-stop, sometimes even trickier than real battles. Our opponent is the king of magecraft. That kind of challenge suits me just fine, Morgan smiled. You're not the only one with a taste for battle, my husband. Shiomi blinked, then broke into a smile. Guess we're both a little too competitive. He walked up to Morgan and held out his hand. Let's go, together, to our battlefield. As you wish. Chapter 198, Volume 3, Chapter 54, Golden Obstacle. The Mayan River divides Fuyuki City into two parts, Mayama Town and Shinto. The Fuyuki Bridge is the most convenient way to travel between them. For a city of only a few 100,000, the residents had no complaints. By midnight, the streets were nearly empty of cars. Especially during the Holy Grail War, Magus would often set up spells to repel bystanders. That's why, when Shiomi's car crossed the Fuyuki Bridge, the golden figure standing alone in the center of the empty span, blocking the path to the final battlefield, was impossible to miss. Only about 10 meters from Gilgamesh, Shiomi drifted the car to a sharp stop. Stepping out with his spear in hand, he faced off against the ruler. You're in our way again, King of Heroes. Shiomi frowned deeply. Behind him, Morgan, Sakura, and Rin stepped out of the car one after another. Ruler. Rin exclaimed after seeing Gilgamesh's class. That gold-shining guy, what's his deal? Saber materialized from spirit form and questioned Shiomi, what's going on? Didn't you say Castor was the only servant left? Where did this ruler come from? Shiomi hadn't told anyone about the ruler's appearance in this Holy Grail War. He had assumed Gilgamesh had no intention of participating, especially since his master, the girl named Hakuno Kishinami, seemed to have no desire to fight for the Holy Grail. Shiomi didn't bother replying to Mordred. His full attention was locked on Gilgamesh, his guard up. Unlike 10 years ago, when he'd worn a full suit of golden armor, this time Gilgamesh wore gold only on his lower half. His bare chest was marked with symmetrical red divine patterns. A faintly glowing golden chain wrapped around his left arm, and in his right, clad in a golden glove, he held EA. There was no question, this wasn't some casual interruption. Gilgamesh was more serious than he had been a decade ago. If you want to face the king of magecraft, then go, Gilgamesh said, gesturing casually with his eyes. But that saber and the faker over there must stay. Only you two are qualified to challenge the king of magecraft. In other words, he wasn't so much blocking their path as deliberately splitting their group. Only Shiomi and Morgan would be allowed through. What's your game? Shiomi demanded. Sick of playing the arbiter and planning to fight for the Holy Grail yourself? Don't get it twisted, Godslayer, Gilgamesh said with a cold smile, his killing intent palpable. As the arbiter, I've simply chosen those worthy to contend with the king of magecraft. Morgan stared at the Golden King with indifference. So, you're siding with the king of magecraft. No matter how you looked at it, separating them now meant weakening their battle strength. If that's how you want to see it, I don't mind, Gilgamesh said arrogantly. After all, I'm curious to see whether a man born to be a king can act on desires of his own will. That ridiculous theory again, Shiomi muttered, swallowing his anger. He had to admit, if they left the others behind and went ahead with just Morgan, it was the most strategic move. Why Gilgamesh would choose to side with the king of magecraft at a time like this, Shiomi could only hope to uncover the reason in the battle to come. One last question, where's your master? Shiomi asked. Don't tell me you abandoned them again. Gilgamesh gave a scornful smile. Don't lump my master in with those common magus. The difference in caliber is vast. I see. Shiomi felt he'd asked a pointless question. Archer stepped forward. Leave this to us, Mr. Shiomi. It looks like the battle against the king of magecraft falls to you two in the end. Seems that way. Shiomi turned to glance at Sakura. That little girl over there, whether you stay or go is none of my concern, Gilgamesh said, not sparing a glance at Sakura or Rin. It was clear the king of heroes only intended to eliminate their servants. Sakura remained silent, merely nodding back at Shiomi. She was staying to support Saber in battle. Rin did the same. Seeing this, Shiomi returned to the car, and together with Morgan, drove toward the church in Shinto. The wind howled on, the clouds thick and unmoving. Even the usually lively Shinto was eerily quiet and dim, an entire city submerged in darkness. The silver car moved alone through the broad streets, surrounded by pitch-black void and deathly silence. It cruised through streets faintly lit by struggling streetlights, like drifting ice floes gliding over black water. In the distance, a blinding flash erupted from Fuyuki Bridge. Reflected in the rearview mirror and barely visible between buildings, were the telltale signs of battle and a surge of unmistakable magical energy. Gilgamesh. Shiomi muttered, voicing the question that still lingered in his mind. Why are you doing this? Morgan, eyes closed in rest, slowly answered. That man once said the king of magecraft was born as a king. And that means? A king isn't something born from the human world, it's something dispatched by the heavens, Morgan said quietly. In a certain sense, only beings like that can be called true kings of mankind. A king, by birthright. Gilgamesh and Solomon both fall into that category, Morgan explained. Kings like them were never meant to have wills of their own. Huh. Those kings are the embodiment of the concept of ruling over mankind, they act according to divine will and fulfill their duties, Morgan continued, opening her eyes and gazing at the church building now visible on the hillside. Even if they stray from their duties for a time, they always return to their destined path. That is what it means to be a king born to rule. So the king of heroes siding with the king of magecraft at a time like this, is it out of sympathy? Shiomi asked, unconvinced. Maybe he just can't stand to see him fall short, Morgan said with a casual smile. After all, the king of magecraft was a flawless king, from beginning to end. This wasn't flattery for an enemy they were about to face. It was simply the truth left behind by the king of magecraft, his legend, his history. As their brief conversation ended, the car climbed the slope toward the church. At the top of the long road outside, the king of magecraft stood alone, quietly awaiting Shiomi and Morgan's arrival. His handsome face was expressionless, like a still pond, as he stared silently at his enemies. Just as the two who stepped out of the car stared back at him. Chapter 199, Volume 3, Chapter 55, King of Magecraft. Tenkei Shiomi had been through countless battles, but there were only a handful that truly counted as hard fights. His master. The King of Heroes. Only a few opponents had ever truly pushed him. That was why he could instantly tell when an enemy was going to be difficult. The primordial runes resonated strongly with Shiomi's will, surging in response to his resolve and the anticipation of the coming clash. The King of Magecraft, the origin of all human magecraft. At Shiomi's side, Morgan had already changed into her battle attire. Silver hair danced in the wind, black garments fluttering around her. All three gathered here were magus who had surpassed their time. This battle was inevitable. Castor raised a hand, fingers partially curled. A faint golden glow shimmered from the ring on his finger, catching the eye despite the darkness. It was the divine ring granted to the King of Magecraft by the gods, a symbol of his role as the progenitor and sovereign of Magecraft. A burst of fire shot into the air, igniting the slope leading to the church. The night wind stretched it into a blazing trail. Morgan reacted instantly. A shockwave of frost burst outward from her like expanding ripples, clashing with the flames and transforming the collision into dense steam. Above the red firelight, Shiomi spotted several figures descending. Gripping his crimson spear, he charged into the oncoming assault. 4 enemies in total, none of them like the ones they had faced in the forest earlier. These were different demon gods. Shiomi left the magecraft duel to Morgan. He would deal with these demon gods himself while looking for an opening to close in and engage Castor at close range. He was confident in his magecraft, but this battlefield held more than just the 3 of them. That made Morgan the better choice to handle the magecraft duel. Amid the thick fog, Morgan could hear the sharp clangs of Shiomi's spear colliding with the demon god's attacks. Any dark projectiles aimed her way were swiftly intercepted by Shiomi's watchful eye. With that assurance, Morgan stopped worrying about the demon gods, beings on par with ordinary servants, and instead focused entirely on the King of Magecraft. This was her first true confrontation with him. At this level, flames and frost were mere parlor tricks in the hands of Master Magus. What she wanted to know was, would he attack or defend? Legend said King Solomon had only ever performed one miracle during his life. After that, he never revealed his divine gifts again, until the moment of his death, when he returned them to the heavens. Beyond his unparalleled summoning arts, Morgan needed to understand what other magecraft the King of Magecraft possessed. Mist began to gather in midair, thickening until visibility vanished. A gale erupted from the ground. A massive beast with a silver mane rode the wind, its hull piercing the sky. The earth quaked, and mountains trembled as a flurry of 6-pointed snowflakes swept across the sky. Reality marble. In an instant, the slope outside the church shifted, transforming into a reality marble. At some point, the clouds had scattered. From a rift above, a dark teal torrent surged downward, a primordial flood capable of drowning the world. It poured across a boundless, snow-covered plain. Morgan wasn't surprised. That the King of Magecraft could wield a forbidden technique capable of warping reality through mental imagery, this much was expected. If it had only been a reality marble, Morgan might have even been disappointed. The great flood crashed over ancient, unmelting ice, shattering it into fragments, then swept through the valley in an unstoppable tide, surging toward the plains. Shiomi had sensed the shift long ago. While battling the demon gods, he had drawn the fight nearly 100 meters into the sky, darting through them as stepping stones, weaving left and right. Beneath them, the flood surged forward, roaring straight toward Morgan. The northern wind howled in his ears, merging with the flood's furious roar. But it wasn't just that, the mana surging within the barrier was cold, sorrowful, and slowly seeping into her mind. The silver-maned beast standing atop the flood raised its head and stretched, its form expanding with each passing second. In the blink of an eye, its eyes flared with killing intent. Lowering its body, it dove with the flood, sweeping down with wind and snow in tow, its force enough to obliterate all in its path. Then the flood completely engulfed Morgan. She slowly closed her eyes. Though the deluge blanketed the land, it couldn't touch her. Within a sphere just a few meters wide, the torrent couldn't reach her. Ice strong enough to shatter skyscrapers shattered against the edge of that space, unable to draw near. Morgan stood unmoved, unfazed, calmly watching the reality marble's onslaught. The beast plunged deeper, tearing through the flood laced with countless shards of solid ice. Baring its fangs, it lunged at Morgan, intending to rip her apart with claw and tooth. The witch's eyes remained shut, a quiet smile on her face. There was no defense. The enemy had made no move to guard themselves, there was nothing to scheme against. The intention was obvious. There was only one answer, a direct, full-force clash. Resting on her spear, she raised her left hand. Beneath the monstrous waves, the entire reality marble quaked in response. The ancient frozen earth beneath her began to fracture, threatening to drag her into a chasm at any moment. This was the world of the king of magecraft. Within it, he was absolute. Even the primordial flame could not escape its fate of extinction here. A fist-sized emerald light pulsed once, then erupted violently. Billions of luminous arcs burst outward. The beast, the flood, the very reality marble, all shattered into uncountable fragments. This wasn't the king of magecraft's true inner world. And that meant, as long as Morgan seized the momentary gap, she could tear it apart. But clearly, the shattering of the ice field was only the beginning. As the crystalline landscape vanished, the slope outside the church did not reappear. In its place stretched an endless wilderness. There was another reality marble, a second layer wrapped around the first. Morgan didn't give the king of magecraft a moment to recover. Over 100 magical spears rose behind her, surging skyward like a storm of arrows. They tore through the dark sky and closed in on the king of magecraft in an instant. An invisible wall of magecraft caught the barrage, erupting into a chain of explosions. To someone like you, human magecraft must seem like a child's toy. Nothing more than tricks you can dispel with a flick of your hand. Morgan's tone was cold, her words cutting as she spoke the truth. Even as a servant, I am not human. The king of magecraft didn't look surprised. He responded only with a calm, knowing murmur. Yes, I know. When your companions refrained from using magecraft offensively, the answer was already obvious. Before the smoke of the explosion had even cleared, a swarm of black, deathly raptors burst forth, weaving together into a net meant to consume all life. This dead wilderness had long been stripped of all vitality, devoured by these creatures. Anything living that fell into this domain would become their prey. For a world shaped by the king of magecraft, this one's awfully hostile. Shiomi's voice rang out as he descended from above. With his crimson spear in hand, he streaked down like a red comet, cleaving the web of dark raptors from above. A massive shockwave rippled outward from his impact, and the world trembled. The second reality marble began to fall apart. Chapter 200, Volume 3, Chapter 56, Serious Mode. Gilgamesh had claimed he only had 10% of his treasury left. But that was just a theoretical estimate. His Gate of Babylon was nearly limitless in storage. Even if he'd lost 90% of its contents, what remained was still far beyond the reach of most heroic spirits. And tonight, Gilgamesh was unusually serious. Take this. Saber gripped her longsword with both hands and dropped down from the bridge's beam, striking down at Gilgamesh with full force. He blocked it effortlessly with one hand, using EA. Among the treasures in the King of Heroes' vault were plenty of noble phantasms that could be quickly activated to boost physical power. With their aid, he could even overpower Saber in sheer strength for short bursts. TCH. Saber's face twisted in frustration. She wanted to take off that golden head right then and there, but her blade couldn't get anywhere near him. So this was the fabled top-tier servant. His reputation wasn't exaggerated. Not bad. You're just barely worthy of calling yourself the heir to the King of Knights. Gilgamesh smiled with unwavering confidence, his killing intent radiating unchecked, as he casually assessed his opponent's strength. Or perhaps, he was deliberately provoking her. You have no right to speak of my father. Red-tinged mana surged like lightning. Mordred poured everything into suppressing Gilgamesh's power. But EA's triple-bladed segments began to rotate, and in the blink of an eye, a crushing wave of wind pressure erupted. She was going to be torn apart. Mordred's instinct screamed a warning. Before the pressure fully exploded outward, she pulled back and dodged. Above them, archers and Gilgamesh's noble phantasms clashed relentlessly, canceling each other out in violent bursts of flame and force. I am the bone of my sword. Archer silently recited the incantation in his mind. Rushing forward, he passed Saber as she retreated, then raised his left hand and opened his palm toward Gilgamesh. Ro Ajax. He called its true name, shaking the very air. 7 translucent petals appeared out of nowhere and formed a defensive barrier that could block anything. Each petal-shaped layer of the shield was strong enough to rival the ancient walls of fortresses. Though it was still a step below Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, in sheer protection, it was more than enough to withstand the storm from EA, especially since its true name hadn't been fully released. This was Archer's strongest defensive technique. Though Sakura and Rin were shielded from the direct impact of the noble phantasm, the violent wind nearly knocked them off their feet. The moment the storm died down, Rin pulled a gem the size of a pigeon egg from her pocket and tossed it into the air. It shattered into powder, automatically weaving a spell midair. Then, Rin drew a mercury sword from behind her back. It was a mystic code her father had left her before taking her mother into hiding. Originally, Tokiomi had planned to give it to Kirei Kodomine as a graduation gift, but after Kirei's betrayal, the gesture lost all meaning. Even so, as a mystic code, it was flawless. While it couldn't compare to Sakura's wand, it was the most suitable weapon Rin had right now. All Rin had to do was pour her mana into the sword, and the engraved spell would automatically activate, using the powdered gemstone spell work as a foundation to form a one-time cannon. Archer, move aside. Rin shouted. Sakura, are you ready? Anytime. A massive amount of mana had already gathered at the tip of Sakura's wand. Converting the mana within imaginary space into a destructive force, this was Sakura's true trump card. At Rin's signal, Archer and Saber leapt to either side. Hand in hand, the two sisters, born with perfectly compatible magic circuits, quickly synchronized their mana flow. The mana of the 5 elements merged with the imaginary attribute, forming a magical blast meant to obliterate the enemy before them. Give him a big one. Thor's hammer. They shouted in unison. The moment the wind pressure finally ceased, Ro Ajax disappeared. The compressed mana fired off instantly, boosted 7-fold by the Mercury Sword spell formula, and shot straight toward Gilgamesh. Even Archer and Saber were stunned by the precision and power behind the sisters' combined strike. It was a tactic improvised in mere moments, yet executed with such flawless coordination it felt like the result of countless rehearsals. If that blast landed, even a fully armored Saber wouldn't be able to claim she'd come through it unharmed, despite her magic resistance. But only if it hit. The explosion shook the bridge like it was going to collapse, and smoke billowed across the entire 4-lane span. In the biting winter wind, the smoke slowly cleared. What Rin saw chilled her to the core. A massive shield stood planted in the middle of the road, completely shielding Gilgamesh. Its broad surface was more than enough to block even Heracles at his most berserk. Bathed in golden light, the shield was withdrawn as Gilgamesh raised his chin and spoke with arrogant composure. This is no shield of mere mortals. It is a shield of the gods. Give up your surprise tactics while you still can, little girls. If you insist on interfering further, I can't guarantee your lives. Behind him, dozens of golden portals materialized once more, each one bearing a noble phantasm. Archer didn't hesitate, he immediately projected an equal number of matching weapons. All the noble phantasms I've kept are top tier. I'd advise against reckless imitation, your projections will shatter. Gilgamesh's weapons launched and collided with Archer's midair, triggering a barrage of violent explosions. Amid the blasts, Gilgamesh finally moved. With his chain-wrapped left hand, he drew a golden long-handled axe from a gate and charged at Archer, swinging downward. Archer, needing to maintain the integrity of his projections to counter Gilgamesh's barrage, drew his black and white swords to intercept the strike. What are you after, King of Heroes? Archer demanded. Nothing special, Gilgamesh replied without hesitation. It's just that man, born and died as nothing more than a tool called king. As someone with vision, I simply couldn't stand to watch. Using people, creating laws, ruling a nation, yes, he was a wise, kind, benevolent king. What? Archer frowned, confused. But none of that was his own will. He was denied the right to feel human joy or sorrow, just a tool of rule, made to be called king. A wry smile curled Gilgamesh's lips. And yet that man actually bowed his head to me. Said he wanted to face those two without interference. How could I turn him down? As he spoke, he pressed forward. The number of portals behind him doubled, stopping Saber as she tried to rejoin the fight, and forcing both servants back. Chains whipped through the air like they had minds of their own before coiling back into Gilgamesh's grasp. My master is watching this, too. So give it everything you've got, mongrels. Chapter 201, Volume 3, Chapter 57, Zeal. What's different? Shiomi glanced at the fading silhouettes of the repelled demon gods, then turned his eyes to the king of magecraft standing alone at the far end of the wasteland. A strange feeling stirred within him. Unlike their first clash days ago, Castor's movements now carried something that hadn't been there before. Shiomi couldn't quite put his finger on it, and the uncertainty left him momentarily unsettled. He shook the thought away and focused on the king of magecraft. The man wasn't summoning more demon gods. Was he low on mana? Or perhaps there were restrictions on even his top-tier summoning abilities within the Holy Grail War. Or maybe he simply realized that summoning more demon gods wouldn't shift the balance, and had chosen to abandon that approach for now. 4. That was the number. Shiomi remembered exactly how many demon gods he had taken down. Back in the forest, the number of enemies that had intercepted him and Morgan had been the same. None of the possibilities could be ignored, but none of them had solid proof. He reached out and crushed a rune character in the air. It dissolved into a gust of wind that fused with the massive blue flame dragon Morgan had summoned. The creature's blazing form flared even brighter, its heat and radiance intensifying. The fire dragon roared, surging through the sky and tearing apart the net of predatory birds swooping in from above. Their burning wings scattered in the wind, vanishing completely along with the reality marble that was beginning to collapse. Caster slowly opened his arms, palms facing the sky, as if offering a prayer to the heavens. The surrounding world had already shifted into a vast open sea. Thunder rolled, waves crashed, and colossal surges of water rose to strike again at Shiomi and Morgan. With no demon gods in the way, Shiomi attuned his mana with Morgan's, ready to break the reality marble together. By now, Shiomi had mostly figured out what the king of magecraft was doing. These reality marbles were nested, layered like matryoshka dolls, one world nested within another, each encasing the next. Though none of them were particularly sturdy, powerful enough to handle most servants, yet still fragile enough to be torn apart without a noble phantasm, they served their purpose. Only mages like Shiomi and Morgan had the strength to keep shattering them one after another. He had no idea how many layers remained, nor could he predict the form the next one would take. Multiple reality marbles, cast in rapid succession, independent yet subtly linked. It was as if the world itself had been twisted into a vast prison, trying to ensnare them completely. Shiomi extended his index finger. A glimmering rune fell from his fingertip, sinking into the sea below. The light vanished instantly, swallowed whole. And then, the world shifted. The roiling sea froze in an instant, transforming into a solid mass of ice hundreds of meters deep. Even the massive waves towering above, poised like beasts with jaws agape, stopped dead. Just inches from their targets, they could advance no further. Clang. A low, dull sound echoed from behind. Morgan had lightly tapped the solid ice with the butt of her spear. It looked like nothing, barely enough to disturb the surface. Yet a sharp crack snaked outward. Then, the crack spread with explosive force, racing toward the king of magecraft beyond the frozen waves. Now Shiomi only had to walk forward, tap the base of the wave with the tip of his spear, and in a flash of thunder and lightning, the entire iceberg came crashing down. The fourth reality marble shattered. Amid wind and rain, Shiomi spotted the king of magecraft suspended above the ruined sea of ice. Rain lashed his body. The storm tossed his white hair in wild arcs. But from start to finish, that man wore nothing but a calm, gentle smile. As if the collapse of his reality marble was no more than expected, something like, yes, this outcome was likely. Yet again, Shiomi saw warmth in those golden eyes. Perhaps it was just the lingering cold of the reality marble's magic, making that flicker of heat all the more visible. Emotion. Something like passion burned in those eyes, on the face of the king of magecraft whom Shiomi, even after 2 encounters, had believed incapable of expressing any feeling. Passion, for what? There was no need to ask. This was the battlefield. Caster stood before them as an enemy. And he, along with Morgan, would exhaust every ounce of magecraft to bring him down. Surprising, isn't it? The king of magecraft, actually showing passion in battle, Shiomi murmured as he returned to Morgan's side. A man who always saw battle as nothing more than a necessity, now stirred by the fight itself, Morgan smiled knowingly. But it's only natural. After all, his opponent is my husband. Even a moment's carelessness would mean death for the king of magecraft. Always flattering me. Shiomi shook his head. You stand beside me in this battle, yet talk as if you have no part to play. He closed his eyes for a breath, then reopened them, his face now brimming with fierce, surging battle spirit. If the king of magecraft was showing genuine fervor for this fight, then Shiomi wanted to test it, to see whether it was real, and how powerful it truly was. Shiomi stepped onto a fragment of ice just as it was about to vanish and launched himself forward in a flash, thrusting his magic spear directly at Caster. Caster didn't dodge. The spear struck true, but there was no resistance, no sensation of piercing flesh. It felt like hitting a statue. That statue-like form fractured, shattering like a mirror into thousands of pieces scattering through the darkness. And within each shard was an image of the king of magecraft. From each mirror, countless caster figures began to emerge, their presence distorting Shiomi's senses with chaotic magical energy. Each one felt real. And yet none of them were. They raised their palms, and spells powerful enough to raise a city began to form. Real and illusion. Truth and falsehood. Indistinguishable from one another. A mirage made manifest. You're underestimating me, king of magecraft. Shiomi hurled his spear aside and spread his arms wide, hovering midair. Above him, the pitch-black sky was spinning with countless stars, and in an instant, those stars stretched into luminous threads. Morning star. From that whirling starfield, white light rained down, and among it, one radiant golden beam shone brightest of all. Morgan, who had inherited magecraft through the holy spear, had never once revealed the true nature of that spell. Even if she combined all of Shiomi's mana with the power of his command seals, it would only just match EA. Besides, it was a spell she had reserved for another purpose. In most cases, she would have simply used her noble phantasm. But if the target was strictly limited, if it was just for destroying the current world egg, then this was the perfect weapon. So this is all the holy spear amounts to. Rangaminiad. The fourth reality marble vanished into mist. Chapter 202, Volume 3, Chapter 58, Enuma Elish, the star of creation that split heaven and earth. The silver longsword, wrapped in seething, hate-fueled mana, swept away a barrage of noble phantasms in a single strike. Saber glanced back at Sakura and Rin. They couldn't step into this battle. As human magi, their attacks couldn't even reach the king of heroes, shielded as he was by countless noble phantasms. Panting, she turned her gaze to Gilgamesh, just a short distance away. She couldn't get close. She couldn't land a hit. Even though he was seemingly within reach, Mordred's sword couldn't touch him. The closer she drew, the more noble phantasms intervened, blocking every opening. Archer was already overwhelmed, constantly projecting replicas of top-tier noble phantasms just to hold the line. And Gilgamesh wasn't just a walking armory of flying weapons. The Golden King would sometimes close in with a weapon to engage in close quarters, other times using the chains in his hands to disrupt their movements, and then follow up by unleashing the devastating wind pressure of EA. One misstep, and they'd be torn to pieces in an instant. How had her father ever defeated such a foe in the Holy Grail War 10 years ago? The thought surfaced, only to be crushed the next moment. Her father was her father. She was herself. If her father had beaten Gilgamesh, then she had no reason to believe she couldn't do the same. Just then, Archer fell back toward her position. Saber, hold Gilgamesh off for a moment. I'm activating my reality marble. You don't need to say it, I was going to. As Archer unfurled his petal-like shield, Saber charged forward with a roar. Her clarent clashed violently against the spinning EA, sparks flying from the impact. Oh. So this is the so-called sacred sword kept in the vault of the King of Knights. Gilgamesh said, his tone casually dismissive. Not quite as impressive as the sword of the Knight of the Sun. The mention of Gawain made Mordred's eyes flare with rage. You bastard. You know that guy. We crossed blades over a debt once, Gilgamesh replied with a smug smile. I wasn't at full strength at the time, but he was a worthy opponent. What about you, rebellious knight? With those words, he surged forward, EA's power spiking, and forced Mordred back. That attack's a bit much for someone like you. Sweep it all away, EA. Unlike the earlier waves of casual wind pressure, this strike was a vortex, devouring everything in its path as it rushed toward Mordred. Damn. She scrambled to unleash her noble phantasm, but she was a moment too slow. Right then, Archer's incantation reached completion. Flames burst forth along the battered stretch of Fuyuki Bridge, engulfing him, Mordred, and Gilgamesh in an instant. Only Sakura and Rin remained outside. That was Archer's call. It was the only way to fight without hesitation, and to keep them safe from the destructive force of the coming clash. The world shifted in a flash, transforming into a desolate field lined with countless swords. Above, massive gears turned across the sky. Inside the reality marble, Mordred immediately pulled back, narrowly evading the deadly pressure of EA. A glance is all it takes, fakes, every last one. Truly a fitting display for a fraud, Gilgamesh scoffed, raising his left hand as more portals opened. From within, noble phantasms slowly began to emerge. But in that instant, Archer's eyes locked sharply onto him. Weapons identical to those spilling from the gate of Babylon surged up from the barren field, intercepting and destroying the treasures before they could fully manifest, shattering both noble phantasms and portals alike. Oh! Destroying them all before this king could even fire. Gilgamesh chuckled to himself. Even I, it seems, am at a slight disadvantage. Mordred surged with mana, preparing to unleash her noble phantasm's true name. She had seen enough of Gilgamesh's power. Now was the moment, to strike while Archer's reality marble was active, to combine her own noble phantasm with the endless weapons of this domain and bring that man down, then reunite with her mother and the others. At that moment, Gilgamesh appeared to be speaking to someone unseen. Oh. You want me to stop holding back? Truly a strict master I have. But I've been serious from the very beginning. He said it like a joke, then drove EA into the ground. The spinning blade instantly tore through the earth and space around him. As the fabric of the world cracked and distorted, Archer's expression shifted. He'd miscalculated. He had underestimated Gilgamesh's intent. This man had never once let go of EA. He had used its wind pressure repeatedly, and from the start, he had been ready to release its true name at any moment. This king, who stood above all, hadn't been toying with them. He had been fighting in earnest from the beginning. With no other choice, Archer summoned every blade in his reality marble, joining forces with Mordred's noble phantasm to face the one weapon that could destroy it all. For creatures like you, the laws of Earth are too forgiving, Gilgamesh declared as he slowly ascended into the sky with EA in hand. Let this king show you what the laws of heaven look like. It's only death, endure it if you can. The world of unlimited blade works began to unravel. In mere seconds, it would be completely shattered by EA's activation. Devour him, rebellion against my beautiful father, Clarent Blood Arthur. Mordred called forth her noble phantasm, its blazing light joining the storm of blades rushing toward Gilgamesh. But Gilgamesh raised his voice in a thunderous proclamation. Offer your deaths in gratitude. Enuma Elish. It was a force older than the concept of sword or spear, something that existed before even the dawn of history. An age predating mankind, predating even the stars themselves. A divine power wielded to shape the world, manifested into a weapon. The blade that cleaved heaven and earth apart, dividing the primordial chaos into sky and land. It carved the void to create the sky, and would pierce it again to return to nothingness. The embodiment of beginning and end, a power only Gilgamesh, he who carries the divine bloodline, could wield. Not a noble phantasm against men, armies, or cities. A noble phantasm against the world itself. Its destructive force was absolute, capable of erasing the very fabric of reality. Regardless of whether the target was a single person or an entire legion, their world would be crushed along with them. Without holding anything back, the King of Heroes met his master's expectations and unleashed his full might. The pressure of that release fractured the very space of the reality marble. With every swing, it tore at the seams of the world, drawing in the void between dimensions and twisting the realm inside out. The countless swords. The noble phantasms that surged alongside them. All of it was consumed, slowly, relentlessly, by the overwhelming force of Enuma Elish. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Volume 3, Chapter 59, Annihilation and Genesis of All Things. Everyone was gasping for breath. Their mana had been drained so heavily that it left them struggling to breathe. Shiomi was. Morgan was. And even the king of magecraft. The fifth and sixth reality marbles had been torn apart in succession by Shiomi and Morgan. Though it took the king of magecraft only an instant to weave those layered constructs, maintaining them still consumed his mana. And because both sides wielded top-tier magical power, any lapse in focus could mean defeat. None of them dared hold back just to conserve energy. One after another. How many more are there? Shiomi muttered as he launched a tornado spell at Solomon, only to see it neutralized once again by opposing magecraft. As his breathing gradually steadied, Castor raised his head, a faint smile on his lips. No. Just one more. I didn't expect things to go this far, Castor said. Under normal circumstances, most servants would be spent by the third one at most. Your eyes, which see through past and future, can't they see how this fight ends? Shiomi let out a dry chuckle. Castor gave a slight shake of his head. The era I lived in has long since passed. This is a time for those who live in the present. Only they can witness what comes next. In other words, he hadn't tried to glimpse the outcome. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't lift a finger, Morgan said, scanning the surroundings. The remnants of the sixth reality marble hadn't completely faded, and the scene beyond Fuyuki Church was still obscured. Just as the king of magecraft had said, only one remained. Or perhaps the last one was another deception. Castor gave no response to Morgan's suspicion. He simply raised his index finger, adorned with a golden ring, and pointed it at the two figures whose resolve and momentum remained unshaken. The sound of a single drop of water falling. It landed in a vast, dark void, and met with flickering, scorching flames. Clouds rose. Rain fell. Mountains emerged. Oceans were born. And upon the scorched seabed and crumbling stone, the first flower bloomed. In that emptiness, life began to propagate. And then came the human heart. Streams ran red with blood. Arrows pierced blooming flowers. Iron hooves crushed the soil that bore sustenance. Flesh returned to earth, becoming food once more. Morgan pressed a hand to her forehead. It wasn't that the king of magecraft's spell was particularly powerful, it was what she saw within it. The wars of 2,000 years past. The flames that had scorched every inch of the isle. She had thought them long gone. But now, they were here again, right before her eyes. Morgan. Shiomi turned back, concerned. No. It's nothing, Morgan replied, lowering her hand. Just focus on the enemy. What had passed for her was a choice yet to be made for him. It was a distant future no one could yet see. Before them, only endless steel and blades surged forth, an unstoppable tide of iron sweeping toward them. War. The ultimate battlefield. A presence etched into human history, never fully erased across millennia. Because behind it lies the boundless and insatiable human heart. The seventh reality marble, primordial war. Shiomi felt as though he had returned to that moment 10 years ago, standing before Enuma Elish for the first time. That fear, deep in the marrow, as if carved into the genes of mankind. But this time, what he faced wasn't a weapon. It was the concept of war itself, in its most absolute form. That the king of magecraft, so calm, so mild, would wield such a reality marble. Shiomi couldn't help but marvel. During Solomon's long reign, he must have borne witness to such wars. And yet, even now, Shiomi didn't believe they would lose. He wouldn't let this endless army crush him and Morgan. Sorry, but I'm going to steal the spotlight, Shiomi said as he twirled the magic spear in his hand. Let me handle this. If my husband has made up his mind, how could I possibly object? Morgan wiped the sweat from her cheek and brushed her hand gently through the air. Shiomi pointed his crimson spear toward the sky. His roar tore through the clouds, filled with raw battle spirit and speed so intense it seemed to pierce the heavens, reverberating endlessly. He was giving it everything, fighting with all his strength, pouring his full spirit into the clash. The king of magecraft hadn't disappointed him. So, he wouldn't disappoint the king either. 18 primordial runes appeared one after another, shifting and intertwining until they formed a single, unified incantation. War brings death, but it is the doing of the living. So then, eliminate the very notion of life. All things live and perish, Shiomi murmured. The instant before the wave of armored blades crashed down upon him, the crimson spear struck downward, tracing a blinding arc of light. From that gash, the concept of death spilled forth, flooding outward, consuming the incoming tide of iron and steel. The vague, mist-shrouded figures of the enemy, clad in indistinct armor and bearing ghostly weapons, began to crumble, as if weathered by ages untold. They eroded slowly, fragmenting, and drifted apart into dust. All of it, along with the war-soaked, conquest-stained world itself, vanished at Solomon's feet. Even the king of magecraft was forced to raise a protective spell to ward off the deathly aura, its intensity reminiscent of Helheim. The seventh reality marble, annihilated. The darkness faded. Once more, the quiet slope outside Fuyuki Church returned to view. Both Shiomi and Morgan showed signs of weariness. To shatter 7 reality marbles in a row, for any magus of this era, that was akin to destroying 7 entire worlds. The battle had pushed them both to the limit. But it had also worn down Castor. He no longer carried the relaxed composure he had when they first met. The fight was far from over. The king of magecraft slowly straightened, the light in his eyes burning like a spark resisting wind and snow, small, but unwavering. Looks like this won't end until one side is completely crushed, Morgan said, stepping forward to stand beside Shiomi, eyes fixed on Solomon. That's just how the Holy Grail War goes, Shiomi replied with a tired smile. Suddenly, 4 dark shadows surged forth. From within them emerged 4 demon gods, entirely different from those they'd faced before. Another 4. Shiomi shifted his spear slightly, then reached out with his left hand to clasp Morgan's. He shared his mana with her, syncing their magical flow. You've got 72 demon gods at your command, and yet you only summon 4. How long do you plan to underestimate us, King of Magecraft? No. It's not about underestimation, I can only summon 4, Solomon replied, shaking his head, his voice calm. Under the structure of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, if I deployed them all, I wouldn't be able to sustain the necessary power. To bring out the full strength of the demon gods against these 2, limiting the summons to 4 was the optimal choice. Even so, how many more times can you afford to summon them with your mana? As Morgan spoke, her immense mana wrapped around the 2 of them. That, I cannot answer. With that, Solomon offered only silence. Chapter 204, Volume 3, Chapter 60, A Knight's Answer. She gripped her long sword, using it to steady herself. The feeling in her arms was fading. Soon, she wouldn't even be able to hold her blade. Mordred dropped to one knee, her armor battered and torn beyond repair. She no longer had the mana to restore it. Archer had already collapsed on the bridge. His form was beginning to destabilize, and in moments, he would vanish as his spirit origin failed to hold. The reality marble, unlimited blade works, had been torn apart in an instant, shredded by the weapon called Enuma Elish, along with the infinite blades it contained and the noble phantasm she had unleashed with its true name. A total defeat. Her mind drifted, consciousness slipping, as if returning to that place she had dreamed of countless times. The sword of selection stood before her, but she couldn't bring herself to reach for it. Oh. You're not going to pull it out. It was within arm's reach. All she had to do was stretch out her hand. But Mordred hesitated. Should she? Could she? Did she even have the right? This country is doomed. Even if it lasts another 100 years, it won't change the course of this island's history. In fact, it's already finished. Britannia ends here. If I told you that, what would you do? As her vision dimmed, the voice of the court magus echoed in her ears. Mordred froze. If that's one of your usual cruel jokes, I'll be angry. Britannia won't fall. That's why I have to do whatever I can. That was her father's reply. Mordred stood stunned. It was the last conversation between the king and Merlin before the campaign to Rome. Before her rebellion, Mordred had been stationed near the harbor, as one of the knights left behind in Britannia. She had to make sure the king had truly departed before launching the uprising. The fall of Britannia is inevitable. She recalled the words of the men called Shiomi. Rebellion or not, Britannia could no longer endure. Her father had always known how it would end, yet she never turned away. In 10 years on the throne, she had shown not a flicker of hesitation or doubt. She believed he would triumph. She believed he could do what had to be done. Even if she lost everything. Even if the world came to hate her. She chose to fight. That was Artoria Pendragon's vow as a king. She gave up her own fate to protect the people of Britannia. Even knowing destruction was inevitable, she chose it anyway. Even offered herself after death, to become a guardian, a cog in the system, if it meant saving Britannia. That question still lingered in Mordred's heart as she stepped onto this final battlefield. Was it really worth it? All that effort would come to nothing. And still you would draw that sword. She saw the girl standing before her, next to the sword, shouting in anguish. So many people smiled. I thought that meant I was right. Was she speaking to the magus? Or to the dreamer who had seen this place again and again? It no longer mattered. Because Mordred finally saw the answer she had ignored from the start. Her father didn't become king and then choose to protect the people. She chose to become king because she wanted to protect them. The reason Mordred clung so desperately to that silhouette was because it wasn't grand or towering, it was slender, almost sorrowful. Br. Saber. Sakura's voice yanked Mordred from that hazy dream and back to the present. Her spirit origin hadn't collapsed yet. The Knight of Rebellion still lived. She lifted her head, glaring defiantly at Gilgamesh as he slowly descended. Step back, master. Mordred rose shakily to her feet, sword raised. This battle isn't over yet. The oldest king of heroes. Mordred knew she couldn't win. But she had a duty to protect her master to the very end, as a knight should. Battle continuation. The fact that she had once survived being pierced by the holy spear, and dealt her father a fatal wound, had granted Mordred this ability. One she found disquieting. But right now, it had its use. Oh. So the doubt in your eyes has finally vanished, Knight of Rebellion, Gilgamesh said. TCH, if you want to fight, then bring it on already. Mordred growled through clenched teeth, forcing a defiant grin as she stepped in front of Sakura to shield her. But Gilgamesh only cast them a glance before turning away slowly. Left alone, you wouldn't last 2 minutes. I've fulfilled my promise to the king of magecraft. What happens next is none of my concern. With those words, he dissolved into golden particles and vanished from the weathered Fuyuki bridge. Bastard, just how far is he going to look down on us? Mordred cursed under her breath. Her sword slipped from her hand, and her body collapsed backward onto the ground. Saber. Sakura called softly. Sorry. Master. Mordred looked at her with a faint smile. Looks like I won't be able to carry you to victory. Sakura shook her head. We did everything we could. The enemy was just too strong. Yeah. My father beat that guy. But I couldn't. Mordred gave a weak, bitter laugh. I really am not as strong as my father. Saber. In the end, maybe I was chasing the wrong wish all along. Mordred looked up at the sky stretching above the bridge. All I ever wanted was to ease my father's loneliness, to retrieve the things she abandoned to become king. Because she was admired by all, she wasn't allowed to cry or scream. If someone else had taken the throne, that weight wouldn't have been necessary. In the end, maybe it would have been better if I'd just died as her knight. That would have suited me more. Her voice grew softer and softer. After gently brushing the tears from Sakura's cheeks, Mordred smiled, and vanished. Only when the servant's presence had completely disappeared did Sakura rise from the ground. She turned to face her sister, who had also lost her servant. Even if it's just the two of us, we should go meet up with father. She voiced what was in her heart. She could feel the surge of overwhelming mana coming from the direction of the church. The battle there still hadn't ended. But before she could finish, Sakura turned sharply, warily eyeing a young man approaching slowly along the still intact road of the bridge. That would really be a headache for me. Without Castor, we can't claim the Holy Grail, said the white-haired man, his age impossible to guess. Not when the other side consists of those two. Sakura recognized him. The Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisberry Animosphere. Then let's continue. A Holy Grail War, between masters. With his hands clasped behind his back, Marisberry calmly initiated the next phase of the conflict. Chapter 205, Volume 3, Chapter 61, On the Brink. For warriors of the Land of Shadows, taking on 10 foes is unremarkable, and facing 100 is merely the beginning. A true warrior from the Land of Shadows must be capable of standing alone against thousands. Though Shiomi often grumbled about his master's harsh training, he never once allowed himself to slack off. He aspired to be the best disciple, the one his master favored most. With that determination, Shiomi achieved his goal. Blocking his path were the 72 demon gods under Solomon's command. Due to the constraints of the Holy Grail War system, Solomon could summon only 4 at a time without depleting his strength. Each demon god possessed power on par with a standard servant. Yet, even they couldn't halt Shiomi's advance. The demon gods were repeatedly defeated and summoned anew, leaving no room for respite. As Shiomi withdrew his crimson spear from the heart of a demon god resembling a massive lion, he glanced at the king of magecraft, who was being held at bay by Morgan's magecraft. That man merely raised his hand, without a moment's hesitation or lament for the fallen demon god. The next one appeared on the battlefield. Shiomi surmised that these demon gods weren't truly dying, rather, they were temporarily unable to respond to their king's summons and manifest in this Holy Grail War. But that detail was inconsequential. The Holy Grail War had reached its final stage, there would be no next time, no subsequent battle. What was certain was that, including the initial 4, Shiomi had already vanquished 16 demon gods, each with distinct forms and abilities. A hexagram formed overhead, a spell cast by a male demon god with 3 heads, a snake's, a man's, and a cat's. With a single glance, Shiomi discerned that the spell aimed to restrain his movements. Twisting his crimson spear, he tapped its butt against the ground, causing fine ice shards to rise and form a white cylinder encasing him. The hexagram descended, shattering the icy pillar, yet Shiomi was nowhere to be seen. The demon god's cat head lifted, emitting a piercing screech. The snake head opened its mouth wide, its tongue flicking out with a raspy hiss. The man's face contorted in agony. A crimson spear had pierced the demon god's heart. Shiomi stood behind him, thrusting the spear forward without hesitation. The hellish serpent beneath the demon god writhed violently, attempting to throw Shiomi off. But the demon god's body had lost all resistance, its limbs hung limp. As Shiomi withdrew his spear, the body slumped from the serpent's head, dissolving into black mist that dispersed with the wind. With its master gone, the infernal serpent vanished as well. The remaining demon gods finally slowed their assault. As the highest-ranking familiars summoned by the king of magecraft, each demon god possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Shiomi descended slowly to the ground, his body bearing the scars of battle with the king of magecraft. Yet, the demon gods couldn't determine whether he was at his limit. Moreover, there remained a witch capable of matching the king of magecraft in magical combat. Oh. Shiomi sensed a subtle shift. Although the king of magecraft glanced in their direction, he made no move to summon more demon gods. Likely due to Morgan's continued assault, his mana had been largely depleted, leaving him unable to maintain the summoning. With that in mind, Shiomi decided to take a gamble. He raised his hand and hurled 3 stones toward the remaining 3 demon gods. Just as they realized the stones were inscribed with runes and began to react, Shiomi moved. The demon god's perception of his speed was suddenly thrown off. In a flash, Shiomi seemed to split into 4, weaving left and right. Dark Funeral Gate. A movement technique from the Land of Shadows, passed down through Scáthach. In the blink of an eye, Shiomi appeared in front of, to the left of, and behind each of the 3 demon gods. Then, he struck all at once, launching them to the same point before they could react. Disappear, pinning God Killer Thorns. With a quiet declaration, Shiomi hurled his crimson spear. Mid-flight, the spear split and extended, transforming into blood-red thorns that entwined and restrained all 3 demon gods, locking them in place. A heartbeat later, the thorns tightened violently, shredding the demon gods into pieces before vanishing. As the restored spear returned to his hand, Shiomi spun and swept it behind him without hesitation, cleaving through the compressed mana blast fired by the king of magecraft. 2 against 1, this situation's starting to work against me. Though his words sounded resigned, the king of magecraft showed no sign of backing down. He slowly spread his arms. Then let us unleash our noble phantasms. The surrounding air thickened, heavy with mana gathering from all directions. Fuyuki, with its superior ley lines, offered a richer greater source than most places. Then this side will. Morgan quickly deduced that Solomon was about to activate a large-scale noble phantasm, one capable of targeting individuals, armies, or even entire cities. Mana no weaker than Solomon surged into Morgan's hands. Shiomi quietly began preparing primordial runes for protection. Even conservatively speaking, the clash of their noble phantasms would reduce this entire area to scorched wasteland, Fuyuki Church included. Solomon remained cautious to the very end, keeping his defenses up even during the brief window before activation. Even if Shiomi attempted interference during that moment, it would prove useless. The tension was about to explode. But then, a voice cut through the moment. Both sides, that's enough. Marisberry emerged slowly from around the corner at the far end of the road. On any other occasion, such a gesture would never be enough to halt Shiomi or Morgan, it might even provoke Shiomi to attack. That is, if this Magus had come empty-handed. He walked toward them slowly, as if cradling a mere prop, except it was the unconscious Sakura he held in his arms. All servants other than Castor have already withdrawn. If the two of you insist on continuing this battle, which now holds no meaning for you, then I can't guarantee this child's safety. Though Marisberry's tone was mild, the cold calculation of a Magus was clear in his eyes. He had seen through the Holy Grail War's greatest threat from the start. And with no hesitation, he had chosen the most effective method to eliminate it. Marisberry. Shiomi pointed his spear at Marisberry, seething with rage. But Marisberry met his fury with unwavering calm. He clearly had no intention of justifying himself, nor did he believe his choices had been wrong. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Volume 3, Chapter 62, Animosphere's Objective. I don't care how you judge me, Marisberry said with a calm smile. The Holy Grail is extremely important to me. I do respect and appreciate you for purifying it during the last Holy Grail War, but these are two separate matters. You want the Holy Grail that badly? Shiomi clicked his tongue. The ritual created by the three founding families was designed to achieve the third magic, the materialization of the human soul, and thus reach the root, Marisberry explained. As someone uninterested in the root and not a proper Magus, Mr. Shiomi, you probably can't understand why we Magi dedicate our lives to pursuing it. Shiomi had no particular reaction to Marisberry's explanation. Even now, with the Greater Grail fully intact, he had no interest in it. 10 years ago, he'd only been forced into the war by BB. So you're trading Sakura for the Holy Grail? Shiomi slowly lowered his spear. This man was sharp, he knew exactly what mattered most to Shiomi. More accurately, I'm trading her for your support in ending the Holy Grail War, Marisberry said as he approached. As you can see, I only immobilized your daughter. I didn't harm her in any other way. I believe that's a sufficient show of good faith. Cold, rational, and utterly results-driven, Lord Animosphere embodied the ideal Magus. And in this negotiation, he had shown what would be recognized as genuine sincerity. He dragged Sakura forward and handed her over to Shiomi. Then let me ask you, what do you plan to do with the Holy Grail? Shiomi asked, gently catching Sakura and checking her condition as he questioned the men. I already explained that, didn't I? Marisberry replied. Cut the act. Sure, you're interested in the root. But just like me, you have no real interest in the third magic. Shiomi adjusted Sakura's head, letting it rest against his chest. If your wish puts this world in danger, I'll kill you, no matter how sincere you seem. Marisberry looked slightly surprised. You'd kill me, for the world. Don't worry. I don't even plan to use a command spell to force Castor to self-destruct, much less activate the Greater Grail. The third magic means nothing to me. Oh. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. We of the Animosphere, who lead the Department of Astromancy, must reach the root through our own research. We'd never rely on another Magus's theories, Marisberry admitted. That mindset was common among the top Magi. They all longed for the root, but they had their pride. They insisted on reaching it by their own means. Shiomi had seen that stubborn pride many times at the clock tower. The materialization of the soul, the evolution of humanity, pure delusions. I never planned to entertain such nonsense, Marisberry continued. All I want is to use the Holy Grail as a wish-granting device. I want to complete Chaldeas. Chaldeas. Shiomi blinked. He'd heard bits and pieces at the clock tower, from Lord Trambelio, in fact. The head of astromancy was working to build an observatory called Chaldea, said to be a unique system designed to protect humanity's survival. As expected of someone valued by two of the three lords. Even you've heard of it, Marisberry said, unfazed by Shiomi's surprise. But you may not know, just to win over sponsors, it's already been assembled. It can function as a model of Earth, but it's far from fulfilling its intended purpose. So that's why you need the Holy Grail, to complete it. No. I need the Holy Grail to fund it. What I have isn't enough, Marisberry said, surprisingly showing a trace of helplessness. I see. Understanding now, Shiomi let out a quiet sigh. If that was all, then as long as Sakura was safe, there really was no reason to stop Marisberry. Don't you think I'm shallow? Marisberry, now confident no one would get in his way, even joked with someone he barely knew. I'm not seeking eternal life, I'm not chasing the root. All I want is money. That's not my concern, Shiomi replied with a cold laugh. I just didn't expect a Lord of the Clock Tower to enter the Holy Grail War for something like that. Sakura was safe. After the bitter battle, the Holy Grail War would end in a draw. They hadn't defeated the King of Magecraft, but hadn't been defeated either. A bit disappointing, but nothing to be hung up on. If they had truly fought to the end, if they had killed the King of Magecraft, then either he or Morgan would have fallen. If it had been him, so be it. But he couldn't accept a world where Morgan was lost. Holding Sakura in his arms, Shiomi walked down the slope alongside Morgan, who seemed indifferent to everything and everyone, except Sakura. By the way, what did you do to Rin? Shiomi asked. The one from the Tosaka family. Marisberry responded. Nothing. After defeating her, I just left her on the sidewalk by the bridge. She wasn't useful as a bargaining chip anyway. You really are a Magus through and through. With that, Shiomi took Sakura and got into the car with Morgan at the end of the slope, vanishing beyond the grounds of the Fuyuki church. Are you satisfied now? Even for you, facing those two must have been exhausting, right, Castor? It was a battle I never could have imagined, Solomon nodded. The King of Magecraft understood perfectly why Marisberry had chosen to end the Holy Grail War this way. If Castor and either Shiomi or Morgan had perished together, the Holy Grail would never have ended up in Marisberry's hands. Well then. The fighting's over. What will you do now? I have no interest in completing the third magic, so there's no need for you to end your own life. As the victor of the Holy Grail War, you're entitled to a wish too. Solomon fell silent, visibly puzzled, an emotion rarely seen on him. The Holy Grail can grant wishes. Both master and servant are eligible. I wish for immense wealth. What about you? What do you desire? Caught off guard by the question, Solomon froze. His own wish, what was it, his own wish? Really, any wish, Marisberry? Of course. Anything except my life. You're my contractor, and my only friend, Castor. No, Solomon, King of Magecraft. If it's your wish, then it's undoubtedly a rightful one. So go ahead. Make your wish with confidence.